Chapter 2138. Meanwhile, Sky Dragon also arrived at the mountain of God Emperor. Tian, don't you want to control the God Emperor mountain? It won't be that easy. Tian Long's lips curled upwards and he let out a cold laugh. I'll let your name spread across the mountain God Emperor space. In the past, the God Emperors had caused a lot of trouble in the mountain God Emperor space. Over the generations, they have accumulated an unimaginable amount of hatred. By then, I won't even need to do anything, they'll give you a headache. Sky Dragon turned around and left, heading in one direction, Tianyuan Mountains. You're saying that Tian from the sealed world killed the Scorpion Battle Emperor? This generation's Emperor God expert? A roar came from a palace in the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range. I have no need to lie to you, Sky Dragon said indifferently. Damn it. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor's killing intent flickered. Someone, inform Poison Demon, Fire Bug, and Scarlet Tiger to come here. Tell them I have something important to discuss with them. Immediately, someone retreated. Then what should I do with you? Battle Emperor Tianmu was the strongest expert in the Tianyuan Mountains. At the same time, he was also their big brother, at least in name. Sky Dragon was locked on by the murderous intent and he chuckled, actually, there is no need for you to deal with me. I am not your enemy because we have a common enemy, Tian. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor's eyes flickered. What can a mere God Emperor do? A God Emperor can't do anything here at Mount God Emperor. Sky Dragon shook his head, that might not be the case. Tian is not an ordinary Emperor God. Until now, no one knows what cultivation technique he has cultivated, but he is very good at making breakthroughs. I think the poisonous Scorpion Battle Emperor that you guys displayed in front of everyone is the best proof. If all of you have the same mentality, I think you guys are destined to be no match for Tian. The Celestial Eye Battle Emperor fell silent. The three combat emperors soon arrived. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor sent a subordinate to deliver a message. The God Emperor of the sealed world had arrived. This was no small matter. Every time, the sealed world would enter the space of Mountain God Emperor. Big brother, did that person really come? The first to arrive was the Poison Demon Battle Monarch. His true form was a unique poisonous creature, devouring all kinds of poisons and cultivating a terrifying poison. This poison was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, he was also an expert in using poison. No one dared to underestimate him. Then, the Fiery Bug War Emperor arrived. The Crimson Tiger Battle Emperor had also arrived. As soon as they saw the Sky Dragons, in their hearts, the human race was their enemy. In the past, they were the supreme rulers of the Mountain of God Emperor. Later on, the appearance of the human race caused them to lose their ruling position. Until now, the balance had been maintained, but the situation was not in their favor. I am the representative of the Heavenly Tao, Sky Dragon. Be it the Fiery Bug Battle Monarch or the Poison Demon Battle Monarch, their eyes flickered with a hint of fear. They were peak-level existences of God Emperor Peak. Naturally, he knew some secrets that ordinary people did not know, and the Heavenly Axiom's agent was one of them. The Celestial Eye Battle Emperor briefly mentioned Tian so that they would know. Scorpion must have been killed by Tian. The Poison Demon Battle Emperor had a good relationship with the Poison Demon Battle Emperor. At this moment, he was the first to speak. Big brother, that fella dared to come to our Mountain God Emperor's space. Let's go and find him now. Yes, none of the God Emperors who sealed the world are good people. Last time, that God Emperor came to our dimension and caused the death of 3 combat emperors. We must kill him. Sky Dragon did not speak again. This is Tian's appearance. As long as you can kill Tian and bring his head here, I don't mind telling you a piece of good news. Sky Dragon said calmly, as long as Tian dies in the space of Mountain God Emperor, I can bring you out of the space of Mountain God Emperor and you will no longer be confined to this place. The 4 of them were tempted. If it was someone else, they would not care. However, the person in front of them was different. He was the Heavenly Tao's representative. He represented the Heavenly Tao, and no one had ever killed a Heavenly Tao's representative. Alright, it's up to you guys to decide what to do. Sky Dragon stood up and left. After Sky Dragon left, Big Brother, do we really have a chance to leave the space of Mountain God Emperor? The Poison Demon Battle Monarch asked anxiously. If Sky Dragon left, it would undoubtedly be a heavy bomb in their hearts. They had no choice but to be moved. The thing they were most willing to do in their lives was to leave the space of Mountain God Emperor. The space of Mountain God Emperor was too small. However, it was different in the sealed world. They could definitely become an overlord or even rule over the outside world. It should be true. The Sky Eye Battle Monarch was also tempted. That person is indeed the Heavenly Tao's representative. However, your big brother is confused as to why the Heavenly Tao's representative could not suppress a God Emperor. It's not normal. Who cares if it's normal or not? Let's find that person first. The Red Tiger Battle Monarch had a bad temper and his mind was filled with murderous thoughts. Our space of Mountain God Emperor will not allow a God Emperor to do as he pleases. If that God Emperor continues to grow, our space of Mountain God Emperor will be ruled by someone else again. The four of them fell silent. Dream City. Lin Fei temporarily stayed here. Both Battle Monarch Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Monarch agreed to cooperate. As for the other Battle Emperors, they would not have the chance for the time being. Lin Fei also learned some secrets from them. For example, the 6 Battle Emperors were divided into 3 mountains. The first mountain was also the strongest. It was led by the Radiance Battle Monarch. There were 2 Battle Emperors in total. The other one was the Sky Wolf Battle Monarch. They were the strongest. The second mountain was led by Battle Monarch Zhan Tian and Battle Monarch Lu Xing. The third mountain was led by Battle Monarch Dream Taper and Battle Monarch Dark Knight. If it wasn't divided into 3 mountains, the space of Mountain God Emperor would have undergone great changes. Lin Fei was glad that he did not blindly search for the God Emperor. Otherwise, he would be in a lot of trouble now. At the same time, according to the Dark Knight Battle Monarch, the Radiance Battle Monarch was the strongest among the 6 Battle Emperors. Rumor had it that the Radiance Battle Monarch was in the midst of a breakthrough. As long as he broke through again, his strength would greatly increase, and he would have a chance to unify the space of Mountain God Emperor. This was not good news for Lin Fei. According to Lin Fei's analysis of the Battle Emperors, he found out that Battle Monarch Dream Taper had the lowest combat power. Her combat power was only 1.7 billion, while the Dark Knight Battle Monarch's was 1.9 billion. As for the other 4, including the Radiance Battle Monarch, Lin Fei suspected that his combat power had reached 2.5 billion. As for the next breakthrough, his combat power might reach 3 billion. Even Lin Fei was surprised by this result. Chapter 2139. The peak experts of Mountain God Emperor's dimension all received a mysterious expert. After this mysterious expert left, God Emperor Mountain spatial experts began to move. Their subordinates began to search for information. Master, someone familiar appeared in Dream City. While Lin Fei was waiting for Nightmare and Nightfall, Little Devil sent him a message. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. A familiar aura? Apart from him, no one else could enter Mountain God Emperor. Why would someone familiar appear? Do I need to check? Of course. Lin Fei was quite curious. In the next second, a familiar figure appeared. It's him. Lin Fei was rather surprised to see this person, and a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Sky Dragon, the strongest among the gods. Although he killed him previously, he was saved by the heavenly law. Lin Fei had tried to find him and kill him, making him disappear from this world. Regretfully, the heavenly dragon never appeared again after that. It had completely disappeared without a trace. Find Sky Dragon's trail immediately. Although Lin Fei had been concealing his aura in Dream City, it wouldn't cost him many destiny points. He could use it as a killing move at the crucial moment. Think about it, there wasn't this person in his divine sense, but he appeared without any warning. He would definitely be able to catch him off guard. The scene in front of Lin Fei changed. It was a place he was familiar with. Dream Palace, the place Battle Empress Dream Taper used to receive guests. Battle Empress Dream Taper was receiving Sky Dragon. The two didn't know that someone was monitoring them. Daoist Dream Taper, I've already contacted Battle Empress to kill this God Emperor D. Tian together. Are you willing? Sky Dragon came up and revealed his identity. Lin Fei happened to hear this. Damn, I knew this guy wouldn't appear for no reason. It must be the damn heavenly law. One day, I'm going to get rid of the heavenly law. Lin Fei was furious. Scan God Sun Sky Dragon's strength immediately. Lin Fei couldn't wait to go out and kill Sky Dragon right now. It would be best if he could kill Sky Dragon and cut off one of Heavenly Law's helpers. A moment later, a message appeared in front of Lin Fei. Heavenly Dragon God, Agent of the Heavenly Tao, Output Power 1. 6 billion. Lin Fei had really underestimated the Sky Dragon. The Heavenly Law must have helped the Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, to increase his strength. Now, he has contacted the top experts in the God Emperor Mountain. He wants to fight me to the death. Battle Empress Dream Taper was shocked. That Lin Fei is actually the God Emperor of this region of the sealed world? It hasn't been long since he advanced to the God Emperor realm, but his strength is indeed terrifying. Women are smart. If what the other party said was true, then this Lin Fei was extraordinarily terrifying. How long had it been, and he was already able to kill the Scorpion War Emperor? Did he really have to join hands with them? For a moment, Battle Empress Dream Taper hesitated. In her subconsciousness, there was a voice that kept telling her that Lin Fei was not someone she could afford to offend. Respected agent of the Heavenly Tao. As for dealing with God Emperor D. Tian, this is not a small matter. This little girl needs to discuss before making a decision. Battle Empress Dream Taper frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's impression of Battle Empress Dream Taper improved significantly. This was a smart woman. There was a flash of dissatisfaction in the eyes of God's Son Sky Dragon, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Battle Empress Dream Taper didn't notice it, but Lin Fei saw it clearly. That's easy. I will stay in the God Emperor Mountain. After thinking it through, Dao friend Meng Taper can contact me. The Sky Dragon laughed. No matter who killed God Emperor D. Tian, I will promise to bring him out of the God Emperor Mountain. I will promise to bring him out of the God Emperor Mountain. This condition is valid forever. The Sky Dragon didn't care if Battle Empress Dream Taper agreed or not. Since he said it, even if the other party didn't agree, the next time he came, it wouldn't be so simple. D. Tian. Let's see where you can hide in the God Emperor Mountain. The Sky Dragon paid a visit to all the experts in the God Emperor Mountain. No one dared to look down on the God Emperor Mountain's representative. Moreover, killing a God Emperor wasn't a difficult task at all. After leaving the dreamlike city, the Sky Dragon prepared to find a place to rest. At this moment, a person followed him. This person was naturally Lin Fei. Although the Sky Dragon's combat strength had skyrocketed, reaching a shocking 1.6 billion energy output, comparable to a battle emperor. Lin Fei didn't put the Sky Dragon in his eyes. The Sky Dragon's combat strength was at most on the same level as the Poison Scorpion Battle Emperor. Now, he was much stronger than when he killed the Poison Scorpion Battle Emperor. His energy output had increased by 300 million, reaching 1.3 billion. At the same time, he had mastered the fundamental energy saber art. Whoosh! In the sky above a forest far away from the dreamlike city, Sky Dragon was in high spirits. In his opinion, D. Tian, that bastard, would definitely be hunted down within a few days. Who? Without any warning, a saber radiance slashed over. The heavenly Tao intent around the Sky Dragon turned into heavenly lightning. As the heavenly lightning descended, the experts in the God Emperor Mountain felt uneasy. One after another, divine senses shot over. The heavenly Tao intent that the sky dragon had mastered was even more terrifying than before. He could turn into heavenly lightning. Although the power wasn't as strong as outside, it was still terrifying. It was a pity that he was still hit. There was a wound on his chest. Blood flowed from the wound and dyed his clothes red. The sky dragon frowned. "You're really capable to be able to hurt me." Ever since his strength had skyrocketed, Sky Dragon was confident that he could kill Di Tian if he were to face him again. But now, he was actually injured. "Sky Dragon, you're still the same as before. You haven't improved at all." Lin Fei came out from the void and swaggered in front of the Sky Dragon. "It's you." God's Son Sky Dragon shot out two beams of power from his eyes, one from the front and one from the back. They brought with them a terrifying power. Just these two attacks alone could kill 700 to 800 million Emperor Gods. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He blew out a breath and the two attacks were blown away. In the eyes of the Sky Dragon, his greatest enemy was Di Tian. His glory was supposed to be his, but it ended up in Di Tian's hands. The Sky Dragon squinted his eyes. Good, good. You're indeed a God Emperor. You've improved greatly in such a short time. It would be fine if you didn't come out. But since you're here, I'll kill you personally. Boom. The Sky Dragon's aura rose. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down. A boundless terrifying aura engulfed the entire God Emperor mountain. The experts who were observing with their divine senses were shocked. Their divine senses were shattered by the heavenly lightning. Only then did they realize how terrifying the heavenly Tao's representative was. The Sky Dragon's aura rose to the peak. His strength reached 1.6 billion. In addition to the special battlefield formed by the heavenly lightning, his combat power soared to 1.9 billion. See that? This is my strength. The Sky Dragon pointed at Lin Fei, and you're an ant in my eyes. Chapter 2140. Boom boom boom. Bolts of heavenly lightning that contained profound mysteries formed a special field. The experts in the mountain god emperor space were shocked, and at the same time, fearful. On top of a tall mountain, the radiant battle emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and profound, and a vast aura of light flowed from his body. What an agent of the heavens Tao. He's actually able to utilize the will of the heavens Tao to such an extent of perfection. This emperor is even more curious about exactly who forced this agent of the heavens Tao to make a move with his full strength. Wave after wave of the will of the heaven Tao assaulted him, yet they were evaporated by the light before they could even approach him. Your Majesty, could it be that Di Tian God Emperor? A trusted aide at the side asked. The radiant battle emperor didn't say anything. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through the area of heavenly lightning. What a powerful representative of the heavenly way. According to the rumors, every time a representative of the heavenly way appears, it's the representative of the heavenly way who walks in the human world. The rumors are true. Even that bastard Guang Guang doesn't dare to underestimate him. The black-armored Warsky battle monarch shattered the will of the heavenly path with his battle intent. In contrast to Light's pure and holy aura, Warsky Battle Emperor's body was filled with the aura of an endless army. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Who did it? In the sky above the Nightmare City, Battle Empress Meng Tu activated the formation to defend against the incoming will of the heavenly Tao. Due to its proximity, the Nightmare City bore the brunt of the attack. Some of the experts who were out hunting immortal beasts vomited blood when the will of the heavenly path swept past them. Those who were lucky were those who were closest to the will of the heavenly path. This was no ordinary heavenly lightning. It contained a terrifying heavenly Tao's profound meaning. In front of the heavenly Tao, they were all ants. Apart from those who were hiding inside the array formation, there were countless casualties on the outside. Could it be him? A figure appeared in Battle Empress Meng Yi's mind. This bastard. Can't he just find another place? Battlemaster Dream Yi cursed inwardly. She wanted to go up and take a look, but the dense heavenly lightning materialized from the heavenly dowse left even her feeling pressured. All the top experts were paying close attention. At this moment, their divine senses couldn't penetrate it either, so they could only watch helplessly. They didn't want to offend the representative of the heavenly law. The God Emperor Mountain was a sealed world. Only the God Emperor and the heavenly law's representative could enter. The originally dense forest was now in a sorry state. The towering trees were all toppled over. They were all struck down by the heavenly thunder, and there were fragments of the trees everywhere. Tian, do you still think that you are very powerful? The god's son, Tian Long, laughed instead of getting angry. Although that slash of yours was not bad, it was only because I wasn't prepared. Now that I'm prepared, you can forget about breaking my heavenly law armor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boundless will of the heavenly Tao landed on his body, turning into an armor that was filled with arcs of light. One look was enough to tell that this was an incredible armor. Heaven's Tao killing fist. Divine Sun Sky Dragon's punch was earth-shattering. The terrifying killing intent was almost tangible as it pierced towards the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows, followed by a fist. Lin Fei's fighting spirit surged, and with the energy saber in hand, he slashed at the heavenly law's killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After 3 consecutive slashes, the might of his killing intent had been reduced to the minimum. As for the Heaven Tao's killing intent that was charging over, it was completely blocked. Swish 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 swish. 18 clones walked out from behind and instantly surrounded the God Sun Sky Dragon. 18 attacks landed on the God Sun Sky Dragon's body. The God Sun Sky Dragon's body shook, and streaks of will of the heavenly Tao were obliterated in the attacks. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. The powerful attacks of the 18 clones shocked the God Sun Sky Dragon. No one knew better than him that the combat strength of the 18 clones had been ordinary the previous time, and they were definitely not at their current level. This is the combat strength of each clone. Although they are not as strong as me, when the 18 clones work together, their might is unimaginable. Damn Tian, how did he do that? The attacks of the 18 clones made the God Sun Sky Dragon understand why Tian had said that. You are shameless. The God Sun Sky Dragon relied on the heavenly law armor. Once he used his fist technique, each punch carried boundless will of the heavenly law, which could suppress his opponent's combat strength. He killed Tian's clones first. It's not that easy to kill my clones. In a flash, Lin Fei used spatial movement. With a slash of the energy saber, he wanted the God Sun Sky Dragon to give up on attacking. The expert's saber technique had become extremely terrifying. What kind of saber technique is this? The God Sun Sky Dragon wanted to go all out to kill the 18 clones. He did not care about Tian's attack at all. Previously, he had been unprepared. Now that he had the heavenly law armor, he would not be injured. Very soon, the God Sun Sky Dragon regretted it. A mark appeared on the heavenly law armor. Before the God Sun Sky Dragon could react, the second saber landed on the same spot. By the time the God Sun Sky Dragon came back to his senses, the originally tiny crack had become a huge hole. Left with no choice, the God Sun Sky Dragon could only give up on killing the clones and focus on attacking Tian. Wave after wave of fist techniques enveloped Tian. Your combat strength has increased, but it's a pity that you are still not strong enough. Lin Fei was calm and composed. He used his energy foundation saber technique. These were the simplest moves, but he could block most of the attacks each time. The 18 clones did not stand by idly. They attacked 18 times at once, each with an attack power of 1.3 billion. 80% of the attacks landed on the God Sun Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, does it feel good? Lin Fei swung his saber again and broke through the dense fist shadows as he laughed heartily. Although they were all minor injuries, they could not withstand a prolonged attack. However, Lin Fei was least worried about a prolonged battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows for an hour. The God Sun Sky Dragon felt very aggrieved. His body was covered in cracks, all caused by Lin Fei's saber techniques. The heavenly law armor, which had been in good condition, had also become tattered. The other party's saber techniques could not be blocked. Basically, the God's Sun Sky Dragon could only block 3 out of 10 attacks. The remaining 7 attacks landed on his body. The God's Sun Sky Dragon flew into a rage, but he could not withstand Di Tian's attacks. The 18 clones did not stand by idly either. The attacks they dealt were not small either. At the same time, they continuously depleted the will of the heavenly law's energy. After an hour, the God's Sun Sky Dragon's energy was mostly depleted. During this period, he replenished his heavenly law energy several times, but he could not suppress his opponent. Di Tian, don't be cocky. It's just a competition of numbers. You won't be so lucky next time. The sky filled with heavenly lightning as the God's Sun Sky Dragon broke through. It's not that easy to leave. Lock onto the God's Sun Sky Dragon. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones and gave chase. Chapter 2141. The heavenly lightning formed by the will of the heavenly way dissipated. Divine senses scanned the area and they could not believe what they were seeing. The representative of the heavenly way was being hunted down. What was going on? The top-notch experts were still in a daze. If the representative of the heavenly way was being hunted down, who was the person in the black robe? Sir, should we go and help him? Light Battle Emperor's confidant asked. Impressive. Light Battle Emperor had met Sky Dragon once. Sky Dragon's combat strength was extraordinary and he even gave off a dangerous aura that came from the heavenly way. No hurry. Light Battle Emperor knew who the other party was. If it's really you, then there's a surprise. He's that powerful? Battle Emperor Nightmare was in disbelief. Although she had never fought with Sky Dragon before, she could vaguely sense a terrifying aura from him. If they were to fight, she would not have a high chance of winning. At this moment, Battle Emperor Nightmare was secretly glad that she had not agreed to help him. Suddenly, a thought flashed across her mind. At this moment, all the top-notch experts were shocked and fearful at the same time. Everyone present was a smart person. Thinking back to what Sky Dragon had said, if they still couldn't guess who this person was, then they could forget about being top experts. Lin Fei did not care about what they were watching. There was no top-notch expert in the Mountain God Emperor who could kill him for the time being. Bang! 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 The saber radiance landed on Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, I wouldn't have been able to find you if you didn't come out. Since you dare to come out now, I don't mind killing you. Lin Fei activated the power of space and the space within a radius of a few 100,000 miles turned into mud. It delayed Sky Dragon's speed. Open. Sky Dragon could not figure out how he had lost. The will of the heavenly way turned into a long sword. The sword radiance split open a path, but it still affected his speed. Bang! 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 18 clones attacked continuously. All kinds of attacks engulfed Sky Dragon. Di Tian, if you have the ability, fight me alone. Sky Dragon regretted that he didn't find some helpers. He was crying now. You are the Divine Son, the representative of the heavenly way. How dare you say that? Lin Fei caught up. He slashed at Sky Dragon's face and laughed out loud. It was not easy for Sky Dragon to carve out a path. Before he could truly break free, he was trapped again. The 18 clones surrounded him. What made Sky Dragon the most uncomfortable was Di Tian's saber techniques. He was unable to block them and he could not see any traces of them. In just a short period of time, the Sky Dragon's body was covered in wounds. In particular, the Heavenly Dragon's mandate energy was severely depleted. Di Tian followed closely behind. Daoist Tian Mu, he is God Emperor Di Tian, the God Emperor of this generation who sealed the world. He is the one who killed the poison scorpion battle monarch. If you don't kill Di Tian now, what are you waiting for? The Heavenly Dragon's voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the entire mountain god emperor. This fellow is really shameless. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he knew what Sky Dragon was planning. Hairball, create a space. Through the system, Lin Fei detected 4 powerful auras rushing towards him. He immediately confirmed that they were the 4 battle emperor beasts of the Tianyuan Mountains. Each of them was even stronger than the Scorpion Battle Emperor. We must destroy the Heavenly Dragon today. Lin Fei was going to go all out. Once those people came up, he would definitely be in big trouble if he was delayed by them. Even if Lin Fei's heavenly mandate energy was extremely dense, he would still be defeated in the end. Hairball was released. With a loud yell, she transformed into a space. The Sky Dragon remembered that Hairball was an ancient evil dragon. Back when he was in the Divine Beast realm, he was already hard to deal with. Furthermore, he was now in the Emperor Beast realm. I can't be trapped. The Sky Dragon wasn't stupid. He could tell that Di Tian was going to go all out. The auras from afar were rushing towards him. Die. The Sky Dragon pointed 2 fingers at the void and tapped more than 10 times. Slow down time. Lin Fei's powerful attack slowed down time and enveloped the Sky Dragon in an instant. Although it could only last for 3 breaths of time, it was enough to stop the attack. Slash. Lin Fei moved along with the space. The energy saber turned into saber shadows that filled the sky. The sharp saber tip pierced the Sky Dragon's heavenly law armor in a perfect trajectory. Di Tian, you are dead today. The heavenly law armor blocked the energy saber. The Sky Dragon laughed heartily. Not far away, the Celestial Eye Battle Emperor appeared with 3 people. They would come to help in at most 4 breaths of time. That might not be the case. Lin Fei held the energy saber in his hand and smirked. The energy saber on the armor turned into a formless presence and rushed into the wound. The Sky Dragon was already prepared. The heavenly law will struck the energy. In the next moment, the Sky Dragon's expression changed drastically. That seemingly insignificant energy instantly turned into a black torrent. It was as ferocious as a tiger and shattered the energy that the Sky Dragon had activated. Block it. The Sky Dragon mobilized all the heavenly mandate energy in his body. This was Lin Fei's killer move. So what if your heavenly law armor's defense is strong? I didn't stop attacking just now because I wanted you to be injured. At that time, it would be a fatal attack. Lin Fei channeled the heaven's mandate energy to the maximum. Wave after wave of heaven's mandate energy entered Sky Dragon's body. The Sky Dragon was already severely exhausted. If he was at his peak, he would naturally be able to block it. However, at this moment, he couldn't block it at all. In less than a breath of time, the heaven's mandate energy in Sky Dragon's body was shattered. You are dead. An energy saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand. With a slight force, the saber tip pierced through Sky Dragon's body. The saber tip came out from his back and blood spurted out. Swish. 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 This was just the beginning. Saber tips shot out from Sky Dragon's body. Sky Dragon was in despair. In a flash, Sky Dragon was riddled with holes by the densely packed energy sabers. His body was torn into pieces. Ding. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully killed Heavenly Dragon. Extracting energy. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He kept his 18 clones and left the Mountain God Emperor space in the next second, leaving the people looking at each other in dismay. The amount of Heaven's mandate energy he used was terrifying. Not only did he have to destroy the Heaven's mandate energy in Sky Dragon's body, he also had to give the other party the strongest attack to kill Sky Dragon. Now, Lin Fei had to return immediately. The surrounding experts were eyeing him covetously. Lin Fei didn't have the confidence to stay in the Mountain God Emperor space. If he failed miserably, he would cry to death. From killing Sky Dragon to Lin Fei's departure, it took less than 2 breaths of time. By the time everyone reacted, Lin Fei had already left. The Heavenly Law's representative is dead. Chapter 2142. We finally killed the Heavenly Dragon. In a secret chamber deep within the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei had a smile on his face. Although he had spent a lot of destiny points, he had finally killed Sky Dragon. With such a good killing experience, it's best not to die so easily. Lin Fei did not think that he could kill Sky Dragon in one go. If he was so easy to kill, he would have killed Sky Dragon last time instead of waiting until now. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. I wonder how much strength I can gain from killing Sky Dragon this time. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and took out energy blocks. The mountainous pile of energy blocks evaporated and turned into numbers. Very quickly, he replenished a few destiny points. Little devil, I asked you to monitor Sky Dragon just now. Have you done so? It was not easy to kill him. You must find his lair. Ever since he became an emperor god, Lin Fei had been searching for Sky Dragon's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Sky Dragon had cleaned up his traces. Even with the help of the system, he could not find him in a short time. Lin Fei knew that this was the work of the heavenly axiom to cover up the clues. This time, Lin Fei would not let go of this opportunity easily. No matter what, he had to find Sky Dragon. It would be best if he could severely injure the heavenly axiom. Master, don't worry. Last time, he was covered up. This time, he won't be so lucky. Little Devil was very confident. At most 3 days, the system will get the results. Based on my analysis, it is not suitable for Master to go to his lair now. Your combat power is not enough. Lin Fei smiled. I did not say to go now. Now was the time to prepare for a rainy day. As long as he knew where Sky Dragon's lair was, Lin Fei planned to guard the corpse and kill Sky Dragon. And that heavenly axiom actually interfered with the Emperor God's matters. Ding! Power extraction successful. Master obtained 500 million additional strength. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, that's great. Last time, he increased his strength by 300 million. This time, he actually increased his strength by 500 million. Lin Fei was overjoyed. His original 3 billion combat power had become 8 billion combat power. This was a huge increase. If Sky Dragon knows about this. His death gave me 500 million power, increasing my combat power to 8 billion. I'm afraid I'll regret going to Mount God Emperor's dimension. Increasing his power by 500 million in one go could be said to be a huge boost to his combat power. He had thought that it would increase by 2 to 300 million yuan. Who would have thought that his strength would increase by 500 million? Lin Fei was extremely satisfied. He could start many things now, such as the killing of the Mountain of God Emperor's spatial experts. Lin Fei stayed in the Invincible Palace for a total of 5 days. In the past 5 days, he had obtained a large number of destiny points through the energy towers that he had secretly set up. Now, his combat power had reached 8 billion, and he also had 18 mouths. He would definitely have a headache. Moreover, with the battle with the Sky Dragon, the experts in the Mountain God Emperor's dimension would have seen it clearly, so they would have been prepared. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that no matter how much they were prepared, they would never have thought that he had killed the Sky Dragon and increased his strength by 500 million. His battle prowess was even higher than Battle Empress Meng Tu's. Lin Fei concealed his aura. He arrived at the Mountain God Emperor's dimension. At this moment, Lin Fei did not release his aura. Even if the top experts kept searching with their divine senses, they would not be able to find out that he had entered the Mountain God Emperor. He entered the Mountain God Emperor's dimension. After identifying the location, Lin Fei went to the Dream Realm City. Dream Realm City, Dream Realm Palace. The Light Emperor has already arranged for someone to pass the message. He is forcing us to take a stand. Battle Empress Meng Tu frowned slightly. After knowing Di Tian's battle prowess, Battle Empress Meng Tu became even more hesitant. Moreover, They had also seen Di Tian's powerful side, which was something that the Light Emperor and the others had never seen before. We definitely can't offend Di Tian. Dark Knight Battle Empress shook her head, her face was also solemn. Even the Heavenly Law's representative was not Di Tian's match and was killed on the spot. Moreover, he killed Di Tian in a weak state. We cannot afford to offend him. Everyone saw what happened that day clearly. 18 clones, each with the same strength. The scariest thing was that the clones and the main body's battle prowess were the same. This was equivalent to 19 battle emperors. Although the battle prowess that Di Tian displayed that day had not reached the battle emperor realm, even a battle emperor would need some time to combine their techniques. Now that Di Tian was so powerful, they did not dare to imagine what would happen once he stepped into the battle emperor realm. I will definitely not interfere in this matter. Battle Empress Meng Tu said, after you leave, I will announce that I will go into seclusion. Dark Knight Battle Empress nodded. Actually, I have the same idea. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping came from outside. Battle Empress Meng Tu threw out the Nightmare Palace decisively. Thousands of soldiers clashed, covering the place where the sound came from. Dark Knight Battle Empress Meng Tu's left and right blades whistled through the air. As a battle emperor, his reaction was still very fast. We are all old friends. Is there a need for this? Lin Fei walked out of the void and looked at the two of them with a smile. How dare you come back? Battle Empress Meng Tu said coldly as she withdrew the Nightmare Kingdom. Lin Fei sat down and said, Mountain God Emperor is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Why would I not dare to come back? The two of them were even more shocked. They once again felt the mysteriousness of Lin Fei. They did not even know how he sneaked in. If he wanted to kill them, not many of them would be able to stop him. Dark Knight Battle Empress sheathed her blade and said with a complicated look, You are bolder than I have ever seen. Moreover, you are the strongest God Emperor of this generation. Back then, the God Emperors who came here were not very powerful. They had been accumulating their strength in secret. They had never seen a God Emperor as ridiculously powerful as Lin Fei. Moreover, we still need to cooperate. Could it be that you have changed your mind? Lin Fei said with a smile. Are you crazy? The battle emperors of Mountain God Emperor are already on guard. Do you still want to kill them? Battle Empress Meng Tu sneered. If it was before, sneaking around was still fine. But now, it was a completely suicidal action. On the other hand, Dark Knight Battle Empress admired Lin Fei. No wonder he could become a God Emperor and kill the representative of the Heavenly Law. I'm not crazy. Lin Fei said with a smile, I just want to ask everyone. If you don't know that I sneaked in, will they know? Lin Fei's words had a huge impact on them. If they didn't know that Lin Fei had come, then what about the others? They definitely wouldn't know. You only need to know one thing. You will never lose out when you cooperate with me. Lin Fei thought in his heart. He released his aura and quickly raised it to a very high level. You have reached the Battle Emperor level? Battle Empress Meng Tu was the most shocked. Chapter 2143. Lin Fei revealed a little of his strength and Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor immediately made a decision. At their realm, it was already very difficult to increase their strength. Without 1 to 200 years, it would be impossible for them to make a breakthrough. However, there was almost no one who could break through as fast as Lin Fei. In 5 days, his combat power had increased by a lot and he had successfully broken through to the Combat Emperor realm. If the opponent was alone, there might not be anything to be afraid of. Don't forget, the opponent had cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and had 18 clones, which was equivalent to 18 combat emperors. This was terrifying. In the Dark Night, Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor turned into a ray of light and headed towards the nearest city, Sky Wolf City. Lin Fei decided to catch them off guard in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Until now, no one knew that he had returned. This was Lin Fei's biggest advantage. As long as he killed 1 or 2 combat emperors, Lin Fei was confident that his combat power would increase to around 2.5 billion. At that time, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Even if Sky Dragon came again, he could only watch helplessly. As long as he dared to come again, it would be equivalent to sending food to him. This kind of transport leader liked it very much. They are here. Sky Wolf Battle Emperor naturally sensed Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor coming together. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. In front of the general trend, you have no choice but to agree. Right now, all the peak experts in the entire Mountain God Emperor subconsciously formed an alliance to kill Emperor Di Tian, to prevent the Mountain God Emperor from falling into his hands. During the battle that day, everyone clearly saw a trace of regret in their hearts. Why didn't they join forces to deal with Emperor Di Tian, allowing him to escape from under their noses? That was the best time to attack. At the same time, Emperor Di Tian's cultivation technique. This made them very envious. Everyone knew that the combat power of a clone could only be 1/3 of the original body's combat power. Or 2/3, it would never be 100% combat power. However, Emperor Di Tian displayed extraordinary combat power. He wasn't in the combat emperor realm, he relied on his 18 clones. Coupled with his perfect saber technique, he managed to kill the agent of the heavenly law and staged a counterattack. Everyone wanted to obtain God Emperor Di Tian's cultivation art, especially the clone cultivation art. Whoever obtained it would definitely become the #1 expert in the Mountain God Emperor in the future. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor had personally come out to greet them. He had to give them some face, even though he was very unhappy with these two. Right now, they had to work together. Who asked the Di Tian God Emperor to be so difficult to deal with? The dense mandate energy forced them to work together. The final attack that killed the Sky Dragon made everyone tense up. If they were in Di Tian's shoes, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of that boundless energy. It also allowed them to witness how terrifying Di Tian's close combat strength was. They had to rely on numbers. Besieging them was the way to go. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor was unhappy with the two of them, but for the sake of cooperation, he could only suppress his displeasure. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor said with a smile. Battle Empress Meng Kai and Dark Knight Battle Empress flew over. Before they even got close, Battle Empress Meng Kai took out her nightmare decisively. The Celestial Wolf Battle Emperor was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses. "Nightmare, what are you doing?" The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor's combat prowess was extraordinary, but it was still difficult for him to face the Nightmare Kingdom. He shouted loudly. "Kill you!" Battle Emperor Meng Tu sneered. The Nightmare Kingdom continuously attacked the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor, suppressing his combat strength by 30%. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor took the opportunity to attack. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the Black Wolf Battle Emperor's body. "You two are courting death." The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor roared. His mandate energy surged outwards. He continuously shattered the black fog. "The one who will die is you." Suddenly, a cold laugh could be heard. 18 clones walked out, and 18 attacks landed on the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor vomited blood on the spot. His eyes widened. "You two actually cooperated with Di Tian. Damn it." The top-notch experts in the Mountain God Emperor's space were monitoring the Mountain God Emperor's every move. Who would have thought that the other party had secretly sneaked in and even cooperated with Battle Emperor Meng Tu? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He slashed out a saber light with his peak strength. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor screamed in pain, and his head flew into the air. Now that Lin Fei's power had reached 1.8 billion, his basic energy saber art could exert even greater power. Naturally, he could chop off the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor's head. However, this was still not enough to kill the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch. Lin Fei swung his saber again, chopping the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch's corpse into several pieces. His 18 clones followed suit and attacked, completely destroying the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch's body and preventing him from regenerating. Alright, let's go next. The aura here was shielded. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about being exposed, but he still had to finish the battle quickly. Battle Emperor Meng Tu and the Dark Knight Battle Emperor sighed. A powerful Battle Emperor actually didn't last long before being killed. The three of them quickly swept through the Heavenly Wolf Palace's treasury. In the meantime, they killed some experts and left, heading straight for the next Battle Emperor. Ding! Power extraction successful. Ding! Obtained 300 million power bonus. Halfway there, the system sent a notification. Lin Fei's face lit up. My luck isn't bad. My combat power has also broken through to 1 billion. This made him more confident about what would happen next. The next Battle Emperor had a combat power of 4 billion, Battle Emperor Zhan Tian. Although there was a difference of 300 million combat power, it wasn't much. Lin Fei was very confident that he could kill Battle Emperor Zhan Tian. War God Palace. At this time, the palace was in chaos. Battle Emperor Meng Tu, Dark Knight Battle Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Battle Emperor Zhan Tian single-handedly resisted the attacks of two Battle Emperors. Both of his fists struck fiercely, forcing the two of them to retreat, displaying his terrifying strength. He was very angry. As expected of Battle Emperor Zhan Tian, known as the War God. However, you still have to die today. Lin Fei flashed in. As he laughed, he released his 18 clones and surrounded Battle Emperor Zhan Tian. The pressure on Battle Emperor Zhan Tian doubled. In just a short 5 days, his clones' combat power had broken through to the Battle Emperor realm. They were even at the same level as the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. How can your clones have the combat power of a Battle Emperor? Battle Emperor Zhan Tian realized that something was wrong. You'll know when I kill you. Lin Fei held the energy blade in his hand. His blade technique was ferocious and terrifying, forcing Battle Emperor Zhan Tian to retreat and defend. Battle Emperor Meng Tu used the Nightmare Kingdom to suppress part of his opponent's strength, and so did Dark Knight Battle Emperor. After 30 moves, Battle Emperor Zhan Tian's body was riddled with wounds. He was full of bitterness. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight against the 18 clones and Di Tian, who was even more dangerous. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. Facing the attacks of the 18 clones, each of them was not far from him. It was difficult to defend from the front and back. Battle Emperor Zhan Tian's defeat was already decided, so he begged for mercy. Lin Fei didn't think that way at all. He increased his attack speed. Chapter 2144. Killing Battle Emperor Warsky had consumed a lot of destiny points. Lin Fei had prepared a large number of energy blocks this time so that he could recover his destiny points immediately. Both Battle Empress Dream Taper and Battle Empress Dark Knight were completely convinced now. It might not be difficult to kill Battle Emperor Skywolf, but they were under a lot of pressure when fighting Battle Emperor Warsky. Both of their combat powers were less than 2 billion. Although Battle Empress Dream Taper could restrain Battle Emperor Warsky, Battle Emperor Skywolf's strength was 600 million more than theirs. If the two of them were to gang up on Battle Emperor Skywolf, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Lin Fei, the 18 doppelgangers' strength began to show. Moreover, their combat powers were quite far away from Battle Emperor Warsky, but they were still able to deal significant damage to Battle Emperor Skywolf. Coupled with Lin Fei's ability to restrain Battle Emperor Skywolf, killing Battle Emperor Skywolf became a matter of course. Battle Empress Dream Taper and Battle Empress Dark Knight could clearly feel that Lin Fei's strength had increased again. At this moment, they did not have the courage to say that they could defeat Lin Fei. Both of them felt that the increase in strength was unimaginable. If this continued, they might only be able to look up to him in the near future. At this moment, they were completely convinced. Fortunately, they had agreed to cooperate. They knew very well that although it was a cooperation, they would not be of much use. Especially when it came to killing Battle Emperor Skywolf, Lin Fei was basically the main force. Daoist Lin Fei, we are convinced. Even without our help, you can still kill Battle Emperor Skywolf. Battle Empress Dream Taper said seriously. Lin Fei thought to himself. I'm not going to tell you that I want you to help me kill the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. If not for the appearance of the Sky Dragon, Lin Fei would not have been able to kill Battle Emperor Skywolf so easily. After all, his strength had increased by 500 million, and his combat power had increased greatly. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. Very soon, the system responded. Ding. Power extraction successful. Ding. Player has received 300 million additional strength. Lin Fei's strength increased again. It had increased to 2.4 billion. Speaking of which, his luck was not bad. Of the 6 combat emperors, 2 of them had been killed, including Nightmare and In the Night. Now, there were only 2 combat emperors left. As soon as the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor and War Sky Battle Emperor died, blood rained down from the God Emperor Mountain again. The top experts were all dumbfounded. For a moment, he could not figure out which 2 war emperors had fallen. However, everyone knew that something big had happened in the Mountain God Emperor. Go and investigate immediately. Find out who died. The expressions of the Light Battle Emperor and the Pop Battle Emperor changed. After sending their subordinates to investigate, the 4 combat emperor beasts in the Tianyuan mountain range had the same expression. They were extremely grim. Soon, the news came. The God Emperor Mountain was in an uproar. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor and War Sky Battle Emperor had fallen. This time, no one could remain calm. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. The Dream Taper Battle Emperor and the Dark Knight Battle Emperor had already cooperated with God Emperor D. Tian. The death of the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor was completely unexpected. Lu Xing, come over immediately. The Radiant Battle Emperor received the news. He took out a communication bracelet and sent a message to Battle Emperor Meteor. Big brother, there is no need for this. Battle Emperor Meteor's voice sounded. No matter how courageous God Emperor D. Tian is, he has already killed Heavenly Wolf and War Sky. His strength is greatly depleted. How would he dare to come over? The Radiant Battle Emperor was disappointed. You are really stupid. Let me ask you. Can God Emperor D. Tian be compared to the God Emperor of the past? Who could cultivate 18 doppelgangers of the same strength? Who could break through to this realm after becoming a God Emperor? Although Battle Emperor Meteor was arrogant, he was not someone who did not know the severity of the situation. Be it Heavenly Wolf or the latter's War Sky, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat them, let alone kill them. That bastard God Emperor D. Tian is too shameless. Battle Emperor Meteor felt a trace of fear in his heart. I will come over immediately. The Radiant Battle Emperor was indeed worried that God Emperor D. Tian would use the strategy of taking them down one by one. Hence, he had asked Battle Emperor Meteor to come to his place just in case something happened. I have to have a good talk with the Heaven Eye Battle Emperor. God Emperor D. Tian, you only know how to bully the few with numbers. In the night, Battle Emperor Meteor turned into a shooting star and fled desperately. At this moment, Battle Emperor Meteor was covered in wounds. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was even more fear. He did not expect that the other party would dare to surround and kill him. Swish. Swish. Even though the Meteor Battle Monarch was very fast, he was completely suppressed by Lin Fei, who possessed the power of space and time. He was barely able to maintain a slight advantage, but soon, this advantage was no longer there. Time slow. Lin Fei once again used time slow, slowing down Battle Emperor Meteor's speed once again. So what if I bully you with numbers? Lin Fei used space teleportation and appeared beside Battle Emperor Meteor. With a single slash, Battle Emperor Meteor's arm was sent flying. Compared to the previous 2 Battle Emperors, Battle Emperor Meteor's combat power was only 2 billion. However, his speed was very fast and was not inferior to experts who had the power of space. If he was alone, he would not be able to deal with him. Battle Emperor Meteor screamed and burned his mandate of heaven's energy. His speed increased again, and he looked at Di Tian with even more fear. In just 5 days, Di Tian's strength had risen like a rocket. It was simply unreasonable. I must hold on. Light will definitely come to save me. Battle Emperor Meteor gritted his teeth again. Bang! Bang! Battle Emperor Meteor was fast, but unfortunately, he could not last long. Lin Fei caught up and attacked fiercely. At the same time, he also had 18 doppelgangers. Battle Emperor Meteor was covered in wounds. It was a tragic sight. Di Tian, how dare you! As Lin Fei continued to attack, an even more terrifying force turned into a giant finger and poked at Lin Fei's eyebrows. If he was poked, he would definitely be seriously injured. This was to force Lin Fei to stop attacking. Otherwise, he would be injured. As expected, he is the strongest. Lin Fei knew that the Light Battle Emperor's combat power was as strong as he had guessed. It seemed that it was true. His combat power had reached 2.8 billion. You want me to let Battle Emperor Meteor go? You don't have that ability. After killing 2 Battle Emperors in a row, in addition to the previous Sky Dragon, Lin Fei already had the confidence to resist. Die. Lin Fei brandished his energy saber and chopped down. At the same time, he blocked the other party's finger attack. The energy saber contained boundless might, cleaving the other party in half. The 18 clones surrounded him and attacked. While Lin Fei was down, he killed Battle Emperor Meteor in one fell swoop. Chapter 2145. Lin Fei was determined to kill Battle Emperor Lu Xing. Although Light Battle Emperor was powerful, it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. He had the invincible system, and his strength was constantly increasing. Plus, he had 18 clones. This was his greatest source of confidence. With the increase in strength, Lin Fei's combat strength increased by 10,000 miles every day. It was unbelievably monstrous. Light Battle Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He had already warned Di Tian, but Di Tian still killed Lu Xing. This was simply challenging his authority. If you kill Lu Xing, this emperor will kill you. Light Battle Emperor's aura rose to the peak, and a bright light erupted, looking incomparably holy. In such a short time, Di Tian's combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Light Battle Emperor didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. He slashed Lu Xing apart, which was enough to put him in a very high position. It's still uncertain who will kill who. Lin Fei laughed. He was like a leopard, pouncing towards Light Battle Emperor. He raised his hand and slashed towards Light Battle Emperor's face. Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Battle Emperor didn't intervene. The gap between the two was not small. Nobody could imagine that 3 out of the 6 Battle Emperors of the human race were killed in one night. Dark Battle Emperor sighed as if he was dreaming. Even if they didn't die now, it's hard to guarantee that they won't die in the hands of Tianmu in the future. Battle Emperor Dream Taper's beautiful eyes flashed. Dark Battle Emperor also sighed. If Lin Fei didn't kill them, then they would have ended up like this sooner or later. There would always be a winner and a loser. I wonder who will win. Lin Fei and Light Battle Emperor soon clashed. One saber art was ferocious and terrifying, and the other was Light Battle Emperor who had a combat strength of 3 billion. He wore light battle armor and condensed light kingdom. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei was the vanguard, and the 18 clones supported him. He launched a fierce attack. Light Battle Emperor, you will die today. Lin Fei slashed down with his saber. His strength instantly increased by a large amount, from the original 2.4 billion. From the original 2.4 billion, it increased to 3 billion. War Emperor Meteor contributed 600 million strength to Lin Fei. Lin Fei's battle power instantly reached 3 billion. The Radiant Battle Emperor's attack was immediately broken. More than a dozen wounds appeared on his body, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Without a proxy, how can your battle prowess increase? The Radiance Battle Emperor's advantage was completely gone. Countless scars were left on his body. He could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Was he really going to lose? Explode. Lin Fei swung his saber again. A terrifying power instantly exploded out, turning into a massive shockwave that sent the Radiant Battle Emperor flying back and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. When his strength reached 3 billion, the power of Lin Fei's saber became extremely terrifying. The 18 clones caught up and left more than a dozen wounds on the Light Battle Emperor's body, some of which were serious. Almost half of its body was destroyed. Lin Fei took advantage of the situation and slashed out with a thunderous blade light. Sunlight illuminates. The Radiant Battle Emperor gritted his teeth and released a bright light. His vision was filled with white light. Is he trying to escape? The white light seemed to have been smashed by a sledgehammer, scattering in all directions. If it was someone else, they could only watch as the Radiant Battle Emperor left. It was a pity that such a move was useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei flashed in a direction. He blocked in front of a white light. With a slash, the white light was destroyed, and a figure fell out. It was the pale-faced Radiant Battle Emperor. I didn't expect that I, the Radiant Battle Emperor, would be defeated by you. The Radiant Battle Emperor never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. God Emperor D. Tian was simply the #1 nightmare in his heart. How long has it been? To think that God Emperor D. Tian grew to such a level. God Emperor D. Tian was simply the #1 nightmare in his heart. How long has it been? To think that God Emperor D. Tian grew so much stronger. God Emperor D. Tian was even stronger than him. He had even executed the Radiant Escape technique, but he was still found by God Emperor D. Tian. From the moment you had the intention to attack me, you have already sent yourself to death. Lin Fei's energy blade slashed over, causing the Radiant Battle Emperor's body to explode. Even with the output of 3 billion strength, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. To deal with the heavenly Tao, he still had to increase his strength. Captive? Lin Fei was determined not to accept it. With the death of the Radiant Battle Emperor, Lin Fei was looking forward to how much strength he could gain. According to his observations during this period of time, the stronger the opponent's combat strength, the higher the chances of him gaining strength. Lin Fei was still looking forward to another 700 to 800 million strength. Your Majesty is mighty. The Night Battle Emperor and Dream Taper Battle Emperor welcomed him. Their attitudes were completely different. Who would dare to believe that Lin Fei, whose combat strength was inferior to theirs a few days ago, had killed 4 battle emperors in the blink of an eye? His strength had even soared to a level where they had to look up to him. They were all glad that they had made the right choice. The Radiant Battle Emperor and the others are all dead. I will leave their cities to you. Lin Fei planned to strike while the iron was hot. He would head to the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range and kill the last 4 battle emperor beasts, raising his strength to a new height. The two of them were overwhelmed by the favor. Lin Fei turned around and left, leaving behind the two of them who were still in a daze. The space of the God Emperor Mountain has changed. Ding. Power extraction successful. Ding. Congratulations to player for gaining 800 million strength. When Lin Fei entered the high-level area of the Tianyuan mountain range, the long-awaited strength enhancement had finally arrived. A comfortable feeling engulfed his whole body. His combat strength had increased once again, reaching the level of 3.8 billion. Actually, Lin Fei could have taken a break. However, he had a feeling that the Sky Dragon would come out very soon. If he didn't get rid of the other battle emperors as soon as possible, it would be troublesome. The heavenly Tao was a secret in Lin Fei's eyes. It was always good to increase his strength. Lin Fei even had a feeling that it wouldn't be difficult for him to increase his strength to 10 billion, as long as there were enough experts for him to kill. Could it be that God Emperor D. Tian has already grown to this level? The Heaven Eye Battle Emperor had a trace of worry on his face. Just now, another rain of blood fell from the sky. Tonight, this was the 4th round. The Heaven Eye Battle Emperor called the other 3 battle emperors over, preparing to gather their strength. Big brother, how is this possible? The Poison Demon Battle Emperor said in disdain. God Emperor D. Tian might have used some tricks. Yes, I think so too. The Fire Bug Battle Emperor said. They had seen the situation a few days ago. God Emperor D. Tian wasn't as strong as they had imagined. If they had joined forces and attacked him at that time, killing God Emperor D. Tian wouldn't have been a problem. Chapter 2146. After his strength had improved, Lin Fei could completely ignore the dangers of Tianyuan mountain range. In the forest, a huge bird swooped down, the wind howling. Lin Fei did not even look at it. He punched the huge bird's head, which exploded like a watermelon. With a wave of his hand, he put it away. 8 billion power output. That's really cool. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Using space movement and the system's designated location, Lin Fei arrived in the depths of Tianyuan mountain range and saw a huge hidden palace. This palace has a bit of history. From Lin Fei's point of view, this place was extremely dangerous. If Lin Fei had dared to come here before his strength had improved greatly, he would have died a terrible death. Through the system, he discovered that there were many powerful sovereign beasts hidden around the palace. At the same time, there were some mutated sovereign beasts with a power output of more than 1 billion. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and the rest had a power output of 7 to 800 million. No wonder the human race's combat emperors dare not come here. Even if they come, they will die. Lin Fei lamented. Compared to the human race's painstaking cultivation, the sovereign beasts cultivated much faster. They had an innate advantage. At the same level, human experts were no match for the sovereign beasts. It's a pity that these sovereign beasts do not give me any experience points. Lin Fei shook his head and appeared in front of the palace. The hidden sovereign beasts rushed out one after another, covering the sky with attacks. At this moment, there were hundreds of attacks, enough to drown any expert. Lin Fei took out his energy saber and swung it horizontally. With a swing of the saber light, all the attacks were broken. Their attacks were fierce, but they were not strong enough. Lin Fei could break them with his current strength. Lin Fei stepped forward, using basic attacks such as horizontal slashes, straight thrusts, and horizontal slashes. Dozens of sovereign beasts were killed, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Ding! Obtained 10 million power bonus. Lin Fei continued to slash, killing sovereign beasts with each slash. Something unexpected happened. The system actually gave him a notification. Even Lin Fei was surprised that he had gained power bonus. That works too. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. He must have killed some mutated emperor beasts with a strength of 1 billion in the previous few slashes. After understanding this, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Even if it was a bonus of 10 million strength, it was still a bonus strength, and it could be accumulated. D. Tian God Emperor. How dare you come here? Outside the palace, Lin Fei slaughtered everything. One sovereign beast after another fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, angry roars came from within the palace, and a black swarm of venomous bugs appeared in front of Lin Fei. No matter who looked at these poisonous insects, they would definitely die. Will feel the scalp numb. Explode. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed out with his saber. The saber radiance exploded with a huge impact, shattering a large number of poisonous insects. Let's see how many poisonous insects you have. Lin Fei continued to slash out with his saber, unleashing saber radiance after saber radiance, crushing the poisonous insects one after another, preventing them from getting close. The one controlling the poisonous insects was none other than the fiery bug war emperor. He was an existence that was hard to deal with. D. Tian God Emperor, you actually dare to come again. Inside the palace. Another two voices rang out. The poison demon war emperor opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black fog. The black fog turned into a giant scorpion that rushed towards Lin Fei. Poison demon. Let's each take a direction and kill D Tian God Emperor. The fiery bug war emperor had never treated D Tian God Emperor as an opponent. Even now, when he measured D Tian God Emperor's strength, they were about the same. There was nothing to worry about. The moment the poison demon war emperor appeared, the smile on the fiery bug war emperor's face widened. This time, D Tian God Emperor still wants to make a comeback? Only the Heaven Eye War Emperor's eyes flickered. He felt that something was amiss. One with 2.6 billion points of strength and the other with 2.7 billion points of strength. Truly powerful. What a pity, you guys are too full of yourselves. Lin Fei rejoiced that he didn't venture too deep back then. The Battle Emperor beasts in Tianyuan mountain range were indeed ridiculously powerful. They almost had the strength of a Radiance Battle Emperor. The two of them rushed over from the left and right respectively. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. He was smiling very happily. More power. Die. As Lin Fei laughed, he slashed out with his energy saber. A saber strike with 3.8 billion points of strength. Even if it was the most ordinary saber strike, it would still be fatal. The fiery bug war emperor and the poison demon war emperor instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping their hearts. When Lin Fei's saber slashed over, the expressions of the two of them changed drastically. Great danger, great terror. D Tian, you dare to plot against us? Their voices stopped abruptly. The two battle emperors fell from the sky and heavily smashed onto the ground. They truly died with everlasting regret. In front of Lin Fei's tyrannical saber strike, the two of them were indeed sent to their deaths as they were killed in a single slash. No wonder the representative of the heavenly law would treat you as a great enemy. We have all underestimated you. Battle Emperor Heaven Eye said indifferently. In fact, he was panicking in his heart. The might of that saber strike, be it in terms of strength or other aspects, was above his own. Even if it was him just now, it would be difficult for him to block the attack. The perfect trajectory was almost untraceable. Since you guys are working together with the Sky Dragon Emperor, you are my enemy. I have always been very ruthless towards my enemies. Lin Fei brandished his saber as 18 clones surrounded him. At this moment, Lin Fei had become an invincible existence. It would still be fine if there was only one clone. But now, there were 18 clones attacking at the same time. Their combat strength was exactly the same as the original body. Battle Emperor Heaven Eye still had the intention to deal with them. At the same time, why did he have a bad feeling just now? It turned out that it was because of the dangerous aura from D Tian Divine Emperor. When the 18 clones surrounded him, Battle Emperor Heaven Eye coughed up blood. His body was riddled with thousands of bloody holes. One person wasn't scary, but when 18 of them attacked at the same time, it was unbelievably scary. In order to end the battle quickly, Lin Fei didn't give Battle Emperor Heaven Eye any chance to resist. This was a boost in strength. In less than 20 breaths, Battle Emperor Heaven Eye was killed. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, I should be able to break through to 5 billion strength. Lin Fei came to the palace and swept through the things they left behind. While sweeping through the things, Lin Fei also received a boost in strength. They were 500 million strength, 400 million strength, and the last 700 million strength. Lin Fei's combat strength increased from 3.8 billion to 5.4 billion. 5.4 billion strength. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. Soon, Lin Fei also had a headache. I can't use the 18 clones so easily in the future. The consumption was too great. Lin Fei himself couldn't bear the consumption. Fortunately, after finishing them off, he could use the space of God Emperor Mountain. Chapter 2147. After taking care of the Deva Eye Battle Emperor, Lin Fei killed the remaining monarch beasts easily. In less than half an hour, all the powerful monarch beasts had been killed. As for the weaker ones, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with them. On the other hand, Hairball, and her little brother Depeng continued to hunt the immortal beasts. It's all thanks to the Deva I Battle Emperor that I didn't have to run back and forth. Lin Fei arrived at the depths of his lair. After the battle, Lin Fei had expended a lot of energy. He took out one energy cube after another to recover his energy reserves. Soon enough, he used up all the energy he had on hand. At the same time, he also used the heavenly crystal wall. Lin Fei had also recovered about 80% of his strength. Even though it was only 80% of his strength, it was still terrifying enough to wipe out all the experts in the Mountain of God Emperors. Killing the Deva I Battle Emperor was equivalent to gaining control of the Mountain of God Emperors, such as the important Heaven Crystal Rampart. Master, I just found a good place. You should go and take a look. Lin Fei wasn't as worried anymore after recovering 80% of his strength. A good place? Lin Fei was intrigued. The Mountain of God Emperors was not as simple as it seemed to be to Lin Fei. Otherwise, the sacred leader of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't have sent his projection here. Even if Little Fiend didn't mention it, Lin Fei would have searched the entire Mountain of God Emperors. In the depths of his lair. Then, he set up a dense array of restrictive spells. At the same time, they were well hidden. Even Lin Fei was fooled. This is definitely a Grandmaster level restrictive array. Lin Fei used brute force to break through the restrictive arrays. In the face of the power of 5. 4 billion, Lin Fei had become the king of destruction. Along the way, who knew how many restrictive arrays he had destroyed? This made Lin Fei even more excited to find out what was behind the restrictive arrays. I'm about to show my true colors. When the last restrictive array was broken, a stone door appeared in front of Lin Fei. The stone door exuded an ancient aura and seemed to have existed for a long time. Open. Lin Fei punched the stone door, shattering it into pieces. After confirming that there was no danger, he dashed in headfirst. The other side of the cave was filled with dense heaven's will energy. At that moment, Lin Fei was in a huge cave. The cave was huge. It was man-made. This is... Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the huge body not far away. Is this the heaven's origin lode in its materialized state? In front of Lin Fei was a gigantic dragon that crawled on the ground with heaven's will energy circling around its body. At the same time, it turned into flowers, birds, and beasts. A nation of its own. The most inconceivable thing was that the giant dragon's entire body was pierced by 3 huge purple gold chains. It was firmly locked to the ground and could barely move. How can there be such an existence in the God Emperor Mountain? Lin Fei didn't get close, but the immense pressure also made him feel a great sense of danger. He threw an appraisal over. Heaven's Origin Dragon, transformed from the Heaven's Origin Lode, combat power of 50 billion, extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Lin Fei's pupils contracted. Damn. I thought I was already very powerful, but I didn't expect to see something even more powerful here. It actually reached 50 billion. Luckily, it's trapped by the purple gold chains. If it could break free, it would be an invincible existence in the God Emperor Mountain. Roar. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. The Heaven's Origin Dragon seemed to have awakened. It looked at him coldly and breathed out dragon's breath. Lin Fei's body felt like it was shackled. He was shocked. At this moment, whether it was teleportation or anything else, it was completely useless. Invincible defense. Block it. The dragon's breath carried the might of thunder as it struck Lin Fei's body. Cough. 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 Lin Fei vomited blood. This is too scary. It actually used up 50% of my Heaven's Will points. Lin Fei felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, Lin Fei had no doubt that this dragon's breath could kill him, and it would be dozens of times. After taking the attack head-on, Lin Fei took the opportunity to retreat. After coming out from the stone door, he used teleportation and arrived outside. His heart was still filled with lingering fear. I was so close to being killed. This was the most dangerous moment for Lin Fei. After staying in the sky for a long time, Lin Fei was completely sent down. It seemed like the purple gold chains had trapped the Heaven's Origin Dragon. Lin Fei had killed a few combat emperors, and his combat power had skyrocketed. He was indeed a little arrogant. He never thought that the God Emperor Mountain would have such a terrifying hidden place. Thinking about the mysteriousness of the God Emperor Mountain, Lin Fei no longer underestimated it. Open the remote image. Lin Fei didn't dare to go in again. He had used up 50% of his energy to block the attack. He didn't want to go in and be tortured again. Who knew if there would be such a good opportunity next time? As soon as the image was opened, the image of the cave appeared. The Heaven's Origin Dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber again. F***ck, it can't be. Could it be that the Heaven's Origin Dragon attacked me because I went in? Lin Fei pondered. Since Combat Emperor Tianmu and the others have set up layers of restrictions, there's no way they could block the Heaven's Origin Dragon's attack. Lin Fei didn't believe that Combat Emperor Tianmu could block the attack. One dragon's breath was enough to kill him. Lin Fei survived because of his invincible defense, but what about Combat Emperor Tianmu? I have to take a closer look. Although Lin Fei was wary of the Heaven's Origin Dragon, it didn't mean that he was afraid. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to make a new discovery. Especially when he saw that existence, his eyes lit up, and he instantly understood many things. On the left side of the cave, there was a stone trough. Perhaps it was natural or some other reason. The stone trough wasn't very big, only about a meter wide. The stone trough was very ordinary. A crystal clear, white liquid was flowing in the stone trough. There wasn't a lot of liquid in the entire trough, but Lin Fei could tell that it was good stuff at first glance. He used his appraisal art on it, and he became excited when he saw the result. I got it. If it wasn't for this, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed that the leader of the sacred heaven in the world of the 33 sacred heavens cared so much about the Mount God Emperor. Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, a drop of Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish that contains immense energy. Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, born of Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, it has infinite uses. Lin Fei was surprised to find that there was something at the bottom of the stone trough. It was the extremely rare Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to tell. After taking a closer look, he realized that the Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish was very small. It was completely white, just like the color of spiritual liquid. This is really a great harvest. Chapter 2148. Mountain God Emperor's Space Changed. Following the fall of the 5 battle emperors in Tianyuan mountain range and the 4 human race battle emperors, everyone knew that Mountain God Emperor would be ruled by God Emperor Di Tian from now on. Battle Emperor Meng Tu and Dark Knight Battle Emperor quickly chose to submit to Lin Fei. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. In the face of death and life, it was normal to submit to someone stronger than oneself. Soon, they realized that the lord they submitted to was easier to get along with than they had imagined. For example, they built a huge palace named Invincible Palace according to his orders. Naturally, Lin Fei was too lazy to give it a name. Invincible Palace became the only force in Mountain God Emperor. Without the other battle emperors, Battle Emperor Meng Tu and Dark Knight Battle Emperor absorbed all the other forces and formed a huge force. Lin Fei became a hands-off boss. This made the two of them not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone was interested in power, but their lord wasn't that passionate about power. For example, now. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Another failure. Ever since he discovered this place, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. He had to get the good stuff out no matter what. Since then, Lin Fei started testing. Each time he went there, he would consume 50% of his Heaven's Mandate energy. Lin Fei wouldn't take the risk. He couldn't afford to suffer such a loss. Spatial movement and time slowing were useless now. The Heavenly Essence Dragon was strong enough to break these elemental powers. The last one was to use the system space to enter. It seemed like a good idea, but Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk. Who knew if he would be attacked? What Lin Fei could do now was to accumulate Heaven's mandate points. Although the good stuff was good, Lin Fei didn't want to take the risk to snatch it back. If he encountered an enemy, he might end up giving it to someone else. The enemy was naturally the Sky Dragon. Even until now, Lin Fei didn't think that the Sky Dragon would be hiding. It might be recovering its strength. Who knew how strong it would be after it recovered? Unless Lin Fei had accumulated enough destiny energy 4 or 5 times, he wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Fei wasn't going to take any more risks. A terrifying existence with a power output of 50 billion was lucky to have been trapped. Without any restraints, it wasn't invincible. Lin Fei was even more curious. Who on earth had the ability to trap the heavenly Yuan dragon, especially when it was alive? The other party's combat power might be at least twice that of the heavenly Yuan dragon. Because of this, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. This was Lin Fei's 93rd recent experiment. Without any confidence, Lin Fei began to test the Tianyuan giant dragon, preparing to find out a pattern. Who asked him to be so weak that he could not even withstand a single dragon breath from the other party? According to the system's analysis, if he wanted to block the heavenly dragon's attack, he would have to do so. It did not need to be too high, but it needed at least a power output of 30 billion, coupled with an invincible defense. Lin Fei could only laugh and cry as he shook his head. After all, the sealed world was a remote place with a large population but a limited number of experts. As for the mountain god emperor, the existences with a power output of 1 billion were all killed by Lin Fei. Unfortunately, there were no more. Lin Fei could only find a pattern now. Speaking of which, Lin Fei really did figure out the pattern. You should be able to analyze it now. After figuring out the pattern, Lin Fei naturally didn't need to worry. There was a little devil who would analyze it. As long as he did it enough times, the system would be able to find a solution. Lin Fei regretted killing the Celestial Eye Battle Emperor too early. That fellow must have entered and was quite lucky. Obtaining the Spirit of Heaven Yuan, even if it was just 1 or 2 drops, was already very impressive. According to the analysis, Master still has hope of obtaining the Spirit of Heaven Yuan. Under Lin Fei's expectant gaze, the analysis was completed. Lin Fei wasted a lot of his subordinates just to find a pattern. As long as there was hope, it was fine. Speak. The heavenly Yuan dragon is restricted. According to our analysis, it should fall into a deep slumber every once in a while. Although it's only for a short period of time, it's Master's only chance. According to our data analysis, the heavenly Yuan dragon's slumber is coming soon. Lin Fei let out a sigh. Finally, it didn't disappoint me. The hibernation was very short. No matter what, this was a good opportunity, wasn't it? Tell me the details. According to the system's analysis, the purple gold chains should have restricted the heavenly Yuan dragon's range of movement. It could be said that it couldn't move at all, and the dragon breath was its strongest and only attack method. If Lin Fei wanted to obtain the treasure in the stone trough, he had to enter while the heavenly Yuan dragon was asleep. Although the heavenly Yuan dragon would still attack at that time, its power would be greatly reduced, and this was his only chance. Lin Fei listened carefully. This was indeed an opportunity. As long as the attack wasn't at its peak, Lin Fei could still bear the cost of activating the invincible defense. Keep an eye on it and inform me when it's time. Lin Fei also felt that the Tianmu Battle Emperor should also take this opportunity. After confirming the method, Lin Fei focused on accumulating energy blocks. Apart from that, he gathered a group of people to mine the heavenly Yuan crystal wall. For this, Lin Fei specially prepared a large number of mining tools. Now that he was dealing with the Sanluo cycad trees, he could chop down a large area with a single slash of his blade. Naturally, it was very easy to make mining tools. The more destiny points he accumulated, the more confident Lin Fei was. Lin Fei did not hesitate to buy a large number of energy towers to absorb destiny energy. He worked on both sides to accumulate strength. Everything was developing in a good direction. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the sky dragon still hadn't appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei let the little devil monitor the mountain of God Emperor. As long as the sky dragon dared to enter, he would definitely die a horrible death. In the previous battle, Lin Fei found out one thing. In the mountain of God Emperor, the mysterious heavenly Tao could not affect this place. Otherwise, the sky dragon wouldn't have been killed by him. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the sky dragon's return. It would be even better if he could learn some secrets about the heavenly Tao from him. In Lin Fei's eyes, the heavenly Tao was high and mighty. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was a very promising job. Why did he have to stir up trouble inside? It was really not normal. Lin Fei believed that he would uncover this secret sooner or later. As long as the heavenly Tao dared to make a move again, Lin Fei would be able to determine its true strength. He was confident that he could eliminate the heavenly Tao. As Lin Fei waited patiently, a piece of good news came. Master, there was a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperor. The God's son, the sky dragon, is here. He even brought some helpers. The little devil smiled. Lin Fei knew that the sky dragon would return. The system shot out a sky screen. Lin Fei saw that the God's son, the sky dragon's aura was the same as before. In fact, it had improved quite a bit, reaching 2 billion battle power. At the same time, he brought more than 10 helpers with him. Each of them had over 1 billion battle power. This made Lin Fei very surprised. Chapter 2149. Sky Dragon was indeed here. Ever since he returned in a sorry state, Sky Dragon was furious and cursed the top experts of Mountain God Emperor over 100 times. At that time, if they attacked, they would definitely be able to kill Di Tian on the spot. Sky Dragon could tell that Di Tian was at the end of his rope. In the end, he still failed and even his physical body was destroyed. This time, I will not make the same mistake. Sky Dragon's eyes were cold. After suffering a loss, Sky Dragon brought a group of helpers this time. Even if Di Tian released his doppelganger, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Di Tian was definitely going to die this time. Sky Dragon came in a menacing manner, but that did not mean he was brainless. He was prepared to gather all the top experts. He still had that much confidence. With them as the vanguard, regardless of the outcome, he would definitely be the final victor. Sky Dragon was very confident about this. Where are they? Although Mountain God Emperor was not managed by Heaven Tao, with Sky Dragon's current strength, it was not difficult for him to find the top experts. Soon, Sky Dragon's expression changed. The auras of the experts that he had spoken to previously had disappeared without a trace. This gave Sky Dragon a bad feeling. Sky Dragon, there is no need to look. I have helped you get rid of your helpers. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. Then, a figure appeared from the void and appeared not far from Sky Dragon. Humph, you alone can get rid of them. Sky Dragon sneered, if you did not come out, it would be troublesome for me to look for you. Since you have come out, you will not be able to escape this time. Sky Dragon's hatred towards Di Tian grew stronger each time. After repeated failures, Sky Dragon kept telling himself that he must kill Di Tian and that he must kill Di Tian. Did you see that? Even without those people's help. With the people I brought with me, I can kill you here today. Although Sky Dragon did not know where those experts went, he did not think that Di Tian had the ability to get rid of them. Di Tian was just trying to scare him. Lin Fei shook his head, if it was the previous time, I might not be able to leave. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Sky Dragon did not understand what he meant. In such a short time, no matter how powerful Di Tian was, how much could he improve his strength? Everyone, attack! More than 10 figures behind Sky Dragon surrounded him. Heavenly lightning strike. The Sky Dragon did not stay idle either. The heavenly Tao transformed into heavenly lightning and blasted towards the sky above Di Tian. Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. His strength had also reached the level of 4 billion. Every single move he made had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He was no longer someone who could be attacked by a measly 1 billion people. Die. Lin Fei did not take out his energy knife. That would be making a mountain out of a molehill. With a wave of his hand, he punched out. It was a very ordinary punch. More than a dozen figures felt a boundless, terrifying aura crushing down on them. Their bodies were actually unable to move. The wind from the fist whistled past them, and their figures exploded one by one. He was no longer breathing. In front of Lin Fei's current strength, there was no one who couldn't block an ordinary punch. At this moment, the heavenly lightning above him crashed down. Lin Fei raised his head and blew at the heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning, which was attacking fiercely, shattered into pieces and stopped its attack. Sky Dragon's face was terrifyingly gloomy and his body was trembling slightly. It was a feeling of helplessness and unwillingness. So he has grown to such an extent. Sky Dragon immediately understood what Yi Futian meant. Sky Dragon, do you still think you can kill me now? Lin Fei stepped forward. Sky Dragon quickly recovered from the shock. I have to admit that you are indeed powerful. You have come this far in such a short time. If I had killed you last time, you would not be where you are now. However, do you really think I can't kill you? Sky Dragon had to use his trump card in advance. He did not believe that Di Tian could withstand his attack. The great master of heavenly law, please come out and kill the heretic Di Tian. Sky Dragon took out a black bead. As he chanted, the black bead glowed brightly. Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot out and pierced through the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Di Tian, you are dead this time. At the huge gap, a huge emotionless eyeball appeared at the gap. Lin Fei was instantly locked by a dangerous and terrifying aura. Whoosh! The huge black eyeball shot out a beam of light. As soon as the beam of light shot out, the terrifying aura forced everyone on the God Emperor Mountain to crawl on the ground. Lin Fei's body was also locked in place. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. He burned his destiny points and broke free from the shackles. Then, he punched at the incoming beam of light. The power of this punch broke through the previous limit and reached a whole new level. More than a dozen experts were killed, contributing a total of 3 billion power to Lin Fei. In addition to the power from before, Lin Fei's strength increased by leaps and bounds, reaching a shocking 7 billion power. Boom! The black beam of light was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Sky Dragon was not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei rushed toward the eyeball at the gap. Whoosh! 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 The black eyeball seemed to have sensed the heretic's provocation and shot out beams of light again. Lin Fei's strength improved greatly, and he moved forward bravely. Although the light beams were powerful, their power was only about 10 billion. Lin Fei could destroy the light beams one by one, and at the same time, shorten the distance between them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei took out the energy blade and pushed his power to the limit. He slashed at the black eyeball with a terrifying blade aura. All the light beams were destroyed, and the blade landed perfectly on the black eyeball. Boom! The black eyeball trembled violently when the blade landed on it, and it shot out another beam of light. Lin Fei dodged the black beam and charged at the black eyeball. Through the system, he sensed that the energy in the black eyeball was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. Kill! More than a dozen blade auras instantly landed on the black eyeball. The 18 doppelgangers were quietly released and unleashed their most powerful attacks. About 20 attacks landed on the black eyeball. Heretic. The black eyeball spat out 2 words, and the entire eyeball exploded into pieces. Ding! Congratulations, player, for killing the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Ding! Special mission unlocked. Ding! Killing the Master of the Heavenly Law unlocked. Ding! Killed the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Received a bonus of 2 billion power. As soon as the black eyeball died, several notifications popped up from the system. This is awesome. A bonus of 2 billion power. Lin Fei ignored the previous notifications. Trying to run? Sky Dragon, who was watching from afar, felt his scalp tingle. That was the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law, and yet it was killed. Had Di Tian's strength reached such a level? Sky Dragon turned and walked into the void, ready to leave this damned place. When Lin Fei saw Sky Dragon enter the void, he knew that the other party was trying to escape. His eyes flashed, and a beam of light shot at Sky Dragon. Even though Lin Fei was not at his peak, the attack was not something that the Heavenly Law could withstand. Sky Dragon screamed in pain, and his whole body was torn into pieces. Not bad, another 300 million power. Chapter 2150. He had reached 13 billion. Lin Fei had never thought that he would reach 10 billion so quickly. He felt like he was flying, especially after killing the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar and obtaining a power boost of 2 billion. If Lin Fei were to kill the Battle Emperor now, he would be able to kill him in one strike. Luckily, I summoned all 18 of my avatars at the critical moment and killed the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar in one strike. Lin Fei had thought that his avatars were very powerful, but compared to the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar, he felt that he was still lacking. The Master of the Heavenly Dao didn't calculate my strength this time, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. Lin Fei would settle the score with the Master of the Heavenly Dao sooner or later. Lin Fei didn't feel that he had caused a huge problem by killing the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar today. After all, it was only a matter of time before he killed the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar. If Lin Fei hadn't killed the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar today, he might have been the one who died today. Lin Fei knew that if he didn't have the invincible system that allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in the shortest time possible, he might have suffered a huge setback today. The Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar was already so powerful. With a single strike of 10 billion, he could destroy anything he wanted. Lin Fei didn't feel that it was a pity that he couldn't capture the Sky Dragon alive. I still have to improve my strength. If the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar is already so powerful, I'm afraid that his true body will be even more terrifying. The space of the God Emperor Mountain regained its peace. Everyone admired Celestial Emperor Di Tian even more now. Lin Fei's prestige in the God Emperor Mountain had reached its peak. Lin Fei didn't leave the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Who knew if the Heavenly Dao would make a move after killing the Master of the Heavenly Dao's avatar? It was safer to stay in the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei brought his wife and daughter into the God Emperor Mountain. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was an independent space that wasn't affected by the Heavenly Dao. Lin Fei was relieved. At the same time, he brought in a group of subordinates, such as Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor and the others. This was the most suitable place for cultivation. As long as they were given time, everyone would be able to reach the Divine Lord realm. Lin Fei didn't care about one or two more God Emperors. Given his current strength, no matter how many God Emperors or Battle Emperors came, they could all be killed. The Supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others were extremely grateful to Lin Fei. Generation after generation of Divine Lord, ever since they took control of the Divine Lord mountain space, they had never brought anyone in because they were worried that there would be too many Divine Lords. At that time, he would not be able to suppress it. Lin Fei was different. In a short period of time, his strength had skyrocketed. He did not care about 10 or even 100 God Emperors at all. He could easily suppress them by himself. This was something that the previous God Emperors could not compare to. It was already difficult to break through to the God Emperor realm, and it would take a long time to break through to the Battle Emperor realm. Naturally, they would not bring anyone in. Lin Fei's safety was different. With the entire Closer's world in his hands, it was a pity that he had too few experts. Lin Fei had to nurture a batch of Divine Lords. Wushuang Devil Emperor and the others didn't disappoint Lin Fei. After setting up the time acceleration, they broke through to the God Emperor realm in a short time. Especially Old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor, their strength increased rapidly. Now, they were both rank 5 and rank 6 God Emperors. Both of them were extremely talented, but they could not break through due to the lack of heavenly fate energy. It was different in the Divine Lord Mountain. The vast amount of heavenly fate energy was enough for them to break through easily. As for the difficulties in the God Emperor realm, Battle Emperor Meng Yi and Battle Emperor Meng Yi would solve them. It was not difficult for them to break through. Lin Fei was completely relieved. The Master of Heavenly Tao was still a big problem. Lin Fei had to take it seriously. Now, Lin Fei had to deal with the Heaven Essence Dragon. This was a powerful existence with a power of 50 billion. Through the system's careful analysis of the Divine Lord Mountain, Lin Fei received another piece of good news. In the entire Divine Lord Mountain, there were existences like the Heaven Essence Dragon. There were a total of 9 of them, and the one Lin Fei found was the weakest one. This made Lin Fei feel lucky that he did not encounter the strongest one. Even a Heaven Essence Dragon with a power of 50 billion could not handle it, let alone another one. This was good news for Lin Fei. At the same time, it was not a small piece of news. To be able to suppress 9 Tianyuan giant dragons in the space of the Divine Emperor Mountain, who was it? Why? That was the question. Lin Fei searched the entire Divine Lord Mountain but did not find any clues. The second was pain and happiness. If he could refine the 9 Heaven Essence Dragons, Lin Fei believed that his strength would reach a terrifying level. It would not be difficult for him to dominate the 33 Sage Heavens. Now, Lin Fei's headache was the Master of Heavenly Tao. That guy would definitely cause trouble. Even if he did not, the Heaven Essence Dragon would come out and cause trouble. That was the main problem. I hope I have more time. Lin Fei sighed softly, his gaze once again landing on the stone door not far away. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in the Divine Lord Mountain. Whether it was the sealed world or the Divine Lord Mountain, it was peaceful. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. The only thing that made Lin Fei unhappy was that the Lords of the Sage Heavens from the 33 Sage Heavens had started to test the Heaven Essence crystal wall after collecting it a few times. If it was before, Lin Fei might not have known that they were testing the Heaven Essence crystal wall. But now, he understood. Their focus was on the Heaven Essence myriad spirits and the Heaven Essence spiritual fish. Lin Fei was able to understand the hidden meaning behind his words. That was what they really wanted. The Heaven Essence crystal wall was not that important. There might be more outside, but the Heaven Essence myriad spirits and the Heaven Essence spiritual fish were the most important. Master, we're almost there. The little demon reminded. Lin Fei suppressed the frustration in his heart. The Heaven Essence Dragon was going to rest soon. Lin Fei was ready to give it a try. His combat power had reached 13 billion, so it was not as difficult as before. At the same time, at the weakest point of the sealed world, the chaotic void, the strong winds had started to calm down. Those who did not know would think that something had happened. In the depths of the chaotic void, the strong winds were calmer, and the surrounding area had become flat. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, projections descended from the chaotic void. Welcome to the chaotic void. I am the representative of the Heavenly Tao, Heaven Essence Dragon. Greetings. A figure walked out from the chaotic void and introduced himself. This person was Heaven Essence Dragon. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize these figures. They were the Lords of the Holy Heavens from the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Now, the Lords of the 33 Sage Heavens were gathered together. Lin Fei would definitely say, I knew that the Lords of the 33 Sage Heavens would not cooperate so easily. The Lords of the 33 Sage Heavens were indifferent to Heaven Essence Dragon's appearance. Chapter 2152. No one knew what the conversation between Sky Dragon and the Masters of the 33 Sacred Skies was. The entire process didn't take long. When they left, the Masters of the 33 Sacred Skies all had joyful expressions. Sky Dragon also had a smile on his face. D-Tion, if I can't deal with you, then let the enemy deal with you. Every master of the 33 sacred skies is a genius. I don't believe you can keep breaking through. Sky Dragon turned and walked into the chaotic space, leaving behind a gloomy voice. Lin Fei was trying his best to get the Sky Origin All Spirits and Sky Origin Spirit Fish. The Sky Origin Dragon fell into a deep slumber. This is the moment. Lin Fei struck out with both hands. His left hand used the power of space, and his right hand used time deceleration. He appeared in front of the stone trough in a flash. As soon as he got close to the stone trough, an endless aura surged over. Lin Fei's pores opened up, and a vast amount of energy surged over. Such dense energy, it's going to make me explode. Lin Fei's body expanded uncontrollably. In the next moment, the invincible system was activated, and the energy was converted into destiny points. So dangerous. If it were an ordinary person, facing the endless stream of energy, they would definitely die 9 times out of 10. It would cause them to explode, and they would eventually explode and die. Come out. Lin Fei's right hand flew out with the power of time, forming a time hand. He scooped at the stone trough, and the Sky Origin Spirit Fish fell into his hand. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Wow, there are 8 of them in one go. 8 crystal clear Sky Origin Spirit Fish swam in his hand. As soon as the Sky Origin Spirit Fish left the stone trough, a vast aura spread out. Lin Fei cursed inwardly and used space shift to leave. In the void, a sharp claw tore through the air. It was the Sky Origin Dragon's palm. Damn, this reaction is too fast. Lin Fei cursed and activated the invincible defense immediately. A shield appeared around him, forming a 3-meter vacuum zone. At the same time, Lin Fei punched out. Full power, 13 billion energy. Lin Fei's fist landed on the Sky Origin Dragon's claw. The enormous force seemed to have collided with an iron plate and was shattered into pieces. However, it also slowed down the speed of the Heaven Origin Dragon's claws. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei couldn't care less. He had to block the claws of the Sky Origin Dragon. A Sky Origin Dragon with a power output of 50 billion was unbelievably terrifying. The claws of the Sky Origin Dragon were unstoppable. Along the way, Lin Fei's hair stood on end. Boom! The Sky Origin Dragon's claw landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's chest shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Good chance. Teleportation was activated once again. At the same time, a fist aura burst out, shattering the void and taking advantage of the momentum. He emerged from the stone cave. Although Lin Fei seemed to be doing it easily, the danger he faced was unimaginably terrifying. If it wasn't for his power increasing to 13 billion, Lin Fei wouldn't even have had time to activate teleportation. The dragon's claw could severely injure him, but it also cost Lin Fei a lot of destiny points. Success. Outside the stone cave, in a mountain range. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth was stained with blood, but his face was full of smiles. What a terrifying Sky Origin Dragon. I really have to pay a huge price to snatch some food from his mouth. However, with the Sky Origin All Spirits and the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, everything is worth it. Although it was a huge consumption. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Lin Fei teleported back and forth a few times and arrived at the secret chamber of the Nightmare City. He took out a drop of Sky Origin Spirit and swallowed it. Hua! The Sky Origin Spirit was swallowed. Lin Fei's entire body expanded. The vast energy was about to burst his body. Convert. The system increased the conversion speed to the limit. The vast Sky Origin Spirit energy was being devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense consumption made Lin Fei's heart ache, but it instantly recovered. The process of devouring and conversion. It lasted for 100 breaths. Lin Fei's destiny points had recovered to 100%. There was still a large portion left in his body. Fortunately, it was transferred to his 18 clones in time. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. Sky Origin Spirit, Lin Fei loved it. It was a good thing for continuous battles. With the efficiency of the invincible system, he could use it continuously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to use big moves. Lin Fei immediately counted how many Sky Origin Spirit he had. This was where his confidence came from. 153 drops. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this number. Although Lin Fei's grab was a trick, Sky Origin Spirit was a unique existence. If he used other things to grab it, it would have disappeared without a trace. Whether it was Sky Origin Spirit or Sky Origin Spirit Fish, they were afraid of the power of space and time. After keeping the Sky Origin Spirit, Lin Fei was looking forward to the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. It seemed to be more precious than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. Lin Fei didn't know what its use was, but he was sure that the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was definitely a treasure. Lin Fei wanted to catch dozens of Sky Origin Spirit Fish in one go, but he didn't expect to catch 7. They could pass through the power of time, which made Lin Fei feel that they were extraordinary. Eat? Lin Fei didn't think he was that extravagant. Master, this is good stuff. Little Devil ran out with a smile. How do you know? Lin Fei knew that the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was born from heaven and earth. If consumed, it would definitely be more terrifying than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. Lin Fei cared about another use. If Master consumes the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, you can use it to break through the limit of strength. As for how much you improve, it will depend on Master's luck. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. No way, that works. Why not? Lin Fei fell in love with the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. It could actually increase the limit of strength. Ever since his output broke through 10 billion, Lin Fei felt that the strength bonus he received from killing experts with 1 billion output was decreasing. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to 20 billion. The Sky Origin Spirit Fish came at the right time. Do you want to try eating one? With a thought, Lin Fei took out a Sky Origin Spirit Fish and swallowed it. An energy even more terrifying than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was released. With the experience of the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, Lin Fei was already prepared. He mobilized the power of Heaven's will to suppress it and took the opportunity to devour and convert it. After refining a Sky Origin Spirit Fish, Lin Fei found that it had 10 times the energy of the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. This wasn't what Lin Fei cared about the most. What he cared about the most was the increase in strength. A Sky Origin Spirit Fish actually increased my energy by 1 billion. I increased from 13 billion to 14 billion. This is too terrifying. Even Lin Fei was shocked. This was equivalent to killing an expert with 3 billion output. It seems normal for others to increase their energy by 1 billion after obtaining the fortune of heaven and earth. Chapter 2153. 1 Tianyuan Spiritual Fish. 2 Tianyuan Spiritual Fishes. The 7th Tianyuan Spiritual Fish. Lin Fei did not hold back at all. He was not worried about his body exploding. He used the system's ability to absorb and convert energy at a crazy rate. At the same time, his energy output increased rapidly. From 13 billion, it broke through to 14 billion, then to 15 billion, and finally to 21 billion. The 7 Tianyuan spiritual fishes provided Lin Fei with 8 billion energy. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. What a great thing created by heaven and earth. What a great thing. When his energy output reached 21 billion, Lin Fei felt the energy in his body surging. Now that he encountered the attack of the heavenly Yuan dragon, Lin Fei believed that it would not be too difficult to defend against it. With the invincible defense, it should be much easier. I wonder how many more Tianyuan spiritual fishes are in that stone trough. If there are another 10 or 20, my power should reach 40 billion. After witnessing the power of the Emperor of War, Lin Fei knew very well how powerful the projection of the Lord of Heaven was. He had no doubt that the combat power of those powerful figures was at least over 100 billion, and this was just a low estimate. It was definitely more than that. Lin Fei had to increase his power now. And the heavenly Tao, that was also something that he had to kill. Others might not know, but Lin Fei knew very well. Just a small clone was able to unleash a power of 10 billion, nearly killing him. What more when it was the main body? Roar, roar, roar. Lin Fei entered the cave again. This time, the attack of the heavenly Yuan dragon came. The output of 50 billion energy was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The most unbelievable thing was that this terrifying energy could not shatter the surrounding walls. Even so, the energy formed gusts of wind within the walls, whistling and cutting. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, but he also felt that it was very difficult. Even the remaining power was about 1 or 2 billion energy output. If it was before, Lin Fei would have left without saying a word. Break. At this time, the 21 billion energy output, wherever Lin Fei's blade pointed, the wind kept breaking. He continuously broke through the violent winds, and his greatly increased strength gave him the capital to fight back. With enough energy, Lin Fei was also very confident. He was not afraid of screwing up at the critical moment. Bang! The heavenly Yuan dragon scratched Lin Fei with its claws, consuming 40% of Lin Fei's power. Even though his strength had increased, Lin Fei was still very afraid of the Sky Origin dragon. It was a genuine 50 billion power output. Especially when it grabbed, it seemed like whoever it grabbed would die. Lin Fei relied on his invincible defense and fundamental energy saber technique to find the flaws in the attacks. He rushed to the stone trough and used the power of space and time. The power and the time. He had obtained dozens of drops of heavenly origin myriad spirits. The Tianyuan spiritual Tianyuan fish was caught. The Tianyuan dragon's attack came again. Lin Fei slashed at the dragon's claw, reducing some of the force. He took the attack head-on and reached out to fish again. This time, his luck was good. There were 5 Tianyuan spirit fish. Come, come, come. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei caught it for the 3rd time. This time, there was no Tianyuan spirit fish. There were only a few drops of heavenly essence 10,000 spirits. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the heavenly essence 10,000 spirits and heavenly essence spirit fishes in the stone trough were all gone. Boom, boom, boom. No one knew if it was because Lin Fei had collected all the items, but the Tianyuan giant dragon transformed into countless Tianyuan giant dragons. They attacked in unison. Although Lin Fei's saber technique was exceptional, he still suffered more than a dozen attacks. The energy he consumed was like water, and anyone who saw it would feel heartache. Xiao Long Long, the next time you come, you're dead meat. 8 Tianyuan spirit fishes were harvested. Lin Fei was satisfied. He might even be able to increase his damage by 10 billion. At that time, Lin Fei did not believe that he could not kill the Sky Origin dragon. Lin Fei hacked and slashed, and with his invincible defense, he rushed out of the cave. Luckily, I have my previous foundation. Otherwise, it's a bit too much. Lin Fei did not feel the pinch from the consumption of his destiny points. A single attack would consume 40%. Anyone would not be able to take it. Lin Fei's confidence grew. As the power output increased, the power of the basic energy saber technique also increased. However, this time, he encountered the Sky Origin dragon, which had a power output of 50 billion, so the saber technique could not be used. Lin Fei rested for 2 days. He refined the Tianyuan spirit fish, and his power broke through to 34 billion. His luck was better this time. At the same time, he consumed a few drops of Tianyuan spirit fish. Today is the day to slay the dragon. For some reason, Lin Fei felt a little uneasy, as if some great danger was about to arrive. Lin Fei decided to kill the Sky Origin dragon. That was a power output of 50 billion. If he was lucky, he might even gain a few billion more. Through this period of research, Lin Fei realized that the more powerful an existence was, the more power it could gain. A Sky Origin dragon with 50 billion power was definitely a shortcut to increase his combat power. Kill. Coming to the cave again, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed with the energy saber. With a long and narrow saber gleam, he slashed at the Sky Origin dragon. The Sky Origin dragon did not have much intelligence. It instinctively attacked with its claws, as if trying to break the saber gleam. The long and narrow saber gleam shook and rippled, but it did not shatter. This was because Lin Fei's power had increased. Lin Fei's second and third slash had already arrived. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At such a close distance, Lin Fei gave it his all. One of the saber gleams landed on the Sky Origin dragon, and the energy on its huge body evaporated. Lin Fei instantly sensed that the Sky Origin dragon's attack power was weakening. So it consumes power. Great. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and released his 18 clones. The 18 attacks arrived instantly and landed on the Sky Origin dragon. With their minds connected, they were practically invincible. Roar roar roar. The killer move landed on the Sky Origin dragon and consumed a large amount of its power. Ha ha ha, let's see how strong you can be. Lin Fei had suffered quite a bit, and had even almost been killed. Whoosh. Lin Fei teleported and appeared next to the Sky Origin dragon. He stabbed the saber into the dragon's body, and his destiny point surged. Boom. This was also one of Lin Fei's killer moves. Using destiny points to kill the Sky Origin dragon. After all, the system's default was to kill the Sky Origin dragon. Nothing else mattered. The explosion caused the Sky Origin dragon's power to plummet. It roared, but it did not cause any damage to Lin Fei. Sky Origin dragon, die. Lin Fei smiled. In such a short time, the Sky Origin dragon did not have it easy. Moreover, it was made of pure energy. Once it was injured, it would consume its energy. As time went on, its combat power would naturally decline. While the Sky Origin dragon was trapped by the 18 clones, Lin Fei once again performed the same overbearing attack and killed the Sky Origin dragon. This time, Lin Fei was going all out. The huge recoil forced Lin Fei to the wall. Chapter 2154. Hee hee, it's so cool to have so many doppelgangers. I can't help but kill you. It's just that it takes a lot of energy. Lin Fei loved this kind of siege. If one person couldn't do it, he would send a few more. Initially, Lin Fei thought that it would be a tough battle. However, after the battle, he realized that the Sky Yuan dragon was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Instead, it was easy. As soon as the Sky Yuan dragon died, Lin Fei's face bloomed into a smile. A Sky Yuan dragon with a power of 50 billion was an unreachable existence, but he killed it in the end. With a power of 34 billion, Lin Fei had the capital to fight against the Sky Yuan dragon. Now that he had slain the Heavenly Origin dragon, Lin Fei believed that his combat power might be able to break through to between 360 and 37 billion. Lin Fei believed that now that he had grasped the strength of this realm, he had a certain level of confidence. Even if the Master of Heavenly Law's doppelganger came to kill him, Lin Fei was confident that he could kill him easily. Someone's here. Lin Fei frowned suddenly. There was a spatial fluctuation in the Mountain of God Emperors. It's them. The invincible system covered it. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was wondering why I felt so uneasy. It's them. It must be the Sky Dragon. Other than him, how could the masters of the 33 holy heavens come in? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There was a spatial fluctuation in the Mountain of God Emperors. Streams of aura appeared in the sky. It was the aura of a king that swept across the Mountain of God Emperors. Oh my God, what's happening? This aura, it's terrifying. The experts of the Mountain of God Emperors felt suffocated. Combat Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Combat Emperor's pupils contracted. It's them, the two of them could not stop sucking in a breath of cold air. At that moment, their strength seemed minuscule in front of those people. Could it be that they're here for Master? The two were hoping that Master could suppress them. The mountain of God Emperors. It's been so many years. I can't believe it's here again. I smell something I haven't seen in a long time. A total of 33 figures appeared in the mountain of God Emperors. They were in different positions, but all of them had smiles on their faces. It was a kind of greedy desire. 33 powerful divine intents swept across the space of Mount God Emperor. Everyone was in danger. In their eyes, they had turned into endless mountains, and at the same time, they were filled with boundless power. Tian. This king has found you. I found you too. Soon, a few of the auras laughed. The masters of the 33 holy heavens are all here. Lin Fei thought to himself, cursing the heavenly Tao for being so shameless. At this moment, Lin Fei was locked on by 33 divine senses, and the surrounding void was also sealed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. God Emperor Tian. Aren't you going to come out and meet an old friend? As soon as the 33 figures appeared, they surrounded Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked out of the cave and appeared in front of the Lord of Sagely Heaven. He stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. I was wondering why the crows at the entrance cawed so early in the morning. So it's Senior. After seeing them, Lin Fei covered them with the invincible system and began to analyze their combat power. Compared to the previous projection, the Lord of Sagely Heaven this time was much more powerful. They were far stronger than the last time, giving off an immense pressure. Lin Fei immediately knew that they were not projections, but clones. As for why the clones could come down, Lin Fei was not a fool. He had a vague guess in his mind, and it could not be wrong. How dare you? You are just a small god emperor. Why don't you kowtow to us when you see us? Boom! One of the Lord of Sagely Heaven's eyes flashed. With a roar, a huge wave of pressure surged over. What a terrifying Lord of Sagely Heaven. Each of his clones has a combat power of more than 20 billion. Especially the 10 clones. His battle power has even reached 30 billion. He's trying to kill me. Lin Fei was furious. At the same time, he also bore a grudge against the Sky Dragon and the Master of Heavenly Law. Haha, you are just a small clone. How dare you show off to me? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei laughed. His voice was loud like a bell. Heaven and earth shook, and the wave of pressure collapsed. Before it could even get close to Lin Fei, it disappeared completely. You are just a small god emperor. How dare you resist? Another clone of the Lord of Sagely Heaven was enraged. Although the strength of the Lord of Sagely Heaven's clones was greatly suppressed, they were much stronger than before. They could defeat all the experts in the sealed world. Their hatred for God Emperor Tian was extremely great. Now that they had seen Emperor Tian, they had to teach him a lesson. The worse he was, the happier they were. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 7 billion additional power. Lin Fei was overjoyed. This power came at the right time. My total power has finally reached 40 billion. With 40 billion points of power, Lin Fei was above them. The 33 Lords of Sagely Heaven had all become power bonuses in Lin Fei's eyes. If they were all killed, it would be terrible. I really have to thank you, Sky Dragon. You sent me a large number of experienced monsters. Lin Fei suddenly didn't hate Sky Dragon as much as he did before. If Sky Dragon could do this a few more times, Lin Fei wouldn't mind pretending to be a coward. Emperor Tian, you stole the spirit of Sky Yuan and the spirit of Sky Yuan fish. Suddenly, a Lord of Sagely Heaven exclaimed. He immediately shut his mouth. He wanted to slap himself. How could he say something like this? It really is the spirit of Sky Yuan. There is still some aura here. It must be with Emperor Tian. The eyes of the Lord of Sagely Heaven in the sky lit up. Lin Fei brazenly attacked the master of the sacred sky closest to him, breaking through their encirclement. Die. Lin Fei used space movement and suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Sagely Heaven. He punched the Lord of Sagely Heaven in the chest. You can kill me too. The Lord of Sagely Heaven's eyes were full of disdain. He was the Lord of Sagely Heaven. Even a clone was invincible. Boom! Without any warning, the Lord of Sagely Heaven's 23 billion points of power was smashed into pieces by Lin Fei's punch. You are the second one. Lin Fei pounced on the second Lord of Sagely Heaven and also punched him. He used the power of space and time, not giving the Lord of Sagely Heaven any chance to fight back. Boom! The second Lord of Sagely Heaven was killed. At the same time, Lin Fei received an additional 2 billion points of power. 2 Lords of Sagely Heaven contributed 2 billion points of power to Lin Fei. The remaining Lord of Sagely Heaven's clones were silent. Sky Dragon, who was watching from the void, was also dumbfounded. Chapter 2155. Lin Fei killed 2 of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones in an instant. His combat power had increased to 42 billion, almost reaching the level of the heavenly origin dragon back then. Everyone, are you surprised? However, this is only the beginning. Lin Fei laughed and pounced towards the third Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone. You have to die too. Lin Fei wasn't interested in knowing the ranking of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone. As long as his power was weaker than his, he could kill them with one punch. With his 40 billion power, he could easily crush them. Sacred Sky Mark. The Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone was enraged. He sent out a mysterious mark towards Lin Fei's fist. It's useless. Lin Fei's fist landed on the mark and crushed it with his invincible power. He arrived in front of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone and smashed it with his palm. One of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones was killed. Lin Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He punched out fiercely and killed one of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones. The Lord of the Sacred Sky's 20 billion power was the first to be killed by Lin Fei. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei attacked directly. He didn't need to defend. What's going on? A god emperor who sealed the world. How can his combat power be so strong? He can even kill a clone. The remaining Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones were extremely fearful. According to their agreement with the heavenly Tao, they would have come to the mountain of God Emperors and killed Di Tian. Then, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. At this moment, the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones encountered an invincible existence in their eyes. The little rabbit in their eyes turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the blink of an eye. Everyone, let's kill God Emperor Di Tian first. There's something strange about this guy. That terrifying power. Everyone was shocked. If it was their original bodies, it would be easy to kill a clone like this. However, it wouldn't be so easy for a clone to kill a clone. But God Emperor Di Tian had done it. They were greatly provoked. For the benefit of Mountain God Emperor Space, the remaining 20 plus of them joined forces to attack. Bam bam bam. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and took the attacks head-on. He dashed towards the 28 billion Master of the Sacred Sky and slashed at him. The Lord of the Sacred Sky was split in half. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saber light instantly chopped down, and each saber took a life. Everything in Mount God Emperor belongs to me. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Fei held the energy blade in his hand. As the blade flashed, the Lord of the Sacred Sky's doppelgangers fell one by one. No matter how strong their defenses were, they were all sliced apart by the blade. What made them want to vomit blood the most was that this kind of fierce attack was easily executed by the other party. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of being attacked. All the attacks it sent out would be reflected back. In the blink of an eye, only 10 of the 33 Lords of Heaven were left. The other 23 Lords of Heaven's clones had all fallen. No one could block Lin Fei's attack. The 10 clones of the Sacred Sky Lord gathered their divine senses together. They were unable to adapt to God Emperor Di Tian's strength. Everyone, use your killer moves. If we don't use our killer moves, God Emperor D. Tian will kill us instead of us killing him. Seal. One of the Lord of the Sacred Sky shouted. He formed a seal with his hands and blasted it towards Lin Fei. The seal shone brightly. It shrouded Lin Fei in an instant. Lin Fei instantly felt that he couldn't move. The other 9 Lord of the Sacred Skies clones didn't dare to hold back anymore. They used their strongest killer moves. Subconsciously, they didn't believe that the treasure could withstand their combined attack. This combined attack was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and circulated the energy in his body. The added energy was gathered together. The output of his energy reached a terrifying 67 billion points. Even if I join forces, you guys won't be able to do it. Lin Fei shook his head and released his energy. Boom! The seal's energy was shattered. The heavenly mandate energy turned into endless waves and swept towards the 9 incoming attacks. The attack that could kill everything in its path was crushed by this energy. The second wave of energy came, and the ultimate attack didn't exist anymore. But they were unlucky. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of heavenly mandate energy swept over, and the 10 Lord of the Sacred Skies clones were all sent flying. They all vomited blood, and their bodies were badly damaged. The second wave of energy swept over, and the 10 Lord of the Sacred Skies clones took out all kinds of treasures and blocked in front of them. God Emperor D. Tian, this is a misunderstanding. Stop now. We're not here to cause trouble for you. Stop now. The first wave of energy swept over and easily destroyed the attack. They realized how terrifying God Emperor D. Tian was. How could D. Tian, who sealed the world, cultivate to such a level of power? It was impossible. They cursed Sky Dragon more than 10,000 times in their hearts. This was an easy task. What kind of joke was this? Although they were clones of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, they were still invincible in this sealed world. Their hearts sank when they thought about how God Emperor D. Tian had so many clones. Lin Fei knew that the Lord of the Sacred Sky would attack him. No one would give up their benefits. Why should we stop? Lin Fei shook his head. The heavenly mandate energy swept over, and the terrifying power tore them into pieces. No matter what was said, Lin Fei would do it. Bastard, I'd be a fool if I believed you. Lin Fei looked in one direction. Sky Dragon, you're really shameless. Sky Dragon indeed came to see. Sky Dragon was filled with resentment after repeated failures. This time, he invited the Lord of the Sacred Sky to deal with God Emperor D. Tian. Even if it was just a clone, it could easily kill God Emperor D. Tian. Sky Dragon wanted to see God Emperor D. Tian's miserable state. Unfortunately, everything went in the opposite direction. The Lord of the Sacred Skies clone became as good-tempered as a little white rabbit, and God Emperor D. Tian once again displayed unbelievable power and killed the Lord of the Sacred Skies clone. Sky Dragon felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. When he saw God Emperor D. Tian's gaze, he was so scared that he turned around and left the mountain of God Emperor. I'll let you live for a few more days. When I get used to the power in my hands, I'd like to see how powerful the Lord of the Heavenly Law is. With a power of 64 billion, Lin Fei was able to reign supreme in the mountain of God Emperor and even the sealed world. Even if the Lord of the Sacred Skies clone came, it would still die. It was that simple. Since he had offended the Lord of the Sacred Sky, killing one clone or two was the same. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei turned around and left. The experts in the mountain of God Emperor looked at him with fear and admiration. Chapter 2156. The World of the 33 Sagely Heavens. Roars could be heard from the layers of worlds, shaking the heavens and the earth. The flames of anger turned into a black storm, covering the sky above the Lord of Sagely Sky's palace. All the experts turned their gazes over, unable to remain calm. Waves of anger came one after another. Anyone who was not an idiot could sense it. What happened? I haven't seen the anger of the Sagely Sky in a long time. I wonder who offended the Lord of Sagely Sky. That person is going to be unlucky. In a certain layer of world. In a secret room, it was dark everywhere. At the same time, it was quiet, except for the occasional sound of breathing. If not for the fact that there was no one in the secret room, people would have suspected that there was no one in the secret room. News is here. A voice could be heard from the silent secret room. The voice was low, but it was filled with excitement. Speak. Another hoarse voice could be heard. I really want to know why the Master of Holy Sky is so angry this time. I remember that he hasn't been angry for a long time. There was more than one person in the secret room. A few voices could be heard. I just found out some unbelievable news from a secret channel. This person was even more excited. In the secret room, everyone's breathing became rapid. Speak. Speak. That person continued, this is something that none of you can imagine. Our Lord of the Sacred Sky suffered a huge setback and lost a doppelganger in the sealed world. Huh, that's great. I didn't expect the Lord of Sagely Sky to lose too. But that can't be right. The strongest person in the sealed world is at most a peak god emperor. How can he kill a doppelganger? Yes, I also heard that the god emperor in the sealed world has only reached this level recently. Other than him, it seems like no one else can kill the Lord of Sagely Sky's doppelganger. After the excitement, there were all sorts of doubts. I'm not sure about that. That person was also very confused. Go and investigate. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we have to find out what happened. In another world of the Sagely Sky. In a forbidden ground with gusts of cold wind. Laughter could be heard. Who would have thought that one of your doppelgangers would be killed? No wonder you are so angry. The voice was sinister. I believe this news will spread. Many people will have their own thoughts. I have lost a doppelganger, and I don't know which big shot will take action. I'm really interested in getting to know him. A chilly wind blew over the forbidden area. Then another piece of news spread. World of the 33 Holy Heavens. Many of the sacred sky lords were enraged. The big and small forces were all shocked. Even more terrible news spread. The Lord of the Sacred Sky was angry because his doppelganger had been killed. As for the source of the news, there was no way of knowing. At this moment, those who had been hiding in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens emerged one by one. The world of the 33 Holy Heavens also began to experience some changes. Mountain God Emperor Space. Lin Fei came out of the secret chamber. After a few days of mastering, Lin Fei had completely mastered his current strength. It's time to go to the Heavenly Law's lair. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In the next second, he arrived above the sealed world. How's the tracking going? As soon as he came out, Lin Fei felt as though the entire world was within his grasp. It was a very, very powerful feeling, one that he had never felt before. Master, don't worry. That sky dragon has been causing trouble for you time and time again. This time, he won't be able to escape. Little Fiend said with a smile. Lead the way. Lin Fei entered the depths of the void. The howling astral winds were shattered before they could even get close. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became. Lin Fei did not care about these astral winds. That sky dragon really knows how to hide. Other than him, it was difficult for outsiders to enter this place. The astral winds were extremely terrifying. A single blow could turn flesh and blood into white bones. No matter how many people came, they would all die. That sky dragon is hiding in here. In the depths of the void, Little Fiend pointed at a location. Luckily, the system is tracking him. Lin Fei could tell. This was an independent space, hidden in the endless astral winds. Anyone would be dumbfounded if they came here. Open. Lin Fei's fist, which contained the power of mountains and rivers, landed on one of the spots, and a door appeared indistinctly. Bang! 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 Lin Fei punched continuously. After a total of 10 punches, the door appeared. In a flash, he entered the space. There was no life in this space, and there was a dusky aura everywhere. It was an extremely uncomfortable aura. At this moment, in the center of the space, there was a huge black altar. On the altar, there was a huge throne, and the sky dragon was sitting on it. Tian, how dare you come here? A trace of fear flashed in the sky dragon's eyes, and then he laughed crazily. Lin Fei came to a place not far from the altar. I thought that the heavenly law's representative would live in a good place. It seems like it's really disappointing. With such treatment, you might as well follow me. I guarantee that it'll be better than before. Wrong, you're wrong. Sky Dragon sneered. Follow you? What are you? You're just a lowly existence, an insignificant ant. I'm now the heavenly law's representative. Can you give it to me? Lin Fei shook his head. But, I can, kill you. Sky Dragon's eyebrows twitched. A huge fist came in front of him, and the fist landed on his face. A violent force hit him, and he lost consciousness. Instant kill. At this moment, Sky Dragon's combat power had not reached 5 billion. There was no way he could block Lin Fei's full attack. I can't give you a position, but I can kill you. Lin Fei smiled. Tian, I'm going to kill you. On the altar not far away, Sky Dragon turned into a black fog, and then turned back into a human. With a roar, the entire dusky space turned into many huge eyes. At the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura covered the sky and earth. What tricks can you play in my territory? I admit that I've underestimated you. Sky Dragon's eyes were bloodshot, and he laughed unscrupulously. But, you can't escape death. Today, I'm going to add all the old and new grudges together, and settle this old score with you. Lin Fei glanced at the terrifying destructive aura that covered the sky and earth, and could crush a person. Its power level was at most 20 to 30 billion. So, Lin Fei laughed. Sky Dragon suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Did you see that? As long as I give the order, you'll be killed on the spot. Even if you can regenerate your flesh, it won't work here. Although he did not understand why he felt that way, Sky Dragon thought that he was the heavenly law's representative. Even if he only had a small amount of authority, he could completely destroy Tian. Alright, I'm done playing with you. Chapter 2157. Lin Fei had completely lost interest in Sky Dragon. Ant. Lin Fei was already a great being. With tens of billions of energy output, he was invincible in the sealed world. Apart from Lin Fei, few could achieve such a level in such a short period of time. However, Lin Fei did it easily. Then again, Lin Fei had also taken a risk to reach his current level. Lin Fei wanted to kill Sky Dragon and force the Master of Heavenly Law out. That was the being he wanted to deal with. In the sealed world, the existence of the Master of Heavenly Law had already made Lin Fei very unhappy. This altar is a good thing. Lin Fei thought to himself. He completely ignored Sky Dragon's words. At the same time, he slashed out with his blade. It was an ordinary slash in everyone's eyes, but with the support of tens of billions of energy, it exploded with infinite power. The entire gray space was in a state of slow motion. The shining blade was like a wave between heaven and earth, heading towards one of the directions. Bang! Bang! Wherever the blade passed, the eyeballs exploded and were torn into pieces. None of the eyeballs could withstand Lin Fei's ordinary slash. Sky Dragon's smile froze on the altar. The blade crushed his body, and he fell into darkness again. Damn it, why is it the same move again? This was Sky Dragon's last thought before he fell into darkness again. Lin Fei came to the altar. At this time, the altar was surrounded by black fog, and a figure was faintly discernible. Tian, you can't kill me. The black fog revealed its face. It was Sky Dragon. In this space, I am invincible. You will never be able to kill me. Sky Dragon's figure appeared again. Lin Fei had long known that Sky Dragon had resurrected several times. There was definitely something that could bring him back to life. Now, he knew that this altar was a treasure. Little devil, help me check this altar. Lin Fei sneered. I don't believe that you can resurrect again and again. A palm. It fell from the sky and destroyed Sky Dragon's human form. Whoosh. 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 In the gray sky. Many vertical eyes appeared again, and a dense barrage of destructive light beams shot over. Lin Fei did not even spare them a glance. He just swung his saber and slashed out. It shattered all the attacks, including the eyeballs. My strength is too weak. Every time I use it, I get an additional strength of 10 to 20 million. Lin Fei had killed the heavenly dragon thrice, but the amount of power he had obtained could be counted on one hand. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei made up his mind, no matter how many times Sky could revive. Today, they would have to guard the corpse. The altar was full of mysteries. Bang! The Sky Dragon was killed again. This was the 83rd time that Lin Fei had killed the Sky Dragon. Every time the Sky Dragon appeared, Lin Fei would kill it. Di Tian, you can't kill me. The Sky Dragon appeared once again. Compared to before, its power had also increased, reaching the level of 20 billion. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still just an ant. Damn, this altar's effect is too good. Lin Fei could not help but curse. He had killed the Sky Dragon 83 times. Wrong. It was now the 84th time. As the Sky Dragon was killed 90 times, the surrounding eyeballs attacked even more wildly. Lin Fei was prepared. He knew that the Sky Dragon's limit was about to be reached. Fortunately, it was him. If it was anyone else, they would have run out of energy after killing a few more times. 18 clones, come out and block it for me. The entire gray space was densely packed with eyeballs. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp go numb. Moreover, they were attacking together. The 18 clones guarded 18 directions and blocked all the attacks. Lin Fei just had to focus on dealing with the Sky Dragon. As for the consumption, Lin Fei really did not care. He had Tianyuan Wanling and could replenish his Heaven's Fate points at any time. Sky Dragon. This is the 92nd time. Lin Fei killed the Sky Dragon again. The Sky Dragon's power increased to 30 billion, but it was still killed by Lin Fei with one slash. No, how can your strength increase so quickly? After being killed again, the black fog that the Sky Dragon transformed into roared. His voice was filled with a trace of unwillingness and despair. I am the Heavenly Tao's representative. You can't kill me. Boom. After another revival, the Sky Dragon's battle power broke through again and reached 40 billion. The more I kill, the stronger I become. This is really an advantage for me. Lin Fei saw the clues and was extremely happy. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's battle power reached 80 billion. All of this was brought about by the Sky Dragon. At this time, if the Sky Dragon knew that every time he was killed, his opponent's battle power would increase, he would definitely smash his head against the wall. This was supporting the enemy. It was the kind of unlimited increase. I am the strongest. He was killed for the 95th time. The surrounding eyeballs' attacks were all blocked. It's going to be the 96th time soon. I hope you can defeat me. Killing you like this is too boring. Lin Fei stood on the altar with a smile on his face. He looked like he was harmless. But the Sky Dragon vomited blood. He had already been killed for the 95th time. Goddamn Di Tian, how can his strength increase so quickly? Why is this happening? The Sky Dragon kept roaring, his heart filled with fear. No one understood one thing better than him. The Heavenly Tao's representative was not unkillable, but there was a limit to the number of times. 100 times. This was the Sky Dragon's limit. And every time he died, his strength would increase. Now that he had reached a terrifying level, he was still killed by Tian. This was definitely a painful and despairing thing. Ah! The 96th Revival. The Sky Dragon's battle power broke through to 65 billion, his whole body's aura soared to the sky, and the gray space seemed to be about to be torn apart. This time, he was much stronger than the last time. It was an unprecedented power. You still can't do it. Lin Fei's palm print came down, and his terrifying strength was forcefully smashed into pieces, including his entire body. One palm, another palm. Lin Fei was getting more and more happy. Where else could he find such a good thing? This was much faster than the last time, a standard transport leader. Lin Fei was just short of giving him a red packet, saying thank you for your hard work and take your time. If he really said that, the Sky Dragon would probably really die of anger. Unfortunately, the Sky Dragon did not know. The 97th time, died. The 98th time, died. The 99th time, the Sky Dragon's strength broke through 100 billion, and the entire gray space began to shake. However, Lin Fei still smashed down with his palm. No! The Sky Dragon's attack collapsed, and at this moment, the Sky Dragon smelled the aura of death. This was the real aura of death. Chapter 2158. Death Aura. That was what Sky Dragon did not want to see. When death was about to befall him, Sky Dragon had no choice but to beg for mercy. Even if it was an ant in front of him, as long as he did not die this time, he might have a chance to rise again in the future. Sky Dragon begged for mercy, and at the same time, he mobilized the black fog to block. He was going all out. I am just an ant. You are a heaven's pride, the representative of the heavenly axiom. I do not have the ability to make you submit to me. Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Beg for mercy? Submit? What a joke. You are my transport team leader. If I don't kill you, how can I increase my strength? The benefits of killing you over 90 times are unimaginable. Boom. Sky Dragon's pleas were drowned out by Lin Fei's attacks in the blink of an eye. Tian, you will die soon too. The heavenly axiom will not let you off. Lin Fei chose to ignore Sky Dragon's desperate voice. If I don't kill you, how can I force the heavenly axiom out? At the same time, I will resolve some doubts in my heart. Finally, he killed Sky Dragon. The black fog on the altar stopped moving. Lin Fei was sure that Sky Dragon had been killed by him, and there was no chance for him to resurrect. I really have to thank you. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. With the contribution of the transport team leader, his strength increased like a rocket, reaching a shocking 140 billion in the blink of an eye. It was fortunate that he had a transport team leader like Sky Dragon. Without such a transport team leader, it would have taken a long time for him to reach his current level. Master, congratulations, you are about to get something good. Lin Fei had long coveted the altar under his feet. Although he was invincible. But his subordinates were different. As long as he had this altar, Lin Fei believed that his invincible palace's future would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for it to dominate the sealed world forever. It was an altar that could resurrect from the dead. At the same time, it could increase his strength. That was extraordinary. Tell me the exact situation immediately. Lin Fei could not wait to know. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the little devil could tell Lin Fei, the entire gray space was filled with a holy and supreme aura. It charged toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he would be drowned in this aura at any time, unable to turn around. Humph. Lin Fei knew that the heavenly Tao had made a move. With a cold harumph, a surge of energy surged forth, creating an opening. It's better for your main body to come out. A mere little toy is really useless against me. Lin Fei said coolly. Ever since he killed Sky Dragon, Lin Fei had never been afraid. Even if this was someone else's territory. You're not bad. A majestic voice reverberated throughout the entire gray space. In front of Lin Fei, the gray mist dissipated, revealing a massive black eyeball that gave off a destructive and divine aura. Thank you for the compliment. I am indeed a good person, but unfortunately, we are enemies now. Lin Fei still remembered the quest issued by the system. Killing the master of the heavenly law would bring great rewards. Compared to the heavenly Tao in his imagination, his current appearance made it hard for others to respect him. What a disappointment. No, we're not enemies. The giant eyeball opened, and a variety of emotions appeared. However, there was no trace of humanity in the other party. Master, this guy is stalling for time. He seems to be preparing something. Little Devil reminded. From the moment the other party appeared, Lin Fei had no intention of talking nicely. Wrong, we are enemies. Lin Fei shouted and slashed at the eyeball. The clouds were rolling. The power of this slash had reached a terrifying level. It could be said to be the most terrifying slash. You know that I am the heavenly Tao, the Supreme One. Why do you have to use your sword against me? The giant eyeball shook its head, and the terrifying blade aura shattered inch by inch. Before it could get close, it disappeared. Lin Fei was shocked. The heavenly Tao is indeed the heavenly Tao. It's much stronger than Sky Dragon. My attack was dissolved just like that. This was what Lin Fei had expected. If the heavenly Tao was so weak, would it still be the heavenly Tao? Humph, the heavenly Tao. You say you are the heavenly Tao, but I think you're a fake. Lin Fei didn't stop. He slashed again, one slash after another. After a total of 50 slashes, the energy in his body was instantly sucked dry, including the system's destiny points. The giant eyeball was instantly enveloped by the blade aura. Lin Fei took out the Heaven Origin Myriad Spirit Potion and swallowed a few drops. In less than 2 breaths, his strength was restored to its original state. Di Tian, your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless. The dozens of slashes were dissolved once again. That area seemed to be able to restrain any attack. I'll give you a chance. Become the agent of the heavenly Tao. From now on, you will be in existence above everyone else. The sealed world is just the beginning. In the future, you will be the strongest in this universe. How's the analysis? The destiny energy around Lin Fei surged. There's some progress. This heavenly Tao seems to be a very special existence. It can steal some kind of power. It shouldn't be the heavenly Tao. It can be said to be a fake. A very special existence. Lin Fei thought. He had asked the little devil to observe and analyze. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't treat the heavenly Tao as the heavenly Tao. In this world, the heavenly Tao was the most terrifying. However, he felt that there was something wrong with this heavenly Tao. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei was even more certain that the little devil was telling the truth. Moreover, I also discovered that this heavenly Tao seems to be restricted by something. It seems like it can't use its full strength. Master, you can test it again. As long as you do it a few more times, I will be able to analyze more. In fact, Lin Fei had also discovered something. The heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. However, Lin Fei didn't feel any special aura from it. I don't like to be someone else's subordinate. I feel that I should be the number one. That's the feeling. Lin Fei summoned his 18 clones. Each one of them attacked in a different direction. With a large number of Heaven Origin Myriad spirits, Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't see the heavenly Tao's weakness. As long as there was a weakness, there would be a way to deal with it. He believed in the little devil's analysis. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. However, the heavenly Tao easily blocked them. In fact, it was completely neutralized before it could even get close. Since you refuse to repent, then accept the punishment of heaven. The giant eyeball spewed out a purple flame. As soon as the flame appeared, it covered the sky and burned fiercely. The gray space was filled with flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei slowed down time, forming a vacuum around him. A trace of the power of time still affected the flame's approach. What a terrifying attack. As soon as the flame appeared, the power contained actually reached 200 billion. Chapter 2159. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The purple flames burned, and Lin Fei's heaven's fate points were rapidly consumed. The power of 200 billion heaven's fate points was unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be burned into nothingness. Although the attack was terrifying, Lin Fei had an invincible defense and recalled his 18 clones. Losing even one was heartbreaking. Strike. Blade was a basic blade technique. Now that he executed it, streaks of invisible and traceless blade rays landed not far away from the huge eyeball. Boom boom boom. Before the blade rays could be destroyed, Lin Fei detonated them. Waves of torrents were set off. It's useful. With each detonation, Lin Fei realized that he could advance a lot. Although the consumption was severe, Lin Fei's expression didn't change. He continued to attack, and from time to time, he would consume Tianyuan myriad spirits to replenish his combat power. Master, continue. At this time, Lin Fei was infinitely close to the heavenly Tao's eyeball. 10 slashes. 100 slashes. 500 slashes. Lin Fei didn't know how many slashes he made, but he knew that the torrents came wave after wave, with almost no time to rest. Boom. After another explosion, the torrents hit the huge eyeball, and drops of blood dripped down. I thought the heavenly Tao wouldn't be injured, but it turns out that you're not as powerful as I thought. In the end, you'll still be injured. Lin Fei laughed and instantly slashed more than 10 times. The 10 slashes merged into one, and an invisible blade slashed at the huge eyeball. This was one of the basic blade techniques. Boom. The huge eyeball split into pieces. Lin Fei blinked. It's dead. Master, behind you on the left, attack. The little devil's voice was urgent. Lin Fei seemed to have a telepathic connection. He turned around and slashed. Master, east. Master, south. Master, above your head. Every time the little devil spoke, Lin Fei would accurately slash at a certain location. Although he didn't understand what the little devil wanted to do, Lin Fei still believed in the little devil. The system was much more powerful than him. No matter how powerful the heavenly Tao was, it still suffered in the hands of the system. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had slashed. He couldn't remember clearly. Lin Fei could see that the power of the surrounding purple flames was weakening. The heavenly Tao seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Straight ahead, 90,000 zhang away. The little devil raised his voice. Lin Fei's heart moved at will, and his saber struck the exact spot. Ah! With this strike, a miserable sound came from the gray space, and the gray aura in the surroundings instantly changed. The environment was changing. In less than a few breaths, Lin Fei discovered that he was in a palace that exuded an ancient aura. The surroundings were empty. This is? Lin Fei was very surprised. He had followed the little devil's instructions and cut down many places. How did he end up here? Master, this is the true lair of the heavenly law. That was just an illusion. The little devil's words made Lin Fei suddenly understand. Illusion, how is this possible? Lin Fei really couldn't feel it. The surrounding environment didn't feel like an illusion at all. If it was really an illusion, according to his combat strength, he could easily break it. It would have been easy to break through, instead of waiting until now. Master, look in front. Lin Fei looked over in bewilderment and saw an unbelievable scene. Straight ahead, at the end of the palace, there was also an altar. There was a pillar erected on the altar. This wasn't strange at all. Several iron chains on the pillar rattled. At the edge of the altar, there was a dwarf lying on the ground. You can actually break my illusion, who are you? The dwarf moved, and the iron chains behind him rattled. Lin Fei also didn't expect that there would be such a scene in the gray space. Could that huge eyeball be formed by the dwarf in front of him? This is also, you can live until now, why can't I? Lin Fei's heart moved. He was putting on an act. The dwarf's eyes stared at Lin Fei, as if he wanted to see a familiar shadow on the other party. But no matter how he looked, he still couldn't see it. The dwarf never thought that his illusion would be broken by someone. This illusion was the most terrifying existence of his race. Once it was used, no one could break it. But today, it was easily broken by someone. Moreover, it was someone who looked like an ant in his eyes. Who exactly are you? The dwarf's voice became much more solemn. Lin Fei listened to the little evil demon's words. Master, didn't I tell you to keep attacking just now? I kept analyzing and deducing. You also know that I am very good at this, especially when it comes to subtle changes. When this guy used the purple flames, the flaw was revealed. It was very obscure, even 100 people might not be able to see it. Unfortunately, he met me. Lin Fei listened very carefully. So the appearance of the purple flames was because the little evil demon deduced that there was another secret in this space. The last place he attacked was where the huge eyeball was constantly moving. Lin Fei didn't see it at that time. At the same time, he was glad that he almost fell for it. Who would have thought that there would be such a different scene in this space? Perhaps no one knew about it. Lin Fei even thought that the heavenly dragon might not know about this secret. Master, this dwarf should be a special life form. At the same time, he has lived for a long time and has an ancient aura on him. If not for the chains restraining his power, Master would have been killed in one move. How strong is he at his peak? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The purple flames almost took his life. Lin Fei was very clear that he had used up more than 20 drops of Sky Yuan myriad spirits. If it was any other time, he would have run long ago. Run? Forget it. More than 900 billion, reaching the level of 1 trillion, or even more. Lin Fei let out a light sigh. Who exactly are you? The dwarf screamed again. No one was more miserable than the dwarf. What a lowly ant. Time and time again, he destroyed his plans. Now, he even walked in front of him. If he was still at his peak, he would be able to kill a mere ant easily. Why did he have to be so miserable now? At the same time, the other party's words made the dwarf feel uneasy. No one knew what happened in the past better than he did. If not for that damned fellow, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The dwarf didn't expect that person to live until now and even break through in the sealed world. Since you can't guess, I won't say. Lin Fei took a few steps and stopped. Lin Fei pondered and prepared to get some information out of the dwarf. However, you are quite bold to use the heavenly Tao to trick people. You are amazing. Lin Fei laughed. If not for his great improvement in strength, Lin Fei would have been tricked. At least, the sky dragon was tricked. Chapter 2160. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, Lin Fei wouldn't underestimate him. He was suppressed here and even dared to pretend to be the heavenly Tao and support the heavenly Tao's agent. He really had no taboo. Lin Fei wouldn't easily take risks against such a person. If it wasn't for the little devil's help, Lin Fei believed that he would have suffered a great loss. System scanning in progress. This place had an ancient aura. Standing here felt like 10,000 years had passed in an instant. It was a very special existence. Lin Fei felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. He didn't like this place either. Master, there's something good on the left. Lin Fei didn't want to deal with the dwarf now. It was better to put some distance between them to avoid being tricked. Bones. Lin Fei's figure flashed and came to a corner of the palace. There was a stone pool in the corner. Blood-colored blood was constantly rolling in the pool, emitting endless evil energy. This is similar to the altar from before. Lin Fei said to himself. What are you doing? The gnome on the other side cried out. He obviously didn't expect that the other party didn't come to ask him, but went somewhere else. He had no place to put the words in his heart. Lin Fei once again chose to ignore it. I'll talk after you cool down. This is a treasure, a very powerful treasure. According to the information I gathered, this should be a part of an altar, said the little devil. Lin Fei's heart moved and he took out the treasure from before. It was that altar. So it's the upper and lower parts. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and understood. This altar and the blood-colored stone pool were originally one complete item, but he didn't know why they became two parts. Master, if you combine them according to my method, it will be a powerful treasure. The benefits are definitely beyond your imagination. All right, tell me. The dwarf's eyes flickered. He wants to combine them? Lin Fei followed the little devil's instructions and activated the altar. The altar released endless black fog. The blood in the blood pool rolled and turned into a roaring blood beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the altar. Black mist rose from the altar, trying to resist the blood pond. However, it wasn't as strong as the blood pond. It was torn down little by little, falling into the blood pond. Lin Fei watched quietly. The combination of the altar and the blood pond. It didn't take long. Who the hell are you? You actually know about the blood sacrificial altar? The dwarf said to Lin Fei's back. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. Although it has a powerful background, it's not something rare in our eyes. Not only can I assemble it, but I can also refine it. Lin Fei said faintly and continued to pretend. Is there a way to refine the blood sacrificial altar? When the upper and lower parts were put together, Lin Fei realized that this treasure's origin was not small. Coupled with the little fiend's words, Lin Fei knew that this treasure was not simple. He also understood the importance of the blood sacrificial altar. Lin Fei was even more curious about this dwarf. Just who was it that had suppressed the dwarf here and even used a top-notch treasure? One could imagine how powerful the dwarf was before he was suppressed. Yes, as long as you spend some destiny points, I can help you control it. Then help me control it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to learn some secrets from the dwarf. As for using a secret technique to forcefully search his memory, he couldn't guarantee success. When a person was suppressed, and when he couldn't be killed, there was no need to say more about how powerful he was. The dwarf's eyes kept flickering. Humph, you're quite arrogant. The blood sacrificial altar was the treasure of the unparalleled expert back then. Once the blood sacrificial altar is activated, it's terrifying. Even if that unparalleled expert fell, it's not something someone like you can control. No one knew better than him how terrifying the blood sacrificial altar was. Back then, he had also spent a lot of effort on it. He had spent a lot of effort to get the blood sacrificial altar here. Unfortunately, he couldn't assemble it. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Just wait and see. The entire process didn't take long. The destiny points continued to be consumed. Lin Fei also became very calm. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, getting a treasure first was a good harvest. Moreover, it might be a top-notch treasure. Master, it's done. There was a subtle connection between Lin Fei and the blood sacrificial altar. Watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The blood sacrificial altar flew out and expanded with the wind. Endless blood-colored hurricanes whizzed out along with the blood sacrificial altar, constantly cutting the void, causing the void to collapse. In a moment, the blood sacrificial altar turned into the size of a city. Lin Fei leaped up and stood at the center of the blood sacrificial altar. With this, he completely controlled the blood sacrificial altar. What a terrifying blood sacrificial altar. Lin Fei only needed a thought to control the blood sacrificial altar. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly, although those restrictions are terrifying. Too much time has passed. In front of me, the invincible little devil, all the restrictions are useless. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. As long as he controlled the blood sacrificial altar, he could block any attack. It was truly unrestrained. Any divine ability would become extremely weak in front of the blood sacrificial altar. Did you see it clearly? Controlling the blood sacrificial altar isn't that difficult. With a thought, the blood sacrificial altar traversed the void and arrived above the dwarf. Lin Fei was like an emperor as he spoke from above. I didn't expect that you could really control the blood sacrificial altar left behind by that unparalleled expert. A trace of disbelief flashed in the dwarf's eyes. No one knew better than him that the blood sacrificial altar contained terrifying divine restrictions. Each of the divine restrictions was extremely frightening. The most frightening divine restrictions contained in the blood sacrificial altar weren't just 1 or 2, but a total of 1 million. The power of ordinary restrictions was ordinary. Even if there were 1 million ordinary restrictions, the power would only be so. However, it was different with divine restrictions. 1 million of them was enough to make people tremble in fear. As soon as the blood sacrificial altar appeared above the dwarf, boundless blood-colored energy shrouded the dwarf. All the blood and qi in the dwarf's body flowed out continuously and finally converged into the blood sacrificial altar. What are you doing? This was one of the functions of the blood sacrificial altar. Activating the blood sacrificial altar required an endless amount of blood. Any living being that was enveloped by the blood sacrificial altar would have their blood sucked dry by the blood sacrificial altar. Nothing. I just want to let you know that I'm not trying to scare you. If I say that I can control the blood sacrificial altar, then I can control it. At the same time, I'll let you experience the power of the blood sacrificial altar. The dwarf was enraged. The iron chains behind him rattled again. Endless black fog surged out to resist the tearing power of the blood sacrificial altar. You're shameless. You're a top-notch expert. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. It's not like you can't resist it. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the dwarf's body and flowed into the blood sacrificial altar. As the fresh blood flowed into the blood sacrificial altar, the scarlet color of the blood sacrificial altar became thicker. At the same time, blood-colored demons appeared around the blood sacrificial altar and pounced on the dwarf below. Chapter 2161. Once the blood sacrificial altar unfolded, the blood demons kept tearing at the midget's flesh. More and more demons gathered around the blood sacrificial altar. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Fei was using the midget as a test subject. It must be said that this midget was very powerful. Even though he was shackled, his strength was still tyrannical. His flesh kept growing, and his aura never weakened. This blood sacrificial altar is more terrifying than I imagined. The tearing force is at such a level. No wonder it became a treasure in the hands of an unparalleled expert. Lin Fei had been observing with his divine sense. The blood demons were formed purely from the power of blood. Every one of them was very terrifying. According to the level of power, almost every one of them had a power of 50 billion. This was because the blood sacrificial altar had suffered too much damage and was unable to display its original power. What's the point of torturing me like this? The blood sacrificial altar is not bad, but it's not the blood sacrificial altar of the unparalleled expert. Even if you use it for 100 years, you won't be able to kill me. Lin Fei did not think that it would be easy to kill this midget. This kind of person who was suppressed, but not killed, would always have his own terrifying aspects. Since I can't kill you, don't you think it's interesting to refine the blood sacrificial altar? Lin Fei laughed. If you're bored, we can have a chat. The midget knew that this black-robed kid was very difficult to deal with. Using himself to refine the blood sacrificial altar. Only he could think of that. Where did this shameless bastard come from? Sure. The midget also wanted to know the background of this black-robed kid. Such a person had ruined his plans time and time again. Even the Heavensville agent that he had nurtured was killed, and he even seized the God Emperor Mountain space. The midget even personally sent a clone, which ended up being left in the God Emperor Mountain space. At that time, the midget did not put DT on in his eyes. That was just his first miscalculation. The second time, he would definitely not miscalculate. But regrettably, the second time, he miscalculated again. If I knew that you were from that era, I definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. The dwarf looked at Lin Fei and felt a tinge of regret. He had given Lin Fei a chance to recover. What a pity. You won't have the chance. Lin Fei smiled and said, there's only one chance. You also know that people like us only have one chance. It's gone if you miss it. You're right. There won't be another chance if we miss it. The dwarf did not continue. I'm quite curious. Who on earth has such a deep grudge against you in this godforsaken place that they have imprisoned you here? Lin Fei smiled. However, I'm much luckier than you. At least I don't need to be confined in a certain place. After being suppressed for such a long time, there was one thing that the dwarf couldn't let go of. He was instantly enraged. Actually, I don't know who that person is. The dwarf bitterly smiled. Back then, I was also an all-powerful figure of this era. Later on, when I woke up one day, I found myself in this place. That damned fellow, if I were to find out, sooner or later I would torture and kill him 100 times, making him wish he was dead. This was a great humiliation for the dwarves. It must have been done by those old bastards. They have nothing to do all day and only think about scheming this and that, using the heavens as a chessboard. The dwarf could not help but roar. Old bastards? Scheming? Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Don't think that you're living comfortably now. Maybe you're also scheming. Back then, the sealed world was not the sealed world. How glorious was that? Later on, it became like this. If I were you, I would find a place to live in seclusion. Find a place as soon as possible and live in seclusion, watching the ups and downs of the world. This is the best way to protect yourself. Master, don't listen to him. This guy doesn't have any good intentions. The little devil reminded. Don't worry, I won't take it seriously. Even if that old bastard is scheming something, as long as he provokes me, I will turn this world upside down. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. I still prefer to be free and unfettered. As for living in seclusion, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. Those guys who want to scheme against me, I will send them to heaven one by one. The dwarf really didn't have any good intentions. Regardless of Di Tian's background, now that he was here, he saw hope. If it was possible, he might have a chance to leave this place. He was sick of staying here. You can't do it. The dwarf shook his head. I'll only know after I try. Lin Fei smiled. So, I plan to borrow something from you. Boom. The blood sacrificial altar pressed down and crashed into the dwarf's body. The entire altar shook violently. Below the dwarf, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal with a mighty heavenly might. It released a boundless pressure and shook the blood sacrificial altar. The blood demon roared, revealing a trace of fear. You should be controlling this heart of heavenly Tao to represent the heavenly Tao. Now, this thing belongs to me. Lin Fei was not idly chatting with the dwarf. Lin Fei was very concerned about such a treasure. How did you know that the heart of heavenly Tao is here? The dwarf was not satisfied. No matter where the treasures in this space are hidden, I can find them. Lin Fei dashed towards the blood sacrificial altar again and again, hitting the dwarf's body. The terrifying power of the blood sacrificial altar was even higher than Lin Fei's combat power. Every time it hit the dwarf's body, cracks would be left on the dwarf's body. It was like a work of art that could shatter at any time. The heart of heavenly Tao continuously released heavenly might. Unfortunately, the heavenly might at this moment wasn't that strong. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei had asked the little devil to search for treasures. The blood sacrificial altar was one of them. The other was the heart of heavenly Tao, which was hidden under the altar. At that time, Lin Fei didn't know how to force the heart of heavenly Tao out. That was why he chose to chat with the dwarf, giving the little devil time to analyze. Fortunately, the little devil didn't disappoint Lin Fei. He calculated the direction of the attack. At the same time, he confirmed the connection between the heart of Heavenly Tao and the dwarf. Tian, don't even think of snatching the heart of Heavenly Tao from my hands. The dwarf's expression was sinister. Since you want to die, even if my strength isn't as good as before, killing you is still not a difficult task. Heart of Heavenly Tao, fuse. The heart of Heavenly Tao spun, releasing endless heaven's mandate energy to heal the injuries on his body. Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar and used the power of blood to attack again. At the same time, 18 doppelgangers flew out. With Lin Fei's current strength, releasing 18 doppelgangers could destroy whoever he wanted in the sealed world. The dwarf's pressure multiplied. The pressure from the 18 doppelgangers caused the heart of Heavenly Tao to spin even faster. If you don't hand it over today, then I'll take it myself. Chapter 2162. The heart of Heavenly Tao is mine. How could Lin Fei miss out on such a good item? He would take advantage of the situation to take his life. Lin Fei's thoughts were just that simple. The blood sacrificial altar was activated and struck the dwarf again and again. At the same time, the 18 clones struck out with all sorts of attacks. The palace was filled with a terrifying and threatening aura. Heavenly Tao, imprisonment. The dwarf wasn't simple either. Although he couldn't move, his hands could still move. He struck out seals and the power of the heart of Heavenly Tao was activated. A majestic pressure came over. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. It was as if the surrounding space was frozen. Unlimited power, break. Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning. The destiny points on the system transformed into unlimited power and struck in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The attack had no range and the imprisonment power loosened. Good chance. After it loosened a little, Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar. At the same time, he swung his saber at the dwarf's body. The dwarf's body released a mysterious light, blocking part of the attack. The heart of Heavenly Tao that was controlled by the dwarf became unstable. Lin Fei didn't think that the dwarf had completely grasped the power of Heavenly Tao. At most, he had grasped a part of it. This was his chance, a very good chance. Cut off the connection. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. At the moment of instability, a perfect slash landed in the middle. With the system constantly monitoring, Lin Fei cut off the connection between the dwarf and the dwarf. The pressure on Lin Fei lessened by a lot. Everything between the heart of Heavenly Tao and the dwarf was cut off. The dwarf's expression changed. He reached out to grab the heart of Heavenly Tao. He didn't have time to think about how the other party could find the connection. With the dwarf's grab, the 18 clones were no longer under pressure. They attacked again and delayed the dwarf. At the same time, the blood sacrificial altar kept striking. Each strike was earth-shattering. Lin Fei's figure flashed. He came in front of the heart of Heavenly Tao and slashed at the dwarf's palm. You have no chance. Without the restriction, he was not afraid of speed. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. Lin Fei grabbed the heart of the Heavenly Tao with one hand. All of a sudden, the heart of Heavenly Tao erupted with infinite power, and a portion of it shot toward his palm. Invincible defense, grab him. When the ray of light collided with the palm, Lin Fei's body shook. Zhang Xian managed to block the attack. With another wave of his hand, boundless destiny energy wrapped around the heavens will heart, sealing off all paths of escape. Come here. The heart of the Heavenly Tao flew towards Lin Fei's palm. How dare you? The midget roared angrily. Vicious light erupted from his body. He opened his mouth and spat out an 8-rank lotus throne. This was something he obtained from a dangerous place, and it possessed tremendous power. As soon as the 8th grade lotus platform appeared, it spun rapidly. It produced a huge tearing force. Lin Fei had an inexplicable cold feeling, as if the blood in his body was about to leave his control. What a powerful lotus platform. Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. The blood sacrificial altar crashed into the 8th grade lotus throne. The huge impact caused the surrounding space to collapse and the astral winds to howl. Crash. 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 Lin Fei had to send the 8th grade lotus throne flying. At the same time, Lin Fei swallowed 7 or 8 heavenly essence pills to replenish his depleted energy. His battle prowess was at its peak. He was extremely ferocious. His energy isn't depleted at all. The midget thought to himself. Although he couldn't control the entire heaven's will, he could still control a part of it. Now that someone could also reach this step, it was undoubtedly a shocking thing. The midget also controlled the 8th grade lotus throne to crash forward. Every time they collided, a huge whirlpool would form around them. Anything that fell into the whirlpool would be torn into pieces. Lin Fei pushed the blood sacrificial altar to the limit. The 18 clones also kept attacking the 8th grade lotus throne. The balance began to tilt towards Lin Fei's side. The heart of the heavenly Tao continued to approach Lin Fei. Come here. Lin Fei roared. Billowing destiny energy surged, and he grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao in his hand. Bang! 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 Lin Fei instantly turned into a bloody man. The heart of the heavenly Tao's power shook. His bones began to shatter. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, he would have been completely killed just now. Destiny energy, suppress it for me. Lin Fei used all his strength to suppress the heart of the heavenly Tao and returned to the blood sacrificial altar. He controlled the blood sacrificial altar again and slammed forward. The palace was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei relied on the blood sacrificial altar to leave the palace. Although the 8th grade lotus throne released a terrifying attack, Lin Fei still managed to escape. Done. Lin Fei used space teleportation in the next second. The original space seemed to have solidified, and Lin Fei's speed was getting slower and slower. Tian, leave behind the heart of the heavenly Tao. The 8th grade lotus throne chased after him. The midget's voice came from the lotus throne, but the midget's figure was nowhere to be seen. A mere 8th grade lotus throne wants to stop me. Lin Fei used the blood sacrificial altar to slam into the void. Loud rumbling sounds were heard as the space continued to collapse. The astral wind blew unscrupulously, and Lin Fei forcibly smashed open a path. Explode. The 8th grade lotus throne was getting closer and closer. The god emperors and ultimate gods that Lin Fei released in the space self-destructed one by one. The force of the self-destruction impacted the 8th grade lotus throne, slowing down the midget's speed. The sealed world was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. That midget had a powerful background. He even had a terrifying treasure like the 8th grade lotus throne. If he hadn't gotten the blood sacrificial altar by luck, he wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Open. With one last slam, Lin Fei rushed out and returned to the sealed world. The 8th grade lotus throne didn't catch up. For some reason, Lin Fei used space teleportation several times and returned to the invincible palace. Using the God Emperor throne, he entered the space of Mount God Emperor. A suppressed midget's strength is too terrifying, especially the last 8th grade lotus throne. Lin Fei sighed. Too powerful. If it wasn't for the heavenly primordial thousand spirits and heavenly primordial spirit fish he obtained from Mount God Emperor, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the midget's attack. Lin Fei released the blood sacrificial altar. The blood sacrificial altar wasn't as powerful as before. It had consumed too much power of blood. Lin Fei secretly tried to use his destiny's energy to activate it, but he didn't gain much. Lin Fei temporarily put it aside and looked at the heart of the heavenly Tao. At this time, the heart of the heavenly Tao was being suppressed by Lin Fei. It kept releasing energy in an attempt to shatter the palm. Lin Fei firmly suppressed the heart of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the heart of the heavenly Tao wasn't as powerful as he imagined. This was the only thing worth celebrating. If it was too powerful, he might not be able to suppress it. Is there a way to refine it? If he didn't refine it as soon as possible, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Who knew how long he could suppress it? He didn't want to waste all his energy on the heart of the heavenly Tao. I'll study it right away, Little Devil said. Half a day later, Little Devil had a way to refine it. According to the analysis, the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't the real heavenly Tao. It's a treasure refined by an unparalleled expert. It has the ability to imitate the existence of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2163. Are you sure? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. The heart of heavenly Tao was the most eye-catching thing at first glance. It undoubtedly represented the existence of the heavenly Tao. Now that it was said that it was not true, how could he not be shocked? Very sure. The little devil said, Master, you seem to have a preconceived idea. The heavenly Tao is a supreme existence. How can it have a representative? If it really exists, wouldn't it be a mess? Is the heavenly Tao something humans can control? Lin Fei's heart felt like it was struck by a huge bell. He was stunned. Heavenly Tao, from the beginning, Lin Fei had a preconceived idea that the existence of the heavenly Tao would also have a representative. Could it be that I'm really mistaken? Lin Fei kept asking himself. This was obviously not a trivial matter. The little devil's words were like a blow to his head. The heavenly Tao is a just existence. How can it be so easy to have a consciousness? If it has a will, I'm afraid everyone will be enslaved by the heavenly Tao. The little devil said again. All the information about the heavenly Tao appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He gradually frowned. It seems that the heavenly Tao really has a preconceived idea. Think about it carefully and you will understand. Although the heavenly Tao has always existed and is very far away from us, it is impossible for the heart of heavenly Tao to exist. After a long time, Lin Fei sighed softly. I've really been deceived. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more it made no sense. If the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't a product of the heavenly Tao, then what is it? Lin Fei asked. However, I can clearly sense the aura of the heavenly Tao from the heart of the heavenly Tao. Wrong. Although you feel the aura of the heavenly Tao, there is a supreme information missing. Supreme and supreme. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Although he had gone against the heavenly Tao several times, he always felt that something was missing. At that time, he did not think about it. Once the little devil said it, it became clear. If I'm not wrong, the heart of the heavenly Tao and Master's hand should be a supreme treasure. That dwarf kid is suppressed in the sealed world. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the heavenly Tao. Now that it has fallen into Master's hands, Master can completely refine it. The little demon giggled. Lin Fei could indeed sense how extraordinary the heart of the heavenly Tao was. This was definitely one of the top treasures. Tell me the method. The little devil didn't say anything. Instead, he said something else. In fact, you can also choose another method. Just now, I analyzed the heart of the heavenly way and the blood sacrificial altar, and I came to a shocking conclusion. The two treasures can be combined or fused together, which will bring about a huge change. I just don't know if Master dares to take the risk. It can be fused again? Turn it into a new treasure? Lin Fei was a little tempted. Sticking to the rules? Lin Fei was not like those people. He had the invincible system. Even if he did not have any top-grade treasures, he would not be able to defeat them. In the future, it was just a matter of time before he became a top-grade expert. Then let's give it a try. Lin Fei said without hesitation. Lin Fei took out the heaven essence 10,000 spirits again and consumed 8 of them, turning them into a terrifying number. Heaven and earth smelt, fused completely. Be it the heart of the heavenly Tao or the blood sacrificial altar, they were both treasures of unparalleled experts. If he could fuse them, he would definitely be able to create a new treasure. This was something that Lin Fei wished for. He did not know what tricks that midget had up his sleeves. Lin Fei felt that if he smelted the heart of the heavenly Tao, the midget would definitely be dumbfounded. A huge cauldron appeared. The scorching aura seemed like it was going to melt everything in the world. The moment the heart of the heavenly Tao left, it was suppressed. It broke through the void and wanted to leave. How could the little demon let the heart of the heavenly Tao leave? She used up a huge amount of destiny points and pulled the heart of the heavenly Tao into the furnace. The blood sacrificial altar also left and was suppressed. The scorching heat burned the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. As time passed, the two top-grade treasures started to melt. Who wants to melt the heart of the heavenly Tao? After a portion of the heart of the heavenly Tao melted, a blurry shadow drilled out of it. The shadow was exactly the same as the midget in the palace. "It's me." Lin Fei laughed. He soared into the sky and appeared above the midget. Pressing down with his palm, a majestic force came rolling down. "It's you again, Di Tian." The blurry shadow revealed a look of anger. A blurry grade 8 lotus platform appeared and blocked Lin Fei's palm attack. "Just a mere divine sense. Go to hell." Lin Fei had long known that the heart of the heavenly Tao would produce a divine sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to escape his control. "Master, leave this divine sense to me," the little demon said in disdain. "Artifact spirit?" Just as the sound of his voice faded, boundless flames attacked, surrounding the midget's divine sense and burning it. "What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn my divine sense." The midget in the flames roared. His voice was filled with fear. Lin Fei really didn't expect this flame to be so terrifying. It tortured the midget's divine sense to the point where it hovered between life and death. It was simply inconceivable. "Di Tian, you are so daring to refine that person's item. The day you die isn't far away. When they awaken, you will fall into an endless abyss." The midget's divine sense was burned into nothingness by the flame. "Awaken?" Lin Fei seemed to have heard some secrets. It seems like that midget has many secrets. Lin Fei quickly tossed it to the back of his mind. The heaven and earth smelt continued to refine the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. To think that the treasure of the unparalleled powerful being from earlier on would undergo such an earth-shattering transformation within the heaven and earth smelt. Even Lin Fei could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his destiny points were constantly being consumed. Why didn't this thing appear in the past? Lin Fei asked the little demon. "Master, you didn't ask." Lin Fei was convinced. Was this even a reason? As his destiny points continued to be consumed, Lin Fei had no choice but to swallow more heaven essence spirit to maintain the heaven and earth smelt. After a day and night, just as Lin Fei's heart was bleeding, the heaven and earth smelt finally stopped. "It's done." In order to refine a top-grade treasure, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. If not for the heaven essence spirit, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. In addition to the ones he had consumed previously, he was left with about half of them, about 40 to 50. "It's done. Master will definitely like it." The heaven and earth smelt disappeared, and a huge seal floated in midair. The seal was completely red, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying than before. "Master, immediately refine this heavenly blood seal, and you will experience the power of this seal." The little demon passed the refining technique to Lin Fei. Chapter 2164. The Blood Heaven Seal was a fusion of two supreme treasures. Lin Fei had high expectations for it. It wasn't easy for him to snatch it from the hands of the dwarf. In reality, Lin Fei suspected that this treasure belonged to an unparalleled expert and was not in the hands of the dwarf. Done. It didn't take long for a blood-colored blood heaven seal to land in Lin Fei's hand. Heavenly Tao protection. After completely grasping it, Lin Fei grasped the usage of the blood heaven seal. With a shout, the heavenly Tao surrounded him. At the same time, heavenly dragons hovered around him, displaying their divine might. There were a total of 9 heavenly dragons, which was the limit. "Go!" Lin Fei pointed with his finger. They rushed over and broke through the void. Terrifying marks were left behind. This is the first level of the Blood Heaven Seal. Using Heaven's mandate energy, one can summon the heavenly Tao protection of 9 dragons. Together with Master's previous invincible defense, the double defense is boundless. The little devil was very proud. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Endless Devour. After opening the first level, Lin Fei opened the second level. The Blood Heaven seal expanded with the wind. The terrifying devouring power devoured all living things, making one's hair stand on end. This second level actually inherited the blood sacrificial altar's effect. The little devil said, if there are too many enemies, one can use the second level, Endless Devour. As long as there is enough blood power, one can continuously convert it into heaven's mandate points. With such terrifying devouring power, Lin Fei didn't doubt that as long as an expert went up, he would definitely be sucked into a human skin. Regarding this, Lin Fei didn't dislike it. Instead, it was a great help to him. The third level, World Return to 1. This was the Blood Heaven Seal's strongest move. Lin Fei didn't plan to test it for now. The consumption was too great. Just refining it again consumed a large amount of Heaven's origin spirit. He didn't have the mood to continue using it. Lin Fei loved the Blood Heaven Seal so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the consumption was too great. My heavenly Tao heart. In another place. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood and lost control of the heart of the heavenly Tao. The midget knew in his heart that Di Tian had erased all traces of the heart of the heavenly Tao. This was not good news for the gnome. In order to leave this place, the dwarf had been making arrangements all this time, slowly grasping a portion of the heavenly Tao, imitating the might of the heavenly Tao and making people believe it to be real. In the end, Di Tian was the one who had ruined their plans. This Di Tian is too mysterious. Now that I've lost the heart of the heavenly Tao, wanting to escape is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All of this is because of that bastard Di Tian. Resentment flashed in the midget's eyes. No one would not resent such a thing. Even if he grasps the heart of the heavenly law, he can forget about killing me. The dwarf summoned an 8th grade lotus throne. I'm afraid that leaving this damned cage will take an indefinite amount of time. I can only take a risk. The dwarf's gaze fell on the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei rested for 5 days. After a series of battles, Lin Fei had no choice but to take a break. In the meantime, Lin Fei familiarized himself with the Blood Heaven Seal and used it very smoothly. Especially now, with just a thought, he could summon the 9 dragons to protect his body, and at the same time, bring about the might of the heavens. The true might of the heavens. These few days, Lin Fei did not idle around. He flipped through the secret manuals of the sealed world, looking for clues. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not find anything. Lin Fei did not forget what happened that day. However, there was too little information, and he could not find any clues at all. If I want to know the unknown secrets, I can only find that dwarf. Lin Fei put down a secret manual and came out. He sighed softly. Now, I should increase my strength first. After getting rid of the heavenly Tao, he got rid of his worries. As long as that guy was not killed, Lin Fei would still feel uneasy. If he wanted to kill the dwarf, he had to be many times stronger than he was now. That was what Lin Fei thought. Boom boom boom. Mountain God Emperor Space, another heavenly primordial dragon cave. Lin Fei barged in. 9 dragons' protection and invincible defense were activated. As soon as the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it suppressed the Heaven Essence Dragon and crushed it on the spot. Endless Devour. This was a Heaven Essence Dragon with an output of 80 billion energy. It was not very powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Now that the double defense was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's attacks were like tickles. At the same time, Lin Fei also noticed something strange. The 9 dragons' protection had a certain suppressive effect. As soon as the second layer was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's huge body was almost devoured. After seeing this, Furballs sucked in a breath of cold air. There were quite a number of Heaven Essence Dragons in the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei started off as a weakling, and with almost no effort at all, he wiped out the heavenly origin dragon. This time, his strength did not increase as quickly. Lin Fei did not care too much about it. The prerequisite was that he could improve quickly. It was normal for him to improve slowly in the later stages. Even so, Lin Fei's strength was not slow to increase, reaching around 270 billion. This was two extremes compared to when he had more than 10 billion. Suppress. In another cave, there was a sky origin giant dragon with a power of about 150 billion. If it was in the past, a single dragon breath would be enough to kill a person, leaving not even a corpse behind. Lin Fei's 9 dragons' protection blocked part of the power. Coupled with his invincible defense, he was almost unaffected. As soon as the Endless Devour was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon was in trouble. The more it struggled, the more powerful the Blood Heaven Seal would be. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Endless Devour was even more useful than Lin Fei had imagined. Once it was activated, it was a kind of forceful seizure. Coupled with the Heavenly Tao's suppression, it suppressed part of the Heaven Essence Dragon's strength. Little Devil was proud of himself. This was his masterpiece. Lin Fei almost added, "I didn't even use my destiny points. I almost lost half of my fortune." The benefits were obvious as well. Accumulate and accumulate. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. He had to kill that midget. It would be best if he could search his memory. Wow, it actually reached 230 billion. On this day, Lin Fei barged into a cave. There was also a Heaven Essence Dragon here, and it was invincible. As a last resort, Lin Fei used the 3rd level of world unification to smash the Heaven Essence Dragon into pieces. However, it also consumed a lot of destiny points. Even though Lin Fei was used to such a huge consumption, he couldn't help but gasp. The difference was too big. Even Lin Fei couldn't afford this kind of consumption. The effect was great. It was a true one-hit kill. Lin Fei's strength also increased to 290 billion. It was only a matter of time before it reached 300 billion. At the same time, the number of heavenly origin spirit stones he had was not a small number. He had over 800 of them. As for the heavenly origin spirit fish, Lin Fei did not consume them. Midget, I'm coming. Chapter 2165. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Returning to Closer's world, Lin Fei's consciousness covered the entire Closer's world, all the way to the end. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Fei had a feeling that the world was his to rule. The entire Closer's world was under his control. This was the true meaning of controlling everything. If someone were to speak ill of Lin Fei would be able to sense it immediately, and he would be able to slap that person to death. Master, if you activate the blood mark sky, you can transform into the heavenly Tao and control this world. At that time, you will be the ruler. The little devil's voice sounded. That works too. Lin Fei did not forget the scene of the heavenly Tao materializing the vertical eye on that day. He clearly remembered it. At that time, Lin Fei felt as small as an ant in front of the vertical eye. That kind of aura was very uncomfortable. Lin Fei activated the blood mark sky. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone. A subtle feeling lingered in Lin Fei's heart. Immediately, something moved him. Is this the heavenly Tao, the ruler of the world? Lin Fei's vision changed, and he felt as if he had transformed into the heavenly Tao. That feeling was very strange, and it was the most wonderful feeling in history. The entire Closer's world was under Lin Fei's control. This is the chaotic void. This is the forbidden land of the divine realm. Lin Fei did not need to move much. With a thought, the vision in front of him kept changing, and his body kept changing. Wind, come. Lin Fei laughed. The entire sealed world was suddenly engulfed in a violent gale. Following that, a thunderstorm struck. It was so ferocious that many people were frightened. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. I didn't expect that controlling the heavenly Tao would feel like this, but the consumption is relatively large. Lin Fei kept the blood-marked sky. He was even more curious about the heart of heavenly Tao. Lin Fei completely believed that it was refined by an unparalleled expert that could simulate the heavenly Tao. No one saw through the clues just now. I'm back. He entered again. Lin Fei still felt the ancient aura, but there was no change. This is really a strange place. Lin Fei had an inexplicable feeling that this was a special place. The illusion from last time did not exist this time. Lin Fei saw the palace from before. He arrived at the palace in a flash and saw the dwarf who was chained up again. The dwarf sat cross-legged, the 8th-grade lotus throne above his head slowly rotating. Lin Fei could easily feel traces of energy being absorbed into the 8th-grade lotus throne. Suppress. Lin Fei activated the blood heaven seal. With a loud rumble, he smashed onto the lotus platform of the 8 ranks. The lotus platform of the 8 ranks shook violently, and the dwarf who was sitting cross-legged spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually still dare to come? The dwarf's eyes were like lightning, shooting out 2 sharp lights as he slashed out with his blade and sword. Why can't I come? This place is mine now. Your words don't count. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The blood heaven seal landed on his head, and the 9 dragons of heaven protected him. Before he could get close, the 9 dragons roared and tore him into pieces. Look, you can't do it anymore. Lin Fei shook his head. The dwarf's eyes widened. Why, you actually refined the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar together. Who are you? No one knew the origin of these 2 treasures better than him. Back then, they were supreme treasures in the hands of unparalleled experts. Any one of them had invincible power. But now, the 2 supreme treasures were fused together. The dwarf did not believe that his eyes were not wrong. That was the fusion of the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar. Such an aura would not be forgotten even after 100 years. So, I'm stronger than you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Now, you can tell me your name, right? This time, Lin Fei was completely confident that he could suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would be wrong. You've now become a variable. You're extremely daring to combine 2 treasures together. Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regrets. The dwarf said coldly. Lin Fei shook his head. I've calculated for you. You will be in trouble soon. The blood heaven seal appeared above the dwarf. Endless devour. The blood heaven seal spun crazily. The dwarf's expression changed. Streams of power flowed from the dwarf's body into the blood heaven seal until they formed a pillar of power. Kill. When the dwarf activated the 8 lotus platform, Lin Fei slashed horizontally and landed heavily on the 8 lotus platform. This treasure was also impressive. It was not damaged at all and only shifted its position. Time slow. Space power. Lin Fei struck out 2 streams of power consecutively. At this time, he activated it again with close to 300 billion power. These 2 powers displayed unimaginable power. The dwarf's movements slowed down. The 8 lotus platform also slowed down. The blood heaven seal unleashed endless devouring, crazily absorbing the dwarf's energy. The dwarf's aura also began to change greatly and gradually became weak. My fortune-telling is not bad, right? Lin Fei slashed left and right, slashing the dwarf's body. The color of the blood heaven seal became more and more obvious, and the devouring power it produced was also increasing. The dwarf's entire body became shriveled, and his eye sockets were sunken, looking very terrifying. Stop. The dwarf barely managed to protect the 8 lotus platform. But it could not stop the power in his body from surging out and entering the blood heaven seal. Don't worry, don't worry. Lin Fei had already learned from the little demon that this kind of suppressed guy had endless power. Although his combat strength was suppressed, it was not possible to make the other party submit in such a short time. Therefore, Lin Fei activated the blood heaven seal to suppress him, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. In fact, the dwarf did have an idea. However, the other party's every move was being analyzed. It was basically impossible to play tricks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days the blood heaven seal was absorbing the dwarf's energy at all times. It was fine if it was just 1 day, but it was continuously absorbing the dwarf's energy. At first, the dwarf could still hold on, but as time passed, he felt uneasy. Back then, he could not be killed and was suppressed because he had his own trump card. Because of his physique, as long as there was a trace of energy, he could not be killed. As long as he was in the void, he could absorb energy at all times. This time, he had met his match. Lin Fei could control the invincible system, and he would not reject any destiny energy. This time, the dwarf was in trouble. The blood heaven seal had been absorbing the dwarf's energy for 10 days. The dwarf's expression became uglier and uglier, and his heart was in turmoil. Who is he? My physique is invincible, how can his body store such terrifying destiny energy? The dwarf couldn't figure it out. The dwarf had never seen such a physique. Tian, you win. The dwarf seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 2166. Boom. Boom. In a huge palace, a terrifying aura swept out. At the same time, a monstrous vortex appeared on a lotus platform. If one observed carefully, traces of energy were constantly being plundered and poured into the treasure above. Stop sucking. I surrender. I surrender. Under the 8th grade lotus platform, there was an existence that looked like a dried corpse, begging for mercy. This person was none other than the dwarf. Since the last time Lin Fei came to take care of the dwarf, a short period of time had passed. During this month, Lin Fei did not stop activating the blood heaven seal. Every day, he pushed it to the limit. The energy plundered from the dwarf was used to activate the blood heaven seal. This time, the dwarf was unlucky. During this period, he resisted several times, but in the end, he was defeated. After tossing and turning for a month, the dwarf was no longer high-spirited and domineering. What was left was a sense of vicissitudes and powerlessness, as if he had aged by tens of thousands of years. In the beginning, the dwarf planned to fake surrender and then give the opponent a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the dwarf was unlucky. Lin Fei did not take it seriously at all. He activated the blood heaven seal and frantically plundered the dwarf's energy. A month was not long, but to the dwarf, it was like a year. How can I trust you? Lin Fei stood on the blood heaven seal and said unhurriedly. In fact, at this time, the dwarf had little energy left in his body. At most, he could burst out an attack, or a secret technique attack. Lin Fei would not take the risk. He had to drain everything. Look at me, can I still resist? The dwarf smiled bitterly. Who knows? Lin Fei shook his head and continued to activate the blood heaven seal, sneering coldly in his heart. Another 3 days passed. Only a layer of skin was left on the dwarf's shriveled corpse. It was almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. If not for the fact that he still had a breath left, most people would think that the dwarf was already dead, or even dead for a long time. Stop sucking, go on. I'm going to die. The dwarf's expression became even uglier. He did not want to die here today. For more than a month, the dwarf had tried to shake off the treasures on it several times to escape the terrifying power of the blood sacrifice altar. The idea was good. He failed every time. The midget couldn't imagine what kind of trump card Tian was relying on to activate this powerful treasure. From the beginning until now, its energy had never been depleted. This was simply unbelievable. If the dwarf knew that the energy of the treasure came from his body, he probably wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. It was too tragic. Master, it's about time. The imp had been monitoring the energy in the dwarf's body. If it was someone else, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one knew how long the gnome could last. Now, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was hard not to know the energy of the gnome. 3 days ago, the dwarf still had the chance to struggle and resist, but now, the energy in his body was almost completely depleted. Lin Fei was relieved. In the words of the imp, the gnome was no longer a threat to him. Seal. 2 rays of light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he simultaneously moved his hands. He made a series of strange seals, and a huge seal character was inserted into the dwarf's body. The dwarf could no longer struggle. The energy in his body had been exhausted. He could only watch as the other party's seal landed on his hands. You win. The dwarf smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. This thing is not bad. Lin Fei waved his hand and grabbed. The 8th grade lotus platform landed in his palm, and the connection between them was severed. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood. Seal. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He once again sealed the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei was now very relieved. Even if the dwarf had some treasure, he would lose the 8th grade lotus platform. He had plenty of opportunities to torture the other party to death. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? Lin Fei smiled. Is there a need to suffer like this? The dwarf tried to break the seal, but the seal was very mysterious. Being knowledgeable and knowledgeable, the dwarf was also at a loss at this moment. He had truly never seen such a seal before. It was impossible for Lin Fei to have such a seal. This was specially made by the little devil over the past month. Because of this. For this, Lin Fei had spent quite a bit of destiny points. There was no helping it. Facing this kind of unparalleled expert, Lin Fei had to be careful. Once the seal entered the dwarf's body, the imp could monitor his every move in real time. At the same time, it meant that his every move was in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei kept the blood sky seal and smiled. Actually, I have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a good treasure. The dwarf regretted Tian coming here the most. At the same time, there was that stupid sky dragon. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture a heavenly Dao agent in an attempt to control the sealed world. Unfortunately, he met Tian in the end and suffered a crushing defeat. Even now, he had no capital. Tian was simply his nemesis. You are more powerful than any prodigy I have ever seen. Blood sacrifice altar and heavenly Dao heart. You actually refined such a grade of treasure. Even I would find it hard to resist the power of plunder. These were the dwarf's heartfelt words. At the start, Lin Fei was not so smooth in activating the blood sky seal. But in a month's time, with an abnormal existence like the dwarf and the endless devouring of the 2nd level of the blood sky seal, Lin Fei had mastered it to perfection. Once the 2nd level was activated, the terrifying power of plunder would be able to plunder all life forms. Lin Fei had no doubt that if he took it out, it would definitely be a terrifying killing weapon. No matter how many came, he would be killed. If the dwarf wanted to escape, Lin Fei would be powerless. But the dwarf was imprisoned here, and the chains behind him were not just for show. It was an imprisonment. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. For example, the blood sky seal stored a large amount of energy. I wonder what level of treasure this treasure is in your eyes. Lin Fei used heaven's will energy to condense a throne and faced the dwarf. At the same time, Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial brew. Are you interested in a cup? Good wine. The dwarf took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He said in an intoxicated manner, just the fragrance alone makes one want to drink a cup. Lin Fei was actually resting. A month's time had a huge impact. Lin Fei was more or less tired. The celestial brew was brewed later, so he brought it with him. Drinking a mouthful could raise his spirit. Lin Fei poured a cup for the dwarf. The cup landed in front of the dwarf, and the dwarf took a deep breath. The celestial brew entered his mouth, and he enjoyed it very much. I haven't tasted celestial brew of this grade in a long time. The dwarf slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with memories. It's good, let's drink a few more cups. Chapter 2167. Actually, you are not a person from that era. After drinking a few cups of immortal brew, the dwarf became talkative. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "From the very beginning, I knew you were not a person from that era." Lin Fei was no longer in danger. Naturally, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. "How can you tell?" The dwarf laughed. "I had a name in that era. People called me a war criminal." Although the dwarf said it very softly, Lin Fei subconsciously shivered. These two words were filled with intense killing intent. This feeling came in a very strange way. Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. To be suppressed in a sealed world, he was not a simple person. If they could kill him, no one would be unwilling to suppress him. There was no need to do so. "I am also curious. It is rare for you to grow to such a level in a sealed world. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of that unparalleled expert." The dwarf was very serious. "In my impression, other than the reincarnation of an unparalleled expert, you are the first person to cultivate to this realm in just a few hundred years." Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He thought to himself, "I have an invincible system. Otherwise, I am nothing." This world was more dangerous than he imagined. "You can treat me as a proud son of heaven, and a very powerful one at that." Lin Fei laughed. "I have a few questions in my heart. I wonder if you can answer them for me." Lin Fei believed that the dwarf would say it. "No problem." The dwarf did not refuse. "I lost to you, so you are qualified to know my name." "You are one of the few who know my name." "My name is Wuming. What a domineering name." With a preconceived impression, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity for such a good name. "I know what you are thinking. If I say that this appearance is not my original appearance, would you believe me?" Lin Fei was a little surprised. Then, he said seriously, "I believe you. If you have any questions, you can ask them now." Wuming said, "If you had not defeated me, I would have forgotten my own name. I've almost forgotten my own name. It's been too long." Lin Fei did not think too much about it. "I'd like to know what's going on with the sealed world and the secrets of the mountain god emperor." Lin Fei was not a wishy-washy person. He wanted to know the answer to all of these questions. Seal the world. This is a good place. If we really want to talk about the sealed world, it can be traced back to before the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Wuming said with a tinge of sadness. "You should know about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The current world of the 33 sacred heavens was only formed later. Every world of the sacred heavens is actually just a fragment world." Lin Fei was shocked. With Wuming explanation, Lin Fei had a brand new understanding of the world of the 33 holy heavens, which he thought was extremely awesome. Only 33 fragments were formed. A long time ago, a place called the Savage World was the ruler of this place. The 33 holy heavens might seem huge, but in reality, it was far from the size of the Wildlands world. In fact, it was not even a third the size of the Wildlands world. Back then, in order to achieve eternal life, sect master level experts fought each other. At that time, the experts could move mountains and fill the seas. They grasped terrifying sacred arts and were far stronger and more terrifying than they are now, Wuming recalled. Later on, the battle spread to the entire savage world. The entire savage world was plunged into misery and suffering. Sect master level experts fell continuously. Lin Fei had never imagined that there would be such a secret in this world of his. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the sealed world and the mysterious sky world were not ordinary. That feeling was indescribable. From the looks of it, it was indeed true. His intuition was still very reliable. Later on in the savage world, the war did not stop. Even ancient experts and unparalleled experts joined in. In the end, the savage world was blasted into fragments. Sect master level experts were unparalleled experts and even top powerhouses. All of them were affected by the power of the savage world and fell one by one. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Would the power of a world being blasted into fragments be so great? Although he did not know how strong sect master level experts were, Lin Fei could imagine that they were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the power produced by the destruction of a world? Wu Mingzhan sneered, the savage world is not an ordinary world. If it was an ordinary world, even if they destroyed 100 or even 10,000 of them, it would not be a problem for those experts. However, the savage world is different. It was the first existence of this world. With it, other worlds appeared. We call the savage world by another name, the world ancestor. With the word ancestor added, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. Those sect master level experts reaped what they sowed. If they did not fall, they were destroyed. Wu Mingzhan continued coldly. Later on, some weaker experts found fragments of the savage world in the violent and chaotic vortex. Finally, with their unparalleled divine powers, they condensed the world of the 33 sacred heavens, which is the world of the 33 sacred heavens that you see now. Lin Fei knew that this dwarf's background was not simple. Even if he was not an unparalleled expert of the past, he was at least a sect master level existence. He knew more about what happened in the past than them. You said that they destroyed reincarnation. Could it be that they are still in the 33 sacred heavens world? Perhaps they will return one day. Lin Fei thought of the words Wu Mingzhan had left behind before he was destroyed. It seems you have thought of it. Zhan Wuming revealed a rare smile. In the end, they are still unrivaled powerhouses, sect master level powerhouses. After a long period of reincarnation, it should be about time for them to return. Are you afraid? A trace of fear flashed in Lin Fei's heart, but it was crushed in an instant. Even if they returned, he still had the ability to contend with them. I reached this realm at such a young age. So what if they return? Besides, even if they return, they will not notice me. I have all the time in the world to slowly accumulate strength. Wu Mingzhan smiled again. What you said is correct. Unfortunately, you made a huge mistake. You fused the heart of the heavenly Tao with the blood sacrificial altar and refined a new treasure. This is the root of your misfortune. Lin Fei guessed some things, and his expression turned ugly. Chapter 2168. Secret. An earth-shattering secret. The news from Wu Mingzhan was absolutely shocking. Who would have known that the 33 sacred heavens world was actually formed from a fragment of the savage world? The savage world was even destroyed by the combined forces of the unparalleled experts. Any one of these pieces of news was enough to make one swallow an egg. What made Lin Fei even more unhappy was that the heart of Heaven Tao and blood sacrificial altar that he had refined were the treasures of the Heaven Tao old ancestor and the Yellow Springs cult leader. Demand? That was a little scary. These peerless experts who had died could be reborn through reincarnation. They could even snatch their treasures from your hands. Now that the treasure is in my hands, even if the original owner comes, he will have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei sneered. Even if they can return, it's not certain who will be the one to kill who. They were famous, but that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid of them. He had the invincible system. As long as there were enough experts to kill, he could continuously increase his strength. The speed of his improvement was like sitting on a rocket. Wu Mingzhan had an inexplicable thought. Perhaps, this Di Tian would turn the world upside down in the future. From a long time ago, Wu Mingzhan had been paying attention to Di Tian. To be able to go from a small world to an overlord and become a peak expert of a sealed world, it was truly beyond imagination. At that time, Wu Mingzhan did not really pay attention to him. At that time, he was planning for the future. Regretfully, Di Tian was like a dark horse that appeared, suppressing all geniuses along the way. By the time Zhan Wuming reacted, Di Tian had already matured to the extent where he could stand against him. This was simply an unbelievable matter. Up until now, he still couldn't believe this ending. You are indeed the most confident person I have ever seen. If I had chosen you back then. Perhaps, Lin Fei snorted, unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. You are destined to be disappointed. If it was really from the start, Lin Fei would not have had a chance to resist. God Emperor Mountain Space. What secrets are hidden? Lin Fei raised another question. This question had been on his mind for a while now. Heaven Yuan spirit fish, Heaven Yuan spirit fish, no matter which one it was priceless. Although it was worth fighting for among the 33 holy heavens, it was not as important as it seemed. Lin Fei did not believe that they would come down at all costs just for these things. Perhaps they really did have their own motives. Actually, you shouldn't know this secret. Zhang Wuming glanced at Di Tian. That will be a vortex that will devour people. Even I, who has grasped a portion of the heavenly Tao's heart, would not dare to step into the space of Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei sensed something. The God Emperor mountain was indeed strange. A whirlpool is not a whirlpool. I don't mind, I just want to know the secrets behind it. I believe that the older generation won't be stingy with the inside information. Lin Fei was all smiles as he poured another cup of immortal wine. Zhang Wuming finished the immortal brew in one gulp. Since you want to know, I'll tell you what I know. The final decision is in your hands. Zhang Wuming took a deep breath and said slowly, God Emperor Mountain. The greatest secret over the years, I've slowly discovered this, according to my conjecture. The space of Mount God Emperor was formed from a piece of the desolate world. At the same time, it is also a part of the essence of the desolate world. That's why it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits and the heavenly Yuan spirit fish. It's the only place in the world. This was a piece of explosive news. Lin Fei had guessed it before, but it was far from what Zhang Wuming had said. It was on a completely different level. A piece of the desolate world. This was truly shocking news. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits, the heavenly Yuan spirit fish, and the heavenly Yuan dragon. Previously, he was curious as to why the space of Mount God Emperor would have such dense heavens will energy. Now, it seemed like it was because of the desolate world. Zhang Wuming chuckled when he saw Di Tian's expression. Back then, when I came to this conclusion, I was also extremely shocked. I initially thought that this secret would never be revealed. As for the masters of the 33 sacred heavens, their goal was also to obtain a trace of the origin energy of the mountain god emperor. At the mention of the origin energy, Zhang Wuming's expression changed. Back then, in order to break through to the final realm, the unparalleled experts crazily plundered the origin energy, resulting in the destruction of the desolate world. The origin energy could be said to be the main culprit. Lin Fei really didn't know the origin of the origin energy. But he had a thought in his mind. If he could refine the origin energy, he believed that his strength would increase very quickly. Starting from the strength of 300 billion, every increase became slower. Killing someone with a strength of over 1 billion would at most increase his strength by a few 100,000, or even less, maybe only a few tens of thousands. When his strength neared 300 billion, the speed of increase started to slow down. Lin Fei was very interested in the origin energy. Perhaps, this thing could help him increase his strength by a lot. So it's for the origin energy. But why didn't I discover it before? Lin Fei was quite curious. Lin Fei searched the space of Mount God Emperor a few times, but in the end, he didn't find anything. The origin energy, that is the strongest power in the world. And the profoundness of the origin energy, you can actually see it, unless your strength reaches an extremely high realm. Lin Fei frowned. Since I can't find it, then how can the master of the 33 holy heavens snatch the origin energy? If he didn't know, there was no need for Lin Fei to pretend to know. He had just asked the little devil, and the little devil said that the origin energy wasn't easy to find. At least for now, he couldn't do it. The invincible system didn't know everything. All right. Lin Fei was speechless. The origin energy isn't easy to find, but the origin energy will give birth to a mysterious existence known as the origin tree. After a certain period of time, the origin tree will bear origin fruits. Every time, it will bear 9 origin fruits. Each fruit contains a portion of the origin energy. After refining, one's strength will increase by a lot, saving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei was really tempted. Now, Lin Fei finally understood their intentions. Everything else was fake, the origin fruit was what they really wanted. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei might never have found out about the origin fruit. It could save tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei even suspected that consuming the origin fruit could increase his strength by hundreds of billions. There was no doubt about this. However, it's not good news for you. When the origin fruit is about to ripen, the space of Mount God Emperor will connect to the 33 holy heavens and open a door. They can send their clones into the space of Mount God Emperor. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 2169. Bad news. It was really bad news. With the appearance of the origin source fruit, Lin Fei was in a good mood. His chance to increase his strength had come. Damn it, I was only happy for a short while, and now you're giving me bad news. Do you want to continue chatting happily? If not for the fact that Zhang Wuming was extremely hard to kill, even if his physical body was sealed, Lin Fei wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. People like him were born with extraordinary constitutions. This is really bad news. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. If it was before, I could use the heart of the heavenly Tao to forcefully imitate the heavenly Tao and suppress their strength. Now that I don't have the heart of the heavenly Tao, they can send their clones down. Their battle prowess can reach 50% of their original strength. Other than them, there are also other forces coming in to snatch the resources of the God Emperor Mountain. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. A clone with 50% battle prowess is enough to make you suffer. Zhang Wuming said meaningfully. Zhang Wuming was very interested to know how Di Tian was going to deal with this danger. I wonder how long it will take for them to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei asked as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Fei had sealed Zhang Wuming, he had brought two pieces of bad news. The former was still fine. Who knew when those people would return? As for the latter, Lin Fei had to worry about. Lin Fei had offended every single one of the lords of the 33 holy heavens. He had even offended the lord of the 7th holy heavens. Once the space of the God Emperor Mountain connected to the fragment worlds of the ancient wilderness world, Lin Fei could imagine them hunting him down. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was just one of the worlds in the sealed world. There was a high possibility that they would kill their way out. 5 years. 5 years later, the power of the origin source will connect to the other fragments of the ancient wilderness world. You don't have much time left. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. 5 years. I have time to prepare. Some of the doubts in his heart were resolved. Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt a little pressured. There was a saying that knowing too much might not be a good thing. Lin Fei knew many secrets. In the entire Closer's world, only a handful of people knew about this secret. Whether it was the Heavenly Tao ancestor, the Yellow Spring sect leader, or the lords of the 33 sacred heavens who were about to enter the space of the Mount God Emperor, none of them were small matters. In 5 years, I swept through the entire Divine Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei was determined. He had an idea in his mind. Not only did Lin Fei learn about the origins of the Closer's world from Zhang Wuming, but he also learned about some long-lost secrets and the cause and effect of the Closer's world. At the same time, he also knew some of the latter's realms. For example, the Battle Emperor, in reality, had a total of 10 stars. The lowest was a 1-star Battle Emperor, and the strongest was a 10-star Battle Emperor. At this realm, the division of strength also began to change. No one knew exactly when the realms began to change, but it was passed down like this. Reaching the War Emperor realm. It was the division of power. After Lin Fei understood, he suddenly realized why the system used such a method to evaluate. It turned out that there was a reason, and it did not come out of nowhere. 1-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 100 million and 1 billion. 2-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 1 billion and 3 billion. 3-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 3 billion and 9 billion. 4-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 9 billion and 20 billion. 5-star battle emperor, battle power between 20 billion and 40 billion. 6-star battle emperor, battle power between 40 billion and 70 billion. 7-star battle emperor, battle power between 70 billion and 120 billion. 8-star battle emperor, battle power between 120 billion and 230 billion. 9 stars battle emperor, battle power between 230 billion and 400 billion. 10-star battle emperor, battle power between 400 billion and 499. 9 billion. Above the 10-star battle emperor was the giant realm. Every giant realm expert's minimum strength was 500 billion. This kind of giant realm expert, any one of them could easily kill a battle emperor expert. Although the difference in strength was not big, no matter how outstanding a 10-star battle emperor's talent was, he was still unable to cross that threshold. The giant realm experts were also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced giant realm experts. They were great perfection giant realm experts. Every realm, the strength was earth-shaking. The lords of the 33 holy heavens were all giant realm experts, and their strength was above 500 billion. Previously, although the projection's strength was not strong, it was suppressed by Zhan Wuming's heart of heavenly Tao. Now, without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, a clone with 50% of its strength was at least a 10-star battle emperor expert. The only fortunate thing was that the God Emperor Mountain space had the origin energy, which suppressed the giant realm experts to the 10-star battle emperor realm. This meant that Lin Fei still had a chance to fight. Lin Fei left with the pressure. Zhan Wuming was still suppressed, and the seal in his body was still there. Di Tian, who are you? This kind of strength has reached the level of a 9 stars battle emperor. Perhaps, it won't be long before you step into the 10-star battle emperor realm. In the future, you will be another giant realm expert. Lin Fei could not hear Zhan Wuming's voice. At this moment, Lin Fei felt the pressure. God Emperor Mountain Space. Lin Fei returned to the God Emperor Mountain Space immediately. Do you think what Zhan Wuming said is true? Lin Fei asked Little Demoness. It's true. No one can lie in front of the system. Little Demoness said with disdain. In 5 years, Master can completely wipe out the remaining Sky Yuan giant dragons and possibly reach the limit of a 9 stars battle emperor. With Master's 18 clones, as long as you have enough destiny points, you can even kill a 10-star battle emperor without any problems. Lin Fei nodded. The 18 clones in his trump card were already amazing. Although they had the bad habit of consuming destiny points, Lin Fei could still hold on for now. There were about 400 to 500 Sky Yuan spirit fish in total, and each one could last for a long time. Lin Fei did not eat the Sky Yuan spirit fish for the time being as the effects were average. Lin Fei planned to give it to his wives, Wushuang Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others, so that they could break through in one go. Lin Fei's battle power was close to 300 billion. The level of a 9 stars battle emperor wasn't something that the Sky Yuan spirit fish could increase. It was possible in the early stages, but not in the later stages. Lin Fei decided to take advantage of the 5 years to sweep the God Emperor Mountain space clean. Everyone in the city moved out of the God Emperor Mountain space. Chapter 2170. Rumble. Following a loud rumble, numerous divine senses locked onto the source of the sound. Especially in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the lords of the sacred heavens directed their powerful divine senses to a specific location. On this day, regardless of whether it was the sealed world or the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they could all sense a huge fluctuation coming from the heaven and earth. All the forces, big and small, knew that something big had happened. Some of the forces that had never appeared in the outside world started to move. An undercurrent started to flow. In a certain independent space. Father, I'm here. Within a splendid palace, be it the decorations on the pillars or any other aspect, everything was filled with an ancient aura. At the same time, there were a series of statues erected within the palace, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Even though it was just a statue, it possessed an incomparably powerful battle intent. At this moment, there was a handsome young man with a domineering aura. The young man came to the end of the palace. At the end of the palace was a throne, on which sat a mysterious man wearing a golden mask. His body was surrounded by a black hole filled with destructive chi. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The experts of my clan have calculated that the origin fruit is about to ripen. As your father, I want you to go and snatch the origin fruit. Are you willing to go? The mysterious masked man said lightly. I am willing to go. The young man said domineeringly. This time, the lords of the 33 sacred heavens will all go, but their combat power will be greatly suppressed. This is the Ghost King's sword that your father has refined for you. There is a 10-star battle emperor single-horned Ghost King sealed in this sword. With this sword, even the lords of the sacred heavens will not dare to underestimate you. A black sword that emitted a chilling aura floated in the air. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened, the origin fruit is about to appear. The future glory of our clan lies in this opportunity. In a chilly space, the entire space was filled with a desolate aura. In a gloomy cave abode. At this moment, there were more than 10 elders gathered. Each of them had a shriveled body. But their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. The space of the mountain of God Emperor is formed by the essence of the wasteland world. It is born to suppress the strong. The limit of a 10-star battle emperor, we might as well let the Ping Hai Ghost King go. The Ping Hai Ghost King is part of our clan. Those who have the most opportunities are naturally sensitive to opportunities. Perhaps, we will have the opportunity to obtain the origin fruit. In the future, our clan will definitely have another powerful expert. After a round of discussion, the dozen or so old men decided on a candidate. Pacifying Sea Ghost King. This was a branch of the noble descendants. Their name was also Gui Clan, a hidden clan. In another space. Here, the rainbow pierced through space. A 7-colored rainbow bridge was gorgeous and dazzling. It was a unique existence in this space, and there was no other rainbow bridge in the world. Do you know about that sealed world? The corner of the young man's mouth rose. I've heard of it. That place has always been a desolate place. Why would Master mention the sealed world? Not far away from the young man was a rainbow bridge. A woman stood on the bridge, revealing only a white veil covering her back. Just her back view alone gave off a boundless charm. The space of the God Emperor Mountain in the sealed world has opened. The origin fruit will ripen soon. A matured origin fruit will have the chance to push you to the giant realm in one step. Disciple is willing to go to the God Emperor Mountain space. When you go to the God Emperor Mountain this time, you have to pay attention to a native expert in the sealed world. This person has a mysterious origin. I haven't been able to deduce his origin yet. He's just a native expert. I'm confident in dealing with him. No matter where it was. Every major faction would send their most capable disciples or those with great talent to participate. Every disciple was accompanied by an elder of a certain level of strength. In a mysterious place in the sealed world. The God Emperor Mountain has already communicated with the savage world. In a few days, various factions will gather in the God Emperor Mountain, and you still have the mood to drink. Wu Mingzhan put down his wine cup and said with a smile. Inside the palace. 2 people were sitting opposite each other. On the table, there was immortal wine and some side dishes. So what if he's here? It's useless for me to be nervous. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine. 5 years. Lin Fei was calmer than before, and his aura was getting heavier. The only one who knew the changes in Lin Fei's strength was Wu Mingzhan. Ever since he was suppressed and sealed, Wu Mingzhan had erupted a few times, but Lin Fei held him back. After 5 years, they had become enemies and friends at the same time. Lin Fei had also gained a lot from Wu Mingzhan. He had dug out many secrets from him, and every one of them was enough to shock everyone. You're the only one who dares to say such things. Wu Mingzhan was very clear about how fast Di Tian's strength had improved over the past 5 years. It was absolutely unbelievable. Normally, When an 8 or 9 stars combat emperor reached the 8 or 9 stars level, it would take at least a few hundred years to improve his combat strength. This was considered fast. Abnormal. Evildoer. This was the only word Wu Mingzhan could think of to describe Di Tian. For example, as the ruler of the sealed world, Wu Mingzhan didn't believe that anyone would dare to drink with him at this time. Di Tian had done it. Who asked me to be so daring? Lin Fei smiled happily. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei straightened his body slightly. The heavenly Tao was vast and mighty, and the heavenly might was displayed. In front of this heavenly might, everyone was an ant. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. This was the heavenly might. Amazing. Wu Mingzhan's eyes lit up. You're stronger than me. In 5 years, you've used the heavenly might to such an extent. For a moment, I thought that you were the heavens. If I didn't have some ability, I wouldn't have dared to drink with you. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine and drank it in one gulp. It's been 5 years. I've finally understood your temper. I don't think that you have the leisure to come and drink with me. If I'm not wrong, you're here to find out about some inherited forces from me. Lin Fei smiled. Senior is indeed a senior. I can't hide anything from you. In fact, Lin Fei's visit this time was to understand some of the inherited forces in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. In 5 years, Lin Fei had swept away all the treasures in Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that even a mouse that entered would cry and leave. Unfortunately, in 5 years, Lin Fei still couldn't find any trace of the origin tree. Chapter 2171. In fact, Lin Fei was here to ask about the situation. In these 5 years, Lin Fei's improvement was huge. It could be said that he was riding on a rocket. It could also be said that he was unprecedented. Unparalleled cultivation speed. Even the sky origin dragons on Mount God Emperor were wiped out. No matter how big or small they were all wiped out. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei would not let them go. He would rather work harder than help others. Wasn't this helping others increase their strength? In these 5 years, with the heavenly blood seal, Lin Fei could suppress even the strongest sky origin dragons. It was just that it took a long time. Don't forget, Lin Fei could accelerate time and reverse time. She had taught them a lesson and made them obedient. Now, Lin Fei was only left with an understanding of his future opponents. Lin Fei believed that Wu Mingzhan would tell him the answer. Over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had come to understand some of Wu Mingzhan's character. If not for the fact that Wu Mingzhan was potentially dangerous, Lin Fei might have helped him break through the restrictions. But now, it was impossible. Once such a person broke free, he would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, an eagle soaring in the sky. Unless, one day, Lin Fei's strength could completely suppress Wu Mingzhan. Although he could suppress Wu Mingzhan now, Lin Fei did not feel proud. Wu Mingzhan's strength was mostly restricted by the metal chain. When Wu Mingzhan was at his peak, he should be an unparalleled expert. At the very least, he would be a giant peak expert. Sigh, looks like I can't drink your wine in the future. Greed causes trouble. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. Lin Fei did not believe it was true. This was a complete excuse. Since he dared to come today, Lin Fei was confident. This can't be considered greed causes trouble. Moreover, this information is not a secret. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled. A secret is something that no one knows. That's a secret. Kid, you have a glib tongue. I'm convinced. Lin Fei was relieved. Senior, you flatter me. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. I now have reason to believe that the contest for the Mountain of God Emperor space will be a success. You will make my eyes light up. I really hope that day will come soon. Good stuff. Although a lot of time has passed, I believe that most of the forces should still be here. Lin Fei left the secret place. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip was really worth it. I know everything I need to know. Lin Fei is very satisfied. His body moved continuously, and arrived at the God Emperor Mountain space. At this moment, there was a unique aura in the God Emperor Mountain. At the center of the God Emperor Mountain, a vortex appeared. The vortex was black, and there was no movement. However, Lin Fei knew that there was a huge vortex in it. This whirlpool connected the worlds formed by the fragments of the wild world. Lin Fei stood on a mountain peak. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had wiped out all the monarch beasts and other living beings in the God Emperor Mountain space. Hairball's combat strength had improved rapidly. She was now a 7-star battle emperor. With the innate talent of her race, she could resist an 8-star battle emperor for a while. As for the other resources, Lin Fei kept them. Looking at the God Emperor Mountain space now, there was a trace of desolation. At the same time, in the God Emperor Mountain space, Lin Fei had set up a large number of energy towers, and they were very densely packed. The amount of energy crystals he obtained every day was a huge number. After knowing that the God Emperor Mountain space was formed by the essence of the wild world, and that he had 5 years to prepare, Lin Fei did not hesitate to set up the densely packed energy towers. In less than a year's time, he had completely recovered his capital. In the next 4 years, the efficiency of plundering reached a terrifying number. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the invincible system, which could convert them into destiny points at any time. This was his biggest advantage. I'm sure you will be shocked when you arrive at the God Emperor Mountain space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Finally, he came to the center of the God Emperor Mountain space. There was a giant whirlpool not far from him. According to Senior Zhan Wuming, this time, not only the Lord of Sagely Heaven of the world of 33 sacred heavens has come, other forces that are not inferior to them have also joined in. The 10-star battle emperors will be the top experts in this battle, and they will lead the development of the situation. Although Lin Fei felt pressured, it wasn't too much. His trump card, the 18 doppelgangers, was a super powerful force. When they were used, there would be no problems. In order to face this major event, Lin Fei did not hesitate to spend a large number of destiny points to create a set of formation tailored for the 18 doppelgangers. Once the 18 doppelgangers appeared, they would be considered as the invincible existence among the 9-star battle emperors. As for the 10-star battle emperors, once the formation was activated, the power of their joint attack would be enough to kill their opponents. Danger and riches coexisted. This sentence would be useful no matter where it was. The God Emperor Mountain space also agreed to use it. If Lin Fei wanted to have a breakthrough in his combat power, he had to kill more experts to increase his combat power to a higher level. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let go of this opportunity? My main battlefield will start from here. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the vortex. Soon, there would be a large number of experts that he needed to appear in this vortex. The sky-piercing vortex remained the same. By now, 6 days had passed. On the 10th day, there was finally some movement in the vortex. Ha ha ha, is this the God Emperor Mountain space? There were 7 people who came out first. All 7 of them were wearing the same uniform, as if they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was an old man. There was a trace of death chi on his body, which meant that this person's lifespan was about to end. Normally, in some dangerous places, experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan would usually act as the vanguard when they were unable to continue their breakthrough. They would make their last contribution to their sect or family. Without a doubt, this person was here to make his contribution. No, this aura is not right. The leader of the group furrowed his brows, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Blood heaven seal, endless devouring. All of a sudden, a chilling aura enveloped them. The moment the blood-colored vortex appeared, it was right above them. Although they were prepared, they still couldn't withstand the tearing force of the vortex. In less than a breath's time, they were turned into white skeletons without a trace of life. Mosquito meat is still meat. In the void, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was the one who attacked just now. Chapter 2173. Mount God Emperor, the sky-piercing whirlpool. My lord is mighty. Those fellows seem to have extraordinary combat strength. They are at least combat emperors. I didn't expect them to be killed by my lord in one move. My lord is indeed my lord. A few people were looking at the sky-piercing whirlpool from a mountain far away. They were Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign, who were arranged by Lin Fei. Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign had advanced very quickly through the Sky Elemental Spirits and the Sky Elemental Spirit Fishes. They were now one-star combat emperors. This was also because they had a strong foundation. With the help of the treasures, their cultivation speed would increase. Lin Fei had arranged for them to collect the treasures and deal with those who had slipped through the net. Bang! 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 Once the Endless Devour was activated, the sky-piercing whirlpool's terrifying devouring force was unleashed. As long as someone from another dimension appeared, their energy would be devoured immediately. Apart from energy, life force would also be devoured. Shriveled corpses fell down one by one. Too weak. Lin Fei stood on top of the sky-piercing whirlpool with his hands behind his back. Once the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it would devour everything that came towards it. No one could resist the tearing force of the Endless Devour. Lin Fei had killed more than 1,000 people. Lin Fei didn't know which faction they were from. From the beginning until now, no one was worthy enough for him to kill them personally. Master, there's a powerful aura coming. The system has determined that it's a 9-star combat emperor. Little Devil suddenly reminded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Good, good. Finally, someone stronger has arrived. After connecting the sky-piercing whirlpool to the barbaric world fragment, the experts that came from the other dimension weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only a 4-star combat emperor. Now that a 9-star combat emperor had arrived, Lin Fei was interested. Ha ha ha, Mount God Emperor, here I come. Along with the vibration of the dimension, a powerful energy radiated. It came from the other side. The void around the sky-piercing whirlpool was constantly shattered. Soon after, a giant leaped out. Giant clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He already knew the origin of this giant. In the 33 holy heavens, there was a powerful race that was born with divine power. They were extremely strong and could be said to be a race with talent. It was rumored that once some giants were born, they would be at the War Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the potential of the giant tribe was. Humph. A mere native, die for me. The bronze giant's cold eyes swept across, and when it opened its eyes, 2 beams of light shot out, slashing towards Lin Fei from the left and right. Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. They are truly worthy of being part of the Titan race. Their attacks have an innate impact ability. For those who don't know, just a single impact from their attack can cause them to suffer a crushing defeat. Endless Devour, suck, suck, suck. The Blood Heaven Seal was fully activated, and a destructive devouring power enveloped the giants. Under the full power of the technique, the giant was shocked. The energy and life force in his body began to leak out crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked dry. It was as if the giant clan had suffered a great loss. Those were all the giant clan's talented disciples, yet they were actually seriously injured in a place like God Emperor Mountain. Their loss is severe. How was he going to explain this to the elders when he returned? Native, you are dead meat. The bronze giant's combat strength was fully unleashed. He took out 2 golden hammers and struck the Blood Heaven Seal in the sky. Every strike was accompanied by a golden beam. The Blood Heaven Seal was on the verge of collapse. After fusing with 2 top-grade treasures, the Blood Heaven Seal was even more extraordinary. It was not something a 9-stars War Emperor could withstand. No matter how the giant attacked the Blood Heaven Seal, most of its power was neutralized, and only a small portion of its power was left untouched. He is courting death. The fiercer the giant's attack, the faster his energy and life force were consumed. As the giant's attack speed slowed down, his entire body began to age rapidly, and his flesh and blood were being plundered. Boom! The giant roared, and a magical seal was shot out from his eyes. Native, even if I die, the giant tribe will not let you go. Lin Fei did not care. Lin Fei was not worried about a giant tribe. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to kill powerful warriors with all his might, and obtain more power. Good, not bad, I also have 2 billion energy points. Perhaps it was just the beginning. In the first half of the day, Lin Fei did not kill many warriors. Apart from the giant tribe that was relatively strong, some of the forces that followed seemed to be unaffiliated, and the strongest was only a 6 or 7-star battle emperor. Lin Fei also obtained more than 2 billion energy points. Warning, a 10-star battle emperor has been detected. In 10 seconds, the space of God Emperor Mountain will appear. The little devil warned again. This time, Lin Fei finally became spirited. Finally, a 10-star battle emperor is here. A giant warship, with boundless power, appeared in the middle of the vortex. This was an extraordinary warship. At first glance, Lin Fei could sense that this warship was different from the others. Good lord, this is a top-grade battle emperor level warship. This was what Lin Fei found out from Zhang Wuming. Compared to the space of God Emperor Mountain, the sealed world, and the level of the chakra wheel were far inferior to the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Such a warship was equivalent to a 10-star battle emperor. It had a terrifying impact, and a casual attack could destroy a world. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei activated the Blood Sky Seal. Endless Devour. Hua. 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 There were many people standing on the warship, and each of them was of noble status. Once the Endless Devour was activated, many people on the warship bore the brunt of it. They screamed and vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and they looked at the Blood Sky Seal in the sky in disbelief. Be careful, there's an ambush. My life force is fading away. What the hell is this? These people revealed a trace of fear, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Open the defense. In the middle of the warship, there was a middle-aged man. He shouted, and the warship opened a layer of transparent light shield. His cold eyes shot over. You must be Di Tian. How dare you attack our sacred region family here? This middle-aged man came from a powerful family in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the Sacred Region family. The Sacred Region family was also a first-rate family, and it was very impressive that they had a giant in their family. You'd better think about whether you can leave this place alive. Lin Fei laughed, and the Blood Sky Seal was pushed to the limit. The powerful tearing force was unstoppable. Even if the warship's defense was activated, the Sacred Region disciples on the warship still died one by one. Some of the stronger ones took out their treasures to resist the devouring force. Crash. The middle-aged man saw that the situation was bad, and he was shocked. The warship of the Sacred Region family was refined by a giant, but it couldn't resist the tearing force. Chapter 2174. Swoosh. 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 Under the full power of the Blood Heaven Seal, all the disciples on the warship were sucked dry and turned into pieces of human skin. Except for a few, the rest couldn't withstand the terrifying devouring power of the Blood Heaven Seal. Crash. Crash. The warship changed its direction and rammed into the Blood Heaven Seal. Bang. 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 Every time it crashed into the seal, most of its power was blocked. The remaining power couldn't cause any damage to the seal. What a powerful warship. It's as powerful as a 10-star battle emperor. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No force in the 33 sacred heavens can be underestimated. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I have to use the third attack. Although the sacred warship was powerful, it could not threaten the Blood Sky Seal. It was made from 2 top-grade treasures. Suppress. Lin Fei came to the Blood Heaven Seal and activated the third attack. Boom. boundless heavenly might descended. A blurry figure appeared and slammed down with a palm. Everyone on the warship sucked in a cold breath. Bang! The figure's palm slammed on the warship. The huge warship shook and a few people on board vomited blood. Bang! 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 The illusionary figure continued to strike the warship, causing the warship to sway. The Saint Realm disciples who were barely holding on lost their composure, turning into human skins that floated down from the sky. Tian, my saint family will not rest until you are dead. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. Most of the disciples on the warship had died. Even if there were some left, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang! The figure slammed down again. Each time, it attacked the same spot. The warship's defense was instantly broken. The last few disciples were sucked dry and turned into human skin. You won't have the chance. The blood heaven seal pressed down with boundless heavenly might. Even though the middle-aged man was a 10-star battle emperor, his combat power was greatly suppressed. Heavenly Tao, confine. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. His body slowed down and the heavens mandate energy in his body was temporarily stagnant, unable to gather together. Kill. Lin Fei flashed in front of the middle-aged man and punched him, his terrifying battle prowess exploding forth. It landed on the middle-aged man. A mysterious light emerged from the middle-aged man's body. So you're just a 9-stars combat emperor. You're dead meat. No one can kill a disciple of the sanctuary. Attack. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. His 18 doppelgangers charged out, ready to attack. 18 attacks landed on the middle-aged man's body. Rumble. The middle-aged man was heavily injured. Even a 10-star battle emperor wouldn't be able to block 18 attacks, especially when the difference in strength wasn't too great. Die. The blood heaven seal plundered madly, and the middle-aged man's mind relaxed. His strength could no longer be maintained perfectly, and his life force and energy were constantly being plundered. In just a few breaths of time, the middle-aged man had aged considerably. Bang! The blood heaven seal smashed onto the middle-aged man's body, and his flesh and blood body were torn apart. The middle-aged man's flesh and blood were only half reconstructed when the endless devourer devoured all of it. Ding! Killed the first 10-star battle emperor. Ding! The first person to become a 10-star battle emperor is 1/10 of his combat power. Ding! Obtained 35 billion additional strength. Lin Fei had yet to smile. A sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a phantom image appeared on the sword. The dense and terrifying sword intent tore apart a large part of the vortex. Someone from the Myriad Swords Villa. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and the blood heaven seal landed in the sky. The power of his blood was released, and the boundless sword intent was blocked. What a good deed, Tian, you actually killed a 10-star battle emperor from a sacred region family. I never thought that a small sealed world could produce such a monstrous genius like you. Bai Wui carried a long sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky, and kept slicing the void, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent. At the same time, every word he said contained sword intent. As soon as he spoke, the sword intent would kill. This was a 10-star battle emperor swordsman. Streaks of sword intent shot out in front of Lin Fei, and each of them had a certain impact on his body. This was a natural reaction to danger. This was the most powerful sword intent that Lin Fei had ever seen. The Myriad Swords Villa was one of the first-rate forces that Zhang Wuming had mentioned before. They were born with the cultivation of sword intent, and their combat power was extremely strong. This naturally made the people from the Myriad Swords Villa arrogant. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Villa. A 10-star battle emperor is just the beginning. This God Emperor Mountain is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Lin Fei activated the blood heaven seal, and activated the endless devouring technique. At the same time, boundless heavenly might came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on an expert of this level. He went all out from the start, and an invisible aura crushed down. What a good treasure, I want it. Bai Wui was a 10-star battle emperor of the Myriad Swords Villa, and he was only a step away from becoming a giant. His sword art was sharp, and he could kill a battle emperor with a single strike. Sword intent, single strike kill. The long sword stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and the sword intent exploded. Damn, this is too fast. Lin Fei thought that he was fast enough. However, his opponent's sword art was unimaginably fast, and the sword landed on his forehead in one strike. Nothing happened. Bai Wui frowned slightly. His sword art specialized in speed, and it was rare to see someone block it. No matter how good the treasure is, it can't block my sword art. The sword intent in Bai Wui's eyes intensified, and numerous longswords condensed behind him. 10,000 swords attack. This was also a secret sword art of the Myriad Swords Villa, and it used the sword intent as the foundation to condense tens of thousands of swords. Swoosh. 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 Lin Fei was glad that he had activated his invincible defense. Suppress. The energy in the blood heaven seal burned crazily, and with a loud rumble, the void collapsed, and the tens of thousands of swords fell to the ground. The power of this attack was extraordinary. After blocking Bai Wui's attack, it was now Lin Fei's turn to attack. The blood heaven seal crazily rushed forward, and at the same time, it engulfed Bai Wui's body. Even if his defense was perfect, and he didn't reveal his true body, he couldn't stop the loss of life force and energy. What treasure is this? It can actually steal my life force and energy. Bai Wui's sword intent landed on the blood heaven seal, but it didn't move at all. How can there be such a terrifying treasure in this sealed world? This is equivalent to a magnate-grade treasure. With every collision, Bai Wui's expression became more serious, and his sword intent attacks became less effective. Against Di Tian, a terrifying domain appeared around him, and his sword art's element of surprise also lost its effect. Bai Wui started to retreat again and again. The blood heaven seal's attacks were extremely tyrannical, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Especially when he was touched, his life force would be stolen even faster. Ha ha ha, Bai Wui, I didn't think that there would be a time when you would be defeated. How rare. Another figure appeared in the vortex, and an even more tyrannical saber intent appeared. The saber intent tore through the air and slashed at the blood heaven seal. Someone from the Holy Saber Gate. Chapter 2175. Both of these forces were a cut above the rest in terms of battle prowess, and they could fight those of a higher level than them. The moment Lin Fei saw the sword intent and saber intent, he knew which force they were from. Merciless saber, don't be too happy. If you have the ability, go and deal with him yourself. Bai Wui shouted harshly. His sword intent protected his body, but he still couldn't stop his life force from flowing away. I'm afraid that you will only amount to this much when the time comes. Compared to Bai Wui's white robes, Saber Heartless formed a stark contrast. He was dressed entirely in black. A mere native of a sealed world can force you to this extent. You've really thrown the face of the 33 holy heavens all the way to your grandmother's house. Merciless Saber laughed coldly. As a genius of the Holy Saber Gate, he naturally viewed the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa as his enemy. He wanted to suppress the other party. Seeing Bai Wui's defeated appearance, Merciless Saber naturally had to mock him. As for that Di Tian native, he had never thought much of him. He came from the Holy Blade sect, which made him look down on a small native. Such a small native, he could kill him with a single slash. Go ahead and try. It wasn't that Bai Wui was afraid of Di Tian. It was just that the treasures in Di Tian's hands were too mysterious and bizarre. Even the treasures he had on him could not withstand the devouring power. This was a gigantic treasure. Only a giant treasure could unleash such power. Humph. Watch me kill this native. Merciless Dao glanced at Di Tian as he pulled out a black saber. One with the saber, slash. The black torrent of saber light burst forth. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as if he had fallen into a densely packed world of saber intense. Tens of thousands of saber intense attacks were transformed into mental and physical attacks. Open. In terms of saber technique, the other party's was not bad. It could trap people in a world of saber intent. However, compared to Lin Fei's basic energy saber technique, it was far inferior. In Lin Fei's eyes, the saber technique was full of flaws. The energy saber slashed at one of the positions, and the saber intent world collapsed. Your saber skills are no good. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed with his saber. Try taking a saber strike from me. Lin Fei unleashed a very ordinary slash. This slash looked very easy to counter. However, when Merciless Blade saw it, he felt a chill run down his spine. A solemn expression appeared on his face. What the hell? His saber technique is very ordinary. Why does it give off such a chilling feeling? This was a peerless saber technique created by the system after much analysis and deduction. It was not something that the other party could break easily. 18 Dragon Saber. The sword Severance lover became even more serious. His saber technique changed accordingly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bai Wui no longer dared to treat this native lightly, especially after seeing this scene. The 18 Dragon Saber technique was a saber technique left behind by a powerhouse, and it was extremely domineering. Ordinary people would not be able to block its attacks. Who would have thought that Merciless Saber would be forced to use his full power in less than a single exchange? This was simply unbelievable. Voila! Even a tyrannical saber technique could not block this ordinary saber attack. A mysterious light appeared on Dao Merciless' chest. The saber light landed on his chest, leaving behind a terrifying saber intent. I actually failed to block this saber. Dao Merciless considered himself to be a genius in the saber Dao. He had even changed his name to Dao Merciless, wanting to become a powerhouse in the saber Dao and create his own glory. But now, in the sealed world, a native saber technique had already caused him to suffer a great loss. If it was not for the battle armor left behind by a powerhouse, he would have been severely injured. Dao Merciless, you are about the same as me. Why don't we work together and snatch this fellow's treasures? Bai Wui sent a voice transmission to Dao Merciless. The two of them were prepared to work together. I will not work together. Dao Merciless rejected. His saber intent was locked onto Lin Fei. I do not believe that there is someone in this sealed world whose saber technique is better than mine. Dao Merciless attacked again. It was still the 18 Dragon Saber technique. This was Dao Merciless' most powerful saber technique, and it was also the most domineering. The first saber technique. Break. The second saber technique, break. The third saber technique, break. As long as Dao Merciless attacked, Lin Fei would only need one saber technique to break his opponent's attack. At the same time, he would leave marks on Dao Merciless' body. After the 18 saber techniques, Dao Merciless' body was left with 18 saber scars. You are not my match. With the invincibility system, no matter how domineering his opponent was, he was not as domineering as Lin Fei's saber technique. More importantly, Lin Fei's saber technique was the best at breaking all saber techniques. It was the bane of all saber techniques. You win. Dao Merciless' body was torn apart. He left behind a sentence. I will wait for you in the 33 Sage Heavens. It turned out that this was just a clone of Dao Merciless. It had a bit of the original's battle prowess, but it was killed by Lin Fei after 18 saber techniques. It's your turn now. Lin Fei pointed with his saber and sent a straight saber attack. Bai Wui was indeed prepared to take advantage of Dao Merciless. If he fought with Dao Merciless, his chances of winning were only 50-50. As long as Di Tian was injured, he might be able to kill Di Tian. The only thing he didn't expect was that Dao Merciless' tyrannical saber technique was no match for Di Tian. He was killed after 18 saber techniques. Bai Wui cursed Dao Merciless in his heart for being so useless. Now, He was killed by Di Tian and needed some time to recover his strength. You are not qualified. I don't believe that you still have the confidence to kill me after killing Dao Merciless. Bai Wui brandished his sword and charged forward. The sword intent and saber light clashed. The shockwave spread out. With just one slash, Bai Wui realized that although his opponent was not as strong as him, his saber technique was more domineering. The worst part was that his life force would be plundered the moment they clashed. If Bai Wui knew that his opponent's attack came from his own life force and heaven's mandate energy, he would probably cry. One saber technique broke the first sword technique. A second saber technique followed by a third. One saber technique followed after another. The saber light was as vast as the sea. Bai Wui's battle prowess was very strong. It was just that he had encountered an extraordinary opponent like Lin Fei. Di Tian, if you have the ability, then don't use treasures to suppress me. After more than 10 saber techniques, Bai Wui was panting like a withered corpse. He couldn't hold on any longer. Shameless? Who's shameless? With a loud bang, the blood heaven seal slammed into Bai Wui's body. Bai Wui's body was torn into pieces while the blood heaven seal took the opportunity to devour his flesh. The blood heaven seal came from a part of the blood sacrificial altar. It possessed a terrifying devouring ability. Once Bai Wui's body was destroyed, his flesh and blood became nourishment for the blood heaven seal. Another 10-star combat emperor. Bai Wui's combat prowess was very strong. However, after being suppressed by the blood heaven seal, his combat prowess was naturally at a disadvantage. Once Bai Wui died, the blood heaven seal also devoured his opponent's sword. Lin Fei sent a notification from the system. The evolution of the blood heaven seal had increased by a lot. Chapter 2176. Other than the experts from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade sect, which piqued Lin Fei's interest, none of the other forces were able to withstand the blood heaven seal's endless devouring. As the amount of flesh and blood it devoured increased, the blood heaven seal's power increased as well. Its quality surpassed the battle emperor level and reached the legendary level that only giants could possess. In just a moment, the endless devouring would be able to plunder everything. After that, Lin Fei learned from the little devil that the blood heaven seal was a treasure that could grow. As long as it could plunder all living things and energy, the blood heaven seal would continue to grow until it reached an unimaginable level. Most importantly, the blood heaven seal was too domineering. This was something that Lin Fei had experienced personally. On the blood heaven seal, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. Wave after wave of forces became experience points for the blood heaven seal to level up. Master, you are now a 10-star battle emperor. At the same time, the system has obtained a 10-star battle emperor genetic map. Do you want to clone a 10-star battle emperor? While Lin Fei was pondering, the little devil's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Fei was startled at first. Is that possible? Ever since the godhead lost its effect, the army in Lin Fei's hands became dispensable. Cannon fodder? Their power was no longer sufficient. They could only be placed in the invincible palace and do the most ordinary security work. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the affairs of the army. Upon hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei began to feel restless again. A 10-star battle emperor wasn't something that an ordinary god emperor could compare to. Their combat power was extraordinary. Yes, this is another function of the invincible system. It will only be activated in the advanced mode, the little devil said seriously. May I ask if Master is willing to activate this mode? I am willing. Lin Fei agreed to activate the new mode without hesitation. In the face of increasingly powerful enemies, Lin Fei had to make use of whatever power he had at hand to strengthen his own. Without a doubt, this new mode was very tempting to Lin Fei. Player Lin Fei agrees to activate the new mode. Ding. New mode activated. Ding. Initializing. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about now. Outside the vortex. Once the blood heaven seal was activated, the power of space and time would envelop the area. Both of them would be able to catch the opponent off guard. Only 10-star battle emperors would be difficult to deal with. The rest of the experts couldn't stop the blood heaven seal from devouring them. Lin Fei had never thought that the invincible system was an ordinary system. The more time passed, the more Lin Fei felt that the invincible system had some secrets that he did not know. Without a doubt, this time, Lin Fei would see a new secret of the invincible system. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. Cloning? It was probably even more impressive than the exchange for godhood back then. Right now, Lin Fei lacked capable subordinates. Although his 18 doppelgangers were very powerful. Especially after killing the doppelganger of the 10-star battle emperor, his combat power soared. He finally took the last step and reached the level of a 10-star battle emperor. It could be said that Lin Fei wouldn't even care about a few 10-star battle emperors. Ding. Initialization successful. Ding. Cloning mode begins. A piece of information regarding cloning immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. With one look, Lin Fei was shocked. This cloning mode was too impressive. It was ridiculously impressive. This is too powerful. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. After understanding the information about cloning, Lin Fei didn't know what to say. This was even more impressive than the army he had exchanged for godhood. After all, at that time, the Divine Emperor army was an existence that could only be used once. However, the clone army was different. They were living humans. Once they were cloned, they would be able to grasp all the secret arts and abilities of their previous owners. At the same time, the clone could also devour flesh and blood to grow. Anyone could imagine how horrifying that would be. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was so shocked. That means I can clone the two 10-star battle emperors from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade sect? Lin Fei had witnessed Bai Wui and Dao merciless strength with his own eyes. The little devil nodded. In theory, there should be no problem. However, Master will need a large amount of materials and a certain amount of mysterious energy. Mysterious energy? What is that? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Where did this mysterious energy come from? Mysterious energy is actually a unit of energy that is converted from the heavens will energy. Master, if you want to clone experts, you will need to convert the mysterious energy. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it's heavens will energy, it doesn't make any difference. I wonder how much mysterious energy will I have after converting the heavens will energy. Master, please wait a moment. Now that the entire God Emperor Mountain was under his control, the amount of heavens will energy he could obtain every day was astronomical. Lin Fei wasn't worried that he wouldn't have enough heavens will energy. Replying Master, after converting, Master will have a total of 500 million units of mysterious energy. Lin Fei blinked his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. F***ck, that's impossible. Why is it only 500 million units of mysterious energy? Isn't this too ridiculous? Did you make a mistake? The little devil shook his head. I didn't calculate wrongly. The conversion of mysterious energy will have a certain consumption rate. Lin Fei was speechless. Isn't this consumption rate too high? I can't imagine it. Lin Fei could only accept his fate. Then I wonder if the clone subordinates will have any changes in their fighting strength. Also, what materials are needed for the cloning? Now, Lin Fei couldn't wait to clone a batch of subordinates. All kinds of materials can be cloned with the mysterious energy. If Master wants to gain terrifying strength, he will need to plunder and plunder. Lin Fei thought of a question. I really want to know, the invincible system, am I the first master or the lucky one? This question, if it was any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't even think about it. But today was different. Master's question is within the authority to answer. You can answer. The little devil didn't reject this time. Master is not the first master, but the 9th lucky one. Then can I know, what kind of existence is the invincible system? Lin Fei asked. Where is the end of the system? Master's question. Answer beyond the authority, the system won't answer. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My question isn't that deep. It's better to clone a few subordinates. Lin Fei plundered most of the materials in the God Emperor Mountain and stored them in the system storage. A 3D image appeared in front of Lin Fei. Gene analysis diagrams appeared in front of him. The DNA that appeared in front of Lin Fei was analyzed to be the DNA of the War Emperor that had been killed earlier. These should be Bai Wui's genes. They are indeed powerful. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If Bai Wui knows that his genes have become my cloning target, his expression will be very ugly. His complexion must be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Gene analysis diagrams appeared one after another. Some were strong, and some were weak. Let's clone 100 Bai Wui first. Oh right, can I change their appearance during the cloning? Lin Fei didn't want his clone subordinates to look like Bai Wui. That would be very unpleasant. Yes, Master. The little devil said. Master can change them however you want. As long as it's set, all the clone subordinates will look like this. That's great. Lin Fei pondered. Let's do it this way. As long as it's a male, he has to look fierce and fierce. At the same time, he has to be tall and sturdy. One look at him will make people shiver. The more terrifying, the better. Lin Fei didn't want to be surrounded by a group of handsome men. What would he be then? If he was ugly, he would definitely be a handsome man. Even Lin Fei felt a little proud of himself for coming up with this idea. Master, you better give this type of slave a name. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. Sword slave then. Ding. Cloning 100 sword slaves will consume 100,000 units of mysterious energy and a certain amount of materials. Do you want to clone? Yes. Ding. Cloning begins. Reminder, because Master is a 10-star combat emperor, the cloned sword slave can only be a 9-star combat emperor. The cloning will be completed in an hour. Soon, Lin Fei was sent out by the system. 9-star combat emperor will do as well. Lin Fei was very satisfied with 100 sword slaves. Their combat prowess could rival a 10-star combat emperor. What else could he be dissatisfied with? I don't have to worry about the mysterious energy, but the consumption of various materials is too high. Lin Fei was worried. Old Fu, Supreme Devil Emperor, go to the sealed world and collect all kinds of materials for me. Send them to me in the shortest time possible. Old Fu and the Supreme Devil Emperor were puzzled, but they immediately left the God Emperor Mountain and headed to the sealed world to collect materials. The destiny energy is still a weakness. Now, there was another cloning mode. This was equivalent to having another mouth to feed. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry about the collection of the destiny energy. Is there any large-scale collection mode? Lin Fei asked the little devil. If this problem wasn't solved, it would be a huge problem. It might not be a problem now, but once he created a large number of subordinates, the mysterious energy would be indispensable. Although there were still 500 million units of mysterious energy, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to last long. There is. Master can exchange for a high-grade energy tower. It can cover a certain range and increase the absorption rate by 50 times. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Increasing the absorption rate by 50 times was simply plundering. Master, you didn't ask. After hearing the price of the high-grade energy tower, Lin Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn it, this is too much. It turned out that the price of the high-grade energy tower wasn't the destiny energy, but the mysterious energy. Every high-grade energy tower required 10 million units of mysterious energy. 500 million units of mysterious energy wasn't a big deal anymore. After all, 10 high-grade energy towers required 100 million units of mysterious energy. This was indeed a headache. The only good thing was that the cloned sword slaves didn't need to consume the destiny energy from the system. They could absorb the destiny energy from heaven and earth. Boom. Chapter 2177. Lin Fei didn't have time to think. He pushed the blood heaven seal to its limit, and the power of space and time formed a strange space below him. 6 10-star battle emperors appeared in the sky-piercing whirlpool. Their tyrannical auras attacked the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the remaining power kept hitting the blood heaven seal. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in the Mountain of God Emperor. It's comparable to a supreme treasure. Among the 6 10-star battle emperors, a skinny old man shot out a sharp light from his eyes. His skinny palm grabbed forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, the power of space and time was forcibly torn apart. The skinny palm turned, and Lin Fei, who was standing on the blood heaven seal, suddenly felt that the whole world was falling into his palm. This is a great divine ability that can capture the stars and the moon. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability, but this was the most powerful one he had ever seen. This didn't scare Lin Fei. From the moment his opponent displayed his divine ability, Lin Fei knew that his opponent was stronger than him. He opened the little devil to analyze his opponent's combat power. Bang! The blood heaven seal was of a high grade, and its divine ability was terrifying, but it still couldn't suppress it. Bang! Bang! The blood heaven seal collided with the palm, and a terrifying force spread out, sending the skinny palm flying. Cracks were left on the palm. 18 doppelgangers, move out. These 6 10-star battle emperors were stronger than him. After all, he had just entered this level, and his strength was inferior to them. Boom! 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 The 18 doppelgangers rushed into the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the blood heaven seal's endless devouring ability was activated, plundering their life force and energy. Swish! 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 The 6 10-star battle emperors had an additional armor on their bodies, and their faces were flickering with mysterious light. Leave this place quickly. He's Tian, and these are his 18 doppelgangers. With regards to this generation's God Emperor of the sealed world, they had all understood him. After truly witnessing his prowess, they wanted to say something. What a scam! The news that circulated in the world of the 33 sacred heavens didn't take Tian seriously, so their evaluation of him naturally wasn't good. At this moment, they all wanted to curse those people. This was obviously a 10-star battle emperor. Who said that he was an ordinary battle emperor? Wasn't this a blatant lie? With the help of the blood sky seal, there were 6 10-star combat emperors. Those who weren't peak 10-star battle emperors naturally couldn't withstand the siege. After a round of siege, they were all killed and contributed 2 to 3 billion energy points to Lin Fei. This kind of speed was insignificant compared to the power boost of 100 billion points. If other combat emperors were to find out about this, they would probably cry their hearts out. Many a little makes a mickle, and it wouldn't take a long time. He would be able to break through to the peak of the 10-star battle emperor realm. The news of me killing a 10-star battle emperor should spread quickly. It will be much more difficult to kill them after that. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Killing 6 10-star battle emperors wasn't too difficult. If the next wave of 10-star battle emperors increased in number, or if they had some powerful treasures that could withstand the endless devouring power of the blood sky seal, Lin Fei believed that they would soon be able to withstand his attack. When that time came, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. The origin fruit still needs some time to ripen. Let me clone a batch of subordinates first. Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to act violently here. If he used tactics to attack, 9-star battle emperors would consume their energy, and then he could attack them. It would be much easier, and at the same time, he could preserve his energy. Lin Fei's biggest advantage now was that he had control over a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, this was also a big disadvantage. Once the destiny energy was consumed too much, it couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. He would be in danger. Cloning a batch of subordinates meant that he would have the power to resist. Lin Fei was very decisive. He kept the blood sky seal and left the Mountain of God Emperor. He believed that at this time, those fellows from the world of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't blindly rush in. It was time. After leaving the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. Is there a defensive energy tower to protect the Invincible Palace? The Mountain of God Emperor and the Sealed World were in two different locations, but Lin Fei believed that those people had the power to enter. Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. For example, building a defense. Even though he had built it before, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't too safe. With the support of time and space, it would be easily destroyed by a 10-star battle emperor. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to strengthen it. Master can exchange for a defensive energy tower. This type of energy tower can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. Every defensive energy tower can automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and convert it according to a certain ratio. Master need not worry. It can't be that every defensive energy tower also needs 10 million units of mysterious energy, right? It only needs 3 million. According to the size of the Invincible Palace, Master only needs to buy 6 of them, and you can set up a perfect defensive energy tower formation. 6. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This required 18 million units of mysterious energy. 6 it is. Help me exchange for them. Ding. Consumed 18 million units of mysterious energy. Within Lin Fei's system space, there were 6 marked defensive energy towers. At the same time, there was also a route for deployment. 6 defensive energy towers, each one was 1,000 zhang tall. Once they were set up, the black defensive energy towers began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As the 6 towers were set up, the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, enveloping the entire city around the Invincible Palace. This is great. Through his divine sense, Lin Fei clearly found out that 3 million units of defensive energy towers was a good deal. After the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, they could use the energy of heaven and earth to defend in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the towering defensive energy towers, even though it cost more than 10 million units of mysterious energy. When the fight for the origin fruit is over, I must buy a high-grade energy tower, and plunder all the heavens mandate energy in the Mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei now knew that the Mountain of God Emperor's space was formed from a fragment of the wildland world, and at the same time, it contained origin energy. Lin Fei was even more excited to see how much mysterious energy he could get from the origin fruit. Ding! Cloning complete. An hour wasn't long. Lin Fei heard the voice that he wanted to hear the most. At this moment, the cold voice of the system was no longer unpleasant to the ears, but pleasant to the ears instead. Release them all. 100 hideous and ferocious sword slaves appeared before Lin Fei, emitting a murderous aura. F***K, this is too scary. Lin Fei had no doubt that these sword slaves would give people quite a fright if they were to go outside. For those who were timid, a single glance from them would leave behind an indelible nightmare, and their cultivation would come to a halt. They would no longer have the chance to advance. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this, but he felt that the system's modification of the sword slaves was far beyond his imagination. Who would know that these sword slaves were cloned from Bai Wui's genes? 100 sword slaves soared into the sky. 9-star combat emperors were extremely ferocious, and their sword intents interweaved together, cutting through the void. 100 sword slaves are already so terrifying. If there are 10,000 or 100,000 sword slaves, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Let's clone 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves first. Lin Fei gave the order to clone. Let's clone 100,000 combat emperors first. Lin Fei also kept all the ores. In any case, these materials were useless to him, but they were extremely useful for cloning a war emperor powerhouse. The divine world also started to move. Lin Fei didn't let any of the ores go. Every ore mine was confiscated, and a steady stream of ores was sent over. Although 100,000 combat emperors wasn't a lot, it would consume 100 million units of mysterious energy. At the same time, it would require a huge amount of ores. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clone them. Lin Fei had no choice but to risk it. Since all the superpowers had yet to arrive, he had to clone enough underlings. At the same time, a piece of news spread across the world of the sage. The sacred clans, the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate were some of the superpowers that were attacked by D. Tian and the Mountain of God Emperor. They were all annihilated. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. That D. Tian had a magnate-grade treasure that could absorb all life force and energy. At first, no one believed it. How could a mere Mountain of God Emperor have a magnate-grade treasure? Who didn't know that the sealed world was sealed by an unparalleled expert? Moreover, it was the strongest expert. One could imagine how strong the sealed world was. It was impossible for a magnate-grade treasure to be left behind in a place like this. Soon, news came back one after another. They were all images sent back by the clones before they died. They had seen the true appearance of the magnate-grade treasure. Especially the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate. The magnate experts in their sects had personally inspected the treasure and confirmed that it was indeed a magnate-grade treasure. No matter what, it was undoubtedly a magnate-grade treasure. This was going to be interesting. Giant-level treasures had appeared in the sealed world, and all the forces were tempted. Even the Lord of the Holy Heaven was tempted. In the entire world of the 33 Holy Heavens, any giant-level treasure was worth fighting over. It would set off a bloodbath. Wui, you have done a great job. This is a mixed energy pearl. It can help you recover the energy that your clones lost. Inside the Thousand Swords Villa, Bai Wui was overjoyed. The mixed energy pearl was a special treasure. It contained a large amount of energy and could recover the energy that the clones lost. Thank you, Ancestor. At the front, there was a blurry figure with a strong will that surpassed all the combat emperors. Everyone subconsciously retracted their aura in front of this blurry figure. This was a magnate-grade ancestor. Any magnate-grade ancestor had boundless power. The Thousand Swords Villa also had a magnate-grade expert. On top of that, the sword puppets were naturally strong. Their combat power could transcend levels. The magnate-grade ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa also had a certain status among the magnate-grade experts. Chapter 2178. Boom boom boom. After confirming that there was a magnate-grade treasure in the sealed world, the various forces in the 33 sacred heavens started to deploy their strongest experts into the Mountain of God Emperors. On this day, a few powerful auras tore through the void and appeared in the Mountain of God Emperors. The auras of these figures were so powerful that the surrounding space was distorted. As soon as they appeared, beams of profound light burst forth, and a rare solemn look appeared on their faces. Why aren't there any attacks? Did we come to the wrong place? No, we must have come to the Mountain of God Emperors. This is different from what we expected. The few of them looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect this to happen. It was just a false alarm. The native of the sealed world had a magnate-grade treasure in his hands. Once the treasure appeared, it would plunder everything. The few vanguards were still wary of it. Search the surroundings. The few figures dispersed. After a short while, they gathered together again. No one. There are no living beings in the entire Mountain of God Emperors. We can report now. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei smiled. Vanguards? Interesting. Currently, Lin Fei had set up a large number of surveillance devices in the entire Mountain of God Emperors. As long as he wanted to see something, the system would immediately send it to the corresponding location. Even in the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei knew the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors like the back of his hand. Wait until I cloned 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves, then, hua hua hua. After confirming that there was no danger, waves of forces arrived in the Mountain of God Emperors. Powerful divine senses covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors. More than 10 powerful auras stood in the sky and covered the entire Mountain of God Emperors with their divine senses. When they saw the situation of the Mountain of God Emperors, their faces turned ugly. That bastard Di Tian is too shameless. An old man yelled. That bastard should die. He actually moved the monarch beasts in the mountain of god emperors and even the people in the cities away. He left a barren mountain of god emperors for us. All the heaven yuan spirits underground have been plundered. All the good stuff is gone. These experts felt that they were too shameless. Now, when compared to Di Tian, they simply paled into insignificance. I didn't expect the sealed world to produce such a bastard. Interesting. A woman dressed in black had a voluptuous figure. She was extremely hot, and a single glance from her was enough to turn the world upside down. He said with a smile. Little slut, put away your great sky demon technique. Be careful that I don't get angry and kill you. Don't think that I will be polite to you just because you are from the Sky Demon Palace. The Sky Demon Palace is useless in front of me. The burly man, who had a stocky build and a stocky waist, wore an animal skin battle suit, coldly stared at the black-clothed woman not far away. Barbarian bears. You're all brawn and no brains. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'd like to experience the secret techniques of your demon sect. The black-clothed woman continued to smile. Her chilling killing intent caused people to be secretly afraid. Some of the people at the side were silent, while others were gloating. Heavenly Devil Palace? I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa with a pile of delicious food in front of him. They watched while eating. Everything was as expected. The detection device didn't carry any aura. Even if these people were 10-star battle emperors, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Such surveillance equipment was not cheap. Fortunately, Lin Fei could afford it. Senior Zhan Wuming once said that the Sky Demon Palace was the strongest force in the 9th Holy Heaven. Their Sky Demon Palace had one of the 10 great ultimate skills, the 18 heavens of the Sky Demon. It was rumored that the Sky Demon Palace once had an unparalleled genius who cultivated this technique to the 18th heaven and became the strongest person in the 33 holy heavens. I didn't expect the Heavenly Devil Palace's disciple to be a female. The other burly man should be an expert from the demon sect, one of the major forces in the world of the 11th sage. Their true forms are all ferocious immortal beasts. They are not a simple force. Lin Fei had some understanding of them, so when he compared them one by one, he immediately had a vague outline. Little bitch, you're courting death. Barbarian Bear bellowed. His voice was like a great bell. A few tall mountains not far away rumbled and split into pieces. Dust flew everywhere. With a slap of his thick palm, black tornadoes were set off. The wind howled violently. The surrounding people retreated one after another. Barbarian Bear is indeed the pride of the demon sect. I heard that not long ago, Barbarian Bear killed a 10-star battle emperor from the world of the 28th sage. Although Barbarian Bear is powerful, he may not be a match for the Sky Demon Rainbow. After all, the Sky Demon Palace has the 10 great ultimate skills. Barbarian Bear's attack was very domineering. Tornadoes whistled through the air. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the space or the earth, everything was turned to dust. This was the combat power of a 10-star battle emperor. Your power is fierce, but it depends on who you're dealing with. The Sky Demon Rainbow snickered. Without any movement, it went straight for Barbarian Bear. Someone immediately exclaimed. This is the Sky Demon Shadow. I didn't expect him to cultivate the Sky Demon Shadow to this level. The whistling tornadoes came one after another. With gentle steps, the black-clad heavenly demon Rainbow Dress dodged all of them. When she arrived before the Barbarian Bear, her slender fingers curled and shot out 3 gusts of wind. Sky Demon Finger. Barbarian Bear's face turned serious. He took out a mace and used it to block in front of him. The figure of a giant bear appeared behind him. Bang! 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 The Sky Demon Rainbow landed on the mace 3 times. Little bear, you can't do it. The Sky Demon Rainbow laughed. Barbarian Bear crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to split into pieces. There was a hint of fear on his fierce face. Only he knew how terrifying the Sky Demon Finger was. Little bitch, you're the best today. Let's wait and see. Barbarian Bear turned and left. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. Miss Sky Demon, you're still as elegant as ever. They're just barbarians from the demon sect. Why bother with them? Many people chimed in. The Sky Demon Rainbow still had a smile on her face. I heard that the natives of the sealed world are quite interesting. I'll take my leave first and meet this native. Leaving behind a graceful figure, the Sky Demon Rainbow left the crowd. There were a few people who subconsciously swallowed their saliva. I'm afraid that this native has become their main target. Lin Fei was not interested in being labeled as a native. Of course, he was not interested in these city people either. Chapter 2179. This was not the only group of people that appeared under the spatial whirlpool. After confirming that there was no danger in the mountain of God Emperor, the forces of the 33 sacred heavens descended one after another. Even the Master of Sacred Heaven arranged for his capable subordinates to enter the mountain of God Emperor. The forces that entered all cursed because the resources in the mountain of God Emperor had all been plundered. They were all angered to death after entering. There was nothing more despicable than this. D. Tian, this aboriginal, was truly outrageous. The mountain of God Emperor was formed from a fragment of the wasteland world. The quality of the resources that grew inside was extremely high. They had originally come for the origin fruit, but who didn't want to bring more back? After all, it was rare for the mountain of God Emperor to open. Who would have thought that the shameless aboriginal would plunder all the resources? Other than the useless trees, there was not a single living thing. For a moment, the crowd was filled with complaints. Lin Fei had attracted a lot of hatred. After confirming that there were no more resources, these forces prepared to head to the sealed world. Divine Realm. In reality, as the ruler of this unified place, Emperor Lin Fei did not really manage it. After all, Lin Fei had no interest in management. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Divine Realm was just a place to obtain resources. He really didn't care about population. Hua. A black figure landed in the Divine Realm. The sealed world is the sealed world. There is not a trace of destiny energy. No wonder no one is interested in this place. If not for the origin fruit's appearance, no one would be willing to come here. The demonic rainbow was dressed in black. She stood in the sky above the Divine Realm. She had an indescribable resistance towards this sealed world. The absence of destiny energy made her dislike it even more. Hua. The demonic rainbow headed towards the nearest city. From the big forces in the city, the demonic rainbow got the information she wanted and returned to the sky above the Divine Realm. She couldn't help but be interested in this D. Tian aboriginal. This D. Tian is really interesting. After conquering the Divine Realm, he cleaned up all the hostile forces. He actually didn't build a divine palace in the Divine Realm. To the demonic rainbow, this was extremely unbelievable. Especially after knowing that D. Tian lived in the profound sky world, the demonic rainbow became even more interested. He advanced to the Divine Lord Realm with the body of a mortal, and then later on, he grasped what was suspected to be a giant-level treasure, the War Emperor realm. This native exuded a mysterious aura. The demonic rainbow dress moved very quickly. In a few breaths' time, they traversed the void and arrived outside the profound sky world. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the profound sky world. Miss Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be here too. Not far away, a figure came to the side of the demonic rainbow dress and said politely. Actually, I also didn't want to come, but it's a pity that I don't have that life. The heavenly devil Nikhang said pitifully. He couldn't help but want to protect her. Beside him was a white-robed young master who gave off a scholarly aura. He said with a smile, your great sky demon art is becoming more and more exquisite. Even I can't block it. Is that so? The demonic rainbow dress winked at him. The man in white smiled bitterly. Oh right, what do you think of this D. Tian? Extremely shameless, and at the same time, his origins are extremely mysterious. The heavenly devil rainbow said indifferently. It was a complete change from her previous flirtatious demeanor. This is an interesting person. What do you think? Ha ha ha. When a tyrannical aura descended upon the profound sky world. The people of the profound sky world were already used to it. In front of the invincible Lord God Emperor, no matter how powerful the outsiders were, they would still be defeated. Thus, everyone did what they had to do. They didn't panic. This also made those who came in click their tongues in wonder. The only thing that they couldn't understand was that these people's eyes were very strange. The invincible palace is in front. The profound sky world wasn't big. The invincible palace was easier to find. Thus, a group of people appeared outside the invincible palace, in groups of 3 to 5, staring at the invincible palace. Their eyes flickered. Through the information they obtained, they could confirm that the native god emperor was living in the invincible palace. Humph, such arrogance. Even in the 33 sacred heavens, no force would dare to call themselves invincible. A native of the sealed world dares to call himself the invincible palace. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in a gray robe had a gloomy face, giving off a very cold feeling. His eyes flickered. I haven't seen any force that dares to call themselves invincible. Let me try. The middle-aged man in the gray robe was an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. At the same time, he was also a guest of a force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to appear in the space of the God Emperor Mountain, let alone the invincible palace. Heaven's shrouding seal. The middle-aged man in the gray robe flipped his hand, and a huge seal landed on the sky above the invincible palace. It expanded infinitely, like a tall mountain, at the same time emitting a terrifying aura that covered the sky. The rest of the people weren't in a hurry to act. It was just right for a guest to test the waters. After all, everyone had received the news that this native was suspected to have a magnate-level treasure. Because of this, they had to be careful. It would be best if they could confirm that the other party had a magnate-level treasure. The attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor isn't worth my time. In the invincible palace, Lin Fei still had a smile on his face. Hua! 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 Just as the heaven-shrouding seal was about to land on the sky above the invincible palace, a transparent glass cover appeared below the heaven-shrouding seal. A few glass covers appeared and quickly linked together, blocking the attack of the heaven-shrouding seal. This black tower actually has such a function. Many people had a look of surprise on their faces. Soon, they saw some clues. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the black tower, thinking that it was something not worth mentioning. When streams of energy shot out and formed a protective shield, they came to a sudden realization. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block the attack of an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. This Tian isn't simple. Many people exclaimed. It was unbelievable for a sealed world to have a formation that could block the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. The middle-aged man in the gray robe's face turned gloomy. He couldn't even destroy a mere invincible palace. When he returned, he would definitely become a laughing stock. His hatred for Tian grew. Heaven-shrouding seal, attack. The heaven-shrouding seal was activated once again. The treasure that was like a mountain kept bombarding the protective cover above the invincible palace. The power of each attack was enough to make one's soul tremble, but the transparent cover was able to block all the attacks. Something's wrong. It's very strange. The energy of heaven and earth is gathering rapidly. There's something wrong with the Black Tower. Everyone's eyes fell on the Black Tower. Chapter 2180. It's really incredible. There's actually such an incredible formation in the sealed world. This is definitely a magnate-level formation. Apart from a magnate-level formation, no other formation can withstand the attack of a 10-star battle emperor. A suspected magnate-level treasure is enough to make people go crazy. Now, another suspected magnate-level formation has appeared. Could it be that this indigenous Tian has obtained the inheritance treasure left behind by a magnate? In a short period of time, various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Most of them wanted to take the treasure for themselves. In the face of benefits, everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. Fellow Lien Qing, let me help you. A suspected magnate-level formation was enough to make people go crazy. Among the crowd, another middle-aged man came out and called out Di Tian's name. Without waiting for him to reply, he took out a treasure in his hand and blasted it at the black tower not far away. Let me help you too. A mere native dares to call himself an invincible force. In a short period of time, more than 10 experts attacked one after another. The black towers joined together and blocked wave after wave of attacks. They didn't show any signs of exhaustion from beginning to end, which made everyone quite angry. Miss Heavenly Demon, what do you think? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow felt that this Di Tian was very interesting. If others had good things, they would hide them in their hands and not take them out until the right time. On the other hand, this Di Tian seemed to be afraid that others did not know about it. Going against the flow? Even the intelligent Heavenly Demon Rainbow could not figure out what the other party was trying to do. This formation is not bad. It absorbs the power of heaven and earth to form a special defense. This level of formation can only be refined by a magnate-level expert. Yes, I think so too. The white-robed man smiled. This should be a magnate expert who is good at setting up formations, but I can't think of who it is. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow from the Heavenly Demon Palace. His experience was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this black tower was the crux of the formation. If he wanted to break through the formation of a big shot level elite, he would have to be extremely powerful. If he wanted to break the formation, he must be a magnate level expert. The indigenous people of the sealed world may give us many surprises. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow laughed. This trip was not in vain. It was indeed not in vain. Not bad, not bad. The Black Tower's defense is really awesome. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Black Tower's defense. You really get what you pay for. The absorption of energy between heaven and earth can form a special defensive power. Unless it's a giant-level elite, it's impossible to break through the Black Tower's defense. With a free test subject to test the Black Tower's defense, Lin Fei was more satisfied than anyone else. There was no worry in his heart. According to what Senior Zhan Wuming said, the sealed world was sealed by the joint efforts of peerless experts. The power that descended here was at most a 10-star battle emperor. The giant-level energy fluctuations were too great, and the sealed world was unable to withstand the energy fluctuations. In the end, the sealed world began to become unstable. The number of people besieging him kept increasing. In each of the 33 sacred heavens, there were powers that had entered. It was not difficult to come to the profound sky world from the mountain of God Emperor space. Furthermore, the treasure of the heavenly law ancestor had been refined, and the power restriction had been lifted, allowing the power of the war emperor to descend. Initially, there were more than 10 people fighting, but as time passed, more and more people joined in. The 10 people turned into 100 people, then 300 to 400 people. Each attack was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. However, the Black Tower's divine might was invincible, blocking all the power. We can't attack anymore. There's something strange about the Black Tower. It seems to be able to absorb the power of our attacks. What the hell? The sharp-eyed people exclaimed in shock. Logically, there was no formation that could block the joint attacks of hundreds of elites. But in the sealed world, it really appeared. No matter how everyone attacked, the Black Tower's defense was as stable as Mount Tai, immovable and stable. After the exclamations, some of them stopped and cursed loudly. It's a giant-level formation, there's no doubt about it. The native Di Tian must have obtained the inheritance of a giant-level elite. Charge in, kill this native, and seize the inheritance of the giant-level elite in his hands. After the torrential attacks were ineffective, everyone understood one thing. This native Di Tian undoubtedly had the treasure of a giant-level elite in his hands, and it was even more abundant than they had imagined. Anyone, including forces, would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step if they obtained the treasure. Their desires were endless. Especially when facing a sealed world and a native elite, their desires were magnified infinitely. No matter how big or small the forces were, they couldn't sit still. Everyone, attack the Black Tower together. As long as one of the Black Towers is broken, the defense will definitely be greatly reduced, and then we'll definitely be able to break through the invincible palace. A formation Grandmaster elite pointed at the Black Tower and shouted, summoning a set of formation flags. The formation flags landed in the void near the Black Tower, suppressing the void. Grandmaster Feng is making a move. Everyone, let's attack together. Little demon, are you alright? When Lin Fei saw a formation Grandmaster make a move, he subconsciously wanted to go out and kill him to avoid destroying the Black Tower. Master, don't worry. The Black Tower was exchanged for 10 million units of mysterious energy. This is a foundation that surpasses normal formations, and belongs to a completely new type of defense tower. How can a few conceited formation Grandmasters understand it? They're destined to work for nothing. The little demon said disdainfully. As long as their attacks are fierce, it'll be equivalent to providing energy to the Black Tower. The Black Tower can transform all kinds of attacks into special energy that can be used to support the Black Tower's defense. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as the Black Tower wouldn't be broken, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. I'll let you show off a little more. Since there was nothing to worry about, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go out and deal with them. Even a tycoon couldn't afford to waste his destiny points. Lin Fei had learned his lesson. Boom boom boom. In the sky above the invincible palace, the number of people gradually increased. More and more people joined in the attack. Especially after the news spread, especially after everyone saw the Black Tower's terrifying defense, they couldn't stop and all joined in the attack. This attack lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the Black Tower didn't move an inch. There were more than 3,000 people surrounding it, including almost all the top forces in the 33 holy heavens. At the start, everyone was aggressive, ready to break through the invincible palace. After a long period of time, all of the elites were quite tired. They consumed alchemical pills one after another, yet the Black Tower was still as stable as Mount Tai. However, everyone was greatly angered. The few formation masters who had been highly respected before were all dumbfounded, and shook their heads vigorously. Sealing the void and isolating the energy fluctuations, was this still not enough? The formation grandmasters were so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2181. The formation master was infuriated. The besieging battle emperors were also filled with anger. 3 days of attacks had no effect at all. The Black Tower was still the Black Tower without any damage. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it also made them want to break the Black Tower and capture that indigenous Dtion. Such a defensive treasure would make even first-rate forces jealous. If they had such a treasure, the sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, if they could decipher the manufacturing method, it could completely set off a new craze of refining weapons, especially for the formation masters, who could not wait to decipher the secret of the Black Tower. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, there had never been such a treasure worthy of their attention. 3 days, until now, they still had very little understanding of the Black Tower. They had not even figured out the simplest structure, which was simply intolerable. Humph, a bunch of trash, can't even break a mere invincible palace, let me do it. A disdainful voice came from the mysterious sky world. In the distance, a stream of light sped over. Bastard, who is trash? An 8-star battle emperor said sternly, extremely dissatisfied. Pung! Everyone saw the opponent's head explode, his whole body turning into a pool of blood. The killing method was unimaginable. This is a curse, everyone be careful. Immediately, someone cried out. Even some of the first-rate forces geniuses who had been watching from the sidelines revealed a trace of seriousness and fear. They knew this person. He was a direct disciple from the world of the 6th saintly heavens, young Master Curse. No one knew young Master Curse's specific name, but no one dared to look down on him. He was a direct disciple, and at the same time, his father was a giant expert, and a giant expert who made people tremble in fear. Because he cultivated the evil curse technique, although not as famous as the top 10 cultivation techniques, it was not far from the top 10 cultivation techniques. Some even said that if the top 10 cultivation techniques were not ranked early, the curse technique would very likely become one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Peng peng peng. More than 10 people in the crowd exploded one after another. Every death was very ugly, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Some were cursed to death by a mysterious force, and their bodies turned into a pool of blood. The rest were not much different. A bunch of reckless trash, even daring to curse me. Do you really think this young master doesn't know? The stream of light quickly appeared in front of everyone. It was a black-clothed young man with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "Miss Heavenly Demon, long time no see. You've become more and more beautiful. Young Master Chu really knows how to speak. I wonder how many girls' hearts you have deceived with these words." The heavenly devil Nikhang said with a smile. Every frown and every smile was filled with infinite charm. No matter how beautiful those girls are, how can they compare to Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse was also very good at talking. His gaze landed on the demonic rainbow dress and almost never moved away. There was even a trace of lust in his eyes. However, if you continue to stare at me, perhaps I won't be able to stop myself from making a move. The heavenly devil Nikhang laughed lightly and flicked her jade-like hand. It was the sky demon finger. He flicked it 3 times in a row. Bang bang bang. 3 figures exploded, and young Master Curse stopped not far away. "Miss Heavenly Demon, I like your temperament," young Master Curse said, even though he had mastered the supreme incantation. However, he was also more afraid of the demonic rainbow dress. After all, every disciple of the demonic palace was not easy to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress in front of him was one of them. "I believe that sooner or later you will believe that I am the most powerful." The 2 of them exchanged blows. Everyone could see that young Master Curse's strength had increased a lot since the beginning. He had successfully cultivated the incantation doppelganger. He was even more difficult to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress was also very afraid of young Master Curse. After all, this was a cultivation technique that was cast with special energy. It was very difficult to defend against. Then I'll wait and see. Incantation? It should be the top force of the 5th sage that Wu Mingzhan mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Analyze the incantation for me. Lin Fei was very interested in this incantation. Although he was not far away, he did not see how young Master Curse killed his opponent. Analyzing incantation, the system immediately began to analyze. Lin Fei went to check the time of the cloning of the slaves. He found that it would not take too long before the cloning was completed. It was equivalent to having a group of powerful subordinates. Young Master Curse, anyone can brag. I heard that your incantation is a top-notch cultivation technique. I wonder if you can kill the indigenous D. Tian? At this time, a young man in a brocade robe lightly waved his folding fan. He was not afraid of young Master Curse's gaze. So it's the saint of the 9th sage, Chen Hao. I was wondering who had the guts to say that to me. Young Master Curse said coldly. Chen Hao said calmly. I've long heard of young Master Curse's incantation techniques. I believe that it will not be difficult for young Master Curse to deal with a small indigenous. It's also good to let everyone see the power of the incantation Dao. Otherwise, don't brag in front of Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. Many people were amused. Chen Hao and young Master Curse were both pursuing Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. One was the son of the Master of the Sage Sky, the other was the son of a powerful figure. They were about the same in terms of power. Both of them were publicly recognized as geniuses. Now that the 2 of them were facing each other, ordinary people did not dare to interrupt. Everyone knew that young Master Curse was narrow-minded and could kill without leaving a trace. No one was willing to offend him. Chen Hao, don't think that you are great just because you have a powerful father. In my eyes, you are just so. Young Master Curse laughed. Since you want to see how powerful this young master is, this young master will fulfill your wish. If I kill this native Tian, from now on, wherever this young master goes, you will have to stay far away. How about it? Okay, I agree. Chen Hao said, unwilling to be outdone. As a saint, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Straightforward enough. Young Master Curse came to the sky above the invincible palace. A small indigenous, today I will let you see the power of the incantation Tao. Inside the invincible palace. Lin Fei was speechless. F***ck, you guys are fighting over a girl. What has that got to do with me? This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. However, this young Master Curse does not look simple. I better activate the invincible defense to prevent myself from getting hit. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense and used the Blood Sky Seal to protect himself. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to see the power of the incantation Tao. Chapter 2182. Lin Fei was really looking forward to facing young Master Curse. This was a good target to capture. If he was cloned, he would definitely be a powerful long-range attack team. From the moment young Master Curse appeared, Lin Fei listed him as one of his targets to kill. Even if he couldn't kill him, as long as he obtained a drop of his blood essence, he could still use the system to clone him. It's time to go out and meet the geniuses. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he arrived above the invincible palace. Immediately, divine senses shot over, but they were blocked by the Black Tower's defense. He's the indigenous Tian. Tian is out. What a young guy. Is he Tian? The strongest indigenous of this sealed world? The treasure is in his hands? The forces outside the invincible palace all stared at Tian. Greed flashed in their eyes. Tian was a guy with a giant-level treasure. Moreover, he was an indigenous from the sealed world. In their eyes, he was as insignificant as an ant. They could kill him with a finger. He was like a doll hugging a gold brick. Everyone, you came uninvited and attacked the invincible palace. I am very unhappy. Lin Fei was expressionless. His majestic gaze swept across everyone present. Whoosh. 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 Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. At the same time, it emitted endless heavenly might. The geniuses and other forces outside the invincible palace trembled. A wave of heavenly might enveloped them. They even had a feeling that they couldn't resist it. What a heavenly might! The man in white shouted. A black tower appeared above his head, blocking the heavenly might outside. The other geniuses also used their basic treasures to block the attack of heavenly might. Just this one move alone made everyone secretly fearful of Tian, who was a native. They couldn't imagine that such heavenly might would appear on an indigenous person. It was simply unbelievable. You are Tian? You have a giant-level treasure? Young Master Curse was surrounded by black fog. Once the heavenly might entered, it was completely invaded. He stared at Tian not far away with a vicious gaze. Lin Fei's move established his dominance. My name is not something you can call out. Lin Fei's eyes widened, and two rays of light shot out. A sharp light flashed as the two sabers slashed out. The saber intent sliced through the boundless void, leaving behind saber scars. What big words. He's just a native. How dare you call yourself emperor? Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. It's good that you came out now. This young master will kill a little native like you in front of everyone. White Knight, between young Master Curse and Tian, who do you think will win? The demonic rainbow asked White Knight. The name of the man in white was Bai Yi, and he was a member of the Bai clan. As for the Bai clan, their background was even more illustrious. He was also one of the top existences. Bai's countenance grew heavier. Initially, I didn't think much of Tian. He's just a small country bumpkin from a sealed world. Even if he's strong, he can't be that strong. However, Di Tian's grasp of heavenly might to such an extent is truly impressive. It's rumored that there was an old ancestor of the heavenly Tao in the past. He condensed boundless heavenly might. Once the heavenly might was released, corpses were strewn everywhere. No one was a match for him. I'm wondering if this Di Tian native is related to that old ancestor of the heavenly Tao. The demonic rainbow frowned slightly. If it really is the old ancestor of the heavenly Tao, then the battle between young Master Curse and Di Tian will be a good show to watch. Her gaze landed on Di Tian with a complicated expression. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them who were discussing young Master Curse and Di Tian. Curse Tao God Altar. Young Master Curse opened his mouth and spat out a black altar. The black altar swelled with the wind. In an instant, it became an existence that was 100 zhang in size. Boundless evil aura swept out, causing everyone to reveal a solemn expression on the spot. It's rumored that this is a treasure personally refined by a magnate-level expert. It contains supreme curse Tao techniques and can unleash extraordinary attributes. At the same time, it has a powerful defense. I didn't expect this treasure to be passed down to young Master Curse. Young Master Curse is indeed worthy of being one of the most beloved sons of an unparalleled expert. He even passed down such a treasure. Young Master Curse landed on the black altar. Curse Tao, collapse. The black altar rotated, and the black mist turned into tornadoes, engulfing the two saber lights and destroying them completely. You dare to take out this kind of power and disgrace yourself. On the altar, young Master Curse's long hair fluttered as he laughed sinisterly. Now, I will let you experience a true Curse Tao killer move. Curse Tao, corrosion. Lin Fei instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping him. Hua hua hua. System notification, an unknown power has descended on your body. Once the system notification ended, Lin Fei felt a terrifying cold aura on his body. The moment the cold aura landed on his body, the dark green poison wanted to drill into his body. What a terrifying poison. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have been corroded. Lin Fei could clearly see that his heaven's mandate points were being consumed at an extremely fast speed, constantly corroding his body. This was definitely a terrifying energy corrosion. I am the son of heaven. Even if this corrosion is my defense, you won't be able to break it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, allowing the dark green poison to invade his body back and forth. Young Master Curse's first move failed, so he activated the Curse Tao God Altar again. Curse Tao, numb. Curse Tao, Great Prophecy Technique. Young Master Curse once again cast a Curse Tao attack. I don't believe that you can withstand this double curse attack. Ding. Player has been paralyzed by a mysterious energy attack. Ding. Attacked by Great Prophecy Technique. The two terrifying energies came one after the other. Although Lin Fei had activated his invincible defense, the numbing effect still invaded his body. Half of his body was almost unable to move. Immediately, a deathly aura enveloped him. This was a power that Lin Fei had never encountered before. It was a formless killing move. Boom! When this power enveloped his body, Lin Fei felt as if everything was dissipating. It was extremely overbearing. Get rid of the mysterious energy. Lin Fei did not panic. He activated the mysterious energy. The moment the mysterious energy appeared, the death energy surrounding his body was cleansed. The mysterious energy was also Lin Fei's trump card. Although this kind of death energy was tyrannical and could kill all life cells, it was almost impossible to defend against it. That was why the Curse Tao was famous. Young Master Curse is truly ruthless. His first move was a numbing and Great Prophecy Technique attack. Even I don't dare to be careless. Bai said solemnly, Di Tian, this country bumpkin, is probably going to be killed. The Great Prophecy Technique is indeed terrifying, especially when used in the form of a Curse Tao. The demonic rainbow nodded. It is truly impossible to defend against. Unless there is a Curse Tao treasure, only then can one block the Curse Tao attack. This Di Tian is probably very powerful. Chapter 2184. Whether it was the paralysis of the curse path or the great curse prophecy technique, they were all extremely domineering attacks. The curse path itself was beyond ordinary combat methods, and it was naturally very frightening to deal with it. Only the forces of the 33 sacred heavens would be afraid of this young master curse, especially when he had a giant expert who was infinitely close to being an unparalleled expert backing him. Young Master Curse was also very proud. To be able to kill the strongest native expert of the sealed world wasn't something to be proud of, but the other party had a magnate-level treasure in his hands. Tian, in front of my great curse prophecy technique, you will experience the true taste of death. As long as you are willing to hand over the magnate-level treasure and these defensive black towers, I am willing to spare your life and even allow you to become my servant. No one can blame you for anything. Young Master Curse was full of heroism and ignored all the forces around him. Young Master Curse had his own confidence. In front of his powerful father and the powerful forces created by him, ordinary forces would be prepared to be destroyed if they didn't lower their heads. As expected, when young Master Curse's words fell, many people revealed angry expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, there was a trace of fear on their faces. How about it? You only have one chance. I'm not willing to be an ordinary person. Young Master Curse continued with an attitude as if he had the other party in his grasp. Swear loyalty to me, offer your treasure, and I'll guarantee your safety. Lin Fei's thoughts were all on the mysterious energy, and he was amazed at how magical this power was. The curse path combined with a treasure like the curse path divine altar can be said to be an invincible existence. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei even more determined to obtain young Master Curse's blood essence and clone a batch of curse path subordinates. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the mysterious sky world, loud and clear. Servant? You are thinking too much. One step. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of young Master Curse and threw a punch. The power of time enveloped young Master Curse. 18 doppelgangers, kill. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 18 doppelgangers moved out. Each of them was comparable to a 10-star battle emperor. The terrifying aura pierced through the clouds and shook the earth. Curse path, refraction. Young Master Curse shouted, and black fog curled up. A barrier appeared, and rays of profound light refracted the clones' attacks. None of the attacks managed to break through the black mist. The onlookers instantly suffered a calamity. The power of the counterattack did not diminish. Everyone hurriedly dodged. The experts who were slightly slower were heavily injured by the reflected force, and some were even killed on the spot, turning into clouds of blood mist. Blood Heaven Seal. Lin Fei had never thought of heavily injuring a 10-star battle emperor with his 18 clones. This was his trump card. The huge Blood Heaven Seal had been hidden in the void for a long time. It suddenly descended and collided with the cursed Tao Divine Altar. The huge impact sent the cursed Tao Divine Altar flying. A few experts nearby were smashed into blood mist. With a snort, young Master Cursed, who was on the altar, couldn't stand still. He stared at the treasure that had emerged. A giant-level treasure. I can feel it. Young Master Curse could see that this treasure was extraordinary. This young master wants this treasure. Young Master Curse's eyes became sharp and terrifying. As long as he could get his hands on this giant-level treasure, his strength would definitely improve. He might even have the chance to reach the giant level and look down on the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The onlookers' breathing quickened. They had finally seen a giant-level treasure. It was a treasure that was filled with an ancient aura. A giant-level treasure. The rumors are true. I must get my hands on it. This giant-level treasure must be mine. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, it was a giant-level treasure. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by bloody battles and massacres. It would be even more difficult to obtain a giant-level treasure. Now that a giant-level treasure had appeared in a sealed world, no one could sit still. It was definitely an existence that would make everyone's eyes red with envy. Snatch it. Greed could drive people crazy and cause them to lose their rationality. Not to mention that it was a giant-level treasure. After confirming that there was no doubt about it, some battle emperors immediately moved to snatch it. The sky-covering palm slammed down from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The entire world seemed to have turned black. Courting death. Young Master Curse coldly snorted. Curse Tao, raging flames burn the heavens. In the void, black flames appeared. The first battle emperor expert was burned into nothingness by the black flames. The moment he touched the black flames, he was also burned into nothingness. Everyone, be careful. This is the curse fire. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized it and was shocked. Countless experts from all sides had suddenly been attacked by the curse fire. All of them were burned into nothingness. Their eyes were filled with shock. A bunch of idiots. What a joke. The demonic Nikhang laughed delicately. Young Master Curse is famous for his narrow-mindedness. You dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. Even if you go to the Yellow Springs, you won't be wronged. Young Master Curse is indeed impressive. He has cultivated the curse Tao to such a level in such a short time and even cultivated the curse fire. No wonder that person values young Master Curse so much. Bai Yi said indifferently. I heard that the cultivation of the curse fire is extremely difficult. If you're not a genius, don't even think about cultivating it. Once you succeed, your battle power will increase greatly. Once the curse fire is released, it will burn all living things. In the sky, figures were burned into nothingness. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb. It was a ghastly sight. Even if they used treasures, it would still be difficult to resist the attack of the curse fire. This young Master Curse was unbelievably cruel. Di Tian's treasures belong to me. Whoever dares to snatch them, I'll kill them. Young Master Curse coldly threw down a sentence. The coldness caused people to tremble. Inescapable net. A huge black net suddenly appeared in the sky. Once the net appeared, the whole world seemed to have fallen into it. Treasures belong to those who are fated. I'm that fated person. A tit-for-tat voice rang out. Chen Hao, how dare you? Young Master Curse glared at him. The one who attacked just now was Chen Hao, the son of a certain sacred sky master. He was also a saint's son. Curse Tao, cut. The black mist turned into a blade aura and slashed at the black net. As the target of the attack, Lin Fei felt the gazes directed at him. His 18 clones were the first to be attacked by the curse fire, and a huge amount of destiny points were consumed. This also made Lin Fei want to get young Master Curse's essence blood even more. Return. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones. He couldn't continue to waste destiny points. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and crashed into the inescapable net. The net was indeed powerful, but it still had a huge hole in it. Young Master Curse, take this. The Blood Heaven seal left an afterimage in the sky, crashing into young Master Curse's altar. Young Master Curse staggered on the spot, and the black mist in the sky disappeared. Again. The Blood Heaven seal was made from two kinds of treasures. Its power was not that simple. Bang! 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 The whole space shook and shattered, forming invincible black holes. Astral winds howled, and all the attacks were destroyed in the void. Chapter 2185. You guys can't do it. The strength of the Blood Heaven seal was unimaginable. Wave after wave of collisions landed on the cursed Tao Divine altar every time. Young Master Curse's expression instantly turned ugly as he consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, he would have long been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Even so, he still could not endure it. Even though young Master Curse's face was ugly, he wanted to get his hands on this giant treasure. Young Master Curse wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. The others all had similar expressions. As Lin Fei attacked, he activated Endless Devour to plunder everything. Those who surrounded him were in trouble. Unless they were much stronger, they would all be devoured. Pieces of human skin fell off. Blood, flesh, and other life essences were all plundered. All that was left was a piece of human skin. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This indigenous Tian was unbelievably cruel. Saint Shenhao and young Master Curse quickly put down their grudges and attacked Tian together. Indigenous Tian, let me fight you too. In the air, another black figure appeared. His aura was exceptionally strong. A long saber slashed through the air. The saber light was like a torrent, surging and surging, containing endless tyrannical saber intent. The divine saber manners elder is here. On the blood heaven seal, Lin Fei didn't even frown. He continued to attack the cursed Tao God altar. He also activated his invincible defense, ignoring the tyrannical saber light behind him. Young Master Curse's treasure is really extraordinary. My blood heaven seal is made from 2 top-grade treasures. Even though its quality can't reach its former glory, it's still a giant-level existence. The world of the 33 sacred heavens isn't as simple as I thought. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked. However, the opponent's cursed Tao God altar wasn't an ordinary treasure either. Lin Fei was confident that he could shatter the opponent's cursed Tao God altar and obtain young Master Curse's blood essence. What an arrogant Tian. He actually withstood divine saber manners' tyrannical saber intent. Shenhao's eyes flashed coldly. Could it be that this treasure has an invincible defense? Shenhao kept guessing at its profundities. His fists didn't stop, raising supreme fist intent. Each punch could destroy a world. Pung! Another strike landed on the cursed Tao divine altar. Young Master Curse's face sank. He was crying bitterly in his heart. Damnable Tian, damnable native. There are so many of them. Why are you only attacking this young master? This isn't fair. Young Master Curse stubbornly held on to the cursed Tao God altar. Curse flames burned the heavens and a destructive aura pervaded the air. However, he was still able to block the attacks of the opponent's treasures. Although it looked fine on the surface, it was actually starting to suffer damage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Young Master Curse took out a pill and swallowed more than half of it in one gulp, turning it into heaven's will energy. His curse attacks didn't stop, but he couldn't stop the boundlessly ferocious attacks. Every strike consumed a terrifying amount of heaven's mandate energy. Young Master Cursed also realized how difficult it was to deal with the other party. This native was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could control a sealed world. Tian, you are very powerful. This young master still has something to do today. I won't spar with you. Young Master Curse made a feint and controlled the cursed Tao God altar to leave. You want to leave? I won't allow it. Lin Fei hollered. The blood sky seal once again smashed onto the cursed Tao God altar. Aren't you very amazing? Continue being amazing. How could Lin Fei not know that the other party couldn't continue to exhaust him? The blood sky seal plundered all energy. It was tyrannical and terrifying. The energy it converted was enough to support an attack. However, the other party wasn't so lucky. On the cursed Tao God altar, young Master Curse's body shook. This is the time. A flaw finally appeared in the cursed Tao God altar's defense. Open. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and used his hand to wield his blade. Space teleportation was activated. He suddenly appeared in front of the cursed Tao God altar and slashed at this flaw. This was the position that the system had calculated. Gotcha. The defense collapsed. Lin Fei's attacks were all for this flaw to appear so that he could seize a drop of essence blood from young Master Curse. The moment the defense collapsed, young Master Curse was shocked. Lin Fei punched over. His strength was pushed to the limit as it heavily landed on young Master Curse's body. Curse Tao, Curse Robe Protection. The black fog on the cursed Tao God altar transformed into incantations. They jumped in the air and formed a robe filled with incantations. An ancient aura also spread out. When Lin Fei's punch landed on young Master Curse's body, the densely packed incantations shattered. It actually blocked all the power of this attack. Even he himself was shocked. Curse Dao, seal. Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. You actually dared to barge in. This time, no one can save you. 18 clones, attack. Lin Fei's first attack failed. His second punch blasted out. The 18 clones also charged out. They had long prepared their attacks. They turned into a terrifying aura of destruction that blasted on young Master Curse. Bang! The blood sky seal followed up. More than half of the curse robe on young Master Curse's body was destroyed. His defense was greatly reduced. The 18 clones took the opportunity to attack. 18 attacks blasted on young Master Curse's body, destroying most of the runes on the curse robe. Cough cough cough. Young Master Curse finally vomited blood. The key was that the blood sky seal followed up. In addition, his defense was not fully activated. This gave young Master Curse a chance to attack. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and young Master Curse's blood droplets landed on his hand. Thank you. Voila. Lin Fei left the cursed Dao God altar. When he appeared again, he was in the invincible palace. Young Master Curse stared. A thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that he kept attacking me for the essence blood? This was definitely something that he could not accept. Saint Shenhao and some other geniuses also stared with their eyes wide open. Di Tian left too quickly. They couldn't help but have different thoughts. What's going on? Damn it, I don't have the mood to continue fighting with you guys. Lin Fei returned to the invincible palace. He started nagging in his heart. Who would be willing to waste their destiny points? Did they really think that he was a fool? Analyze young Master Curse's essence blood for me. Lin Fei was very jealous of such a long-range attack with attribute support. If he could clone it, it would be like a magic army. Discovered essence blood. Initiating analysis. I've seen many geniuses and many famous people. But this Di Tian, this is the first time I feel like I can't see through him. The demonic rainbow frowned and shook her head. White Knight had a strange look on his face. He couldn't guess what this indigenous Di Tian was trying to do. I only know one thing. The more outstanding Di Tian's performance is, the faster his death will come. White Knight smiled. It's a pity that I didn't make a move just now. Now I have the urge to make a move. That's rare. The demonic rainbow knew that this young Master White Knight was a famous battle maniac in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. He just didn't have such thoughts about ordinary people. She didn't expect to meet someone worthy of making a move here. If a battle maniac like you makes a move, Di Tian won't have it easy. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 2186. P.S. I'm finally married. Updates will resume today. Roar roar. Everyone was confused by Di Tian's actions. What was Di Tian trying to do? Young Master Curse coughed out blood as he stared at the invincible palace. At the same time, he took out a large number of elixirs and swallowed them. As for Di Tian's ridiculous idea of taking his blood essence, he had long suppressed it. Ladies and gentlemen, Di Tian is just a country bumpkin. He owns a magnate-grade treasure and doesn't respect us at all. This is unacceptable. I'm willing to join hands with all of you to blast open the gates of the invincible palace. Is everyone willing? Young Master Curse was also a smart person. After suffering a loss once, he immediately had an idea. Everyone had clearly seen the battle between Lin Fei and young Master Curse. They had witnessed the dominance of a magnate-level treasure. They already had the idea of taking it for themselves. Everyone agreed with young Master Curse's suggestion. With young Master Curse taking the lead, we are naturally willing. Di Tian is a native of the sealed world. How can he possess the treasure? The treasure should belong to us. We are willing. It had to be said that young Master Curse was very capable. With just a few words, he had convinced everyone. Saint Shenhao, are you interested in trying together? Saint Shenhao was the son of the Master of Sacred Sky. Although he was unhappy with young Master Curse's overbearing attitude, he knew that Di Tian was not easy to deal with. How can I reject young Master Curse's invitation? Saint Shenhao laughed. Let's compete to see who can capture Di Tian first. With two prodigies taking the lead, the rest did not have any other thoughts and joined in. Where's Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse turned his head again, not at all embarrassed about losing. A small sealed world actually produced such a prodigy. I am very interested to try too. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang smiled. Miss Heavenly Demon has joined in. How can I not? Bai Yi also smiled. Once everyone joined forces, they could not be underestimated. Curse Tao, Great Seal. Young Master Curse wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. The Great Seal of the Curse Tao surrounded the invincible palace from top to bottom. I have already used a secret technique to completely seal the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone attack together, and we can break through the defense of invincible palace. Young Master Curse shouted, and the black fog on the Curse Tao divine altar surged. Disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa, attack with me. Once the Great Seal sealed the entire invincible palace, the elders of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa immediately responded. He led the disciples to attack one of the positions. Sacred Fist Technique. Saint Child Shenhao bellowed. His aura rose to a peak, and a flickering phantom of a Jingguang appeared behind him. The phantom was majestic and invincible, and it couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as this phantom appeared, everyone revealed a look of dread. What a saint, Shenhao. I can't believe he's cultivated the holiness fist art to such a level. He's already condensed the shadow of the Lord of the Holiness. With the help of this shadow, his fist art has reached a terrifying level. No wonder he was able to stand out among all the saints and occupy a spot. He cannot be underestimated. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim. Saint Shenhao was quite pleased with himself. There were many prodigies present, and in terms of status, they were not inferior to him. He had used his most powerful saintly fist technique right from the start, suppressing everyone and taking the lead. A mere invincible palace. Break. Boom boom boom. The three streaks of light shot out in a wide and open manner. The huge invincible palace began to tremble unknowingly. The saintly fist technique had reached such a terrifying level. What a group of prodigies. Their battle prowess is not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Especially young Master Cursed, who had been attacked by the 18 doppelgangers. His injuries were not light, and he had recovered in such a short time. This young Master Cursed had become even more extraordinary. This is Miss Heavenly Demon Nikhang. She actually came in. In the sky above the invincible palace, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang stepped forward and entered the invincible palace. Your defense is not bad, but in front of the Sky Demon Palace's Sky Demon Dance, it is still full of flaws. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's eyes wandered, and she laughed delicately. Di Tian, I'm here. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed delicately and went straight for one of the positions. The disciples of the invincible palace did not make a move. In front of such a powerful cultivator, it was useless to block. Whoosh! The Heavenly Demon Nichang's mysterious footwork broke through layers of space, came to the depths of the invincible palace, and saw Di Tian sitting on the throne. What a great successor of the Heavenly Demonic Palace. This ability is really shocking. No wonder everyone says that none of the disciples of the Heavenly Demonic Palace are simple. Lin Fei said proudly. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed lightly. Thank you for your praise, Daoist Di Tian. If you say too much, I will become arrogant. Actually, I would like to experience Daoist Di Tian's skills. Young Master Cursed is an elite among the prodigies, but he also suffered a loss in your hands. I am just a weak woman, please show mercy. As the last word fell, the heavenly demon Nikhang moved, flicked her jade-like hand, and the heavenly demon finger attacked. The heavenly demon finger was a cultivation technique of the Sky Demon Palace. The seemingly weak finger actually contained a domineering power. The heavenly demon Raymond also began to dance. Her movements were graceful, and she created many afterimages. This was the other ultimate technique of the heavenly demon palace, heavenly demon dance. It was specially used to charm the enemy, and they fell for it unknowingly. Lin Fei sat on the throne, his mind slightly rippling, and immediately recovered. Heavenly demon dance is indeed powerful, I unknowingly fell for it. The heavenly demon Nichang's jade-like finger was in front of him, almost touching the center of his eyebrows. Killing intent exploded, and the temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped. This was another auxiliary effect of the heavenly demon finger. Girls, it is better to learn embroidery. Fighting and killing are not suitable for you. Facing this finger, Lin Fei laughed, 2 fingers clamped up, clamping on the heavenly demon Nichang's jade-like finger. The explosive power was suppressed. If you want to kill me with this strength, it is still too light. This little girl still feels that this is suitable for me. The heavenly demon Nikhang laughed again, no need for you to worry. The jade-like finger was clamped, the heavenly demon Nikhang did not panic, the power of the heavenly demon burst out, and an even thicker jade-like finger shot over, its power not decreasing, as if it wanted to force Lin Fei to let go. I feel that you are not bad, why not be my personal maid? Lin Fei borrowed the momentum, the huge force attacked, and his entire body was stuck to the heavenly demon Nikhang, forcibly crashing into the heavenly demon Nichang's bosom. With a single hand, the heavenly demon Nikhang fell into Lin Fei's embrace. Your figure is really not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei took a deep breath, beaming. The heavenly demon Nichang's beautiful eyes revealed killing intent. Then I will have to ask you if you have the ability. In reality, in her heart, the heavenly demon Nikhang had killing intent towards this frivolous D. Tian. She was one of the candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Sky Demon Palace. When did she let a man get close to her?
Chapter 687. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Invincible King Yi Xian was disappointed. If the Wind Thunder Emperor had left behind some treasures, he would have been able to level up again. However, it was better to give him a fish than to give him a fish. Now that Yi Xian had fully comprehended the wind attribute ultimacy, would he still be afraid of not being able to level up? Since there was nothing else here, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan left. Yi Xian first went to the ground and found that it was calm. Hence, they chose to leave. There was indeed an illusion array in the Sky Thunder Forbidden Land, but without the disturbance of the riot astral lightning, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan quickly found the exit and left the Sky Thunder Island. Outside the Sky Thunder Island. You can leave now. The next time I see you, I won't go easy on you. After leaving, Guan Yulan said to Yi Xian. Even if you don't go easy on me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian looked at the mature Guan Yulan. Let's give it a try. Guan Yulan's eyes flashed and she took out the thunder sword that she had just obtained. She had already broken through to become a grade 8 king and had fully comprehended the ultimacy. Her current combat strength was at least a few times stronger than before. She wanted to try it out. Come on. Yi Xian also took out the wind dragon slash. Swoosh. Boom. Guan Yulan took the initiative to attack. She used sky punishment and thunder slash at full power. However, the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. The full power of the upper grade void god martial art, wind slash, wind space, gravity space and wind acceleration made Yi Xian's speed extremely fast. He easily dodged Guan Yulan's attack. At the same time, he also used the wind space and gravity space on Guan Yulan. In an instant, 2 forces restrained Guan Yulan. Even though she was a grade 8 king, she couldn't break free and couldn't move at all. This scene was like the arrival of a great emperor. Under the combination of the wind space and gravity space, it was like the will of a great emperor. How is that possible? Guan Yulan was shocked. If she cultivated normally, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th grade king level within a year. If she had the help of a large amount of natural treasures, she would be even faster. However, in front of a 7th grade king like Yi Xian, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This dealt a huge blow to her self-confidence. It's useless. I reckon that even a 9th grade king wouldn't be able to break free so easily. With my current strength, I am probably invincible under the empty God realm emperor realm. Yi Xian said with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. Guan Yulan had a solemn expression on her face. Originally, she and Yi Xian were considered equals. However, after both of them received their respective inheritances, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened to such an extent. Furthermore, she had seen the Empress in action before. However, she believed that if Yi Xian and the Empress were to fight, the Empress would most likely be trapped in this dual space. Even without the dual space, Yi Xian's speed had already surpassed the Empress's. He was undoubtedly the strongest person under the Great Emperor realm. Then what do you want? Guan Yulan asked with a frown. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly removed the dual space and Guan Yulan regained her mobility. I want to go to the Empress's pirates and have a look. They erased your memory without your permission. This is justice, of course I want to get back at them. Yi Xian said indifferently. No. Guan Yulan rejected immediately. Even if what Yi Xian said was true, the Empress still cared for her. She didn't want to see Yi Xian and the Empress fight. Most importantly, she was the Empress's adopted daughter. The Empress brought you to the chaotic astral ocean to inherit her foundation. She wanted you to break through to the empty God realm emperor realm. Now that you've inherited the wind thunder emperor realm, with your talent, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the empty God realm emperor realm. There's no need for you to practice the heartless path. Yi Xian paused and continued, I'm going to find her to ask if there's a way to restore my memory. Guan Yulan fell silent. Considering what Yi Xian said and her own suspicions over the years, to be honest, she already believed Yi Xian. You really won't do it? Guan Yulan asked again. It'll be best if she's willing to restore your memory. If she refuses, then I'll have to do it by force. However, I swear that I won't harm her life or kill anyone else. What do you think? Yi Xian stated his conditions. Guan Yulan fell silent for a while and nodded in silence. She only had the memories of the past few years. She felt very empty, so she was very eager to know what she was like 7 years ago. Whoa! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the silver-winged sky howling wolf. Now that everyone is here, let's go. There was still a long way to go from the forbidden Thunderland to the Empress pirates. However, with Yi Xian's double space, their speed was very fast and they arrived at the Empress pirates in just one day. The Empress pirates were the same as the Mad King pirates. The Mad King pirates were on a giant deep-sea turtle, while the Empress pirates were on a giant snake. However, when Guan Yulan brought Yi Xian in, they found that the Empress wasn't there. The 3 pirate groups are gathering. Yi Xian was stunned. The location of the gathering was at the intersection of the 3 territories. He just didn't know what they were going to do. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into 3 parts, so the 3 pirate groups gather once a year to discuss some matters, Guan Yulan explained. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurried on his way. If he could capture the 3 pirate groups at once, he would at least be able to become a level 9 king, right? However, he had promised Guan Yulan that he wouldn't hurt the Empress pirates. But he didn't say that he wouldn't attack the Battle Emperor and the Mad King. The War Monarch Hall needs to go through the War Emperor's territory. If we kill the War Emperor, then the route will be open without any hindrance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. His target this time was the Battle Emperor pirates. This time, it took them 3 days to reach the intersection of the 3 territories. This was an ordinary island, but there were dozens of warships gathered here, including the Battle Emperor, the Empress, and the Mad King. However, when Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived, things weren't as simple as they thought. There were hundreds of people in the air above the island, all of them experts. The Empress, the Battle Emperor, and the Mad King were at the front of their respective camps. However, the situation didn't look good for the Empress because the Battle Emperor and the Mad King had joined forces. Chapter 688. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Kill Yourself. Have the two of you forgotten the original 3-party agreement? A beautiful middle-aged woman yelled. She was the Empress, a level 9 king. Mad Sovereign was a red-haired old man, while the last of the 3 overlords, War Emperor, was a white-haired old man. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's teams had surrounded the Empress. Empress, we've been fighting for more than a decade now. You've always been neutral, but you've done a lot of shady things, haven't you? Mad Sovereign said. What do you mean? The Empress narrowed her eyes. I thought it was War Emperor who sent the assassins in my territory. I didn't expect it to be you, Mad Sovereign said coldly. You don't suspect War Emperor, but you suspect me. The Empress's expression darkened. At this moment, the Battle Emperor added, Empress, I, the Battle Emperor, am a man of my word. At the same time, I never hide anything. I'll admit it if it was me. I've been fighting with Mad Sovereign for more than a decade, so he knows what kind of person I am. But this time, you sent people to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. Are you trying to pin the blame on me? What? The Empress's expression froze. Mad Sovereign's son was dead. She hadn't heard about this. Impossible, I didn't give such an order. The Empress shouted. She knew there was no point in hiding it now. The assassins she sent to Mad Sovereign's territory were indeed her people. Not only that, she had also sent people to War Emperor's territory. But she had never given the order to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. You were neutral, so we didn't care. But now that your people killed my grandson, I have to avenge him. Mad Sovereign looked at the Empress coldly. I never gave such an order. The Empress quibbled. She really hadn't. Her people must have bumped into Mad Sovereign's grandson and killed him. I remember you have a housekeeper called Bai Qingxia, right? War Emperor's eyes flashed. That's her. She killed Mad Sovereign's grandson. At the same time, she was killed by Mad Sovereign. Boom. This news was a heavy blow to the Empress. Bai Qingxia was one of the people she trusted the most. Although she was her housekeeper, she was raised by Bai Qingxia. In the Empress's heart, Bai Qingxia was her mother. Who would have thought that she would die at the hands of Sovereign Kuang? She killed my grandson and even pretended to be a level 7 king to destroy many of the islands under my control. If I hadn't coincidentally bumped into her, I wouldn't have been able to capture her. Kuang Zun glanced at Zhan Huang and said, Empress, I'll tell you another secret. Zhan Huang is my older brother. My grandson calls him Grandpa. We've been fighting each other for decades because we don't like each other. We've never killed our own family. Boom. The Empress's head buzzed again. The Battle Emperor was Kuang Zun's brother. This was something she had never known before. Not only that, but even the experts under Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor didn't know either. Not to mention them, even their grandchildren might not be fully aware of this secret. If you were just neutral, we would have turned a blind eye. But since you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress and said coldly, Empress, kill yourself. Kill herself. Asking a superior to commit suicide was not an easy thing to do, unless this superior had already been utterly defeated. The empress had asked her subordinates to disguise themselves and sneak into Zhanhuang and Kuang Zun's territory to increase their hatred. However, he had accidentally killed the grandson of the mad sovereign and even lost one of his closest relatives. Left with no choice, Kuang Zun and Zhanhuang could only break their agreement and target the empress. Disheartened, the empress looked around. This time, both Zhanhuang and Kuang Zun had brought more people than her. If they joined forces, she had no chance of winning. If she killed herself, she wouldn't have to fight, and her subordinates wouldn't have died. But she couldn't accept it. Her wish was to unite the chaotic astral ocean like the Wind Thunder Emperor had 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to see that happen. I understand. The empress unsheathed her weapon. Captain. The experts behind the empress hurriedly shouted. The empress's pirates were the weakest of the three overlords. She was the only one who was a level 9 king. Kuang Zun's pirates had 2 other level 9 kings. Zhanhuang was slightly weaker, so there were only 2 of them. As long as the empress died, the situation in the chaotic astral ocean would change. It could be divided, or it could be united. After all, Zhanhuang and Kuang Zun were brothers. It wasn't impossible for them to unite the chaotic astral ocean. Kill yourself. It's time for the chaotic astral ocean to be peaceful. Zhanhuang looked at the empress. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Empress. Guan Yulan rushed to the empress's side. The empress looked at her and shook her head. Yulan, I'm sorry. The empress's pirates, I'm afraid, the winner takes all. Don't worry. As long as you die, we won't make things difficult for your people, Zhanhuang added. The empress nodded. She was ready. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, knew he was about to come out. Although this had nothing to do with him, the empress had taken care of Guan Yulan for 7 years. Guan Yulan had no parents since she was young, so Yi Xian didn't want her to die. Since the empress wanted to unite the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian would lend her a hand. After all, Guan Yulan would be the empress in the future. Kuang Zun. Yi Xian shouted and rushed over. Kuang Zun was stunned. When he saw Yi Xian's face, he was even more surprised. It's you. Why are you here? Kuang Zun asked in shock. Yi Xian's appearance made the empress's hand freeze. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Kuang Zun, Zhanhuang, I'm giving you a chance. If you retreat now, you can save your lives. Otherwise, your pirates will be removed from the chaotic astral ocean in the future. Kuang Zun was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? An image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the image of mysterious mountain making a move. When Yi Xian left the Kuang Zun pirates, he was only a level 4 king. Now that 2 months had passed, he was at most a level 5 king. Kuang Zun thought that Yi Xian had asked Mysterious Mountain to make a move. Chapter 689. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin challenging an overlord. Of course, Yi Xian didn't want them to leave. He wanted to kill them all, so he said regretfully, don't worry, my teacher won't do anything. Now, I challenge you. Mad Sovereign, War Emperor, do you accept? This sentence frightened the surrounding people. A young man dared to challenge Mad Sovereign and War Emperor at the same time. Challenging 2 kings at the same time. Was he looking for death? Second brother, who is his teacher? War Emperor asked in surprise. He could see that Mad Sovereign knew Yi Xian. Mysterious Mountain Man. Mad Sovereign said gloomily. News of a void god realm great emperor appearing in mad sovereign's territory quickly reached war emperor's ears. When the battle emperor heard the truth, his face turned pale. The nihility god realm great emperor was a powerful expert that could easily kill all of them. As for Yi Xian, he was actually the disciple of that nihility god realm great emperor. Don't worry, I'm just an in-name disciple. My teacher won't ask if I live or die. This time, Yi Xian directly revealed that he was an in-name disciple. That day in the Guangzhou Pirates, he said that he was Mountain Master Xian Zhong's disciple, but he didn't say that he was an in-name disciple. After Guangzhou saw the gravity space, he naturally thought that Yi Xian was Mountain Master Xian Zhong's personal disciple. But today, Yi Xian was 100 times stronger than before. There was no need to hide it. In-name disciple. Mad Sovereign's expression changed again. If he knew Yi Xian was only an in-name disciple, why would he refuse? So he's just an in-name disciple. How dare he challenge me and second brother? Zhang Yanjue, go and fight him. War Emperor snorted. After hearing about mysterious mountain man, War Emperor didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Although he was only an in-name disciple, wasn't he yen stronger than Mad Sovereign? Therefore, one couldn't judge a book by its cover, nor could one judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, the muscular man behind the battle emperor stepped forward. He was an 8th grade king, and his strength was not to be underestimated. In any case, today's matter had already been decided. Yi Xian's appearance was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian stepped into the air and walked out, brandishing a green longsword in his hand. Wind Dragon Slash. The name of this green longsword was the same as a martial art he had learned before. To deal with a level 8 king, he didn't need to use the Bahuang sword at all. He didn't even need to raise his hand. The reason why he took out the Wind Dragon Slash was to show off. This weapon. All the experts present raised their eyebrows, including Guangzhou, Battle Emperor, and the Empress. The Wind Dragon Slash of the Wind Thunder Grand Emperor. Someone exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was an all-powerful figure 1,000 years ago. At that time, he unified the chaotic astral ocean. However, because his lifespan was nearing its end, after he disappeared, the chaotic astral ocean was once again divided. However, there were still many statues of him in the chaotic astral ocean. As his main weapon, the Wind Dragon Slash was naturally familiar to the world. Humph, it's just a replica. It's only a middle-grade ethereal god weapon. Someone immediately snorted disdainfully. Everyone had seen many replica weapons like this, so it didn't mean anything. However, how would they know that the Wind Dragon Slash in Yi Xian's hand was the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's main weapon, the template of all the replicas? Go to hell, kid. The snort just now was from the muscular man. He directly slashed a flaming sword chi at Yi Xian. Ha! With the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand, Yi Xian casually slashed out an attack. Wind Cloud Slash. Whoosh! This slash easily broke through the flaming sword chi and cut the muscular man in half. It was so fast that only a few people present could react. When the muscular man's body fell from the sky and his interspatial ring flew toward Yi Xian, the people present finally reacted. This is the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's Wind Cloud Slash. Gosh, the Wind Dragon Slash can be replicated, but I've never heard of anyone who could create a martial arts technique similar to the Wind Cloud Slash. Could it be that he found the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance? The people around were shocked. The War Emperor, Guangzhou, and the Empress also widened their eyes. They felt that this slash was so terrifying that even they might not be able to withstand it. Just as everyone was wondering, Yi Xian laughed loudly. That's right, I've already obtained the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance. The Wind Dragon Slash and the Wind Cloud Slash were also obtained from the Wind Thunder Palace. When his words fell into everyone's ears, everyone's body trembled violently. The Wind Thunder Palace really existed. The world had been searching for thousands of years, but they couldn't find the legendary Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. Therefore, many people guessed that the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor might have left behind a lie. There was no Wind Thunder Palace, nor was there any Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was a selfish person who wouldn't pass on what he had learned in his life. They didn't expect it to be true. War Emperor, Guang Zun, come out and fight me. Yi Xian shouted. He had completely comprehended the wind's profound meaning. Even though he was only a level 7 king, he could easily kill a level 8 king. In the battle just now, he didn't even use his domain. He killed a level 8 king with a casual slash. If he used his domain, Guang Zun and War Emperor would be nothing. War Emperor and Guang Zun looked gloomy. Before they could say anything, Yi Xian said, "Oh, the level 9 kings of your 2 pirate groups should come out as well." This time, apart from Crazy Sovereign and Battle Emperor, there were a total of 3 9th level kings from both sides, which meant that all of them had come. Now, Yi Xian didn't only want to challenge Guang Zun and War Emperor, but also the 3 level 9 kings. Wasn't this a little too crazy? Only a Void God Realm Emperor could challenge 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Wasn't Yi Xian courting death? Hearing this, even Guan Yulan was shocked. She wanted to stop Yi Xian, but when she saw the confident smile on his face, she held herself back. She had seen Yi Xian's strength before. She didn't have any ability to resist Yi Xian. One had to know that her strength was already comparable to a level 9 king. Yi Xian had Wind Xingqi, Wind Acceleration, and 2 Space Profound Meanings. His speed was unmatched. Thinking of this, Guan Yulan had great confidence in Yi Xian. You don't know your place. War Emperor was furious. Challenging him was one thing, but now, the Mad Sovereign had to be added into the mix. Now, the Mad Sovereign wanted to challenge all 5 level 9 kings, including him. This was an absolute humiliation. Chapter 690. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The War Emperor was dead. Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Battle Emperor flew out, accompanied by another level 9 king. Guang Zun frowned as well. Then, he walked out, followed by the 2 kings. 5 level 9 kings had gathered. Among the 5 of them, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor were the strongest. Although the other 3 were just level 9 kings, only an empty God Realm Emperor would be able to kill them. They did not believe that Yi Xian was an empty God Realm Emperor. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw the 5 of them. There were a total of 6 level 9 kings in the chaotic astral ocean. Excluding the Empress, there were only 5 of them left. In order to unify the chaotic astral ocean, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor had to die. Otherwise, how could the Empress keep the chaotic astral ocean in check? Therefore, these 5 people became people that Yi Xian had to kill, and also became his stepping stones. Yi Xian had already made a plan. After unifying the chaotic astral ocean and assisting Guan Yulan in becoming the overlord, he would open up a route for the warlord palace and kill his way back to the eastern mainland to take revenge on Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Yi Xian flew into the distance. Crazy Sovereign and the others felt that it was unnecessary. After all, if the 5 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Yi Xian in an instant. Yi Xian suddenly switched the wind dragon slash to his left hand and took out the Bahuang sword. This was his first time facing 5 level 9 kings. He did not dare to be reckless and had to be cautious. Kid, hand over the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance and I will spare your life. The War Emperor said to Yi Xian. The Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance would definitely be of the wind and lightning attributes. The War Emperor's son was of the wind attribute and could use it. Hee, if you want the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance, come and get it yourself. Yi Xian smiled. He knew that he would not rest until he was dead. Even if he had the backing of mysterious mountain man, the War Emperor and the others would not show him mercy if he was not strong enough. Very good, you have a backbone. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. The War Emperor yelled and immediately expanded his territory. At the same time, he threw out dozens of virtual god weapons and attacked Yi Xian. The two of them were 10,000 meters apart, and their domains had already enveloped Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's domain also enveloped the five of them. Battle Emperor was of the metal element, Mad Sovereign was of the fire element, and the other three were of the metal, fire, and water elements respectively. Although there were two elements that countered him, Yi Xian had more than just the earth element. Swish! Yi Xian swiftly flew over. The pair of green wings on his back were extremely dazzling. The 100% completion high-grade void god martial art, Wind Cleaver, contained the wind acceleration profound meaning, the gravity space's repulsive force acceleration, and the wind space's wind acceleration. This allowed Yi Xian, who was only a level 7 king, to surpass even the Battle Emperor and the Mad Supremacy. What? Seeing Yi Xian go all out, the Battle Emperor and the others finally understood what kind of person they had provoked. A level 7 king's speed actually surpassed them, who were level 9 kings. He was a genius, no, a monster. The wealth of a level 9 king was very tempting to Yi Xian, but he also knew that an elite like the Battle Emperor wouldn't put everything in his yin and yang ring. They would find a place to hide most of their belongings. However, as long as he killed the five of them, he would at least be able to break through to become a level 8 king. Yi Xian's main target was the Battle Emperor. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in a flash. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the five of them were stunned to appear in front of the Battle Emperor. Wind space, gravity space. In the next instant, Yi Xian used the dual space to restrict the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was already a pinnacle king, but the dual space had a huge restriction on him. Although he could move, his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Die! Star-shattering sword. This battle was very important. Yi Xian arrived in front of the Battle Emperor before thrusting out his star-shattering sword. The Battle Emperor really wanted to dodge, but his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Moreover, Yi Xian was so fast that he couldn't react. He couldn't dodge this attack. Metal defense. The Battle Emperor was covered in a layer of golden armor. However, the cold light still entered his body. Gotcha! The Battle Emperor's golden armor began to shatter as blood poured out. The Battle Emperor, one of the three overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, was dead. Yi Xian had instantly killed him. Wild Sovereign and the others were stunned. They stared blankly at the Battle Emperor's body, which had been shattered into countless pieces, falling from the sky. At this moment, the yin and yang ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. F***ck, the Battle Emperor is so stingy. Yi Xian was helpless. Indeed, the stronger one was, the more cautious one was. The amount of treasures in the Battle Emperor's yin and yang ring was pitifully small. However, it was still a lot more than a level 8 king. I just need to kill one or two more and I'll break through. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had recovered some of his qi, enough for him to use the Windfall Cleaver. The star-shattering sword had used up all of his qi. He had to be more cautious while his qi recovered. He had to retreat first. Big brother. When Yi Xian retreated 1,000 meters away, Guang Zun finally reacted. The Battle Emperor who had just died was Wild Sovereign's big brother. Kill him. Wild Sovereign roared and charged at Yi Xian. The other three quickly followed, determined to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. At this time, the people of the three pirate groups were already dumbfounded. The Battle Emperor was the strongest of the three overlords. He had reached the peak and was only one step away from becoming a void god great emperor. How could someone like that be killed by Yi Xian? Most importantly, the Battle Emperor was of the metal attribute. Even Wild Sovereign wouldn't have been able to break through his defense so easily. However, he had indeed died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. Who is he? The Empress murmured. Guan Yulan didn't answer. She silently watched Yi Xian being chased by Wild Sovereign and the other three. She finally understood why Yi Xian had challenged 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Yi Xian, who was being chased by Kuang Zun's group of 4, dodged while recovering his true energy. At this moment, he had already recovered a third of his true qi. This was enough for him to use the sword-shattering stars again and kill a 9th grade king. However, the star-shattering sword was his strongest attack, and no one could withstand it. If he only used this move, wouldn't the other profound meanings he had comprehended become mere decorations? Ha 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 ha, you 5, enjoy this move. Yi Xian laughed. Suddenly, he ingeniously dodged the attacks and gathered the 4 together. Then, he trapped them in a dual space. The 4's speed dropped drastically, and their expressions changed. In the next moment, the dual space was filled with howling winds. Chapter 691. Wind Element Profound, Death Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as countless wind blades appeared. Not only that, but the Bahuang's sword had also been shattered. With all sorts of enhancements, it flew in. Death Storm, 10,000 lightning, and raging flames incinerate the heavens. These 3 profound were extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian was only a level 7 king, using Death Storm in the dual space was much more threatening. Wild Reverend and the other 3's faces sank. They used all their abilities to block, but their speed was greatly reduced. They could only defend. However, one shouldn't forget that the wind blades weren't the only ones attacking. There were also 8 other blades. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, 32 layers. Pang! 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 The blades continuously broke through the defenses of the 4. By the time the death storm stopped, 2 figures had already fallen from the sky. Their interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian. Of the 4, only Wild Reverend and the other metal-attributed level 9 king had survived. It's still not powerful enough, Yi Xian grinned as he caught the 2 interspatial rings. It was indeed not powerful enough before, but now, it was enough. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 king. Now, Yi Xian could be considered a true unrivaled king. As a level 7 king, he was able to challenge 5 level 9 kings by himself and even kill 3 of them. Now that he was a level 8 king, could Wild Reverend and the other level 9 kings still survive? Wild Reverend felt Yi Xian's domain suddenly expand. His face was ashen as he stood there motionless. Winner takes all. Wild Sovereign calmly spat out these words. Good, you're a formidable character. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as a wind blade flew towards Wild Reverend, cutting his head off. 4 of the 5 level 9 kings were already dead. The last metal-attributed level 9 king suddenly cowered. He hurriedly said, "Spare me." The stronger one was, the more one feared death. He'd worked so hard to become a level 9 king. He wasn't willing to die like this. Compared to his life, what was dignity? I'm sorry. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. Yi Xian finished speaking calmly. In the next instant, this level 9 king tier was killed by his sword shattering the stars. The destructive power of a 9th grade king was enormous. He couldn't leave such a star in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, this person had to die. All 5 ninth-grade kings had fallen. The battle was over. Huff, huff, as expected, he didn't manage to break through to the 9th grade. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, this was not his full combat strength. He felt like he could deal with dozens of battle emperors and mad sovereigns at the same time. 5 ninth-grade kings were really nothing much. Seeing the 5 kings fall one after another at the hands of Yi Xian, the 3 pirate groups were so shocked that they were prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, the 3 camps were completely silent. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and quickly flew over. Now that the battle emperor and the mad celestial are dead, those who submit will be spared. Yi Xian shouted to the experts of the War Emperor pirates and the Guangzhou pirates. After a second of silence, they shouted in unison, "We submit." Such a loud and clear voice made Yi Xian feel relieved, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He was now the strongest person in the chaotic astral ocean. If he wanted to, he could definitely unify the chaotic astral ocean. Of course, this didn't include Mysterious Mountain Man. However, he didn't want to be a pirate leader. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming a Void God Realm King. After that, his gaze landed on the Empress. His gaze caused the Empress to tremble all over. "Don't worry, I won't attack you," Yi Xian said. If he wanted to, none of the people present would be able to escape his pursuit. However, Yi Xian wouldn't attack the Empress because she was related to Guan Yulan. Moreover, Guan Yulan still needed to ask if she could recover her memories. "Now, I want to make a deal with you." Yi Xian suddenly glanced at Guan Yulan and said, "Yulan and I are friends. I knew her before you brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. As long as you recover her memories, you will be the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean." The Empress was stunned. Yi Xian was also from the Tianshui continent. How was this possible? You. The Empress was so shocked that she couldn't speak. You must want to unify the chaotic astral ocean, right? Didn't you find Yulan because you want to train her to become a Void God Realm Great Emperor and unify the chaotic astral ocean? Yi Xian asked. Indeed, that was what the Empress wanted. As long as she could train a Void God Realm Great Emperor, she could unify the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was no need to wait until then. Okay. The Empress immediately agreed. The best way to cultivate the Heartless Tao was to erase one's memories and start from scratch. In fact, there were many girls like Guan Yulan, but their talents were much worse than Guan Yulan's. That was why the Empress wanted to train Guan Yulan as her successor. Now, with this relationship with Yi Xian, the Empress could unify the chaotic astral ocean and fulfill her wish. Then, Guan Yulan wouldn't need to cultivate the Heartless Tao anymore. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, she put her hand on Guan Yulan's head. Guan Yulan groaned in pain and blinked. When she opened her eyes again, there was a change in her eyes. Yi Xian, Guan Yulan looked at the white figure in front of her and whispered softly. Finally recovered. Yi Xian was overjoyed. As expected, his memories were not erased. Instead, they were sealed. Now, it was finally unlocked. Yi Xian. After recovering her memories, Guan Yulan threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. 7 years. 7 years had passed since that day. Yi Xian hugged Guan Yulan tightly and patted her back. These 7 years, he had been thinking about Guan Yulan, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although he already had a fiancée, in this world, even an ordinary warrior could have several wives. Zhang Huang and Kuang Zun both had 5 or 6 wives. They all wanted their families to be strong, so 2 wives was nothing. At this time, the Empress and the others finally understood why Yi Xian wanted to help. The Empress felt very lucky. 7 years ago, she took Guan Yulan away from Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take her life. He was already very kind. Yulan, from now on, you are the Empress. The beautiful woman said to Guan Yulan's back. Guan Yulan trembled and turned around. Mother, you. Chapter 692. Then, she glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only a grade 7 king before, but he was able to kill 3 grade 9 kings. Now that he was a grade 8 king, he was invincible under the great emperor level. With such talent, he could definitely break through to the void spirit realm. If he married Guan Yulan, wouldn't she be Yi Xian's mother-in-law? Having a son-in-law on the void spirit realm was even more impressive than unifying the chaotic astral ocean. Hearing her words, the experts of the 3 pirate groups all knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Empress." Empress, Guan Yulan. After the fall of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, the Empress became the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean. However, the current Empress was a different person from before. Guan Yulan inherited the position of Empress and became the Empress of the chaotic astral ocean. The territories of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang were merged with the Empress's territory. Yi Xian didn't expect that the chaotic astral ocean, which had been in chaos for thousands of years, would be unified one day. Moreover, it was through his hands. Now that Guan Yulan was the Empress, there were no more obstacles to the Battle King Palace's route. At that moment, Yi Xian prepared to tell Song Suijing and the others about this. When they first came to the Blood Rock continent, Song Suijing said that she agreed that Yi Xian could have other women, but not too many. Therefore, she didn't have any objections. After all, there were 2 brothers in the Great Song dynasty and 1 in the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Now, Lan Yu was also taken by him. There were 4 in total. Yi Xian, including her, only had 2. Where could they find such a loyal man? However, when Yi Xian brought Guan Yulan to Shuntian Island, Lan Yu told him a piece of news. The heart of the great emperor had appeared. No, it should be said that it had disappeared. Shuntian City. What happened? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Previously, the 3 king palaces combined the 3 maps of the heart of the great emperor and guessed the location of the great emperor's death. This location originally belonged to the eastern continent, but now it belonged to the great wilderness. The 3 king palaces have already come to an agreement to find the great emperor's corpse and study it together, Lan Yu replied. And then? Yi Xian frowned. Then, the great emperor's corpse was taken away by a mysterious expert. Palace Master Situ immediately chased after him, but there has been no news, the great elder, Shi Yonghao, replied. A mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Could this mysterious expert be from the Yao clan? I was there at that time." That mysterious expert was very powerful. He was at least a level 6 king. Most importantly, there was still a trace of the great emperor's will left behind in the great emperor's corpse. Sigh, we were too careless. Shi Yonghao sighed. The will of the great emperor. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lan Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly said, "The demonic beast race emperor's corpse still contains the remnant will of the demonic beast race emperor. If an ordinary king were to obtain it, he would be able to comprehend it quickly. He might even be able to break through to the void god realm emperor realm." What? He directly broke through to the void god realm great emperor. Yi Xian was shocked. If that mysterious expert was from the Yao clan, then wouldn't the Yao clan have another void god realm great emperor? We just don't know who that mysterious expert is. Palace Master Situ has gone out to investigate, but there has been no news, Shi Yonghao added. Then I'll go too. I've already broken through to level 8 king realm. My strength isn't any weaker than Palace Master Situ's. Yi Xian took the initiative to resign. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. In just a few months, Yi Xian had broken through to level 8 King Realm. Yi Xian pulled Guan Yulan over and said, "Now that I've killed Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, she's the new Great Empress. The chaotic astral ocean can be considered unified. Great Elder, you can go and choose a route." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, 2 level 9 kings, were killed by Yi Xian. This young lady, who was only 25 years old, was the new Great Empress. Everyone's minds went blank. They couldn't figure out what had happened in the past few months. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he pulled Song Suijing over and whispered a few words to her. Song Suijing had also broken through to level 4 King Realm, but she was still far from Guan Yulan. Yi Xian's current goal was to nurture Song Suijing into a great empress and rule the chaotic astral ocean together with Guan Yulan. Song Suijing was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's whisper. She nodded silently. She had heard about Guan Yulan from Yi Xian a long time ago. She didn't expect the great empress in front of her to be Guan Yulan. "Yulan, take care of things here. I'll go back to the eastern continent to take a look," Yi Xian said to Guan Yulan. "Okay." Guan Yulan nodded. She was quite capable. When Yi Xian came to the chaotic astral ocean again, she would be able to take care of everything and open up a path. After that, Yi Xian directly left Shuntian Island and flew towards the eastern continent. It had been a few months since he came to the chaotic astral ocean. When he came, he was only a level 3 king. When he left, he was already a level 8 king. However, his strength was invincible among the Void God Realm kings. Mysterious expert, Great Emperor's will. I'm already a level 8 king. If I break through again, I'll be a level 9 king. When that time comes, I don't know what I'll need to become a great emperor. Maybe it'll be this great emperor's will, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He sped up to the extreme and arrived at the eastern continent in just a day. Then, he quickly returned to the warlord palace and found Lan Yao. Although he only spent a day to rush back, it had been more than half a month since the great emperor's heart was taken away by the mysterious expert. "Palace Master, what's the situation now?" Yi Xian asked anxiously. "Yi Xian, you're back." Lan Yao was shocked when he saw Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Jiang family since he dared to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. "Deputy Palace Master, I've heard about what happened. Is there any news about the monster race Great Emperor's corpse?" Yi Xian asked quickly. The Great Emperor's will was very important to him. After all, his father Yi Chong was stuck at the level 9 King Realm. If he could obtain the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, he might be able to break through to the Void God Realm. "Yes, the Sword God Palace just sent a message." Lan Yao nodded and took out a portrait. This is the portrait of the mysterious expert. It said that he escaped into the wilderness. Yi Xian took the portrait and was shocked. He knew this person. Chapter 693. Yi Xian, have you seen him before? Lan Yao asked hastily when he saw Yi Xian's strange expression. Yes, he is the great elder of the 9th branch. He colluded with the Beast clan and stole the heart of the heavenly dragon from us. Yi Xian nodded. Lan Yao was shocked when he heard this. How could it be him? The great elder of the 9th branch was only at the empty god realm. Even if he stole the heart of the heavenly dragon, it was impossible for him to become so powerful in such a short period of time. Hold on. Jiang Tianjin and I were fighting over the void god realm heavenly dragon corpse. The palace master had seen it before. This corpse's level is very high. It's at least a level 6 king, Lan Yao suddenly said. Level 6 king. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the elder of the ninth branch was very lucky to have seen such a powerful corpse. Then, the heart of the heavenly dragon. We humans don't know much about the beast clan. Although he couldn't comprehend the ultimacy after taking the heart of the heavenly dragon, his physique could be greatly improved. The news from the Sword God Palace also said that he had an extremely strong physique. It seems that he used a special method to become so powerful. Lan Yao said in realization. A level 6 king was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. However, after the great elder of the ninth branch obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, it was unknown. Now that he has obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, his strength will definitely increase tremendously. Deputy Palace Master, is the heavenly dragon corpse from the beast clan or an ordinary empty God Realm beast? Yi Xian asked again. It is from the beast clan. Lan Yao replied. If it is the beast clan's heart, it can't be refined into the heart of the heavenly dragon. He must have used other methods to become powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh no, now that he has obtained the beast clan emperor's corpse, his strength." After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Yao came to a realization. The great elder of the ninth branch had become so powerful after obtaining the beast clan's heart. Now that he had obtained the monster race great emperor's corpse, how powerful would he become? Most importantly, the monster race great emperors will still remain within the corpse. Yi Xian, it's better if you don't go. The Sword God's palace already knows about this matter. They will deal with it, reminded Lan Yao. Deputy Hall Master, don't worry. My current strength is no weaker than Hall Master Situ's, Yi Xian said hurriedly. He said this in a more tactful manner. If he were to fight with Situ Ao Tian, then he would definitely win. This, Lan Yao's heart trembled again. After a moment of hesitation, he said, the Sword God Palace has already sent a team into the depths of the wasteland. How many experts are there in the wasteland? Yi Xian asked curiously. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is stronger than the 3 halls combined. The agreement between the Sword God Palace and the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness states that the monster kings of the Great Wilderness are not allowed to leave the Great Wilderness. The Sword God Palace also does not allow great emperors to enter the Great Wilderness, Lan Yao explained. Are there any great emperors of the monster tribe in the Great Wilderness? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure about this, but I'm sure there is an expert who is more powerful than the empty God Realm Great Emperor. Back then, the Sword God Palace made an agreement with him, Lan Yao said solemnly. Hiss. Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. He asked in shock, is there really an expert who has surpassed the empty God realm? Isn't that a legend? The world thinks it's a legend, but it's not. The seniors of the Sword God Palace have seen him with their own eyes. Otherwise, the Sword God Palace would have gone in and exterminated the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. Lan Yao shook his head. Yi Xian was stunned. An expert who has surpassed the empty God realm Great Emperor. What realm is he in? Yi Xian asked curiously. I'm not sure, but he's very powerful. Moreover, he seems to be a human, not a monster tribe. Lan Yao revealed another secret. A human, not a monster tribe. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since he was a human, why was he helping the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness? This kind of thing was not something he could know about. All right, Deputy Palace Master, I'll head to the depths of the Great Wilderness immediately. Yi Xian nodded and left the Warlord Hall immediately. If possible, he wanted to obtain the monster tribe Great Emperor's corpse. If he could use it, he would become a great emperor himself. If the devouring system didn't need it, he would give it to Yi Chong. After leaving the Warlord Hall, Yi Xian headed straight for the Great Wilderness. In less than a day, he arrived at the Great Wilderness. He passed through the outer and inner regions of the Great Wilderness and arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness. Even the Sword God Palace has not explored the depths of the Great Wilderness. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is intimidated by the Sword God Palace. There might be an empty God realm Great Emperor, so I can't let my guard down. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the depths of the Great Wilderness. The depths of the Great Wilderness was an unknown place. Yi Xian began to wander around the depths of the Great Wilderness. His speed was very fast. Occasionally, he would encounter some void god beasts, but they were all killed by him. However, the vastness of the Great Wilderness had exceeded his expectations. He traveled in a straight line for 3 days, but he still couldn't find the end. It took him less than half a day to go from the outer regions to the depths of the Great Wilderness. Could it be that the size of this great wasteland is even larger than the chaotic astral sea? Yi Xian thought for a moment before continuing his search. His only clue was the depths of the Great Wilderness. However, he had already arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness, but he didn't see any monster tribe or humans. However, on the 4th day after he entered the Great Wilderness, he finally saw some people. Rumble. The commotion in the distance attracted Yi Xian's attention. It's quite a commotion. It seems like a large-scale group battle. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew over. When he arrived, he saw dozens of figures besieging a few people. Dozens of high-level monster tribe kings besieging 6 people? Yi Xian glanced around and found that Situ Outyan was among the 6 monster tribe kings. He quickly sized them up. Among the dozens of monster tribe kings, there were 9 level 9 monster tribe kings, more than 10 level 8 monster tribe kings, and the rest were all level 7 monster tribe kings. F***CK. Is this the full combat strength of the monster tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. The chaotic astral ocean seemed to have only this much combat strength. He didn't expect the Great Wilderness to be so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly glanced around and found a figure 10,000 meters away from the battlefield. It was the Grand Elder of the 9th Hall of the Warlord Hall, Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong was dressed in black and looked the same as before. At this moment, he also noticed Yi Xian. "We've got another guest," Li Yao said. Chapter 694. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and turned around. When he saw that Situ Outyan and the other 5 couldn't hold on any longer, he quickly rushed over. As for Qin Huaizhong, he looked at Yi Xian and didn't make a move. "You are merely from the monster tribe. Die." Yi Xian's eyes widened. If he were to kill these demons, then his cultivation would naturally soar to the 9th level of the King Realm. Gravity space, wind space. Yi Xian quickly trapped the weaker kings of the monster tribe. In the next instant, a strong wind blew in the dual space. Huff huff. Death storm. Although these kings of the monster tribe had strong physiques, they were nothing compared to Yi Xian when even Kuang Zun and the War Emperor had died. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 kings of the monster tribe were killed. Their interspatial rings flew toward Yi Xian. What? Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, the kings of the monster tribe, and Qin Huaizhong were all shocked. How high was Yi Xian's cultivation realm to be able to kill so many kings in one hit? How dare you kill our monster tribe members? You are courting death. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed as he rushed toward Yi Xian. From the moment he saw Qin Huaizhong, Yi Xian had already guessed that Qin Huaizhong was the only one watching from the side. Since so many monster tribe members had surrounded Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, they had probably submitted to Qin Huaizhong. Only strength could make the kings of the 9 major monster tribes submit to him. Therefore, Qin Huaizhong had most likely become a great emperor. Devour. Yi Xian quickly devoured the interspatial rings. Unfortunately, he didn't become a grade 9 king because of this. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong had already rushed over. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a strong force that shook his mind and made him want to retreat. This feeling was very similar to when Wuxiang had appeared outside the King of Weapons Hall. Great Emperor intent. Oh no, Qin Huaizhong has really broken through to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the dual space on Qin Huaizhong. He could move. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. It seemed that he would not be like an ant in front of a void god realm great emperor. Qin Huaizhong, who was flying towards Yi Xian, was startled. His speed had been restricted, which surprised him. But in the next moment, he was enveloped by a strange energy, and the effect of the double space on him was instantly reduced. A cold light flashed by. Qin Huaizhong's eyes widened. A surge of energy instantly dispersed Yi Xian's sword-shattering stars. Great Emperor's will, is this the Great Emperor's will? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. However, he felt that Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor will was much weaker than Wuxiang's. Perhaps, Qin Huaizhong had yet to truly break through to the empty god realm. Since that was the case, he had a chance of winning. He was using the upper-grade virtual god martial art, Wind Cleaver, at the same time, using profound meaning to increase his speed. If one were to compare, his speed was even faster than Qin Huaizhong's. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown to this extent. You can be considered a heaven-defying monster. But today, I am the sovereign of the beast race. How dare you kill my people? You're courting death. Qin Huaizhong was furious, and he chased after Yi Xian. He had already merged with the Great Emperor's heart, and his physique was extremely strong. However, the beast race Great Emperors will had collapsed until only a trace was left. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been shocked to death. The Great Emperors will couldn't increase Qin Huaizhong's speed. Moreover, he mainly relied on his physique, which was why he couldn't fly fast. As expected, his Great Emperor's will is very weak. It's worlds apart from Wuxiang's. As long as I go around him and deal with the other Beast Kings, I'll be able to break through to the 9th grade Beast King realm and fight him. Yi Xian thought in his heart. His sword-shattering stars had been directly shattered by Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor's will. However, he continued to attack because he guessed that the Great Emperor's will would be consumed like true qi. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of earth pulse. Tempest cleave. He attacked and retreated at the same time. Although his attacks were shattered by Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor's will, his true qi recovered faster than it was consumed. Damn it, I should have just killed those 6 people. Qin Huaizhong regretted not being able to catch up to Yi Xian. He had merged with the Great Emperor's will and become the Emperor of the Beast race. The 9 Beast Kings obeyed him. Therefore, he didn't interfere in the battle just now. Instead, he let the Beast race subordinates fight. If he had taken action just now, Sidu Outyen and the others would have died hundreds of times. Humph, kid, don't think you can escape. I'll show you my true face. Qin Huaizhong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he transformed into a red sky dragon. His transformation was completed in an instant, unlike the other beast race members who took a long time to transform. So fast. He doesn't have the beast race's curse. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's speed increased greatly. He was much faster than Yi Xian. Yi Xian cursed in his heart and hurriedly landed on the ground. Profound meaning of earth, ground shrink. Qin Huaizhong didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended shrink. He immediately gathered the Great Emperor's will and bombarded the ground. Boom! 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 The Great Emperor's will was a very special technique. It had many uses. For example, it could be used to suppress, defend, or even attack. If the profound meaning and domain were merged with the great emperor's will, the power would increase greatly. Wherever Qin Huaizhong's eyes looked, it was like an explosion. The power was several times stronger than raging flames incinerate the heavens. He bombarded the ground more than 10 times and blasted more than 10,000 meters into the ground. He realized that Yi Xian's aura was gone. Is he dead? Qin Huaizhong narrowed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Oh no! He immediately turned around. He felt that Yi Xian shouldn't be dead. He must have gone back. Rumble. As expected, when he rushed back, he realized that Yi Xian had already arrived. At this moment, there were already more than 10 figures in the air. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 9 king. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He looked at the red figure and smiled. While the other party was in a daze, he quickly used Shrink to rush back. Then, he killed several beast kings and many level 7 and level 8 kings. The pressure on Situ Aotian and the other 5 instantly decreased. The 6 of them were all elites of the Sword God's palace. Each of them was a genius who could fight against 2 or 3 people at once. That was why they could hold on until now. Just now, Yi Xian had helped them reduce the pressure, but now that he'd done it again, their opponents were only 5 level 9 demon kings and 10 level 7 or 8 demon kings. Chapter 695. 36 Overlapping Images. 32 Layered Earth Pulse. Tempest Cleave. Yi Xian attacked the red sky dragon that was rushing over. Although it was better to use the dragon's judgment and the 8 desolation slaying sword to deal with the sky dragon, the dragon's judgment was too weak. If it couldn't hurt Qin Huaizhong, it wouldn't increase its strength at all. Therefore, Yi Xian continued to use his normal attacks. Boom! 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 His attacks were dispersed by Qin Huaizhong's emperor intent. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's strength increased greatly. However, Yi Xian's strength also increased greatly after his breakthrough. Therefore, neither of them had the upper hand. Qin Huaizhong used his emperor intent to intimidate Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's speed was too fast. After his breakthrough, the emperor intent's effect on him decreased significantly. He used his speed to dodge frantically. Demonic beasts couldn't use their ultimacies after transforming into their true forms. However, the emperor intent could. The two of them were still at a stalemate. Demonic beast emperor, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. We demonic beasts can't be exterminated. A grade 9 demonic beast emperor shouted. Qin Huaizhong was originally a human. However, he used a special method to fuse with the heart of a demonic beast. Therefore, he directly surpassed the half-demonic beast level and became a true demonic beast. Now that he had fused with the heart and emperor intent, he had become the demonic beast emperor. He didn't have the curse of the demonic beast on him. This meant that his descendants wouldn't either. The demonic beasts had put in a lot of effort to remove the curse. Although Qin Huaizhong, a human, had obtained it, he was now a demonic beast. How can I, the demonic beast emperor, retreat? Qin Huaizhong didn't listen at all. However, his great emperor's will was stolen after all. It was much weaker than his own great emperor's will. Moreover, the demonic beast emperor had fallen for so long that his emperor intent had mostly dissipated. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's strength was constantly increasing. Ding! Throbbing of the Earth 32 Layered Earth has transformed into Throbbing of the Earth 64 Layered Earth. The throbbing of the Earth had transformed at this moment. Its power had increased by several times. All right. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he unleashed a 36 overlapping shadows at the red sky dragon. Countless sword lights swept towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong's dragon eyes widened, and his great emperor's will pressed down. But this time, he wasn't able to destroy the 36 overlapping shadows in one go. What? Qin Huaizhong was shocked. He hurriedly extended his claws and dispersed the attack. However, his claws were slightly injured. Good, my attack won't be defeated in one hit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to use up all the true qi in his body to use the sword's shattering stars. The reason why Qin Huaizhong was able to stab him with his sword was because Qin Huaizhong had not transformed, and the distance between them was rather far. At such a close distance, if he didn't have enough true energy, he could very well be killed by the will of the great emperor. Therefore, Yi Xian had been waiting for a chance to kill him in one strike. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves. Time passed little by little, but Yi Xian's strength continued to increase. At this point, the 36 overlapping shadows could already fuse the 64 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth 5 times. His attack power was getting stronger and stronger. And Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will was getting weaker and weaker. The situation was beginning to tilt in Yi Xian's favor. Qin Huaizhong's heart was getting heavier and heavier. He had no confidence in killing Yi Xian, so he was already thinking of retreating. Although he had the great emperor's will, it was too weak. It wouldn't be too late to seek revenge after he had refined the great emperor's will. After making up his mind, Qin Huaizhong turned around and left, abandoning the experts of the Yao race. Although the Yao race had already made up their minds, they still felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Qin Huaizhong retreat. Once Qin Huaizhong left, they would definitely die. Not only that, but the entire Yao race would be wiped out. However, Qin Huaizhong didn't have the Yao race's curse, and his descendants wouldn't either. When the time came, there would be a new Yao race, a stronger one. You still want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Qin Huaizhong had already become a Yao race enemy of the humans. If he escaped, the eastern continent would be in danger. Therefore, he had to stay. 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layered earth pulse. The 64 layered earth pulse combined 7 times flew towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong still used the great emperor's will to defend, but Yi Xian's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The great emperor's will couldn't defeat Yi Xian's attack in one go, and Yi Xian's attacks were getting stronger. As he was retreating, he was finally injured by Yi Xian, 10 times. 11 times, 12 times. Yi Xian's strength continued to grow, while Qin Huaizhong's injuries were getting worse. Roar! At this moment, Qin Huaizhong suddenly roared to the sky, turned around, and charged. He was going all out. Yi Xian furrowed his brows and attacked with all his might. Ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of lifting light as heavy. At this moment, another notification sounded from the system. Lifting light as heavy. This was the 3-layered profound meaning of strength. Ha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layered earth pulse. Boom! A sword ray slammed into Qin Huaizhong's body. Although this attack was weakened by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled after he comprehended lifting light as heavy. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong would need to use at least 3 great emperor's will to defeat Yi Xian's attack. Roar! Qin Huaizhong roared in pain. This is my chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his right hand holding the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate swordplay, sword shatters the stars. Pfft! The cold light sank into Qin Huaizhong's body. After a painful roar, he withered inch by inch. Looking at the rain of blood in front of him, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed Qin Huaizhong. If Qin Huaizhong did not die, the eastern continent would not be peaceful. However, Yi Xian felt that Qin Huaizhong was still a long way from becoming an empty god realm great emperor. He could only be considered a half-step great emperor. His great emperor's will was too far away. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy floated over. Yi Xian hurriedly took Qin Huaizhong's interspatial ring. This interspatial ring contained a large amount of treasures. At the same time, there was an unusual corpse. It was the corpse of a great emperor of the demonic beast race. However, it was missing a heart. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures inside, causing his cultivation to improve a little. After breaking through to level 9 sovereign, the system did not give any notification. It seems like there are no shackles for me to break through to empty god realm great emperor. Chapter 696. Yi Xian, your strength has increased to such a level. That's terrifying. Situ Aotian praised and asked, did the monster king escape? He's dead. I killed him. Yi Xian replied faintly. Situ Aotian and the other 5 were stunned when they heard the reply. They gasped. They knew that Qin Huaizhong was not an empty god realm great emperor, but he had the will of a great emperor. However, Yi Xian was able to kill him. He was extremely powerful. Now that the Monster King and the 9 great kings of monsters are dead, let's go and find the base camp of the monster tribe and eliminate them. Situ Aotian shouted. All right. Yi Xian nodded. As long as they killed all the monster tribe in the wilderness, the eastern mainland would be connected to the mainland. However, at that moment, everyone. Suddenly, an old voice was heard. Everyone trembled and turned around. They saw an old man in a white robe standing 100 meters away from them. What? Even I didn't notice. Yi Xian was shocked. He was a grade 9 overlord and his strength was stronger than Situ Aotian and the other 5 combined. However, he did not notice how the old man in a white robe got close to him. Powerful. The old man in a white robe was most likely an empty god realm great emperor. May I ask who you are? Situ Aotian cupped his fist and asked. He was the disciple of Sword God Palace's Liu Yang Sword God and had met all the palace masters. However, he had never seen the old man in a white robe before. I am Tianju Elder. The old man in a white robe replied. The name was unfamiliar to Yi Xian. However, Situ Aotian and the other 3 had heard of it before. Senior, you are. Situ Aotian stammered. Situ Aotian said with a trembling voice. When Yi Xian saw him like this, he immediately reacted. Could the old man in a white robe be an expert who had surpassed the empty god realm great emperor in the wilderness? Yes, this old man has some connections with the demon clan. The reason why I'm here is because I don't want you to kill them all. From now on, I will restrict the demon clan. They will not be able to leave the depths of the Great Wasteland. You humans can also connect to the main continent from the Great Wasteland. Old Immortal Tianju said indifferently. This, Situ Aotian and the other 5 exchanged glances. However, Yi Xian heard something strange. You humans. This meant that Old Immortal Tianju was not human. Old Immortal Tianju was related to the Yao clan, but he was not a human. Then what was he? Alright, we agree. Situ Aotian nodded. Since that's the case, let's use this place as the boundary. As Old Immortal Tianju spoke, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. A crack so long that one could not see the end of it slowly opened up to form a canyon. What kind of technique is this? Yi Xian was shocked. With just a thought, the ground cracked open to form an endless canyon. Even Yi Xian, who had the earth attribute void spirit, could not do that. From here onwards, it will be the boundary of you humans. I will also set up a formation here. No demon clan will be able to leave. Old Immortal Tianju pointed at the canyon below and said. Yes, Senior. Yi Xian and the others nodded. When their voices rang out, a formation rose up in the middle of the canyon, separating the two sides. Yi Xian and the others did not see how Old Immortal Tianju set up the formation. When they regained their senses, they realized that Old Immortal Tianju had disappeared without a trace. So powerful. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Old Immortal Tianju came and went without a trace. They did not know what realm he was at. This is too terrifying. He is at least an advanced great emperor. He might even be a prime who has surpassed the empty god realm. Situ Outyan swallowed his saliva. Prime. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the second time he had heard of this term. The first time he had heard of it was in the Zephyr Thunder Palace. At that time, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor had left a message saying that he hoped that his successor could become a prime. It turned out that after the empty god realm Great Emperor was the prime. Alright, this matter has come to an end. We have to bring the news back. Situ Outyan said as he turned to Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, are you coming with us? Going to the Sword God Palace? Yi Xian asked. Yes. You are already a grade 9 king. If you can reach the Sword God Tower, you will be accepted as a disciple by a palace master. However, I reckon that even if you don't reach the tower, a palace master will accept you as a disciple. Situ Outyan said with a smile. Yi Xian understood what he meant. The main hall master of the Warlord Hall, Duan Muyun, had already broken through to the empty god realm Great Emperor. As long as the other palace masters agreed, he could accept a disciple. Jiang Wenyue was the same. That was why he had accepted his son, Jiang Tianjin, as a disciple. However, in terms of aptitude, Yi Xian had already surpassed Jiang Tianjin and even the palace master. Who could become a peak empty god realm king at the age of 22? All right. Yi Xian nodded. He felt that it was time to meet his father. The Sword God Palace was located in another corner of the wilderness. However, with Yi Xian around, it only took them 7 days to reach the Sword God Palace from the depths of the wilderness. The Sword God Palace was built on top of the Sword God Tower. If one was not a member of the Sword God Palace, one would have to climb to the top of the tower. There were many cave dwellings built by experts near the Sword God Tower. At that moment, Situ Outyan and the other 5 arrived in front of a cliff. There was a huge golden door there. This is the cave dwelling of the palace master of the 7 Knights Palace. Yi Xian, you can wait here for a while. When I return to the Sword God Palace, I will. Before Situ Outyan could finish his sentence, the huge golden door opened with a loud bang and a man's voice drifted out. I am in the cave dwelling. Come in. The voice belonged to Duanmu Yun. So Palace Master Duanmu is here. In that case, we will take our leave first. Situ Outyan cupped his fists at Yi Xian and left immediately. Yi Xian watched them leave before he turned around and stepped into the huge door. Boom! The huge golden door closed again. After Yi Xian entered the cave dwelling, he walked straight until he finally arrived at a magnificent palace surrounded by flowers. At that moment, there were 2 figures standing at the entrance of the palace. One of them was Duanmu Yun, and the man beside her was Yi Xian, who had not seen him for more than 10 years, Yi Chong. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, Yi Xian recognized Yi Chong at a glance. Father. Yi Xian strode forward. Yi Chong had left when Yi Xian was young, so he was unfamiliar with Yi Xian's appearance. However, the same blood flowed in their bones, so Yi Chong did not suspect anything. Yi Chong watched as Yi Xian ran in front of him and sized him up carefully. Father, I am here. Yi Xian knelt on one knee and cupped his fists at Yi Chong. Chapter 697. Good, good. Yi Chong was overjoyed, but he suddenly felt guilty. He had left Yi Xian when he was still young. It had been more than 10 years since then. He did not know how Yi Xian had spent the past 10 years. Father and son are reunited. There must be a lot to talk about. Come in. Duan Liyun smiled at the two of them and led them into the palace. Indeed, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. They must have endless things to talk about. Yi Xian was very excited when he saw Yi Chong. He began to talk about his experiences and the current situation of the Yi family. They chatted for a few hours. Duan Liyun sat quietly at the side and listened to the two of them talk. He did not seem impatient at all. Yi Chong was his good friend. He was very happy that Yi Xian had come to find him. Yi Xian, what is your current realm? Yi Chong could not help but ask. He felt that Yi Xian's aura was very strong and was not much weaker than his. Father, I am already a grade 9 king. Yi Xian answered honestly. Yi Chong nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. I can feel that your aura is very strong. It is not weaker than mine. Yi Xian looked at Yi Chong's pale face and asked, Father, how are your injuries? There are no serious injuries, but there are many hidden injuries. I am afraid there is no hope for me to break through to the empty god realm. Yi Chong shook his head helplessly. Father, won't it be fine as long as we get the great emperor's will? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Duan Liyun suddenly said, It is not that easy to get the great emperor's will. Under normal circumstances, when an empty god realm great emperor dies, the great emperor's will dissipate immediately. The great emperor of the monster race in the wilderness used a special method to preserve his will. However, after so many years, it has mostly dissipated. This situation is very rare. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. Yi Xian was very confident. After all, there were no shackles on his breakthrough this time. As long as he had enough experience, he could become a great emperor. All right, I believe you. Yi Chong patted Yi Xian's shoulder excitedly. Yi Xian looked away and asked, Senior Duan Liyun, are there any conditions for me to challenge the Sword God Pagoda? No, just go straight ahead. Duan Liyun shook his head, but. Nihility God Realm Emperor, doesn't that mean no one will be able to pass? Yi Xian frowned. With a Void God Realm Great Emperor as the gatekeeper, it was too difficult. No one would be able to pass. Duan Liyun still shook his head. No, those who pass the Sword God Pagoda will indeed enter the Sword God Palace. However, there will occasionally be palace masters watching. If they think you are not bad, they will directly accept you into the Sword God Palace. I see. Yi Xian nodded and said, However, I hope to defeat Jiang Wenyue and enter the Sword God Pagoda. That's a good idea. Duan Liyun said faintly, but Jiang Wenyue has broken through to the Void God realm and condensed Great Emperor intent. His strength is at least 10 times stronger than the monster emperor you encountered. It will be difficult for you to defeat him with your current strength. Monster Emperor Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor intent was very weak. However, Jiang Wenyue had broken through to the Void God realm on his own. His Great Emperor intent was 10 times stronger than Qin Huaizhong's. If Yi Xian fought against him, he would be killed instantly. Don't worry, I can challenge the first 9 levels. Yi Xian said. He was already a grade 9 king. One more breakthrough and he would become a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Before he broke through, he would not be able to defeat Jiang Wenyue. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian was not afraid of Jiang Wenyue. Yes, you can try first. Even if you can't increase your strength, you can quickly comprehend the profound at the 5th and 8th levels. Duanmu Yun nodded. The fifth level of the Sword God Pagoda was the Earth level. The Guardian was an Earth attribute peak Void God Realm King. Yi Xian could increase his strength if he fought against him. However, Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength the most. Father, is Mother doing well? Yi Xian suddenly asked. She has been in the Sword God Pagoda. She also has a heart demon, so she is not broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor. Yi Chong shook his head. Seeing Yi Chong's gloomy expression, Yi Xian was motivated. He had to rush up the Sword God Pagoda and defeat Jiang Wenyue to reunite Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan. Let's not talk about this for now. Can you refine the sword essence? Duanmu Yun suddenly changed the topic. Not yet. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have enough devour crystals, so he couldn't refine the sword essence. Otherwise, he would have rushed up the Sword God Pagoda. After all, Duanmu Yun said that if he refined the sword essence, he could kill and Void God Realm Great Emperor even if he was only a grade 3 king. Then continue to work hard. Duanmu Yun nodded. She didn't tell Yi Xian what the sword essence was. Father, Senior, I want to take a look at the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. It's north of the cave dwelling. Let me take you there. Yi Chong nodded. Since you want to go, let's go together. Duanmu Yun also stood up. Immediately, the three of them flew toward the towering Sword God Pagoda under Duanmu Yun's lead. The Sword God Pagoda was built by the first palace master of the Sword God Pagoda. Only those who are recognized by the Sword God Pagoda can fly up the pagoda. If anyone flies up without permission, they will be killed on the spot by the guards of the Sword God Pagoda, Duanmu Yun explained while flying. Senior, are there many people in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked with a frown. There are a total of 9 palaces in the Sword God Pagoda. I am the palace master of the 7-Night Palace. Situ Outyan is the disciple of the 6-Sun Palace Master. Jiang Wenyue is the palace master of the 9th Heaven Palace. As for your mother, Jiang Xinyan, she is in the 4-Moon Palace. The Sword God Pagoda has been established for many years and there are many disciples in each palace. However, the Sword God Pagoda accepts these disciples but not their children. Their children have to rely on their strength to ascend the pagoda. Duanmu Yun turned to look in another direction and said, there is a city of 10,000 swords over there. The relatives of the disciples of the Sword God Pagoda usually live there. I see. Yi Xian nodded. No wonder Jiang Wenyue wanted to accept his son as his disciple. It was because of this. However, the Sword God Pagoda had been established for so many years. If it was passed down from generation to generation, there would be more than 1,000 disciples. Soon, the three of them saw a huge pagoda. Chapter 698. Yi Xian was shocked because he realized that the 2 guards were actually level 8 sovereigns. The Sword God's palace was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chong was already a regular at the Sword God's palace, so the 2 guards recognized him and nodded slightly at him. However, this was Yi Xian's first time here. He's going to challenge the tower today. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, the guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's pagoda are all illusions set up by the seniors. If you want to pass, you have to kill them. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he could go all out. The 2 guards were stunned, but Yi Xian had already entered the Sword God's pagoda. From the outside, the Sword God's pagoda was huge, but it was less than 10,000 meters in diameter. However, after Yi Xian entered, he couldn't see the end of it. So this is an illusion formation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This illusion formation was very advanced. After all, a level 9 sovereign's domain was more than 90,000 meters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's pagoda were the same as the challenger. The one standing in front of Yi Xian was the guardian of gold. "Kid, you can only pass if you kill me." The middle-aged man held a golden sword and said to Yi Xian indifferently, "Excuse me." Although the person in front of him was just a person formed by the illusion formation, Yi Xian still said politely. In the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an extremely strong pressure. Bang! The pressure of the double space instantly caused the middle-aged man's body to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The illusion formation is really good. It's so realistic. Yi Xian sighed. In the next moment, he saw a staircase leading to the second level. Outside the Sword God's pagoda. The lights on the first level had already lit up, which meant that Yi Xian had passed the first level. So fast. Xian is actually so strong. Yi Chong was shocked. Even if he wanted to pass the first level, it wouldn't be so easy. It seems that his strength has exceeded my expectations. Yi Chong, stay here and watch. I'll go up and take a look. Duanmu Yun was interested and flew into the clouds, preparing to watch from the Sword God's pagoda. There were some pagoda mirrors in the Sword God's pagoda, so they could see the images of the pagoda's pagoda. When Duanmu Yun returned to the Sword God Palace, he immediately rushed over. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Yi Xian had already passed the second stage. So fast. At this moment, some disciples of the Sword God's palace happened to pass by and noticed this scene. Past the second pagoda's Xian S's. F. Another SSS in a SS pagoda in S he SSS demon S the S realm's pagoda S's realm. S ye S's pagoda. S yeses. This ye S pagoda. F. SS1S third stage, 1 second. Fourth S's. Fifths. Yi Xian was very fast. He soon reached the 7th level. 7 Knights Palace Master, is Yi Chong here again? Suddenly, an old voice drifted over. Duanmu Yun turned around and saw an acquaintance. He greeted, Luyang Palace Master. The newcomer was Situ Aotian's master, Luyang Sword God. It's not Yi Chong. Who's this kid? Luyang Sword God glanced at the pagoda mirror. In the next moment, he was stunned. He's insta-killed the 7th level. The combination of gravity space and wind space. Indeed, the older the wiser. Luyang Sword God, who was a void god realm great emperor, saw through Yi Xian's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the 8th stage. That kid's. It seems to be the Wind Thunder Emperor's. The weapon in his hand is the Wind Dragon Slash. Luyang Sword God discovered another secret. After his reminder, Duanmu Yun also felt that it was true. The Wind Thunder Emperor was their senior. 1,000 years ago, he was also the palace master of Sword God Palace. However, they heard that the Wind Thunder Emperor went to the chaotic astral ocean when his lifespan was nearing its end. I see. This kid has inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor's legacy. Duanmu Yun immediately understood. As the two chatted, Yi Xian passed the 8th level and entered the 9th level. Good kid. What a high aptitude. I want this kid. Luyang Sword God's eyes lit up. However, Duanmu Yun suddenly said, he's Yi Chong's son, Yi Xian. What? Luyang Sword God suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yi Chong's son's aptitude is so high. He was wondering if he should offend those people from 9 Heaven's Palace for Yi Xian. However, he decided against it. Jiang Wenyue had just broken through to Void God Realm Great Emperor. He was not a threat. However, the 9 Heavens Sword God was very strong and domineering. Otherwise, with Yi Chang's aptitude, he would have entered Sword God Palace long ago. The reason why no one accepted him was because they did not want to offend the Nine Heaven Sword God. This Luoyang Sword God was very conflicted. Luoyang Palace's strength was weaker. Hence, Luoyang Sword God was eager to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. However, he was afraid of angering the Nine Heaven Sword God. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed the gatekeeper of the 9th level and entered the 10th level. However, the gatekeeper of the 10th level was Jiang Wenyue. At this moment, he did not know that Yi Xian had already entered the 10th level. Since he's Yi Chang's son, I'm afraid he'll end up the same as Yi Chong if he goes up against Jiang Wenyue. It's a pity that Jiang Xinyan is grounded. She can't come out until she reaches Void God Realm Great Emperor. She can't even see her own son. Luoyang Sword God sighed. When Yi Xian entered the 10th level, someone from Sword God Palace had already informed Jiang Wenyue. However, Jiang Wenyue did not know that the person entering the tower was Yi Xian. In Nine Heaven Palace. Nine Heaven Palace Master, someone has already entered the 10th level of the Sword God Pagoda. A middle-aged man who resembled Jiang Tianjin opened his eyes and snorted, "Is it Yi Chong again?" Humph, after a few months of peace, he's overestimating himself again. In fact, he had been annoyed for a long time. He regretted not killing Yi Chong back then. Jiang Wenyue stood up and left Nine Heaven Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was waiting on the 10th level. The first 9 levels were filled with opponents formed by the illusion array. He had directly used the dual space to crush the illusions. However, the one on the 10th level was his uncle, Jiang Wenyue. When Jiang Tianjin entered Sword God Palace, he was only a grade 4 king. Now, he should be at most grade 7 or 8. He is no longer a challenge to me. Yi Xian thought as he waited. Chapter 699. Jiang Wenyue had defeated Yi Xian 1,000 times, so Yi Xian wanted to see what Jiang Wenyue was capable of. He waited for a while on the 10th floor. Soon after, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. However, he felt a strange sensation when he entered. He had guessed wrongly because the one who had reached the 10th floor was not Yi Chong. "Who are you? Why do you have the Jiang family's bloodline?" Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes and asked. The Jiang family of the Weapon King Hall was powerful, but they were nothing in the Sword God Palace's territory. In his memory, he was the strongest expert in the Jiang family, followed by Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Tianjin, and the grade 6 king, Old Master Jiang. However, Yi Xian could reach the 10th floor and had the Jiang family's bloodline. He could not figure out who he was. "I am Yi Xian." Yi Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "Yi." Jiang Wenyue was very sensitive to the surname Yi. "You are Yi Xian?" Jiang Wenyue asked in shock. "That's right." Yi Xian replied faintly. As expected. Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Previously, he'd heard the news from the Jiang family. After hearing it, he was also very surprised. After all, Yi Xian had tortured his second son once. In just a few months, Yi Xian had grown to such a level. Yi Chong's talent was not inferior to his. If Yi Chong had been nurtured by the Jiang family since young, he would have broken through to the empty god realm Great Emperor realm. However, Yi Chong's son, Yi Xian, was even more talented. Jiang Wenyue calculated and found that Yi Xian was 22 years old. A grade 9 king at 22 years old would definitely become an empty god realm Great Emperor in the future. What a father and son. Yi Chong has entered the tower thousands of times but has never succeeded. I thought he had given up in the past few months, but it seems that he has shown his trump card. Jiang Wenyue snorted. I will fulfill my father's wish, Empyrean Palace Master. Yi Xian said coldly. The man in front of him was his mother's older brother, who was also his uncle. However, the Jiang family did not acknowledge him, so he would not acknowledge this uncle. The two of them were now opponents. Do you think that you have the qualifications to pass just because you become a 9th-rank king? Jiang Wenyue said disdainfully. My goal is to enter the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian replied in a cold tone. There were 2 ways to enter the Sword God Pagoda. The first was through the Sword God Pagoda. The second was that a certain palace lord had taken a liking to him and accepted him as a subordinate. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking that even if he couldn't beat Jiang Wenyue, he would definitely be chosen by one of the palace lords based on his aptitude. At that time, wouldn't he be able to enter the Sword God's palace? Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Do you think that a palace master would take a fancy to you? Jiang Wenyue suddenly laughed out loud. At this moment, there were only 5 palace lords in the Sword God's palace, including him and Duanmu Yun. They were respectively Tai, 4th moon, 6th sun, 7th night, and 9th heaven. In the Sword God's palace, Tai Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were the strongest. Tai Palace did not care about worldly affairs, so 9th Heaven Palace was more or less in charge of the Sword God's palace. In addition, 9th Heaven Sword God was very strong, so no one dared to accept Yi Chong. Even if Yi Xian revealed his extraordinary aptitude, he still needed someone to accept him. 7th Night Palace Lord Duanmu Yun was also an outsider, so she needed the approval of the other palace lords to accept a disciple. Most importantly, 4th Moon Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were on the same side, and 6th Sun Palace did not want to provoke 9th Heaven Palace. Therefore, Jiang Wenyue felt that Yi Xian's words were laughable. However, Yi Xian's words were just a passing remark. His real goal was to suppress Jiang Wenyue. You father and son, both of you overestimate yourselves. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Wenyue shouted angrily as he recalled the incident where his youngest son, Jiang Tiancheng, was brutally beaten up by Yi Xian. Then you better be careful. 9th Heaven Palace Lord, if you're not careful, you'll be killed by me. Yi Xian sneered and raised the wind dragon slash in his hand. Tempest Cloud Slash. Xiao. The sound of air breaking rang out as the green slash approached Jiang Wenyue. Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Jiang Wenyue suddenly realized. In the next moment, the Tempest Cloud Slash was destroyed by his Great Emperor intent. This attack was not Yi Xian's strongest attack. First of all, the Wind Dragon Slash had not been obtained for long, and the time it took to nurture it was not even 1/5 of the Bahuang sword. Secondly, although the Wind Blade Profound could increase his attack power, how could the Wind Blade Profound compare to the 64-layered Earth Pulse? Not bad, but you think you can defeat me with this? Jiang Wenyue mocked. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and kept the Wind Dragon Slash. In the next moment, he took out the Bahuang sword. Sword God Bahuang's weapon. Jiang Wenyue squinted his eyes. Sword God Bahuang was one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen, leaving the Bahuang Palace empty. Until now, no one had broken through to the empty God realm. However, Jiang Wenyue had heard of Sword God Bahuang's name before. Sword God Bahuang was stronger than his master, second only to Sword God Tai. If Sword God Bahuang was still alive, Jiang Wenyue would not be able to defeat him even if he had 10 heads. However, the one holding the Bahuang sword was Yi Xian, so why should he be afraid? 36 Overlapping Shadows, 64-layered Earth Pulse. A brown sword chi attacked Jiang Wenyue again. Jiang Wenyue stared and the power of the sword chi was reduced by half. What? Jiang Wenyue was shocked. His thought was not enough to disperse the attack. How is this possible? Yi Xian smirked. What a joke. When he fought with Qin Huaizhong, his strength was a few times weaker than now. Why? It was because he had comprehended the light as heavy intent at the last moment. This was the triple profound of strength. In addition to his continuous improvement, the number of times he merged the earth pulse to the 36 overlapping shadows increased. Every time he merged the earth pulse, his attack power would increase exponentially. Currently, he had merged 18 times. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty God Realm Emperor, he was only a rank 1 Emperor. In addition to his Sword God bloodline, he wanted to disperse Yi Xian's attack with a thought. No way. Ha, 9 Heavens Palace Master, your Emperor intent is not that great. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and started attacking crazily. Whether it was empty God Realm Kings or empty God Realm Emperors, they all relied on their intents. Yi Xian's intents had far surpassed those geniuses. Of the wind and earth attributes, the only one he had yet to fully comprehend was the throbbing pulse of the world. Although the Emperor intent was strong, a battle between emperors relied on their Emperor intent to merge into their attacks. Chapter 700. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll show you what an empty God Realm Great Emperor is like. Jiang Wenyue roared as his figure flashed and swept towards Yi Xian. Like Jiang Tianjin, he was of the fire attribute and had strong attack power. Earth walking technique, for agility advancements, repulsive acceleration, and wind acceleration allowed Yi Xian's speed to surpass Jiang Wenyue's. Although Jiang Wenyue was an empty God Realm Great Emperor, it didn't mean that he had comprehended all the ultimates. He had only comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes, which was much weaker than Jiang Tianjin. His great emperor's will and inextinguishable flames couldn't even touch Yi Xian. In other words, he was a moving sandbag. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. Great wind cloud slash. Yi Xian's hands continued to attack. Not only that, but he also used various ultimates. Although Jiang Wenyue was protected by the Great Emperor's will, these attacks were able to weaken his Great Emperor's will. On the other hand, Yi Xian's energy consumption was equal. The scene of the two's battle was reflected on the tower's mirror. The disciples of Sword God Palace were shocked. Liu Yang's Sword God was also shocked. Even Duanmu Yun was shocked to the point of speechlessness. A grade 9 king was actually fighting an empty God Realm Great Emperor. This was the first time they had seen it. That's right. This kid once obtained 2 Sword God bloodline seeds and refined one of them. This fitness bloodline seed can increase the power of one's sword skills by 50%. No wonder Jiang Wenyue couldn't instantly defeat his attack. Duanmu Yun suddenly realized. However, Yi Xian's 36 instantaneous attacks were extremely powerful. When combined with the earth pulse, the power was extremely strong. More and more disciples gathered in front of the tower's mirror. There were dozens of disciples from all 9 palaces. When the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace saw that their palace master couldn't even deal with a grade 9 king, they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Some of them had better aptitude than Jiang Wenyue, but Jiang Wenyue was favored by Sword God Zhoutian. What could they do? Duanmu Yun watched for a while before he quickly left the Sword God Palace. He wanted to inform Yi Chong, who was anxiously waiting at the bottom of the Sword God Pagoda. 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. 9 Heavens Palace Master, are all the palace masters of Sword God Palace as weak as you? Yi Xian laughed. Fortunately, he had the Sword God's Pagoda. The battle inside the Sword God's Pagoda was on the ground. If it were in the air, he would not have the movement speed bonus from the 4 agility advancements. Without the 40% movement speed boost, he naturally couldn't dodge Jiang Wenyue's attacks and Emperor's will. Bastard! Jiang Wenyue was fuming with anger. He was a Void God stage Great Emperor, but he was actually tricked by Yi Xian, a level 9 king. How could he tolerate this? However, the emperor's will could not increase his speed. Yi Xian was too fast, and his emperor's will could not keep up. If he separated the great emperor's will, the effect would be greatly reduced, and it would be useless. After all, Yi Xian still had the 64 layers of pulsating guard, which could be used to block the emperor's will. For a moment, Jiang Wenyue really couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, the gap between the two was constantly changing. Let's wear each other out. Although it's a little disgraceful, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter what method we use. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The sacred tree of life was a part of his strength. Moreover, Jiang Wenyue was a void god stage great emperor, and he was only a level 9 king. This was an unfair battle. In this world, the strong were respected. If this was a battle of life and death, Yi Xian would not hesitate to use sneak attacks, hidden weapons, or poison as long as he could win. In this world, many seniors would teach their juniors that it was not shameful to use unscrupulous methods, but it was shameful to die. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue's head was fuming with anger as he roared loudly. His voice was deafening, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He ran and attacked at the same time. His Xinqi consumption was equal to his Xinqi recovery. He was always at peak condition. As for Jiang Wenyue, his great emperors will had to defend against Yi Xian's domain attacks, break through the 36 overlapping shadows, and try to intimidate Yi Xian from time to time. His great emperor's will was rapidly depleting. The two of them, one chasing, one running, circled around the 10th level. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Jiang Wenyue's expression darkened. Only a third of his great emperor's will was left. Not only that, but his Xinqi was also running low. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's Xinqi should have been depleted long ago. However, Yi Xian was still alive and kicking, as if only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Wenyue couldn't understand this. This kid is weird. He can't use up all his Xinqi. I can't do anything to him. What should I do? Jiang Wenyue pondered in his heart. He was a void god realm emperor. If he was defeated by Yi Xian, he might as well resign from the Ninth Heaven's Palace master position. However, he couldn't think of anything even after thinking for more than 10 minutes. Now, he no longer attacked Yi Xian. Instead, he started to evade. His actions fell into the eyes of the Sword God Palace's disciples. The Ninth Heaven's Palace master has given up on attacking. Is he admitting defeat? This is too terrifying. A Void God Realm Emperor actually jumped realms to challenge a Void God Realm Emperor. Is this kid the successor of the 8 Desolation Sword God? If he enters, will he become the 8 Desolation Palace Master? Just as these disciples were discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "Shut up." When this voice entered everyone's ears, they turned around in astonishment and found that the one who spoke was a young man. Not good, it's Jiang Tianjin. Everyone recognized this young man because they were jealous of Jiang Tianjin. A few days ago, Jiang Tianjin had been accepted by Jiang Wenyue into the Ninth Heaven's Palace and had gained the favor of the Ninth Heaven's Sword God. Subsequently, the Ninth Heaven's Sword God had bestowed Jiang Tianjin with an emperor's will. This emperor's will was left behind by a Void God Realm Emperor that the Ninth Heaven's Sword God had killed. Although the emperor's will would dissipate after the death of an Void God Realm Emperor, the Ninth Heaven's Sword God had a special method to capture it. This emperor's will was a 3rd stage emperor's will. With the Ninth Heaven's Sword God's help, Jiang Tianjin had already refined it. Currently, Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd stage emperor, stronger than Jiang Wenyue. It was said that Jiang Tianjin was applying for the position of the 8 Desolation Palace Master. Damn it, before I refined the emperor's will, I was only a 7th stage emperor. How can he be a 9th stage emperor? Jiang Tianjin was furious. Previously, Yi Xian was at his mercy. Today, although his cultivation realm had suppressed Yi Xian, his birth was countless times better than Yi Xian's. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. At the bottom of this book's cover, it says that this book was released on August 24th, and until today, December 1st, there are exactly 700 chapters. That's exactly 99 days. On average, Yu Luo updates 7 chapters a day, which is 15,000 words. I'm not bragging, but Yu Luo's speed has surpassed 99% of the books in my library. Among the hundreds of thousands of books in my library, my speed can be ranked in the top 100. Yu Luo can't be the best, but she can do better than most people. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 701. Jiang Tianjin stared fixedly at the tower mirror on the 10th floor. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred in the battle that shocked everyone present. The 9th Heaven Palace Master, Jiang Wenyue, was struck by Yi Xian's sword and was sent flying. The entire crowd was shocked. At this moment, Duanmu Yun had just returned and witnessed the scene. Great! Duanmu Yun couldn't help but shout. His voice entered everyone's ears, including Jiang Tianjin's. Jiang Tianjin's face was gloomy as he watched in disbelief. Jiang Wenyue, an empty god realm emperor, was struck by Yi Xian, a 9th grade king. How was this possible? Father's emperor's intent has been depleted. Jiang Tianjin immediately reacted. At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush in and kill Yi Xian. Jiang Wenyue was only 1 grade higher than Yi Xian, and his cultivation couldn't make up for the difference in ultimacy. However, Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd grade great emperor, and he could easily kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper wasn't him. On the 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. 9th Heaven Palace Master, how did you become the Palace Master with your strength? Yi Xian grinned and slowly walked over. At this moment, Jiang Wenyue was restrained by Yi Xian's dual space. Without the Emperor's intent, his speed was only 30% of his peak. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue shouted. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a 9th grade great emperor. TSK, 9th Heaven Palace Master, you're not strong enough. Why don't you give up your position and let me have a try? Yi Xian continued to mock. He wanted to take revenge for all these years. Some of this hatred was from Yi Chong, while some was from himself. Yi Chong had been beaten by Jiang Wenyue, and he had been beaten by Jiang Tianjin. Today, he had beaten Jiang Tianjin's father. It was really satisfying. Swish! A wind blade cut open Jiang Wenyue's arm, followed by an earth spike that pierced his thigh. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his soul was about to be refined. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head. He regretted that Yi Chong couldn't see this scene. Kill me if you have the guts. Jiang Wenyue gritted his teeth and growled. It would have been fine if the battle in the Sword God Pagoda was sealed off, but he knew that this battle had already been reflected on the pagoda mirror. He had already lost all his face. Kill you? No, I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled evilly and shook his head. Another crisp sound rang out. This time, he was going to treat Jiang Wenyue like how he treated Jiang Tiancheng. Rip! 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 The earth spikes pierced into Jiang Wenyue's body, and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Bastard, go to hell! Suddenly, Jiang Wenyue shouted. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt a powerful energy coming down on him from above. Jiang Wenyue had actually held back. But, how could the scheming Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Boom! The 64 layers of pulsating guard blocked the majority of the Great Emperor's will, but Yi Xian was still heavily injured by Jiang Wenyue. Pfft! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries quickly healed. Empyrean Palace Master, do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian wiped the blood off and said slowly. The reason why he didn't dodge was to make one thing clear. Even if Jiang Wenyu launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Tianjin, are you watching? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Boom! Suddenly, a large door opened near the two of them. The 10th floor was cleared. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the other palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda had judged his victory. Immediately, he removed the dual space and passed through the large door. What entered his eyes were some gorgeous buildings, and there were already quite a few people standing in front of him. Yi Xian, you did it. Duanmu Yun walked over quickly with a look of surprise. Senior Duanmu. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Good, that's great. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. You're only a level 9 challenger, but you defeated Jiang Wenyu. That's great. Duanmu Yun praised repeatedly. He wanted Yi Xian to try the first 9 floors first, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to clear the first 9 floors in less than a second. In the end, he even defeated Jiang Wenyu, who was an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Senior, I'm now. Yi Xian glanced at the group of Sword God Pagoda disciples behind Duanmu Yun. Don't worry. You're the first genius to clear the Sword God Pagoda in decades. Soon, all the palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda will gather here, Duanmu Yun replied with a smile. How many palace masters are there in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked curiously. Duanmu Yun answered without thinking, there are only 6 palace masters now. They are Tai, Wushuang, Siyu, Lu Yang, Qi, and Jiutian. Sanyuan, Wuxiang, and Bahuang have all fallen. Only 6, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he understood that there were definitely more than just these few Void God Realm Emperors in the Sword God Palace. For example, even though the old 9th Heaven Sword God had abdicated, he was only living in seclusion. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yi Xian and said, however, there aren't many Void God Realm Great Emperors in the Sword God Pagoda. Most of them have left for the main continent. The main continent. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was currently in the eastern continent, but he heard that the other regions of the Blood Rock continent seemed to have merged into the main continent. This news came from the Sword God Pagoda. Therefore, the people of the Sword God Pagoda naturally went to the main continent, and their route to the main continent should be through the chaotic astral ocean. After all, they had an agreement with old immortal Tianju. Void God Realm Great Emperors weren't allowed to enter the vast wilderness. The Sword God Pagoda also has a stronghold in the main continent, but the main continent is much stronger than the eastern continent. Our eastern continent has been isolated from the vast wilderness for so many years, and we are already derailed. The difference in strength is too great. As for why the people from the main continent can't come over, it should be because of old immortal Tianju. Duanmu Yun nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly swept over. Palace Master Chia, this kid is really heaven-defying. Do you want him? If not, give him to me. Lu Yang Sword God smiled as he moved to Yi Xian's side. Earlier, he was still hesitating if he should take the risk of angering Jiutian Sword God by accepting Yi Xian. Now, he had already made his decision. Accept. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't be anxious. Duanmu Yun said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? He is only a level 9 king, but he defeated the Emptiness God Realm Great Emperor Jiutian Sword God. If he breaks through to the Empty God Realm, he will definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Lu Yang Sword God looked excited. Chapter 702. The 6 Yang Sword God had lived for a few decades and had seen people with dual attributes. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who had comprehended both gravity space and wind space at the same time. When these two spaces were combined, they were invincible. If they were combined with the great emperor's will, they would be even more powerful. Just as the 6 young sword gods' voice sounded, Jiang Wenyu slowly walked out. Jiang Tianjin quickly rushed over and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. Hey, this guy is here too. Yi Xian did not pay much attention to Jiang Tianjin earlier. Who would have thought that his enemy, Jiang Tianjin, would be here too? It seemed that he'd also seen the scene of his father being ravaged by Yi Xian. Awesome. Trash, I hate that I didn't burn you to ashes back then. Jiang Tianjin gritted his teeth and said. What a pity. Yi Xian grinned. Even Jiang Wenyu couldn't do anything to him. What could Jiang Tianjin do? However, he did not know that Jiang Tianjin had already refined the Third Order Great Emperor's will. He was much stronger than Jiang Wenyu. When Duan Miyun saw Jiang Tianjin, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Yi Xian, I want to tell you something. Jiang Tianjin previously obtained the will of the great emperor bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God and has already broken through to the 3rd stage of the great emperor. He's even stronger than me. What? This news was too bad for Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought that Jiang Tianjin was still a Void God Realm King. That way, he could easily send him flying. Who would have thought that Jiang Tianjin was already a Third Order Great Emperor? Refining the Great Emperor's will seems to be weaker than condensing it yourself. Yi Xian replied softly. That's right, but it's still stronger than a Second Order Great Emperor. Duan Miyun nodded. Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He thought to himself, TSK, wait until I become an emperor. I'll be able to crush you anytime I want. Refining the great emperor's will was much weaker than condensing it himself. As long as he broke through, he would definitely be able to send Jiang Tianjin flying. Right at this time, another figure appeared. It was an old woman with a walking stick in her hand. 4th Moon Palace Lord. Duan Miyun nodded slightly in greeting. The 4 Moon Sword God glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on Jiang Wenyu, who was covered in blood. He said, 9 Heavens Palace Master, you actually lost to a 9th grade king tier. Just now, Duan Miyun had sent someone to inform her, so she already knew about this matter. At this moment, Jiang Wenyu wished he could find a hole to hide in. He was so ashamed that he couldn't speak. Yi Xian's gaze also landed on the April Moon Palace Master, because the April Moon Palace Master was the master of his mother, Jiang Xinyan. Ha ha ha, for Moon's Palace Master, would you believe me if I said that this brat is Jiang Xinyan's son? Lu Yang Sword God laughed. What? Son? The 4 Moon Sword God was stunned. Among her disciples, Jiang Xinyan had the highest aptitude. She had already begun to condense the will of a great emperor. Who would have thought that Yi Xian was actually Jiang Xinyan's son? That's right. Yi Xian is Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chang's son. Duan Miyun nodded. This time, the 4 Moon Sword God believed it. However, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she carefully sized up Yi Xian with her old eyes. Now, there were already 4 palace masters in the Sword God Palace. Only Tai Sword God was left. Whoosh! Another figure flew over. However, this time, it wasn't Tai Sword God. It was his son, Wu Shang. Ha! You look like Wu Shang. Lu Yang Sword God looked at him in surprise. I obtained a bit of the Fountain of Youth a while ago. Wu Shang answered honestly. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but now he looked like he was in his 30s. Lu Yang Sword God said enviously, Fountain of Youth. I'm so envious. I've already forgotten what I looked like when I was young. Not only that, but even the 4 Moon Sword God was the same. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Father is in seclusion, so he can't come personally. Wuxiang said. Tai Sword God was the strongest person in the Sword God Palace. He was in seclusion all year round. Even his son, Wuxiang, only saw him a few times in a year. At most, he would listen to his voice. No one had any objections to Wuxiang taking over. Alright, Yi Xian has passed the test and is qualified to join the Sword God Palace. I wonder which palace master wants to take him as a disciple? Wuxiang finished speaking and looked around. I want him. Lu Yang's Sword God immediately said. Although Yi Xian defeated Jiang Wenyue, Lu Yang's Sword God wasn't weak either. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Wenyue. He was more than enough to teach Yi Xian. As for Duan Muyun, after fusing with the Sword God's bloodline, he felt that he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Wenyue. Therefore, he felt that he wasn't qualified to be Yi Xian's master. Palace Master Lu Yang, are you sure? For Moon's Sword God asked with a frown. Palace Master Lu Yang, don't use your old flame to pressure me. I want this brat. Lu Yang's Sword God said with a firm expression. Yi Xian was stunned. He guessed that the Palace Master Lu Yang's Sword God's old flame was the Empyrean Palace Master. He looked around and found that everyone was calm. It seemed that this wasn't a secret. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan could become the Four Moon Sword God's disciple because he and Jiang Wenyue's master were husband and wife. How dare you? Four Moon Sword God snorted coldly. Yi Xian was extremely grateful to the Six Yang Sword God. Although this was the first time he'd seen the Six Yang Sword God, he felt as if they were old friends. Based on his intuition, this old man was definitely a good person. Anyone else? Wuxiang looked at Duan Muyun and the others. For Moon's Sword God also had his eyes on Yi Xian. However, he had heard about the Jiang family. If he accepted Yi Xian, it would be troublesome. Duan Muyun wasn't qualified, and it was even more impossible for Jiang Wenyue to be defeated by Yi Xian. The Sword God Palace disciples present all understood that Yi Xian was going to become Lu Yang's Sword God's disciple. Being in the Sword God Palace didn't mean that they were all personal disciples of the Palace Master. Most of them were just in-name disciples. However, with Yi Xian's talent, he was definitely going to be a personal disciple. However, just as Lu Yang's Sword God was waiting for Wuxiang to announce, Wuxiang suddenly said, Palace Master Lu Yang, my apologies. After my father found out about this, he also wanted to accept a disciple. When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. Didn't the Tai Palace Master never accept personal disciples? Even the in-name disciples were taught by Wuxiang and the others. However, this wasn't surprising. A genius like Yi Xian was rare. Although someone had passed the Sword God Pagoda a few decades ago, the guardian of the 10th level was only a level 9 king. The Tai Palace Master accepting a disciple was unexpected, but within reason. Wuxiang, you can't do this. Lu Yang's Sword God wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 703. Sorry, this is my father's idea, Wuxiang said honestly. Sigh, let's leave the choice to this kid. Even if the opponent is the Tai Palace Master, I can't give up. Lu Yang's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Everyone's gaze also fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already passed the Sword God Pagoda and was qualified to choose between Tai Palace and Lu Yang Palace. However, he wasn't sure because he knew too little about the Sword God Pagoda. He turned to Duan Muyun, hoping for her opinion. Duan Muyun was startled and suddenly thought, Wuxiang, Yi Xian has obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Now that he has passed the Sword God Pagoda, why don't he join 8 Desolation Palace? 8 Desolation Palace currently has no palace master. Wuxiang also paused when he heard this suggestion. Both Tai Sword God and Lu Yang's Sword God had the intention to accept disciples, but Yi Xian could also choose Sanyuan Palace, Wuxia Palace, or 8 Desolation Palace. Indeed, I'm only representing my father. I respect Yi Xian's choice. Wu Shang nodded. Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Yi Chong obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Great Emperor, but left the most important 8 Desolation sword to him. It would be better if he became the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. No. But right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look and found that the person who spoke was Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin also had his eyes on the position of 8 Desolation Palace Master, but he was still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. If Yi Xian joined 8 Desolation Palace, he would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Tianjin, what do you think? Wu Shang asked. Jiang Tianjin was at a loss for words. He really didn't have any reason to stop Yi Xian from joining 8 Desolation Palace. However, if Yi Xian joined Tai Palace, then there would be many uncertain factors in the future. It would be even more difficult to deal with than Yi Xian joining 8 Desolation Palace. Therefore, Jiang Tianjin retreated. Wu Shang looked at him and said, Jiang Tianjin, I know you are applying to be the 8 Desolation Palace's palace master, but you are still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. However, the positions of 3 Yuan, 5 Xiang, and 8 Huang Palace Master have been vacant for many years. How about this, after a period of time, we will begin to fight for the positions of these 3 Palace Master. What? Everyone present was stunned. Fighting for the positions of 3 Palace Masters at once? In fact, many people had suggested this before, but they were all rejected by the Tai Sword deity. But now, they were competing for 3 palace lords at once. Were there so many candidates? Jiang Tianjin was a strong candidate. If Yi Xian could break through to the Void God realm, he would be very powerful too. However, other than the 2 of them, there was no one else who could take out the position. Could it be that another Void God realm king's disciple would take up the position? Wu Shang was stronger than Jiang Tianjin, but he refused the position of Palace Lord. The reason why Duan Muyun and Jiang Wenyue could become Palace Lords was because of their master. As for the 4 Moon Sword Deity and 6 Sun Sword Deity, they were also prepared to give up their positions. However, it was not up to these Void God Realm Kings to fight for the position. After all, the 6 Sun Sword Deity and 7 Night Sword Deity also had sons, but they were not in the Eastern Continent. Hearing this, Jiang Tianjin's eyes lit up. In fact, he still had 2 choices, the 3 Yuan and 5 Xiang, but he was going to fight for the 8 Huang Palace. As for why, it was needless to say. Humph, the position of 8 Huang Palace Master is mine. Yi Xian glanced at Jiang Tianjin and snorted coldly in his heart. At this time, Wu Shang reminded, Yi Xian, if you join our Tai Palace, you can also fight for the position of Palace Master. Jiang Tianjin's face fell, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. If Yi Xian joined the 8 Huang Palace, he would not be afraid of anyone. After all, the Tai Sword Deity was the leader of the Sword God Palace, and his strength was much stronger than the 9 Heaven Sword Deity. All right. Yi Xian didn't even think as he directly agreed. He thought that he could only fight for the position of Palace Master by joining the 8 Huang Palace. He did not expect that he could also fight for the position of Palace Master from other palaces. When Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue heard Yi Xian's reply, they looked at each other. Things were going to be troublesome. However, at this moment, huff, huff. The entire Sword God Palace was suddenly covered by a strange energy, and a strong wind blew. Wu Shang, 6 Yang Sword Deity, 4 Moon Sword Deity, Duan Muyun, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others' faces changed. The Emperor's intent is condensing. Someone has broken through to the Void God realm. 6 Yang Sword Deity exclaimed. The disciples present were shocked. Who broke through to the Void God realm? It's in that direction, let's go. Wuxiang and the others immediately turned and left, and Yi Xian quickly followed behind. Who would have thought that such a joyous occasion would happen? Yi Xian had just passed the Sword God Pagoda and joined the Tai Palace. Now, someone had broken through to the Void God realm. Wuxiang led the group in that direction. After flying for a while, they finally confirmed that they were at a place. For Moon Palace, someone has broken through in the For Moon Palace. Six-Yang Sword Deity raised his eyebrows. Yi Xian's heart trembled. His mother, Jiang Xinyan, seemed to be in the For Moon Palace. The group quickly landed in the For Moon Palace and rushed in. Along the way, there were also some female disciples of the For Moon Palace rushing in. In the end, they all gathered in front of a small palace. This is Xinyan's residence. For Moon Palace recognized it at a glance. After all, Jiang Xinyan was her proudest disciple. However, the others did not know who was living in the palace. At this moment, the emperor's intent had finished condensing. So strong. She has just broken through, but she has already condensed so much emperor's intent. Could it be Jiang Xinyan? Six-Yang Sword Deity said. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Jiang Xinyan was his biological sister. Of course, Yi Xian was the most shocked. He did not expect that the one who had broken through this time was his biological mother. This was not the main point. The main point was that he might be able to see his biological mother soon. Rumble. Suddenly, the door of the small palace cracked open, and a beautiful woman in blue clothes walked out from it. Master. The lady was stunned when she saw so many people gathered in front of her residence. Xinyan, you have broken through. The For Moon Palace master asked anxiously. Jiang Xinyan nodded solemnly and said, Master, I have broken through to the Void God realm. Can I leave the For Moon Palace now? The For Moon Palace master paused. Previously, she had restricted Jiang Xinyan's movements. However, Jiang Xinyan still found out about Yi Chong, causing her to have a heart demon. She did not expect Jiang Xinyan to break through her heart demon and become a Void God realm Great Emperor. Chapter 704. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xinyan, come here. Let me introduce you to someone. I'm sure you'll want to meet him. Jiang Xinyan turned around and saw her brother Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Tianjin. However, the six-sun sword god wasn't referring to them. He was referring to a young man. When Jiang Xinyan saw the young man's face clearly, her body trembled violently. This young man was Yi Xian. Even if Jiang Wenyue didn't rely on his bloodline to recognize Yi Xian, Jiang Xinyan, as Yi Xian's birth mother, had a bloodline connection with him. Thus, Jiang Xinyan also recognized him. Jiang Xinyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yi Xian hurried forward and said, Yi Xian greets mother. Although she had guessed it, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but cry when she heard Yi Xian's words. She quickly walked forward and caressed Yi Xian's determined face. When Jiang Xinyan's hand touched Yi Xian's skin, their bloodline connection was activated to the maximum. Child, you've worked hard all these years. Jiang Xinyan said with a loving expression. When Yi Xian was still an infant, Yi Chong brought him back to the Yi family. He had never seen Jiang Xinyan. When he was a few years old, Yi Chong left the Yi family and went to the Blood Cliff continent. Yi Xian could almost be considered an orphan. However, today, the mother and son were finally reunited. Mother, father is below the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian calmed down and said slowly. All right, let's go. Jiang Xinyan grabbed Yi Xian's hand and left the For Moon Palace. This time, the For Moon Sword God couldn't stop them. After all, Jiang Xinyan had broken through to the Void God realm. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue cursed in his heart. He could only watch as Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan left. TSK, I'll go take a look too. The six-sun sword god chuckled and chased after them. Duanmu Yun also followed. The four of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, below the sword god pagoda, Yi Xian passed. Yi Chong looked at the crystal on the 10th floor of the sword god pagoda and was stunned. He stood there stupefied. Not only that, but the two guards of the sword god pagoda were also stunned. They'd guarded the sword god pagoda for so many years, yet this was the first time they'd seen someone pass through the sword god pagoda. Could it be that there was a problem with the pagoda? At this time, the three people who looked up suddenly saw several figures descending rapidly. Yi Xian and Xinyan. When Yi Chong saw who it was, Yi was stunned. Why had he attacked the sword god pagoda 1,000 times? Wasn't it because he wanted to see Xinyan? Jiang Xinyan threw herself into Yi Chong's arms. After more than 20 years, they finally met again. This too, Yi to be. Yen be it BC. Xian. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen a man who attacked the sword god pagoda 1,000 times in order to see his wife. Every time he was heavily injured, he wouldn't give up. Great, this is great. I've lived for so many years. My state of mind is incomparable to that of an ordinary person. But why do I feel like crying? The six-sun sword god wiped the corners of his eyes. Duanmu Yun also smiled and said to Yi Xian, your parents will be proud of you. Family reunion. One of Yi Xian's wishes had been fulfilled. Not only that, but Yi Chong's inner demon was also instantly eliminated. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly condensed in the surroundings. The six-sun sword god and Duanmu Yun looked at each other. The former exclaimed, the great emperor's intent is condensing. Yi Chong, you broke through. After the six-sun sword god's reminder, Yi Chong suddenly realized that his body's environment had changed greatly due to his excitement. The shackles that had blocked him for so many years had disappeared. Void God Realm Great Emperor. Quick, concentrate on condensing the Great Emperor's intent. Duanmu Yun also hurriedly said. After breaking through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, one could condense the Great Emperor's intent. This was a crucial moment. When Jiang Xinyan broke through, the amount of Great Emperor's intent that she condensed was much more than ordinary Great Emperors. It was much more than when Duanmu Yun and Jiang Wenyue broke through. Yi Chong's aptitude was not weak either. This was a good opportunity to consolidate his cultivation. The three of us will protect you. The six-sun sword god stood aside and Jiang Xinyan also retreated. At that moment, there were a total of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors here. Although they could not help much, it was better than Yi Chong condensing the Great Emperor's intent alone. Yi Xian had also retreated. He did not dare to make any noise for fear of affecting Yi Chong. With the help of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors, Yi Chong's cultivation level continued to rise. He condensed it so quickly. It's much faster than me in the past. The six-sun sword god was very shocked. He felt that Yi Chong might be higher than Jiang Xinyan this time. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and only the sound of sand and stones could be heard. At the same time, Wuxiang and the others also stood in the air and watched. With a thought, Yi Chong became a great emperor. Yi Chong's aptitude was not any weaker than them. Amazing. He might be able to break through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. Wuxiang said softly. What? Behind him, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others were shocked. A Grade 9 king directly broke through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. Jiang Wenyue and his son did not feel good. One of them had the guidance of an expert, while the other had directly refined the third stage of the Great Emperor realm. If they were compared to Yi Chong, they were not worth mentioning. At that moment, Yi Chang's great emperor's intent had already surpassed the average void god realm great emperor realm, and it was still rising. Finally, after a minute, the wind stopped. Second stage of the great emperor realm. The six-sun sword god exclaimed. Yi Chang actually broke through from grade 9 king to the second stage of the great emperor realm. This was something that had never happened in 1,000 years. Yi Chang opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. His great emperor's intent was very strong. It had surpassed Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Wenyue, and Duan Muyun. He was indeed at the standard of a second-stage great emperor realm. Congratulations, father. Yi Xian hurriedly went up to him. Congratulations, congratulations. The six-sun sword god said happily. In his heart, he was amazed by this pair of father and son. Although Yi Xian had joined the Tai Palace, he had already built a good relationship with Yi Xian and his son. In the future, Yi Xian and his son's achievements would not be lower than his. This was a good thing. Many thanks for senior's help. Yi Chang hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Xinyan and Duan Muyun were only at the first stage of the great emperor realm. The reason why he could break through to the second stage of the great emperor realm was mainly because of the six-sun sword god. You're too polite. The six-sun sword god smiled and waved his hand. Yi Xian was able to defeat the void god realm great emperor Jiang Wenyue as a grade 9 king. His father, Yi Chang, had broken through to the second stage of the great emperor realm. Now, it was better to build a good relationship with them. Chapter 705. At that moment, Wu Shang and the others landed as well. Wu Shang's gaze fell on Yi Chang as he said, Yi Chang, I hereby invite you to join Sword God's palace. You can choose from Tai, Trinity, 5 Xiangs, or 8 Desolation. Wu Shang's words shocked everyone present. Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation were currently without a palace master. If Yi Chang were to join them, he would be able to secure the position of palace master. Wu Shang, Jiang Wenyue quickly spoke. He was only able to become the palace master because of a good master, so he felt that it was unfair. However, Yi Chang immediately interrupted, I choose 8 Desolation. The reason why he was able to rise was because of the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Hence, he naturally had to choose 8 Desolation Palace. There was no doubt about it. Alright, from now on, you'll be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Wu Shang said directly. Boom. Everyone present was shocked. Yi Chang had just joined Sword God's palace and he was immediately appointed as the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. He was on equal footing with Jiang Wenyue. It was the first time in 100 years that this had happened. Wu Shang, this is against the rules. For Moon's Sword God stood out. The appointment of a palace master must be convincing and more than half of the palace masters must agree. Alright, I'll represent my father. We'll decide on the spot. Wu Shang nodded. However, the result was the same. Wu Shang represented Tai Palace, Duan Muyun represented Chia Palace, and Lu Yang Sword God represented Lu Yang Palace. If the three of them agreed, it would be more than half of the palace masters. The palace masters of Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation Palace had fallen. Only Unparalleled Palace was left. However, the Unparalleled Palace Master was not present. I agree. Lu Yang Sword God immediately said. I agree too. Duan Muyun followed. As long as Wu Shang agreed, Yi Chang would be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. However, before Wu Shang could speak, For Moon's Sword God snorted coldly, forget it. Xinyan, you'll be the palace master of 4 Moons Palace from now on. Wu Shang was the one who invited Yi Chang to join Sword God's palace master. He was the one who suggested that Yi Chang be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. How could he disagree? Wuxiang Xinyan's a sword god. In this way, Yi Chong had 4 votes and was firmly seated in the position of 8 Desolation Palace Master. If Yi Chong hadn't broken through yet, she could have helped, but now that both Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan had broken through, she didn't want to get involved in this mess. The conflict between the Jiang and Yi families should be left to their own devices. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xinyan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Jiang Wenyue, who was covered in blood, had already stabilized his injuries and changed into a new set of clothes. After seeing this scene, he could only sigh and say, "Congratulations, little sister." He didn't want to get involved anymore, so he turned around and left. Thank you, big brother. Jiang Xinyan thanked him again. As for Jiang Tianjin, he glared fiercely at Yi Xian before leaving with Jiang Wenyue. The matter had finally come to an end. Ha ha ha, Yi Chong, congratulations. Your family is about to occupy the Sword God's palace, Sword God Luyang said with a smile. Jiang Xinyan was now the palace master of 4 Moon Palace while Yi Chong was the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Duanmu Yun and Sword God Luyang of 7 Night Palace were on good terms with their family. Not only that, but Yi Xian had also become a disciple of Tai Palace. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for the position of palace master in the future. Therefore, almost all the members of Sword God's palace were related to their family. It was amazing. Come, let's go to my cave abode. Duanmu Yun said with a smile when she saw that the matter had come to an end. Today was a great day. Yi Xian first reunited with his father, then he saw his mother. Finally, his family was reunited. In addition, Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chong had also broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor Realm. The latter had even jumped 2 levels. It was great news. Their family chatted for the whole day, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, on the second day, someone came to visit Duanmu Yun's cave abode. It was Wu Shang. Yi Xian, you have joined Tai Palace. I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. In a few days, we will leave for the main continent. Do you want to stay in Sword God's palace or come with us? Wu Shang asked directly after seeing Yi Xian. Go to the main continent. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was now stuck at level 9 challenger. Although he could ask his parents for something to break through, he still felt that it was better to do it himself. Now that the monsters of the Desolation Wilderness are restricted by old immortal Tianju, we can directly cross the Desolation Wilderness and reach the main continent. I think that is your stage. Wu Shang continued. Okay. Yi Xian nodded without thinking. Whether it was the eastern continent or the chaotic astral ocean, there was no place for him. The levels here were too low. His cultivation was different from others. The possibility of him leveling up was too small. In that case, let's meet at the Sword God Pagoda tomorrow morning. Also, Jiang Tianjin will be in the team this time. Wu Shang left after saying that. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Now that Jiang Wenyue was no longer a threat to him, Jiang Tianjin was already a 3rd-stage Great Emperor. Although he had refined other Great Emperor's will, he was still stronger than a 2nd-stage Great Emperor. If he wanted to fight against Jiang Tianjin, he would have to at least break through to the Void God Realm. That Jiang Tianjin has a strange personality. You have to be careful this time. Jiang Xinyan reminded. I will. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Jiang Tianjin had 2 personalities. One was cold and the other was evil. The one that he had seen recently was the cold one. The evil one that liked to torture people had never appeared before. This time, he would be heading to the main continent with Wu Shang. There might be danger on the way, so he had to be careful of Jiang Tianjin, even though Jiang Tianjin was his cousin. Soon, it was time. Yi Xian left Duanmu Yun's cave dwelling and headed to the Sword God Pagoda. At this time, many people had already gathered at the Sword God Pagoda. They were not weak. Almost all of them were level 8 kings. Some were even level 9 kings. Wu Shang, Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian saw the two of them at first glance. Yi Xian knew that Wu Shang was a third-stage great emperor. However, he was much stronger than Jiang Tianjin. After all, Wu Shang had cultivated on his own. On the other hand, Jiang Tianjin had refined the great emperor's will to break through to the third-stage great emperor realm. Yi Xian, I will lead the team this time. Listen to my orders. Wu Shang said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior brother Wu Shang. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since Yi Xian arrived, Jiang Tianjin had revealed an evil smile. It seemed that Jiang Tianjin was being controlled by his evil personality. Compared to his cold personality, Jiang Tianjin's evil personality was more terrifying. Don't be anxious. Wait until I break through to the Void God realm. I will torture you until you call me father. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Chapter 706. Alright, everyone is here. Let's set off early. Wu Shang glanced at Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin before leaping into the air. There were 10 disciples from Sword God Palace who were between 25 and 35 years old accompanying the three of them to the main continent. In the eastern continent, they couldn't get any good experience and could only cultivate in seclusion. On the main continent, there were many Void God Realm great emperors and even supremes. That was the real stage. Wu Shang flew to the west and the others followed him. When the eastern continent was isolated from the world, the layout of the Blood Cliff continent had changed. There is a death desert behind the Great Wilderness. We have to cross this death desert to reach the Sunflame Holy Court. Wu Shang explained as he flew. Senior brother Wu Shang, is the Sunflame Holy Court strong? A 9th grade king asked. Strong. Those who can be called sacred dynasties all have supreme experts. Wu Shang nodded and said, when the great wilderness was blocked, we flew all the way from the chaotic astral ocean. However, we met the Sunflame Holy Court first, so we established a small force in the Sunflame Holy Court. Palace Master Wuxia and the old palace masters are in charge. Supremes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Supremes were the realms after the Void God Realm Great Emperor. It was said that old immortal Tianju was also a Supremes. Do Supremes also use ultimacy and Great Emperor intent? Someone asked. Wu Shang shook his head and said, no, to become a Supremes, one has to seal the Great Emperor intent and form the Supreme's golden body. The Supreme's golden body is hard to hurt. Even 109th grade great emperors can't hurt it. So strong. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian was the same. Hundreds of 9th grade great emperors couldn't hurt the Supreme's golden body. What kind of attack would it take? Senior brother Wu Shang, how do Supremes fight? The Void God Realm relies on the profound meaning. Once you reach the sovereign realm, you have to cultivate all kinds of intents, such as sword intents, blade intents, and so on. Only an attack that incorporates the sword intents can hurt the sovereign golden body. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of his eye and said, a senior of my Sword God Palace comprehended sword intent when he was at the Nihility God Realm. Although it was only an incomplete sword intent, it still increased his strength by more than 10 times. In the end, he died because of his old injuries. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian paused. He noticed Wu Shang's gaze. Could it be that Wu Shang is talking about Sword God Bahuang? The sword intent seed in my devour space was left behind by Sword God Bahuang. Yi Xian was shocked. A Void God Realm Great Emperor comprehended sword intent, this was enough to be proud of. However, not many people knew about this secret. However, Yi Xian was shocked just now. Coupled with his strange expression, Jiang Tianjin peeked at him. Senior brother Wuxiang, who is that senior? Jiang Tianjin asked curiously. You don't need to know. Wuxiang turned around and said, Yi Xian, you have the gravity space and the wind space. Help us speed up. Yi Xian was pulled back to reality by this sentence. He nodded and said, okay. In the next moment, the 12 of them felt two forces pushing them forward. However, only Jiang Tianjin did not. Tsk tisk. Jiang Tianjin laughed strangely in his heart. He did not care. His speed was not slower than Yi Xian. The latter's speed was only for the Sword God Palace disciples. Soon, the 13-man team crossed the Great Desolate Plains. Void God Realm Great Emperors were not allowed to enter the Great Wilderness. However, they could now, so they soon arrived at the Desert of Death. Looking at the boundless desert in front of them, Wuxiang and the others stopped. There is a special formation in this Desert of Death. We can't fly. Even if we jump, we can only reach 100 meters. Therefore, we can only walk. Wuxiang explained. Senior brother Wuxiang, is there any danger in this Desert of Death? Someone asked. Yes, there are many. Wuxiang nodded and said, for example, the sand pits on the ground. Even kings would find it hard to climb out if they are accidentally sucked in. There are also some desert creatures such as poisonous scorpions and poisonous snakes. Of course, the most dangerous thing is the desert storm. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to escape unscathed. Everyone swallowed their saliva and took out their weapons. They were extremely alert. Yi Xian, you have the earth attribute. Create a passage. Wuxiang turned to Yi Xian and said. Okay. Yi Xian walked in. In front of him, the sand in front of him was separated, and then a mud path that was several meters wide rose up. In this Desert of Death, the earth attribute had the highest survivability. However, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The sand in this Desert of Death was not ordinary sand. He had spent a lot of effort to build this mud path. He took the lead and walked on the mud path. Immediately, he felt a strange pressure that prevented him from flying. Not only that, even the repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Wuxiang also walked on the mud path. He patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, it doesn't need to be so wide. 2 meters is enough. Yi Xian nodded in silence. Everyone continued to follow Wuxiang. This mud path brought them great convenience. They did not have to worry about stepping on sand pits or being ambushed by desert creatures. However, this Desert of Death did not lack Void God Realm Great Emperors. Even Wuxiang could not guarantee that he could leave this Desert of Death alive. Yi Xian built the mud bridge while being vigilant of his surroundings. He did not know why, but he had a strange premonition that something was about to happen. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Wuxiang reminded. He also felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. However, he was a third-stage Great Emperor. With Jiang Tianjin beside him, he could deal with most of the problems. They advanced for a while, but in the end, Wuxiang could not help but stop. Senior brother Wuxiang, what's wrong? A Sword God Palace disciple asked curiously. Be careful. I'll check the surroundings. Wuxiang said as he looked around. In the next moment, his great emperor will blasted a big hole 1,000 meters away. Boom! The sound was very loud. Sand and dust billowed, but there was nothing. Wuxiang paused for a moment, then quickly turned his head. Boom! Another big hole appeared, but in the next moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Kill! Poof! 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 One figure after another leaped out of the sand. Desert bandits, be careful. Chapter 707. Although the Death Desert was dangerous, there were many trade routes that passed through here. Hence, there were desert bandits. These desert bandits were proficient in sand escape techniques and were very stealthy. Even Wuxiang, a stage 3 great emperor, did not discover them. He only felt that something was wrong. At this time, there were more than 20 desert bandits, more than a dozen B and B grade kings, and 3 empty god realm emperors. TSK, they are courting death, Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. 3 empty god realm great emperors dared to find trouble with them. They were overestimating themselves. Jiang Tianjin and I will deal with the empty god realm great emperors. Yi Xian, you deal with the kings. Wuxiang immediately assigned the tasks. Understood. Yi Xian nodded and charged out. He was just a step away from breaking through to the empty god realm great emperor. If all of these kings were given to him, it would be enough. Go to hell. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was extremely fast and merciless. The 10 Sword God Palace disciples also charged out, but compared to Yi Xian, they were as slow as snails. When Yi Xian finished off the 10 desert bandits, Wuxiang and Jiang Tianjin had already dealt with the 3 stage 1 great emperors. They are tough, let's go. One of the desert bandits shouted and quickly burrowed into the ground. Yi Xian was just a step away from breaking through and was about to use ground shrink to give chase. However, he was stopped by Wuxiang at this moment. Yi Xian, don't chase. Wuxiang hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped and looked at Wuxiang in surprise. The Death Desert is more dangerous underground. Only experienced desert bandits can come and go as they please. If you go down recklessly, I am afraid you will die miserably. Wuxiang explained. In fact, Yi Xian also knew this, but he had the Tree of Life bloodline and was not afraid of it. However, since Wuxiang had already spoken, he would just forget about it. At this moment, he was only a step away from the empty god realm great emperor realm. No wonder senior brother Wuxiang felt that something was wrong. So it was because of these desert bandits. Fortunately, senior brother Wuxiang was here. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were a little shocked. At the same time, they also felt the power of the main continent. A mere desert bandit actually had an empty god realm great emperor. This made them feel very pressured. We've killed more than 10 desert bandits, and 3 of them are the leaders of the desert bandits. The leader of the desert bandits will definitely come for revenge. You guys be careful, I only revealed the strength of a second-order great emperor just now. Wuxiang said to Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He wanted the other party to walk right into his trap. As long as these bandits dared to come again, he would be able to break through to the Nihility God stage. Let's go. The 10 of you have to be careful. Don't spread out. Wuxiang reminded them and continued forward. Although Yi Xian was only a level 9 king, his speed was faster than Jiang Wenyue's. Among those present, only Wuxiang and Jiang Tianjin were faster than him. Therefore, Wuxiang was not worried about Yi Xian. They continued forward for half an hour. Then, Wuxiang felt that something was wrong again. Clang! 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 Wuxiang formed the golden rampart and protected everyone inside. Desert bandits, come out. With the previous example, Wuxiang was sure that there was a group of desert bandits around them, ready to ambush them. Sure enough, as Wuxiang expected, as soon as his voice fell, a number of figures rushed out of the sand. This time, there were more than 30 people, 5 of which were empty god realm great emperors. Where did you come from? How dare you kill my men? The desert bandit leader shouted coldly. The strong are respected. What's there to talk about? Wu Shang replied indifferently. The desert bandit leader squinted his eyes. How dare you? Although you have some background, my men are not that easy to kill. Go. The moment he gave the order, all the desert bandits launched an attack. The desert bandit leader was a level 3 Great Emperor. Among the other 4 leaders, there was 1 level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors. As for the rest, they were all level 8 kings. Although they did not have the advantage in numbers, Wu Shang was the son of the Tai sword god. His strength was not comparable to those of the same level. At that moment, he stopped the desert bandit leader alone. As for the level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors, he left them to Jiang Tianjin. The pressure is too much. Let's break through first. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart and immediately charged out. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. One attack could kill a desert bandit. Yi Xian's attack speed was also fast. When Wu Shang and the desert bandit leader started fighting, he had already killed 5 level 9 kings. Almost there. He devoured the spoils of war and his cultivation level continued to increase. Desert bandit, robber, pirate, mountain bandit. These were all professions with great wealth. However, they did not have many items on them. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through to the empty god realm Great Emperor. The other 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace also gathered together to defend against the attacks of the desert bandits. However, no matter how many bandits there were, they could not withstand Yi Xian's massacre. That kid is strong. I will kill him. A level 1 Great Emperor bandit shouted. Originally, Jiang Tianjin could have stopped him. However, he purposely let the desert bandit pass. Humph. You want to kill me with such a small trick? Yi Xian snorted in his heart. With a double oppression, he killed a level 9 king bandit leader. He quickly flew over and caught the Qian Kun ring of the desert bandit leader. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 1 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded out, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He had finally broken through. At this moment, there was a strange energy in his mind. This was the Great Emperor's intent. The Great Emperor's intent could be merged with martial arts and ultimacies, greatly increasing the power. However, most people would need to form their own Great Emperor's intent to break through. However, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. The strength of the Great Emperor's intent was similar to that of an ordinary person. Ding! The host has learned the 3rd move of the 8 Desolation sword skill, Sword of Annihilation. Sword of 8 Desolation, Sword of Shattering Stars, and Sword of Annihilation were the 3 ultimate skills of the 8 Desolation Emperor. Now, Yi Xian had learned all 3 of them. Before the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived, Yi Xian merged the Great Emperor's intent into the double space. Bang! 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 One by one, the desert bandits exploded. The double space merged with the Great Emperor's intent was extremely powerful. So strong. Everyone present was shocked. The desert bandits thought that Yi Xian was a hidden void god realm Great Emperor. However, the people from the Sword God Palace knew that Yi Xian was just a level 9 king. Why would he suddenly have the Great Emperor's intent now? Kid, die. At this moment, the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived. Chapter 708. Dual Space. Yi Xian glared at the first stage Great Emperor. 2 invisible forces trapped the first stage Great Emperor. Ugh! The first stage Great Emperor was trapped by the dual space, which was infused with the Great Emperor's will. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. However, this was the desert of death. Yi Xian's upward repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Hence, the first stage Great Emperor quickly drilled into the sand. Bang! However, when he completely entered the sand, the pressure of the double space squeezed his head until it exploded. A first stage Great Emperor, dead. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away his universe ring. His strength once again skyrocketed. On the other side, the 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were dealing with the 12 sand bandits. Wuxiang and Jiang Tianjin didn't feel much pressure and weren't at a disadvantage. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity to increase his strength. If he could kill all the sand bandits, he would be able to suppress Jiang Tianjin. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's heart. They turned around and saw a huge wave in the distance. When the desert bandits saw the source of this huge wave, their faces were filled with fear. Not good. It's the death sandstorm. Run! The sand bandit leader shouted and quickly retreated. He then drilled into the sand. Wuxiang didn't give chase because he understood that it wasn't the right time to do so. Quick, everyone gather here. Wuxiang hurriedly shouted. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace quickly gathered. They didn't dare to be negligent because they felt that the death sandstorm was no small matter. Even the Third Order Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader's face turned pale. What did these Ninth Order kings amount to? Yi Xian, quickly open up the sand. Let's go down. Wuxiang hurriedly shouted. The death sandstorm must be very dangerous to be able to make Wuxiang so frightened. Yi Xian didn't say anything and drilled into the sand. Then Wuxiang and the others immediately followed and kept going down. Among them, only Yi Xian had the earth attribute. Although Wuxiang was a Third Order Great Emperor, he had the metal attribute and could not control the sand. Therefore, Yi Xian was much faster than him. The death sandstorm is the most dangerous thing in the death desert. Even I could die in it. Later on, I will build a golden wall. You guys should also focus on forming physical objects. Do not be swept away by the death sandstorm. Wuxiang shouted as he followed. He calculated the time and immediately formed a golden wall to envelop all of them. In the blink of an eye, the 13 of them were in a narrow space with 6 golden walls. Boom! All of a sudden, the 13 of them staggered. Soon after, they realized that they had been swept up by the sandstorm and were sent flying into the air. Quick, reinforce it. Wuxiang hurriedly reminded everyone when he saw that they were in a daze. Yi Xian reacted and quickly formed an earth wall. Just now, when he glanced at the sandstorm, it gave him the same feeling as Wind Blade's second-level death storm. However, its power was probably 10 times stronger than the death storm. If a human was swept up by the death sandstorm, they would probably be sliced to death by the wind blades. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to survive. Gotcha! 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 Although Wuxiang was a Third Order Great Emperor, his golden wall could not completely withstand the death sandstorm. At this time, there were already many gaps in the golden wall, and sand was continuously seeping in. We must hold on until the death sandstorm ends. Wuxiang shouted with a gloomy expression. The death sandstorm was very strong. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors could die. Although Wuxiang was a Third Order Great Emperor, he did not dare to guarantee that he could survive. He estimated that if he was in the death sandstorm, he would only have a 70% chance of survival. Jiang Tianjin had 50%. And Yi Xian had less than 30%. As for the 10 Sword God Palace disciples, there was almost no chance of survival. This was the death sandstorm that even the desert bandits were afraid of. Gotcha! 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 Although everyone tried their best to repair the gap, they could not make ends meet. In less than 10 seconds, a large gap was cut off in Wuxiang's golden wall. Everyone looked at the gap and saw nothing but darkness. However, they could faintly smell the scent of blood. They did not know if the blood belonged to the desert bandits or the caravan. It's over. The golden wall cannot hold on any longer. Everyone, follow me and charge out. Wuxiang shouted in the wind. He was fully armed and took the lead to charge out of the gap. Jiang Tianjin did not dare to say anything else and quickly followed behind. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, the 10 disciples from the Sword God's palace were terrified. No, we can't. If we go out, we will definitely die. What should we do? Senior brother Wuxiang's golden wall is about to collapse. Even if we don't go out, we will still die. We will die anyway. Let's fight. A few Sword God Palace disciples rushed out. However, they could not fly in this place. They were instantly swept away by the death sandstorm. One of them even had half of his head cut off by a sharp wind blade. Without the protection of the great emperor's will, they were like tofu in the death sandstorm. The others did not dare to go out after seeing their miserable state. They could only helplessly stay in Wuxiang's golden wall. Gotcha! Without Wuxiang's repair, the golden wall quickly collapsed. Soon after, the remaining Sword God Palace disciples were swept away by the death sandstorm. Their fates were left to fate. At this time, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin were constantly swept away by the death sandstorm under Wuxiang's lead. They kept failing and even Wuxiang was injured. If the death sandstorm was outside, it would be easier to deal with it. However, this death sandstorm was in the death desert. It was impossible to fly in the death desert, so it was very dangerous. You two use the great emperor's will to protect me. I will open the way. Yi Xian, use gravity and wind to help. Wuxiang roared loudly. His great emperor's will was the strongest, so it was best to use it to open the way. However, if it was used to open the way, his defense would be weaker. Therefore, he needed Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin to work together. In the death desert, upward repulsion and wind were useless. However, downward repulsion was useful. Yi Xian and the other two formed a line and kept rushing out. However, the death sandstorm's wind was too strong. Even with the great emperor's will in the double space, they could only move forward slowly. After rushing for a full minute, they were still in the death sandstorm's inner circle. They had not even reached the outer circle. Chapter 709. Damn it! Wuxiang cursed angrily. He had already experienced the might of this sandstorm. In fact, he could have used his great emperor's will to protect himself and survive. However, if he did so, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin would be in trouble. Right at this moment, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Jiang Tianjin, who was in the middle, was swept away by the sandstorm. What? Wuxiang was startled. Soon, he realized that Jiang Tianjin had used up a lot of his great emperor's will when fighting against the bandit leaders. Therefore, he had used it very carefully. And because of Jiang Tianjin's mistake, he was the first to be blown away. Yi Xian, if this continues, both of us will exhaust our great emperor's will. We can only give up and follow the direction of the sandstorm. That's the only way to survive. Wuxiang shouted. Understood. Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. Next, he used his great emperor's will to protect himself and stop the impact. Whoosh whoosh. The sandstorm of death swept him away as well. In the sandstorm, one had to follow the direction of the sandstorm. If one went against it, they would only die miserably. Fortunately, he had the dual space. His body was also of the wind attribute. Under the situation where he followed the wind, his survival ability was not lower than Wuxiang's. I can only leave it to fate. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he followed the sandstorm. Next, he used his great emperor's will very carefully. Normally, he would use his Shen Qi and profound. Although his great emperor's will could recover quickly, he still had to be careful. Even if there were wind blades, as long as they did not injure his vitals, he would not defend and let the tree of life recover on its own. In the death sandstorm, it was pitch black. He could no longer see Wuxiang, and he had no idea where Jiang Tianjin had been swept away to. At this moment, he could not care so much. He could only protect himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sandstorm continued to spin and move, sweeping in countless sand and dust. Fortunately, Yi Xian's throbbing earth pulse had increased to 64 layers. As long as he merged his great emperor's will into the 64 layers, he would be able to block the fatal wind blades. Normally, he would only need to use the normal 64-layered pulsating guard. Another minute passed. In this 1 minute, Yi Xian had lost count of how many times he had followed the deadly sandstorm. Most people would feel dizzy, but he was full of energy. After all, he had stayed in Heyan's gravitational space for a full 10 days. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. He suddenly felt the death sandstorm slowing down. Was it about to stop? Immediately, his eyes lit up. It seemed that he should be able to survive. He just didn't know how the others would fare. Huff huff. His intuition was right. The death sandstorm had indeed begun to weaken, and the wind blade attacks had also lessened. He continued to rotate with the death sandstorm at the same speed as the rotation speed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly infused the great emperor's will into the 64 pulsatile guards. Boom! The death sandstorm suddenly exploded, and the powerful shockwave instantly sent Yi Xian flying. PFFF. Even with the great emperor's will infused into the 64 pulsatile guards, Yi Xian was still severely injured. His head buzzed, and he could only feel that his body was in a weightless state. His entire body was covered in sand. By the time Yi Xian reacted, he found himself in a sand pit. This sand pit was constantly swallowing him up. Not good. Yi Xian immediately woke up. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly used the profound meaning of ground shrink. In the death desert, the death sand pits were also very terrifying. This was because one couldn't fly here. If one accidentally fell into these death sand pits, the quicksand would constantly swallow one's body and bury one in the endless desert. If it was ordinary sand, ordinary martial artists could easily escape. However, this wasn't ordinary sand. Only Void God Realm Great Emperors or those who had comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrink could escape easily. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had both of them, so he escaped from the quicksand. I'm finally out. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was really bad. It was his first time entering the death desert, and he actually encountered such a terrifying thing. He glanced at his current attire, which could only be described as appalling. After all, during the sandstorm of death, his arms and legs had been cut off several times, and even his waist had been cut off several times. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have survived. I wonder how senior brother Wuxiang and the others are doing. Yi Xian looked around and didn't feel any powerful aura. He jumped up and looked around. There was only sand piles around him. There was no one. Let's look around first. Yi Xian changed into a clean set of clothes and started looking for survivors. Just now, he was sent flying by the super shock wave of the death sandstorm. However, the direction his feet were facing when he landed was the direction he flew from. Therefore, he quickly started searching. Even he was sent flying by the shock wave. It was the same for the others. However, it was still uncertain if they could survive. Yi Xian started to wander around. The death desert was filled with earth attribute yuan qi. He directly raised a 1-meter wide dirt road and started searching. After searching for a while, he found a corpse first. However, it was the corpse of a desert bandit. The sand of the Death Desert has the effect of hiding aura. What a pity, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This desert bandit's corpse was only 1/3 complete. He didn't know where the yin and yang ring had flown to. If it had fallen into the sand pile, he wouldn't be able to find it. He continued to search. A few minutes later, he found a second corpse. This time, the corpse was someone he recognized. It was the corpse of a rank 8 martial king from the Sword God Palace. Even Wuxiang, a rank 3 great emperor, wasn't 100% sure that he could survive the death sandstorm. Yi Xian was lucky enough to survive. As for those who weren't Void God Realm great emperors, they could only rely on luck. If there was one corpse, there would be a second one. A few minutes later, Yi Xian found a total of 4 corpses of the Sword God Palace's disciples. There were also a few corpses of desert bandits. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Void God Realm Great Emperor. He frowned because he didn't know if this Void God Realm Great Emperor was a desert bandit, Wuxiang, or Jiang Tianjin. Therefore, he hurriedly concealed his aura and escaped into the sand. The bandit leader who fought with Wuxiang earlier was also a rank 3 great emperor. His strength wasn't bad. If Yi Xian encountered him now, with his current realm, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to the bandit leader in a short time. He could only rely on guerrilla warfare. Chapter 7:10. However, when he saw the face of the empty God Realm Great Emperor, he jumped out of the sand. Senior brother Wuxiang. Yi Xian hurriedly called out. The newcomer was not the desert bandit leader, but the son of the Tai sword god, Wuxiang. Junior brother Yi, I'm glad you're okay. Wuxiang ran over with a pale face. His white robe was stained with blood. The death sandstorm had brought him a lot of trouble. Although the metal defense that had merged with the great emperor's will was very strong, he had been swept away for a few minutes and consumed a lot of his great emperor's will. Senior brother Wuxiang, I saw 4 corpses along the way. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Wuxiang sighed, don't blame yourself, this is the death sandstorm. It's too ferocious, those below the Void God realm can only rely on luck. Even those experienced bandits couldn't escape. Let's search again and see if there are any survivors. All right. Yi Xian nodded. With the addition of Wuxiang, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of encountering the desert bandit leader. Instead, he hoped to encounter him. However, this group of desert bandits generally walked on the ground. At that time, Wuxiang only found those desert bandits with weaker strength. The two searched for a while but did not find anything. Instead, they saw many corpses that seemed to belong to the desert caravan. Yi Xian, stop. Suddenly, Wuxiang shouted. Yi Xian paused and said, Senior brother Wuxiang, what's wrong? There's a very strong aura. It might be the desert bandit leaders. Wuxiang quickly squatted down and gently climbed to a sand dune. He poked his head out to take a look. There was a group of people in front of him. There were more than 10 desert bandits wearing white scarves and more than 10 people wearing different clothes. Wuxiang squinted and said, Jiang Tianjin is also caught. Yi Xian was startled. He looked over and sure enough, Jiang Tianjin was also in the group. His body was stained with blood and seemed to be seriously injured. At the same time, there were also the desert bandit leader and 4 other leaders among the bandits. Among the others, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace. The rest were strangers. Yi Xian had never seen them before. The bandit leader who fought with me just now was actually standing behind someone. It seems that the strength of the person in front is not to be underestimated. Wuxiang said in a low voice. At least a 3rd-order great emperor, Yi Xian understood Wuxiang's meaning. In this world, the strong were respected. For a third-order great emperor to walk behind someone, it meant that the other party's status was higher than his. If it's just that desert bandit leader, I can deal with him alone. However, there's still a third-order great emperor and several void god realm great emperors. The two of us are no match for them. Wuxiang shook his head. Although Yi Xian didn't want to save Jiang Tianjin, there were two disciples of Sword God Palace among the people held hostage by the bandits. One of them was from Ba Huang Palace, so he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Senior brother Wuxiang, what should we do now? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Wait. Wuxiang replied, although these bandits can burrow into the ground, their captives can't. Therefore, they have to walk back to their nest. Then, should we launch a sneak attack and rescue them by force? Yi Xian asked. Yi Xian still frowned, but the bandits can just steal the Qian Kuan ring. What's the point of capturing people? Throw them away and become slaves. Look at them. They are wearing a special kind of shackle that can restrict their use of true qi. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors won't be able to use their Great Emperor willpower if they're shackled. Wuxiang explained. Slaves. Yi Xian was shocked. Void God Realm Great Emperors were using them as slaves. What was that for? Slaves are popular in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. They will use a special method to carve the word slave on their faces, making them slaves for eternity. Even if you peel off their skin, when new skin grows, the word slave will still be engraved on their face. These slaves are usually bought by some family forces. They can be used as sparring partners or sent out to carry out missions. Wuxiang continued. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was fantasizing about carving the word slave on Jiang Tianjin's face. How cool would that be? However, there were two disciples of the Sword God Palace beside Jiang Tianjin. Hence, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Let's go. Follow them carefully. Don't be discovered. Wuxiang took the lead and followed them. Fortunately, they were in the Death Desert. There were countless sand dunes for them to hide in. In addition, the two of them concealed their auras. Hence, it was difficult for the bandits to discover them. The two of them followed behind the group of bandits and moved forward. After more than half an hour, the two of them suddenly saw the group of bandits jump into a huge sand pit. It seems that that's their nest. Let's wait for a while. Wuxiang said. Waiting for a while was to let the bandits lower their guard. After the group of bandits jumped in, the huge sand pit closed. It seemed that there was an Earth Attribute King or Great Emperor controlling it. However, Yi Xian and Wuxiang had already memorized the location. Yi Xian, use Earth Shrinking and bring me to investigate. Wuxiang turned around and said. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he brought Wuxiang into the sand and slowly approached. The huge sand pit was the main camp of the bandits. However, there were at least 2/3 stage Great Emperors inside. Hence, they had to be careful. The sand pit was a passageway that looked like a well. It was a kilometer deep. Yi Xian used Earth Shrinking to rush to one side of the wall and broke a small hole. I heard that the bandits built a castle underground. This path should lead to that castle. Wuxiang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't see anyone. But we don't know where the captives are. Yi Xian replied. Yes. Hence, we can't rescue them by force. Wuxiang nodded and said, otherwise, I'll lure the 2/3 stage Great Emperors away. You use Earth Shrinking to investigate and then rescue them. This is the main camp of the bandits. They will check for danger from time to time. It's safer to use Earth Shrinking here. In truth, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the poisonous scorpions and snakes in the sand. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Senior brother Wuxiang, can you do it alone? Yi Xian asked. If it wasn't for the death sandstorm, that bandit leader would have been killed by me. It won't be a problem for me to hold back the two of them. With your strength, I estimate that you can fight against second-stage great emperors. However, this time, we're not going to clear out the bandits' nest. We're going to rescue them. As long as we rescue them, we'll meet at the place where we first met. Wuxiang explained his plan. All right. Chapter 711. Yi Xian did not want to save Jiang Tianjin, but with Wuxiang and 2 other disciples of Sword God Palace, he could not sit back and do nothing. Then you hide here, I will kill my way out. Remember, we are saving people, not wiping out a bandit nest. Wuxiang reminded him again. Senior brother Wuxiang, don't worry. Even if I can't win, escaping is not a problem. Yi Xian said confidently. Although these bandits were proficient in the earth burrowing technique, how could they compare to a true earth burrowing technique? Yi Xian's speed was several times faster than theirs. In that case, I will go. Wuxiang said and rushed out. As for Yi Xian, he quickly circled around to the other side of the well. How dare you, bandits, come out and die! Wuxiang shouted as he leaped down. There were 2 desert bandits guarding the bottom of the well, but as soon as they reacted, they were killed without a single scratch. There was no hesitation at all. Wuxiang's voice was deafening, and the entire underground castle shook. When he landed, many bandits surrounded him. How dare you rush in? Who are you? One of the bandits asked in shock. You kidnapped my companion, can't you recognize me? Wuxiang shouted and raised his sword. In the next moment, the bandit was cut in half. Not only that, but the other bandits were not spared either. Wuxiang was a 3rd-order great emperor. Even a 2nd-order great emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Only a 3rd-order great emperor could fight against him, and it was only a fight. Wuxiang's voice was very loud. Soon, the Void God Realm Great Emperor bandits would come out. Since they were all bandits, he would kill them one by one. The more bandits Wuxiang killed, the lower the chances of Yi Xian being discovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already started to move. He used the earth burrowing technique to travel through the walls. The bandit nest was quite big. Yi Xian first looked around to see if he could find the slaves that were about to be sold. Rumble. Just as he was shuttling through the bandit's lair, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that Wuxiang was already fighting with the bandit leader. Yi Xian also hastened his footsteps. Now, he did not use ground shrink and directly entered. Coincidentally, 2 desert bandits passed by and saw him. Who's there? A desert bandit shouted. But in the next moment, he saw 2 cold flashes of light. Then, his head and that of the other bandit flew into the air. Yi Xian quickly chased after them and took their universe rings. Although Yi Xian's speed was fast, he had to come out to take a look every time. It wasn't as practical as using world walking. After all, Yi Xian's dexterity had advanced 4 times, and he could use double space acceleration. Thus, world walking was more useful than world walking in this situation. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Rather than looking for it himself, it would be more convenient to ask the desert bandits. Coincidentally, the second group of people he met after coming out was actually a Void God Stage Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader. Kid, you're courting death. The bandit leader shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was known to be invincible. A mere first-order Great Emperor was nothing to him. Double space acceleration. Great Emperor intent. In the next moment, the bandit leader's body stiffened and he could not move. What? The bandit leader was shocked. He could feel that Yi Xian's great emperor intent was similar to his, but their strength was worlds apart. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian was already in front of him and said, "Where are the slaves you captured? Bastard, kill me if you have the guts." The bandit leader would rather die than comply. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Yi Xian glared and the pressure of double space acceleration began to increase. The bandit leader could only feel his head buzzing. It would not be long before his head was crushed. I'll talk." The bandit leader smelled the scent of death and quickly changed his mind. "Speak." Yi Xian shouted coldly. "There are two paths behind me. Just take the left one," the bandit leader said hurriedly. Yi Xian glanced at the bandit leader. There were indeed two paths behind the bandit leader. Yi Xian immediately swung his sword. "See law." The bandit leader's head flew. He thought that if he spoke, Yi Xian would not kill him. Yi Xian quickly removed the bandit leader's interspatial ring and rushed towards the left path. His speed was very fast, faster than a third-order great emperor. Not long after, he saw a prison. There was a group of people inside, about 40 to 50 of them. Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian looked over and saw Jiang Tianjin's miserable figure. However, outside this prison, there were two bandit leaders guarding it. "Who's there?" The two bandit leaders noticed Yi Xian. But in the next moment, they were unable to move. Although this bandit group was not bad and had two third-order great emperors, there was only one second-order great emperor. He was one of Jiang Tianjin's opponents. The two bandit leaders guarding the prison were only first-order great emperors. Yi Xian used all his strength to execute dual space and killed both of them. He quickly swept over and collected the two's interspatial rings. He then turned around and glared. Pang! The prison's special lock exploded and the prison door opened. Then, the people inside came out one after another. However, they had special shackles on their bodies. If they were not opened, they were just a group of ordinary people with stronger physiques. Even an ordinary virtual god could kill them. "Little brother, are you here to save us? Little brother, quickly release us. Let's kill our way out. These damn bandits. We have more than 10 Void God Realm Great Emperors and a third-order Great Emperor. Let's kill them together." The group of people shouted. Yi Xian did not care about them. He quickly broke the shackles on Jiang Tianjin and the two Sword God Palace disciples and threw them 3 middle-grade Void God weapons. "Yi Xian, where's senior brother Wushang?" a Sword God Palace disciple asked. He lured the two third-order Great Emperors away. "I'm here to save you," Yi Xian said as he released the shackles on some of the people around him and threw them some middle-grade Void God weapons. When these people were captured, they were shackled and their interspatial rings were taken away. Hence, the weapons they had accumulated for many years were gone. However, compared to weapons, their lives were more important. Soon, these people were released from their shackles. At the same time, they had weapons. "Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives." Chapter 7:12. Let's go. The two third-stage Great Emperors will be back soon. Let's go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and led the group out of the cave. There were 2 second-stage Great Emperors and 10 first-stage Great Emperors in the group. If they worked together, they could go against a third-stage Great Emperor. At this time, Jiang Tianjin approached with a smile and whispered, "Tisk, tsk. Are you interested in going with me?" Yi Xian asked vigilantly, "Where are we going?" He understood that the current Jiang Tianjin was the evil Jiang Tianjin. Otherwise, how could he reveal such a smile? "I heard from the desert bandits that there is a strange tree here. The tree bears fruit every year and the fruit can increase one's cultivation. Jiang Tianjin said with a wicked smile. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not believe Jiang Tianjin's nonsense. The evil Jiang Tianjin was harder to deal with than the cold Jiang Tianjin. Senior brother Wu Shang has already lured the 2/3 stage great emperors away. No one in the cave can stop us. Jiang Tianjin continued. Yi Xian paused and said to the 2 sword god palace disciples behind him, 2 senior brothers, follow the group and kill our way out. Senior brother Jiang and I need to go somewhere. Then, he told them the location where he would meet up with Wu Shang. Okay. The 2 sword god palace disciples nodded. Then, Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin left the group. I don't know if Jiang Tianjin is telling the truth. However, we need to settle this today. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd stage great emperor, he had refined other great emperors' will to break through. He was weaker than Wu Shang and Wu Shang's opponent. He was only slightly stronger than a 2nd stage great emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had defeated Jiang Wenyue when he was a 9th grade king. Now that he had broken through to the empty god realm and obtained great emperor's will, he was not afraid of Jiang Tianjin. Most importantly, he had a killer move, the Sword of Annihilation reincarnation that he had learned after breaking through to the empty god realm. He had not used this move before, but its power was definitely stronger than the sword shattering stars. Where is the strange tree you were talking about? Yi Xian could not help but ask as he stood far away from the crowd. It's at the end of the other path. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. All right, lead the way. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Tianjin smiled again and led the way. Along the way, they did encounter some unlucky desert bandits. All of them were killed by Yi Xian and their interspatial rings were taken away. Jiang Tianjin also took an interspatial ring to store things. It didn't take long for them to feel a powerful spiritual energy. There really was a supreme treasure in front of them. I didn't expect Jiang Tianjin to be telling the truth. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He thought Jiang Tianjin was looking for a place to kill him. Who is it? Suddenly, a shout came from the corner in front of them. Then, a bandit leader walked out. 2nd stage Great Emperor, kill. Jiang Tianjin shouted coldly as he glared at the bandit leader. Inextinguishable flames rose from the ground beneath the bandit leader's feet. The inextinguishable flames were infused with Jiang Tianjin's 3rd stage Great Emperor's will. However, the bandit leader was not someone to be trifled with. He quickly dodged. However, in the next moment, he felt 2 waves of pressure sealing off his path of retreat. Die! Jiang Tianjin shot forward and sent the bandit leader flying with a slash. After all, he was a 3rd stage Great Emperor. Even if he had refined the will of a fallen Great Emperor, he was still stronger than an ordinary 2nd stage Great Emperor. After the bandit leader was sent flying, Yi Xian took care of him. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows. With the cooperation of the 2, Yi Xian easily killed the bandit leader. Then, he quickly swept over and kept the bandit leader's interspatial ring. Jiang Tianjin looked at him quietly with a smile on his face. He did not say a word. This Jiang Tianjin, Yi Xian threw the interspatial ring aside and narrowed his eyes as he pondered. The current Jiang Tianjin was very strange. He did not want a single cent of the spoils of a 2nd stage Great Emperor. After killing the bandit leader, Jiang Tianjin turned a corner and saw a red tree. What a strong flame aura! Jiang Tianjin's eyes narrowed. He instantly understood that this was a worldly treasure of the fire attribute. Coincidentally, he was also of the fire attribute. At this moment, Yi Xian had also swept over. Split equally. Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice and quickly flew over. There were more than 10 fruits on the red tree. Yi Xian did not delay and quickly swept over to pick them. Although this thing is useless to me, I can devour it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and swallowed the red fruit. His cultivation base increased by a level. He estimated that the value of these two fruits was almost equal to the value of the interspatial ring he had just obtained. Even if he had to split it equally with Jiang Tianjin, he would at least get 8 fruits. At that time, he would be able to break through to the second stage Great Emperor. However, Jiang Tianjin's gaze fell on Yi Xian. He revealed a sinister smile and suddenly attacked. Yi Xian, who was in the midst of collecting the red fruits, suddenly trembled and quickly retreated. Bang! The place where he had been standing just now suddenly exploded. Inextinguishable flames. Furthermore, it was the inextinguishable flames that had merged with the will of a great emperor. At this moment, only he and Jiang Tianjin were here. Therefore, the one who attacked him must be Jiang Tianjin. So you're finally showing your foxtail? Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian actually had this thought when Jiang Tianjin suggested it. When he took the second stage Great Emperor's interspatial ring, Jiang Tianjin did not say anything. This meant that he would most likely attack Yi Xian. Moreover, there were only the two of them here. It was the best time to attack. Yi Xian was prepared. Otherwise, Jiang Tianjin would have succeeded. Hee, how can I not take revenge for what you did to my father? Jiang Tianjin sneered. Revenge? Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. He said, speaking of revenge, have you forgotten what you did? Of course not. But without the stimulation, would you have grown to this stage today? Jiang Tianjin smiled sinisterly. Indeed not. Yi Xian shook his head. If not for Jiang Tianjin's stimulation, he would not have improved so quickly. Jiang Tianjin was the one who forced him to do so. What a coincidence. Let's settle our grudges today. Jiang Tianjin slowly walked down with the mid-rank ethereal divine weapon that Yi Xian gave him. That's what I was thinking. Yi Xian took out the wind dragon slash. He held the wind dragon slash in his left hand and the 8 desolate sword in his right hand. This time, his opponent was a third stage Great Emperor. Even if Jiang Tianjin was weaker than an ordinary third stage Great Emperor, he was still stronger than a second stage Great Emperor. Chapter 7:13. You'd better not show mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, Jiang Tianjin reminded him. I won't be the one to die. Yi Xian shook his head. Both of them were very confident. Jiang Tianjin was 2 realms above Yi Xian, so he was confident in defeating Yi Xian. Yi Xian was the same. The two of them were silent for a few seconds, then moved at the same time. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately used his special skill. After all, this was what he relied on to make a living. Fire clone. Jiang Tianjin also quickly condensed a fire clone made of inextinguishable flames behind Yi Xian, then attacked from both sides. Swish. Swish. 2 sword lights brushed past Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's speed immediately exploded. Killing you won't be able to relieve my hatred. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. You're really hard to deal with. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly and quickly covered the surroundings with inextinguishable flames to block Yi Xian's attack. Don't forget, his attribute countered Yi Xian's. Bam! 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 Jiang Tianjin defeated the 36 overlapped images that combined the Great Emperor intent and 64 layers of the Earth Pulse. However, Jiang Tianjin's original body was restricted by the dual space, his speed reduced by 40%. In a battle between experts, the gap between them could be seen in just 1 round. Yi Xian had both restrictions and attacks, while Jiang Tianjin only had powerful attacks. The weapon in his hand was also trash. Apart from the suppression of realms, he had no advantage at all. Rumble. After the first round, a loud sound suddenly came from outside. Both of them couldn't help but be startled. Seems like an accident happened. Let's deal with Jiang Tianjin first. Yi Xian thought about it and discovered that another fire clone had appeared near him. 2 fire clones. No, 3 of them. Kid, I know you want revenge, but I, Jiang Tianjin, would rather die than let you do it. So, let's die together. Ever since Yi Xian had broken through to the Nihility God stage Great Emperor stage, he knew that he would die at the hands of Yi Xian. Therefore, he was prepared to perish together with Yi Xian. Before Jiang Tianjin finished speaking, Yi Xian had already sensed the auras of the 3 flame clones growing stronger. He had seen this move before. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Tianjin's raging flames incinerate the heavens at the same time. Dual space. The will of the Great Emperor. 36 overlapping shadows. Yi Xian was multitasking, preparing to destroy all 3 fire avatars. However, the difference between his Great Emperor will and Jiang Tianjin's was too great. He couldn't destroy the second fire clone, and even the first fire clone didn't explode from the pressure of the dual space. He only managed to destroy the third fire clone. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful energy swept out from within the cave. The raging flames incinerate the heavens combined with the Great Emperor will was extremely powerful. With 3 stacked together, even a 4th stage Great Emperor would fall, not to mention these stone walls that were only used to support the sand. When the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens were stacked together, the explosion could reach tens of thousands of meters, blowing up half of the bandits' lair. Hundreds of bandits were blown up, leaving nothing behind. The entire underground had become a vacuum, and the sand above had also been blown away. Not long after, the quicksand at the top surged in one after another. The mangrove tree and the fruit were also burned to a crisp by the inextinguishable flames. Jiang Tianjin had also disappeared without a trace. Cough, cough, Yi Xian, who was hit by the 3 raging flames incinerate the heavens, did not die on the spot. This was because he had merged the Great Emperor will into the 64 layers of pulsating guard and the dual space. While defending, he used the repulsive and wind forces to resist the attacks. Even so, he was still on the verge of death. This attack was even more powerful than the death sandstorm from before. Damn Jiang Tianjin, Yi Xian quickly sat up, allowing the bloodline of the divine tree of life to heal his injuries. Then, he prepared to chase after Jiang Tianjin. After using the raging flames incinerate the heavens 3 times, Jiang Tianjin's true qi had most likely been depleted. At this moment, Yi Xian was very regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have plucked all the fruits on the mangrove tree. If he had broken through to the 2nd stage Great Emperor realm, the 3rd stage Great Emperor Jiang Tianjin would not be worth mentioning in front of him. Unfortunately, he had been careless. He felt that killing Jiang Tianjin in one blow was not enough to vent his hatred. That was why Jiang Tianjin had succeeded. It's about time. You want to run? Can you outrun me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to use earth shrinking to chase after Jiang Tianjin, a figure suddenly flew out from behind him. Who is it? Yi Xian turned around and saw a man in battle armor. In the next moment, he felt that he could not move. Great Emperor will. Even Jiang Tianjin could not use his Great Emperor will to suppress Yi Xian, but this man in battle armor could. This meant that he was at least a 4th stage Great Emperor. This was because even Wuxiang could not use his Great Emperor will to suppress him. 4th stage Great Emperor. Why is there a 4th stage Great Emperor here? Yi Xian was shocked. He suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Brat, did you cause this commotion? The man in battle armor asked with narrowed eyes. No. Yi Xian subconsciously replied. Even if it's not you, it has something to do with you. How dare you destroy the red flame tree? You made me come here for nothing. The man in battle armor was somewhat angry. Coming here for nothing. This allowed Yi Xian to guess that this man in battle armor was not a desert bandit. Could it be that he's here to buy slaves? This thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. The Sunflame's sacred dynasty was very popular with slaves. Slaves who were caught would have a special method to carve the word "nu" on their face. Even if the word was cut off and healed with medicine, the word would still be there. Forever a slave. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. If he was going to be a slave, he might as well be killed. Seeing that your talent is not bad, you might have some background. However, I like people with backgrounds like yours. The man in battle armor snorted coldly. He then threw a pair of shackles at Yi Xian. The shackles suddenly opened in midair and flew towards Yi Xian's feet. Seeing this, Yi Xian was scared half to death. These shackles were the thing that restricted his true qi and profound. However, he was currently immobilized by the great Emperor will. How could he dodge? Damn it, keep! Yi Xian cursed and kept the 8 desolate sword into the devouring space. He knew that if he was caught, his spatial ring would be taken away. The man in battle armor did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's actions. He directly controlled the shackles and locked them on Yi Xian's feet. This time, Yi Xian was in trouble. Damn it, I really can't use my true qi, profound, and great Emperor will. Looking at the shackles on his feet, Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that he would be caught. If he had known, he would have left immediately. Chapter 7:14. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. He wasn't praying for a miracle, but for the bloodline of the sacred tree of life to erase the word slave. Otherwise, how could he face his family and friends? The armored man withdrew his great emperor's will when he saw that his legs were shackled. Then, a middle-aged bandit rushed to the armored man's side. Lord Zhou, this. The middle-aged bandit was at a loss for words. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I ordered. Tell me, what should I do? The armored man asked coldly. Gulp. The middle-aged bandit swallowed his saliva and said, Lord Zhou, this is none of our business. I don't care. You can't take out the red blaze fruits that I asked for. Do you want me to come here for nothing? The armored man's tone was threatening. The middle-aged bandit quickly changed his mind and said, Lord Zhou, it's my fault. How about this, I'll give all the captives that I've captured recently to you and give you some treasures. I won't let you come here for nothing. What do you think? That's more like it. The armored man nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian, saying, I'm the one who captured this brat. Bring him to me too. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged bandit quickly nodded. Then, he quickly rushed over and picked up Yi Xian like a chick and brought him away. Damn it, this is troublesome. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The middle-aged bandit should be a third-stage great emperor in the desert bandit group, but he called the armored man lord. It seemed that the armored man was from the Sunflame's sacred dynasty. Yi Xian was brought to a large open space by the middle-aged bandit. There were already many people waiting for Yi Xian. Little brother, why are you caught too? Sigh, I've dragged you into this. These people were the ones that Yi Xian had saved, but they were caught again. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that half of the people were gone. The 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace were also gone. A total of 18 people. The middle-aged bandit grinned and took off Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Then, he handed another one to the armored man. The man in armor took the universe ring and glanced at it. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although I didn't get the red blaze fruit, I didn't waste my trip. He did not notice that the Bahuang sword he had seen earlier was not in Yi Xian's interspatial ring. This was because virtual divine weapons were not valuable. Only they could use virtual divine weapons that others had nurtured for decades. Thank you for your understanding, Master Zhou. The middle-aged bandit immediately smiled. All right, all of you, follow me. If you dare to run, don't blame me for being merciless, said the armored man as he climbed up a flight of stairs. Even though he was a fourth-order great emperor, he still couldn't fly in the desert of death. Yi Xian and the others followed behind him in an orderly manner. The 18 of them were all shackled. Any desert bandit could kill all of them. There was no way to escape, so they could only accept their fate. Soon, they left the bandit lair. Master, where are we being taken to? Someone asked when they returned to the ground. They knew they were going to be taken, so they had to know where they were going to be taken to. The armored man shook his head. No, your faces won't be engraved with the word slave. I'm not treating you as slaves. We're not slaves. The 18 of them, including Yi Xian, couldn't help but light up when they heard this. You're not slaves. As for where it is, you'll know when you get there. The armored man suddenly smiled and said, Next, I'll release your shackles. All of you combined won't be a match for me, so know your limits. In order to speed up the journey, the armored man released the shackles on Yi Xian and the others and walked in front. Among the 18 of them, the strongest was a second-order great emperor. However, such a cultivation realm was only a matter of thought in front of the armored man. Although Yi Xian wanted to use earth shrinking to escape, the armored man was right behind him. If he made any sudden movements, the armored man would instantly use his great emperor will to stop him. Therefore, the 18 of them could only follow the armored man's direction. Originally, a few of them wanted to commit suicide, but when they heard the armored man say that he wouldn't treat them as slaves, they gave up on the idea. Perhaps things would take a turn for the better. The 18 of them ran for 3 days under the armored man's supervision. This time, the journey was calm and peaceful. They didn't encounter any trouble. When they were about to leave the desert of death, the armored man called out to them and put the shackles on their legs again. Yi Xian was disheartened. If he was a second-order great emperor, he would definitely fight to the death with the armored man. However, he hadn't broken through yet. In these 3 days, he cursed Jiang Tianjin countless times in his mind. He also prayed that Wu Shang would appear and join forces with him to fight the armored man. However, Wu Shang didn't appear. It was said that he was heavily injured. Let's wait and see. I don't believe that I won't have a chance to escape. Yi Xian put the shackles on his legs again and followed the armored man out of the desert of death. The desert of death was in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. As it was a dangerous place, there weren't any cities around it. Fortunately, the armored man had a rock that was comparable to an empty god realm great emperor. After Yi Xian and the others sat on the rock, they flew for another 3 days and landed in front of a valley. Lord Zhou, why are you here? When the Great Ping landed, a man wearing battle armor walked over. Lord Qin, I'm sending some people to the heavenly prison this time. Lord Zhou said. Ah, I see. Lord Qin smiled and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. He said, you should be slaves, but Lord Zhou is generous and sent you to the heavenly prison. Do you know where the heavenly prison is? The heavenly prison. When this word entered Yi Xian's ears, he was completely confused. However, the others knew where the heavenly prison was. Isn't this the place where the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty imprisons key criminals? Someone blurted out. That's right. Those notorious criminals are imprisoned in the heavenly prison. However, the heavenly prison doesn't restrict your freedom completely. When you enter the heavenly prison, you can move freely in the heavenly prison. You can even kill people. Lord Qin nodded and threw some Qian Kuan rings to Yi Xian and the others. At the same time, he unshackled them. Chapter 7:15. Yi Xian had already removed the restraints, but he could sense a few powerful auras. They were all at least 4th-rank great emperors, so he did not dare to act rashly. He followed Lord Chen's instructions and checked his Qian Kuan ring. There was only one medium-grade void god weapon and a Qi observation manual. The heavenly prison was built by the supreme almighties of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty and the Deyuan's sacred dynasty. It's located in a secret realm. When you enter later, a red light will form above your head. As long as you kill the experts of the Deyuan's sacred dynasty, you can plunder their light, Lord Qin explained. What's the use of this light? Someone asked. Light won't be of much use to you, but it can make the Sunflame's sacred dynasty more prosperous. There are some places in the heavenly prison where you can exchange your light for some things, such as high-grade void god weapons, martial arts, and various cultivation resources. You can even exchange the twin fruits, Lord Qin explained. When Yi Xian heard the words twin fruits, his entire body trembled violently. Twin fruits. The twin fruits that can condense the second void god spirit. Oh my god, this item is nurtured by the heavens and earth. It's extremely rare. I didn't expect that it can be exchanged with light. You're too naive. The twin fruits are such a precious treasure. You'll need a large amount of light to exchange for it. Lord Qin smiled and said, that's right. The twin fruits are extremely rare. I don't think you can exchange for it. As soon as you enter the heavenly prison, your light will be red. Red is the lowest type of light. As long as you keep killing the people of the Deyuan sacred dynasty, you can plunder a portion of their light to strengthen the Sunflame's sacred dynasty's light. This will ensure that the Sunflame's sacred dynasty will never decline. Each generation will be stronger than the last. Simply put, it was using a large number of people's light to add to the country's light, allowing the country to prosper. It seems like there are many people in the heavenly prison. Someone mumbled. Yes. Other than you, there are many people who are willing to enter the heavenly prison. As long as one of you can condense a green light, you can exchange for your freedom and leave the heavenly prison, Lord Qin nodded. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Green light was a level 5 light. How many people present could condense it? Don't think that you can't. There are 3 overlords in our Sunflame's sacred dynasty. When he entered the heavenly prison, he was only a first emperor. Lord Qin said with a smile, that's all I have to say. You can choose not to enter, but the consequence is that I will kill you on the spot. I have already given you the aura gazing art. This martial art allows you to see other people's luck. It is very easy to cultivate. After he finished speaking, he directly brought Yi Xian and the others to a stone wall. There was a metal door at the bottom of the stone wall. Master Chen walked over and used a special method to open the metal door. Behind the metal door, there was only the entrance to the mysterious realm and nothing else. Lord Sacred to Heaven. And Lord Sacred Realm. Lord Qin said. Let me remind you one more thing. If you kill people with the same or lower light, you will get less light. When you enter, you will have red light. The greater the difference between your light and the enemies, the more light you will get. Also, you will not be able to get the light of the same faction. If the Sunflame's sacred army finds you fighting with the same faction, you will be killed on the spot. Yi Xian and the others paused for a moment. They remembered Lord Chen's words. Right now, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the heavenly prison. Who told him to accidentally get caught? Although the earth-shrinking profound meaning was powerful, there were many hidden experts aside from Lord Jiao and Lord Qin. If he acted rashly, he would be killed on the spot. Damn Jiang Tianjin. If I see you, I will skin you alive. Yi Xian cursed Jiang Tianjin in his heart. However, he admitted that he was careless. He did not expect Jiang Tianjin to be able to condense 3 fire clones. The fire element was the strongest. It was said that some experts could condense more than 10 fire clones. It was very difficult to deal with. However, he had to get through the heavenly prison first. I need a twin fruit. I didn't expect it to be available here. This time, I must condense my clone. Yi Xian said in his heart. He then walked into the secret realm's entrance. In the next moment, he appeared in a valley. Newcomers. Let's go. The Great Yuan army often comes to rob the entrance. Before Yi Xian could size up his surroundings, a voice sounded out. The 18 of them turned around and saw a hole appear in the valley. A man came out of it. Sir, can you tell us something about the heavenly prison? A second stage great emperor asked. There is nothing to say. Although we belong to the Sunflame sacred dynasty, we occasionally kill and steal. It's fine as long as we don't run into the Sunflame sacred army. I think all of you were captured and brought here. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you long ago. After the man finished speaking, he went back into the cave. Yi Xian and the others were captured. Therefore, they only had one medium-grade void god weapon in their interspatial ring. This man did not need to take the risk of being hunted down by the Sunflame sacred dynasty to kill Yi Xian and the others. Now, Yi Xian had entered the heavenly prison. This place was full of danger. Therefore, he did not hesitate and used earth shrink to enter the ground. Little brother, let's work together. The second stage great emperor turned around and found that Yi Xian had disappeared. This kind of means was not something they could compare to. Even if Yi Xian was here, he would not work together with these people. What a joke. The weakest of these people was only an 8th grade king. The strongest was only a 2nd grade great emperor. He would not be a saint and protect these people. I still have the 8 desolate sword in my hand. If I can break through again, I will be able to fight against a 3rd grade great emperor. Yi Xian hid 500 meters underground. The man said that they could not fly more than 1,000 meters above ground. It seemed that there were some hidden dangers in the heavenly prison. However, this was good. His main attribute was earth. As long as he did not fly too high, he was confident that he could knock his opponent to the ground. The ground was his home ground. Let me see the Qi observation technique first. Yi Xian took out the Qi observation technique from his interspatial ring and spent some devour crystals to learn it. Ding! Host has learned the Qi observation technique. Chapter 7:16. After learning the aura gazing technique, Yi Xian went back the way he came and glanced at the 17 people behind him. He used the aura gazing technique to check on them and found that they all had red clouds above their heads, which meant that they all had red luck. As for Yi Xian himself, when he raised his head, he could see that his luck was also red. I can't steal luck by killing people from the same camp. I can only do that by killing people from the Great Yuan sacred dynasty. The greater the difference in luck, the more luck I can steal. If I want to leave the heavenly prison, I have to hand in at least blue luck. I wonder how much luck I need to exchange for the twin fruits. Yi Xian thought about it and left. He was not familiar with the heavenly prison, so he had to understand it first. Lord Qin said that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp in the heavenly prison has 3 leaders and the Sunflame army. It seems that there are cities in the heavenly prison. However, even though this is the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's territory, there are still cases of killing and stealing. Yi Xian reminded himself. Then, he rose to the ground and started running. He only had red luck and was a first-stage great emperor, so people from the same camp usually wouldn't take the risk to kill him. Someone's here. After running for 10 minutes, he saw a few people from the same camp. He had mastered the aura-gazing technique and could tell if the luck belonged to the same camp or the Great Yuan sacred dynasty. In front of him was a white-haired old man roasting meat in front of a bonfire. "Young man, you just arrived." The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian glanced at the red cloud above the white-haired old man and said, "Senior, can you tell me the direction of the nearest city?" The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Sit down and have a drink with me." "I'm sorry, Senior. I'm in a hurry. Please tell me, Senior." Yi Xian refused. "Forget it. You can find it yourself." The white-haired old man turned the meat around. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since the first time he left Lianyan City to train, he had developed a habit of not trusting others easily. Although the white-haired old man's luck was red, he could hide his aura. Even Yi Xian couldn't see through him, so his strength was probably not to be underestimated. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong pressure that made him unable to move. "Young man, if I want to kill you, I can kill you." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian was about to cry his eyes out. Recently, his luck had been very bad. First, he was caught and thrown into the heavenly prison. Now, he met another expert. Or not, or maybe even the fifth stage great-great emperor. Or even the... "All right." Yi Xian hurriedly replied. In the next moment, he felt the pressure on his body disappear and he could move. "Sit down and have a drink." The white-haired old man smiled and took out a wine cup. He filled it to the brim. Yi Xian walked over and sat in front of the old man. He took the wine cup. This wine." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and drank it in one gulp. "Special devour. Damn, what wine is this? 1 cup is more precious than the 2 red blaze fruits." Yi Xian was shocked. He also felt that his physique had changed. He became stronger. "This is the flame dragon wine that this old man personally brewed. It can strengthen the physique. However, this old man drank too much. It has no effect on me now." The white-haired old man replied. "Many thanks, Senior." Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. He estimated that he could break through to the second stage Great Emperor if he drank another 2 or 3 cups. "Don't thank me. This flame dragon wine is not for nothing. I want you to answer a question." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said. "What is it?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. This was his first time meeting this white-haired old man. He didn't know what the old man would ask. Could it be something that happened outside the heavens prison? "The martial art you used just now is called wind strike, right?" The white-haired old man said. This question stunned Yi Xian. However, it seemed that many people recognized this martial art. Hence, he didn't hide it and nodded. "All right, a cup of wine for a question. Little brother, do you still want to drink?" The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine. "Drink." Yi Xian nodded immediately. What a joke. This was a free gift. He could break through to the second stage Great Emperor after a few more cups. He took the cup and swallowed the flame dragon wine. "Second question, where did you learn wind strike?" The white-haired old man asked. "Zephyr Thunder Palace." Yi Xian answered subconsciously. He had already searched the Zephyr Thunder Palace once. There was nothing there. Furthermore, he was imprisoned in the Heavens prison and had his yin and yang ring taken away. Hence, the white-haired old man was only after his martial art. Is it the Zephyr Thunder Palace in the chaotic astral ocean? The white-haired old man handed over another cup of flame dragon wine. Yi Xian was stunned. Only he and Guan Yulan knew about this. Why did this white-haired old man know about it too? That's right. Yi Xian nodded and finished the flame dragon wine. He only needed one more cup to break through to the second stage Great Emperor realm. Then, other than those things, do you have anything else? For example, a corpse and a key. The white-haired old man poured another cup of flame dragon wine and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian trembled and said in shock, "A corpse and a key." The white-haired old man looked into his eyes and sighed, "Even the Zephyr Thunder Palace doesn't have anything." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and drank the cup of flame dragon wine on the spot. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a second stage Great Emperor. The system notification sounded. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered and said in surprise, "Kid, you're amazing. The flame dragon wine can strengthen one's physique. You actually broke through after drinking 4 cups. Senior's eyes are really sharp." Yi Xian quickly flattered and asked, "Senior, in the Zephyr Thunder Palace, I also obtained the Wind Dragon Slash and the Profundity Seed, but I didn't see any key." This key is, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor was famous in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty 1,000 years ago. He plundered a lot of wealth with his martial skills and profundities before disappearing. Among the wealth he plundered, there was a key that could open a ruin. Before he died, he spread the news that he had built many Zephyr Thunder Palaces, and one of them stored his corpse and the key to the ruin. The white-haired old man replied. Ruin key. Corpse. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he didn't find the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse in the lightning forbidden land, nor did he find any key. Chapter 717. Senior, since you know where the Zephyr Thunder Palace is, why? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Why don't you take it away? It's simple. Empty God Realm Emperors can't enter the Thunder Island. If a Great Nine King enters, he will be struck to death by the riot astral lightning. There are many traps set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor. Other than the riot astral lightning, there are many other dangers. If the strength of the person who enters exceeds the range set by the Zephyr Thunder Emperor, the Zephyr Thunder Palace will be destroyed. You're lucky to be able to obtain his inheritance. The white-haired elder explained. After Yi Xian heard this, he was also shocked. He didn't feel any danger other than the riot astral lightning. Now that the white-haired elder mentioned it, he shuddered. Even the place where he obtained his inheritance doesn't have his corpse. Where would his corpse be? The elder mumbled. He thought that the key to the ruin would be beside the Zephyr Thunder Emperor's corpse. How many Zephyr Thunder Palaces have been found? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Zephyr Thunder Emperor gave out a total of 6 locations of the Zephyr Thunder Palaces. 3 of them are kept secret. Even so, after so many years of searching, only one of the 3 secret Zephyr Thunder Palaces has not been found. Those who found the Zephyr Thunder Palace obtained great wealth and soared to the sky. The value of the inheritance that you obtained is only second to the key. It's a pity that you were caught in the heavens prison. The white-haired elder shook his head helplessly. He thought that Yi Xian's Wind Dragon Slash and Lightning inheritance were taken advantage of by others. In the empty God realm, everyone fought with ultimacy. It was the same for the empty God realm emperors. Moreover, it wasn't easy to comprehend ultimacy. Even an empty God realm emperor might not be able to comprehend all the ultimacies. Therefore, the Zephyr Thunder inheritance that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan obtained was ranked second in terms of value. Alright, I've asked around. You don't have what I want. Farewell. The white-haired elder suddenly stood up and said, I'll give you this bottle of flame dragon wine. This is also a map of the heavens prison. Yi Xian took a look at the map and stored it in the devouring system. When he was about to thank the white-haired elder, he found that the elder was already gone. Disappeared. Yi Xian looked around, but didn't find the white-haired old man. This person's strength had probably far exceeded his expectations. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even know the elder's name. Not only did he give him a flame dragon wine, his, and tell him a secret, is. Yi Xian glanced at the map, then quickly left. Within an hour was thunder, was be Thunder Gold Emperor. Go by. When Yi Xian entered the city, he took out a strange crystal that could detect the amount of luck he had. Regrettably, his red providence value was only 1, which was pitifully low. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Purple luck was at least 1,000,000. That meant that he would need at least 10,000 luck to leave the Heaven's prison. The twin life fruit was not available in Gale City. He had to go to the main cities under the 3 great leaders. The price was so high that Yi Xian was disappointed. After that, Yi Xian left Gale City. In any case, he had nothing to do in the city. Gale City is at the border between the 2 camps. The fastest way to get luck is to kill my way to the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and started to move. If he wanted to improve quickly, he had to kill. Although it was dangerous, he could improve quickly. Yi Xian spent an entire day using earth shrinking to cross the border of the camp and enter the territory of the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty. The map given by the elder shows the distribution of the cities in the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's territory. This is it. Yi Xian immediately chose a city that was close to him. His plan was to wait beside the city, then follow the people who left the city and kill them. Soon, he saw Yiqing City. There were only 6 main cities in the Heaven's prison. The 2 camps each had 6 main cities. Most of the experts were in these main cities. As for the other cities, they were mostly low to mid-level great emperors. Yi Xian was tens of thousands of meters away from Yiqing City. Looking from afar, he saw some people leaving the city. Then, he followed them according to their speed. 3 second-stage great emperors? I'll take you guys. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly entered the ground. The earth shrinking profound was very useful. As long as his cultivation level was not too far apart, he could retreat even if he could not win. Yi Xian calculated the time. When the 3 second-stage great emperors flew over his head, he suddenly attacked. Dual space. Great Emperor intent. Yi Xian immediately attacked. First, he used the dual space to suppress one of them. Then, he slashed out 36 overlapping shadows. See law. One of the second-stage great emperors was ambushed and died instantly. Of the remaining 2, one of them was suppressed by Yi Xian's dual space. He could not even turn around. The other one had just reacted when Yi Xian slashed him to death. No, the person who was suppressed by the dual space cried out in shock. He knew that his 2 companions were dead. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he quickly killed him. The 3 second-stage great emperors fell and their yin and yang rings flew to Yi Xian. At the same time, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds above their heads separated and flew to Yi Xian. Then, the 3 orange-colored providence clouds collapsed. The Heaven's prison was built in a secret realm. This secret realm was very special. Whenever Yi Xian killed someone, his providence points would automatically be added to him. All 3 of them had orange-colored providence, but only 10 points were added to me. That's too little. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and quickly burrowed into the ground. The greater the difference in providence, the more providence one would obtain after killing someone. Yi Xian's providence was not much different from the 3 of them. Hence, he did not steal much from them. He only managed to raise his providence to orange-colored. Providence could be used to buy things in the city. Hence, many people would exchange their providence points for natural treasures to increase their strength. Of course, if one wanted things like the twin fruits, they would have to stack their providence points. This was because the shops in the Sunflame's sacred dynasty did not allow bartering. Only providence points were allowed. Moreover, only the officials of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty had the ability to split their providence points. Although the three of them did not have much providence points, they still had a lot of things in their rings. If the three second-stage Great Emperors joined forces, they could even fight against a third-stage Great Emperor. Chapter 7:18. There were often people like Yi Xian in the heavenly prison, but out of 100 nihility gods, there were probably only 5 of them with the earth and wood attributes. As for the 100 earth attribute nihility gods, perhaps not even one of them had comprehended the earth shrinking technique. Therefore, Yi Xian had a huge advantage in doing this. In less than a few minutes, Yi Xian annihilated another team. 2 stage 2 Great Emperors, and 1 stage 1 Great Emperor. His cultivation base had improved once again. At this rate, I might be able to break through to stage 3 Great Emperor today. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. His current strength was comparable to Wu Shang's. If he reached the third order Great Emperor realm, even Lord Jiao and Lord Qin would die in his hands. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding outside Yiqing City. This speed, a stage 4 Great Emperor. Yi Xian hid behind a mound of dirt that he had built, only revealing his eyes. He saw that after a figure left the city, that figure was rapidly flying toward him. This person's speed was very fast, even faster than Wu Shang's. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that this person was a stage 4 Great Emperor. He should have the ability to fight against a stage 4 Great Emperor, but this was the enemy's territory. If he did not kill this person quickly, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Just as he was about to burrow into the ground and hide, he suddenly realized that this person was not a stage 4 Great Emperor. I see, it's a stage 3 Great Emperor who has comprehended the underground movement technique. When he came to his senses, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Since this person was not a stage 4 Great Emperor, he was confident that he could kill this person. He quickly burrowed into the ground and started counting the time. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough for the stage 3 Great Emperor to pass by him. Then, he circled around to the side and flew out. A few thousand meters away, the stage 3 Great Emperor sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already swung his sword. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Annihilation Samsara. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending out a sword chi that instantly killed the Third Order Great Emperor. However, the sword chi suddenly turned back, slicing the Third Order Great Emperor in two. Sword Annihilation Samsara was an extremely powerful martial art. The power of that strike was even stronger than sword cleaving 8 desolations. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian could control this sword chi to continue attacking others, just like the deadly wind formation. Similarly, this move drained Yi Xian of his Shin Qi. At the same time, controlling this sword chi required a large amount of Shin Qi. If Yi Xian did not have the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would only be able to control it for a second at most. This move is very good for a sneak attack. Yi Xian was very satisfied. The Sword Annihilation Samsara would be controlled by Yi Xian. When the opponent thought that they had dodged, the Sword Annihilation Samsara would suddenly turn back and kill them. The 8 Desolations Great Emperor who could create this martial art was definitely a super genius. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the other party's universe ring. This stage 3 Great Emperor's luck was yellow. It increased Yi Xian's luck by more than 50 points. It was very good. Another 2 or 3 stage 3 Great Emperors and I should be able to break through to stage 3 Great Emperor. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and returned to Yiqing City. There were many experts in Yiqing City. While Yi Xian was waiting, he saw several stage 4 great emperors leaving. After all, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty were not small factions. The heavenly prison seemed to have been formed for hundreds of years. Who knew how many experts had gathered inside? Yi Xian waited outside Yiqing City for half a day. After killing a few groups of experts, he finally broke through to stage 3 Great Emperor. At the same time, his luck was yellow. It had reached 120 points. Now that my luck is yellow, I can't take the red and orange luck. Sigh, it seems that it's not that easy to exchange for a twin fruit. Yi Xian was helpless. High-level luck could not be taken from those with low-level luck. If he wanted to leave the heavenly prison, he would need at least green luck. He would have to kill his way up layer by layer. Otherwise, he would have to rely on numbers. Even if Yi Xian's strength had increased, those of the same level as him could exchange all their luck and only have red luck left. Then, they would go and rob others. That way, they would be able to obtain more. Suddenly, a group of black figures swept towards Yiqing City. Although it was night, Yi Xian cultivated the aura observation technique. It was hard for him not to notice that group of people. It's my Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's people. There are so many of them. Are they going to attack the city? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was in trouble. There were more than 50 people in the group. Most of them had orange and yellow luck above their heads. There were also a few who had green luck. It seemed that they were really going to attack the city. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Yiqing City had activated the Great Defensive Array. At the same time, a large number of Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts swept out. In fact, the Great Defensive Array had always been in place. It was to prevent people from the enemy camp from killing their way in and destroying the shops. Even a stage 9 Great Emperor would not be able to destroy the Great Defensive Array. Hence, the city was very safe. However, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts had already arrived. Hence, a large number of experts immediately gathered in Yiqing City, ready to fight. Soon, dozens of experts rushed out of Yiqing City. Kill. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's experts did not waste any time and rushed over. What a big scene. This is a good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly joined the battle. In such a large-scale battle, he definitely could not rush into the crowd. This was because a large amount of Great Emperor's intent would press down on him. It was very dangerous. 8 Desolation Sword Art, Sword Annihilation Reincarnation. Yi Xian quickly slashed out and broke the 8 Desolation Sword. A powerful sword chi and 8 sharp blades swept into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, many people were killed. The Heavenly Prison's secret realm judged that Yi Xian had dealt a fatal blow to these people. Hence, these people's luck all gathered above Yi Xian's head. At the same time, Yi Xian's body was not idle. 36 overlapping shadows, 64 layers of earth pulse. Fierce attacks swept out and killed the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's experts. Then, Yi Xian used the dual space to plunder the Qiankuan ring. In such a large-scale battle, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all had their eyes on the corpses. How dare you come and try to rob me? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly slashed out with his sword, killing a person who wanted to rob his Qiankuan ring. Moreover, the person he killed was from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's camp.